but Yi Qing's strength cannot be underestimated. If someone of his strength truly wants to escape, I'm afraid he'll be hard to catch. This was a fact. If a dragon ranking expert truly set his mind on escaping, he would indeed be difficult to catch. Unless the difference in strength was very significant. But how could the Ku family's strength be weak? Especially now, Ku family head was no longer fighting alone, he had joined the Heart Hall. Ku family head looked at his subordinate and said coldly, I will find a way to contact old Qin. He alone cannot deal with Yi Qing's strength. The title of Southeast King, he is destined to lose it. And he definitely wants revenge, so we have a basis for cooperation. After all, no matter what, old Qin's strength as a dragon ranking expert is still very useful. And I have joined the Heart Hall. With such a major incident occurring, the Heart Hall would not stand by idly. It is only right for them to send 1 or 2 experts to help me seek revenge. Then, including myself, at least 3 or 4 dragon ranking experts will make a move. If I pay some more, I'll invite strong allies from Japan to assist, and then, everything will be foolproof. No matter how strong Yi Qing is, can he simultaneously deal with 4 to 5 dragon ranking experts? Hearing Ku family head's plan, everyone present's eyes lit up. Family head, if we follow your arrangements, Yi Qing is sure to die. That's right, judging by Yi Qing's performance, dealing with 2 dragon ranking experts, plus several tiger ranking experts, already left him exhausted and on the verge of defeat. If there were 1 more, he would be dead. 4 to 5 dragon ranking experts? That's not just foolproof, it's an easy crushing, a casual slaughter. A sinister expression appeared on Ku family head's face. He gritted his teeth and said, Yi Qing and the Feng family, I will make them regret what they have done. I will use their heads to honor the souls of my son and brother Scarlet Dragon in heaven. The 9 Kings Council won't care about this. In fact, they'll be eager for Yi Qing to die. At that time, 2 positions among the 9 kings will suddenly become vacant, and they will be very happy. Just wait, that day will come soon. Pass on my order, prepare the army for battle, all forces, get ready. I want to surround and kill Yi Qing at any time. Ku family head's subordinates all took their leave. At this moment, no one dared to offer any opinion. Meanwhile, the topic of Yi Qing was not only keeping the Ku family awake at night. Throughout Dragon Country, the hands of various major magnates and forces all had the most detailed information on Yi Qing. At this moment, inside the Northeast King's manor. The Northeast King, nearly 2 meters tall and as robust as a small mountain, capable of exuding immense pressure just by standing, had already received the latest news about Yi Qing. At this moment, the Northeast King sat atop a rockery. The person on his phone screen was none other than the Northeast King's envoy. So, Yi Qing has at least the strength of a top 5 dragon ranking expert, is that right? The battle results are all real, and most importantly, this Yi Qing has a very strong killing intent, right? The Northeast King's envoy was incredibly humble at this moment, almost kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty, that is indeed true. Yi Qing is not only powerful, but also incredibly domineering. From my personal perspective, it's more like a show of force, a roaring outburst directed at everyone, using slaughter to tell the various magnates and bigwigs that he, Yi Qing, is not to be trifled with, and it's best if no one provokes him. The Northeast King let out a cold laugh and said, let him be as long as he doesn't provoke me. I'm too lazy to bother with him. However, just because I don't make a move doesn't mean others won't. That old stubborn Qin family fellow, he still has some friends. I was just saying that the underground world of Dragon Country has been too peaceful these past few years now. It seems, the storm has begun, haha. The Northeast King burst into laughter, his voice causing the rockery to tremble, and rocks to fall. His strength was astonishing. After the laughter, the Northeast King looked at the video, a hint of solemnity rising on his face, and said, Life Elixir, is it truly that miraculous? The Northeast King's envoy quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, replying to Your Majesty, I have not consumed it, so I don't know the exact effects. However, just by observing the effects on others after they consumed it, it can indeed be described as miraculous. Moreover, according to Yi Qing, it seems to still be useful for experts. It's just, I don't know if it's true or false, and what Yi Qing's intention is in bringing out this item. The Northeast King heard this and said indifferently, return as soon as possible. Once I've used it, I'll know if it's real or fake. As for the life elixir, there's no need to suspect he has any other motives. He merely wants to use this item to tell us that he, Yi Qing, has treasures in hand, and it's best to befriend him. Of course, it's also just promoting the life elixir in that kind of setting. Who cares? In any case, bring it back first if it's truly useful. I might just give him this face. After speaking, the Northeast King hung up the phone and slowly rose from the rockery. Yi Qing, this world is starting to get interesting. The dragon ranking, the Nine Kings Council, or even the structure of this world, indeed, it's time for a change. So many old fellows, I'm afraid they can no longer hold back and want to re-emerge. Ha! As he spoke, the Northeast King, like a flying giant tiger, leaped directly from the rockery, which was over 10 meters high, and landed heavily on the ground with a loud thud, startling birds and beasts, sending flowers and grass flying, and creating a ripple. Chapter 472 Queen, Yuan Hongxiu. News about Yi Qing and the Feng family old mansion spread like wildfire across Longgua's streets and alleys, sparking curiosity about him among many powerful figures. In a picturesque part of Longgua, there was a beautiful estate, almost as stunning as the Rain Mist Villa. The area within a 10-mile radius of the estate was a restricted zone, impenetrable to outsiders. With countless visible and hidden sentries, entering the estate unannounced was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet, inside the estate, it was uniquely charming, filled with the sounds of singing birds and chattering women. Hundreds of beautiful ladies resided there, but not a single man. At this moment, on the estate's lake, a quaint, two-story wooden boat floated on a makeshift couch aboard the boat. A woman who appeared to be in her 30s reclined, enjoying a dance performance by over a dozen beautiful women. Two lovely maidens on either side gently fanned her, while two other women, at opportune moments, fed her peeled fruit. Master, this Yi Qing is so imposing and overbearing, it's enough to make one tremble, one of the beauties said with a light chuckle, though her expression showed no fear. The stunning woman, referred to as the master, smiled faintly and said, "Isn't this exactly what you girls like? You read too many romance novels daily, to the point where you're dissatisfied with everyone in this world. Now that a young, powerful one has finally appeared, it must be making your hearts itch, isn't it?" Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, the girls covered their mouths and giggled. "Master, aren't you interested? Among the 9 kings, some are old and frail, others are middle-aged and arrogant. It's not easy for a young and handsome Shuage to appear as the only female among the 9 kings. You should really take good care of him." Indeed, this exceptionally beautiful woman was the only female among the 9 kings. Queen Hongxiu, Yuan Hongxiu. Although she was a woman, she was no ordinary woman. She was one of the 9 kings who could sit on the 9 Kings Council. This alone was enough to prove the strength of Queen Hongxiu. Although Queen Hongxiu did not possess several provinces as her territory like the Southwest King or the Northeast King, her Hongxiu pavilion spread throughout the entire Longgua. Her formidable strength and terrifying financial power commanded immense respect. Especially Yuan Hongxiu, this woman, was a legend back then, and remains a legend today. Moreover, to put it bluntly, if there was someone among the entire 9 Kings Council that one would absolutely not want to provoke, Queen Hongxiu, Yuan Hongxiu, would undoubtedly be one of them. This had nothing to do with the saying, "A good man doesn't fight with a woman," it was purely the result of her immense strength and terrible temper. But at this moment, Yuan Hongxiu was in an excellent mood, enjoying the dance and the pleasures of life with many beautiful women. You're right, currently, among the 9 Kings Council, some are old, some are ugly, and all are incredibly boring. I'm quite interested in Yi Qing joining. And I've seen his photo. This Yi Qing is incredibly handsome. He's refined when he needs to be, and domineering when he needs to be. He truly is becoming more and more interesting. Just because he's young and handsome, when the 9 Kings Council convenes to discuss whether he can join, I will definitely stand by him and support him. It sounded somewhat childish. After all, Yuan Hongxiu seemed completely unfamiliar with Yi Qing. They hadn't even met. What if their personalities clashed later and they became enemies? Yuan Hongxiu didn't consider any of this. She only considered one thing. Among the 9 kings, some were old, some were ugly, and some were boring, making it quite dull. It was time for fresh blood to join. Especially a young, handsome Shuage. If others heard these words, they would only be speechless and wryly smile, for this truly was Yuan Hongxiu's character, something she was capable of doing. "Master, you must have heard the information our envoy sent back. Is the life elixir in Yi Qing's possession truly that miraculous? Can it make one's skin finer and whiter, even make one look several years younger? Can it even grant eternal youth?" The woman speaking, when she mentioned the life elixir, her eyes widened, and her longing was evident to all. Upon hearing what this woman said, the others also changed their expressions, all looking towards Queen Hongxiu, as if to verify the truth from her mouth. Queen Hongxiu looked at everyone, smiled, and said, "I somewhat regret not personally going to wish old Feng a happy birthday. If I had known there would be so much entertainment, and the existence of the life elixir, then I would have gone no matter what. Alright, all of you look so unpromising. I'm now wondering if Yi Qing brought out the life elixir specifically for me. He clearly knows how deadly its effects are on women, and yet, my Hongxiu pavilion is full of girls. Oh, if this stuff is really that good, when you all see Yi Qing in the future, won't you just pounce on him one by one?" Ruan Hongxiu spoke with a laugh, and the other girls also giggled, blossoming like flowers, a beautiful scene that made one forget all worries. However, Ruan Hongxiu was indeed not wrong. If the life elixir's effects were truly that good, or even if they were halved, it would still have a fatal attraction for women. Not to mention how interested all her subordinates were. Ruan Hongxiu herself was eager for the envoy to return so she could personally experience the authenticity of this life elixir. Alright, stop crowding around, let's discuss the specific situation after the envoy returns. However, if the life elixir's effects are real, then I truly want to make good friends with Yi Qing at that time. You can all rely on your own abilities, because this item is quite precious and hard to obtain. After speaking, Ruan Hongxiu burst into laughter. On the wooden boat, the singing and dancing resumed. And there were many, many more scenes like this, where Yi Qing was mentioned, but everyone's attitude and thoughts about him varied. There were those like the Ku family, filled with murderous intent, wishing to kill him as soon as possible. There were also those like the Northeast King, quite interested but merely observing. Similarly, there were those like Ruan Hongxiu, who developed a great interest and wished to befriend him. In short, Yi Qing's name spread far and wide that night. And at this moment, the Southeast King, Qin family. Old Qin had been sitting alone by the river for an entire day. Now, night had fallen, but old Qin remained motionless, as if he had turned to stone. Except for a loyal old servant accompanying old Qin, no one dared to approach within several hundred meters. Everyone was already aware of the news concerning young Master Qin and Uncle Hai. Therefore, everyone knew that old Qin, seemingly calm at this moment, was in fact a powder keg about to explode. Once ignited, it would cause a world-shaking upheaval. Young Master Qin was dead. Uncle Hai, old Qin's brother, was also dead. The Qin family's sky had fallen. Chapter 473, Mr. Qin's world collapsed. The old servant stood behind old Qin, quietly watching him without a word, until a rumble of thunder echoed in the sky. Only then did he sigh and speak softly. "Old master, let's go home first. Everyone is very worried about you." Indeed, everyone in the Qin family had already learned about what happened in the southwest 3 provinces, and they also knew that Qin Wushuang was dead, Uncle Hai had died in battle, and even 2 of the southeast 5 provinces' territories had been occupied by Yi Qing. This was not the sky collapsing, but half of it had collapsed. Grief, indignation, and raging fury were all appropriate emotions. However, what followed, for those who truly understood the situation, was anxiety and terror. It was only because old Qin was still there, otherwise, the Qin family would truly be finished. Old Qin slowly rose, and when he turned around, his face had aged by more than 10 years. Although old Qin was not young, because he was a powerful individual, he had actually maintained himself well, looking like someone in their 60s. But at this moment, old Qin looked as if he was 80 or 90 years old, and most importantly, old Qin's eyes had lost their spirit, containing only endless melancholy and regret. "Old Qin, you. The old servant looked at old Qin's appearance and couldn't help but shed tears. Old Qin was stunned for a moment, then shook his head gently and said, "Old Mo, I was wrong. These years, the Qin family has had smooth sailing and plain sailing, so much so that it made me underestimate the heroes of the world. I was wrong, terribly wrong. I originally thought that with me, Uncle Hai, and the soon-to-be-grown Wushuang, we would eventually make a name for ourselves and become a unique existence in Dragon Country, but the result is that everything has turned to dust. Even though I knew Wushuang and Yi Qing had a deep-seated hatred, and I knew Yi Qing's strength was not weak and that he had the help of Pujuan and others, I was too arrogant, so arrogant that I thought even if Wushuang failed, no one would dare to kill him. This is what led to today's outcome. It's too late to regret, too late to regret." As old Qin spoke, tears of regret streamed from his eyes. He was not wrong. In fact, the lineup of Qin Wushuang plus Uncle Hai was already considered luxurious. Even if they were not a match for someone, they would definitely be able to retreat safely. Coupled with the Red Dragon and other powerful individuals from the Ku family, this time, everything should have gone according to old Qin's plan. But who knew such a huge accident would occur? How could they all die? How could old Qin not regret? How could he not hate? Old Mo looked at old Qin, remained silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Old Qin, although old Mo does not have the strength of Manager Hai, I am willing to fight to the death. Yi Qing must pay a blood price for daring to kill young master and Manager Hai." After speaking, old Mo immediately knelt on one knee before old Qin and said in a deep voice, "Please approve, old Qin." Old Mo is willing to be a death warrior. Even if I cannot kill Yi Qing, I will kill everyone around him, letting all his relatives and friends die completely, so that he can experience the same piercing pain that you feel. Looking at old Mo, old Qin sighed and said, "No need, Yi Qing won't give you that chance. Moreover, every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. In this situation, if you act against his family and friends, do you think he won't target the people of the Qin family?" Old Mo, perhaps the tide has turned. I already have a death wish and must seek revenge, but there are so many people in the Qin family, and I don't want them to die with me. Do you understand what I mean? Old Mo fell silent. How could he not understand? Old Qin, is there really no way? Old Qin shook his head and said in a deep voice, "There is a way. This revenge, no matter what, I must have it." Doesn't the Yi Qing want the title of Southeast King? Alright, then let him have it. Perhaps this title will be his death warrant. Of course, if I win, the Southeast 5 provinces can still be recovered without much effort. If I lose, the outcome is the same. Let's go, old Mo. Some things need to be settled next. It will be my death match with Yi Qing. Hearing this, old Mo said softly, "Old Qin, the Ku family has sent someone to contact you. Ku family head wants to speak with you." Hearing this, a hint of disgust flashed in old Qin's eyes, but then it was replaced by hatred. Heh, for revenge, for killing Yi Qing. Qin, never thought that I would have a day where I would collude with someone like Ku family head. However, it truly is a common hatred. He lost his son and his brother. I also lost my grandson and my brother. If we don't cooperate, I'm afraid it would be against the natural order. Tell the Ku family that I am willing to speak with Ku family head. At this point, old Qin's body trembled slightly, then he suddenly couldn't help but roar to the sky. "Yi Qing, you killed my grandson, cut down my brother, and ruined my reputation in my old age. I swear, I will kill you. I will grind your bones to dust. Yi Qing, Yi Qing, Yi Qing." Old Qin roared, his voice rolling out, shaking 10 li. Then, under old Qin's furious roar, he slammed his fist heavily into a sturdy tree beside him. Immediately, he actually broke the tree, which required 2 people to embrace. With one punch, the strength was terrifying and astonishing. However, at this moment, Yi Qing was just quietly resting. Many things he didn't know, nor did he need to know, because what was coming would eventually come. Many people found it difficult to sleep that night. But Yi Qing slept very well. The next day, Yi Qing bid farewell to the Feng family early in the morning. After arranging other matters, he led his team away from the Feng family, left the southwest 3 provinces, and headed towards Jiangcheng. During this, they drove and did not take a plane or high-speed rail. When they reached West Province, Pujuan and Nangong left first, quickly expanding their gains and occupying new territories. By the time they arrived in Jiangcheng, Yi Qing was the only one left by himself. Red Eyes and DZ Squad had also been sent by Yi Qing to carry out other missions. At this moment, Yi Qing returned to Jiangcheng alone. It was only about a half-hour drive from Cloud Mist Villa. And at this moment, the sky was gradually darkening. Inside Cloud Mist Villa, the lights were bright, and people were bustling. What was originally a divine residence was now littered everywhere with trash, fruit peels, and wine bottles. People gathered in groups of 3 to 5, or 7 to 8, constantly making loud noises and playing wantonly, as if this place was their heaven, their paradise. Tonight was the time for Yi Sai to hold a banquet at Cloud Mist Villa. As for why a banquet was being held, the reason was simple, because a banquet was held almost every night. Yi Sai was using this method to tell everyone from Qingshui village who came here that this place was where Yi Sai, called the shots here. Only by following Yi Sai could they eat well, drink well, live in such a divine residence, drive various luxury cars, and have inexhaustible wealth in the future. In short, he, Yeisai, was the master of Cloud Mist Villa, the boss of everyone listened to him, and you would have everything, don't listen to him, and don't even think about stepping through the gates of Cloud Mist Villa. And facing all this, ye father and ye mother, who had long been numb, seemed to have resigned themselves to fate. If they hadn't nodded, how could Tianlang and the others have indulged Yeisai and the others so much? Holding banquets? Living here? Turning this place into a dump. All of this was simply a joke. Standing on the lawn not far away, ye mother looked at ye father with a despondent expression and said bitterly, "Old man, do we still have to endure this? Look for yourself, what has our son's home been reduced to? These people have no gratitude or remorse whatsoever, they are escalating, treating you like a fool." 300 people. Yeisai brought over 300 people, those close to him, those who listened to him, those who gave him benefits, to live and eat here. Aren't you afraid our son will be angry when he comes back? Chapter 474, Endure Humiliation? Would Ji Qing be angry? This was something that didn't even need to be thought about. Cloud Mist Villa, what a heavenly place, living here was better than being an immortal. The scenery was beautiful, the environment was pleasant, and even the air was sweet. But now? It was a mess, with trash everywhere, there was no beauty left at all. Just based on this, Yi Qing would probably be furious. As for Yeisai and the others, who had taken an inch and demanded a mile, not knowing their place, occupying this area as their own territory, and disrespecting ye father ye mother, that went without saying. Especially now, Yeisai and the others' arrogance was growing, and the demands they made were becoming increasingly excessive, to put it bluntly. Even if Yi Qing were a clay figure, he would be enraged upon learning of this, let alone the fact that Yi Qing's temper was actually good. Ye father sighed, smoking a cigarette, his face filled with anger and helplessness. What can we do if he's angry? Are we going to beat them all up and kick them out? If it were that simple, it would be easy. The problem is, we can't do that now, otherwise, all the humiliation we've endured these past few days will have been in vain. When ye mother heard this, she immediately became furious. Enduring humiliation? Alright, that sentence wasn't wrong, but what did this endurance of humiliation bring? Others endured humiliation to gain a better life, a better outcome, but what about their endurance of humiliation? It only made these hateful people worse, even more detestable, to the point where it was infuriating, making ye mother, an old madam who usually didn't speak much, a good-natured person, unable to bear it anymore. This, too, was enduring humiliation? This, too, was in vain? You old fool, do you have any brains at all? What's in vain? What did your endurance of humiliation these past few days bring you? Did they listen to a single word you said? Did they give you any face? From the very beginning, you shouldn't have seen them, and even if you did, you shouldn't have promised them anything. I know you care about appearances and want to get along with the villagers, and you also considered Yi Qing, but what about now? I ask you, do you regret it? Regret it? Just looking at ye father's gloomy face, smoking his cigarette, and his face full of anger, one knew that he was more than just regretful, he was practically regretting it to death. Alright, what's the use of saying all this now? In short, I will find a way to solve it. I just don't believe it. I'm so sincere and good to them, and they can't feel it? I'll resolve it before Yi Qing returns, so don't worry about it. He said he could solve it, but ye father's melancholic expression already indicated that he had no confidence in grievances. Tianlang heard this and showed a slight smile, saying, "Thank you for your concern, old madam. I'm fine. I've been thick-skinned since I was young, fighting and brawling, and I've been injured a lot as an adult, so these small injuries are nothing to me." Although Tianlang said this, it was clear that he wasn't seriously hurt, but he had still suffered grievances because of them. Ye father looked at Tianlang, gritted his teeth, and said, "Tianlang, rest assured, I will definitely give you an explanation, but now is not the time. Just consider that yes, father has let you down, don't take it to heart." An explanation? If he could provide an explanation, would ye father still be so worried now? To put it bluntly, ye father was indecisive and in a difficult position. He seemed to have a bad temper, but in reality, he was an honest, upright, and law-abiding person. When it came to fighting for his life, Yi Father would fight, but public opinion was powerful, and now Yi Father was completely led by the nose by these villagers. They were getting more and more out of hand, and Yi Father, even though he was already annoyed and angry, could only endure it in his opinion. He couldn't not endure it. He had endured for so long, and it couldn't be in vain. Tianlang now completely understood Yi Father's mentality. If no one really handled this matter and it was left to Yi Father, compromise was inevitable, and it would be to a degree that would make people speechless. Perhaps, everything would truly develop according to Yi Asai and their plans by then. Not only would the entire Cloud Mist Villa be given to Asai, but even all of Yi Qing's assets might be given away. And it would be euphemistically called for Yi Qing's good. Honest people, sometimes, are just like this. Tianlang sighed, looked at Yi Father, and shook his head, saying, "Yes, Father, please rest assured, I didn't take it to heart, and I didn't make a big deal out of it. Moreover, I know these are your distinguished guests, so I won't fuss about anything. However, there's one thing I'm afraid I must tell you. Mr. Yi has already returned to Jiangcheng, and in about half an hour, he will arrive at Cloud Mist Villa, so you should probably prepare yourselves." Hearing this, Yi Father Yi Mother were greatly surprised. Although they had known that Yi Qing would definitely return, and perhaps even within these few days, when they actually heard that Yi Qing was about to arrive home, they were still somewhat at a loss. With Cloud Mist Villa in this state, how could Yi Qing return? He would definitely be furious when he came back. Yi Mother didn't think that much, she just missed her son after not seeing him for several days. Tianlang, Yi Qing is really coming home soon, that's great. Arrange for the kitchen to prepare dinner for him right away. He must be very tired from the journey. But when Yi Father heard this, he immediately shook his head and quickly said, "No, absolutely not. Tianlang, don't prepare dinner for now. I'll call Yi Qing right now and tell him to wait for me in Jiangcheng. He and I will eat in Jiangcheng." Yi Mother immediately got angry when she heard this. Looking at Yi Father, she said, "Old man, what are you trying to do? Yi Qing finally came back, can't he even go to his own home? Do you really consider Cloud Mist Villa your own? Or do you consider it Yi Asai in their place?" Yi Father smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "It's not like that. I'm afraid Yi Qing will be very angry when he sees this messy scene when he comes back. In short, don't worry about it. Go, call Yi Qing now and tell him to wait in Jiangcheng. The two of us will rush over immediately." Yi Mother didn't want to go, but she couldn't argue with Yi Father, so she eventually made the call. And Tianlang, looking at Yi Father, said softly, "Yes, Father, even if you can delay it for a while, Mr. Yi has already returned. You can't possibly keep him from entering Cloud Mist Villa forever, can you?" At this point, Tianlang pointed at Yi Asai and the hundreds of people, and said calmly, "As long as Mr. Yi returns, he will see this scene sooner or later, so you actually don't need to go to such lengths." Chapter 475. Everything is ours. It was indeed an unnecessary move. In fact, Yi Father already knew this without Tianlang needing to remind him. This is Cloud Mist Villa, and Yi Qing is bound to return. As long as he returns, he will eventually see it. Once he sees it, the outcome is destined. But Yi Father still sighed and said, "Tianlang, aren't these people also waiting for Yi Qing to return? Now that Yi Qing has finally returned, many things can be discussed, so, just give me some time, I'll have a good talk with Yi Asai and the others. I believe they don't want to displease Yi Qing, so they will definitely restrain themselves. At least, give them some preparation time. This is also for Yi Qing's sake. After all, after being away for a few days, seeing this scene when he returns, Yi Qing will be angry. I'll talk to them first." Tianlang looked deeply at Yi Father, sighed, and said, "Yes, Father, please don't mind me for speaking out of turn. I just want to say that you have already done your utmost. Even these people's biological parents probably couldn't do what you have done, not to mention that you don't owe them anything. They owe you, and they owe Mr. Yi. But what's the result? Not only are they ungrateful, but they've also become even worse, usurping the host and even making exorbitant demands. To put it bluntly, yes, Father, you are kind-hearted, and Mr. Yi will not blame you when he finds out. However, it's best if you don't get involved in this matter, okay?" Upon hearing this, Yi Father shook his head and said, "Tianlang, you've said this more than once, but I still stand by what I said. Even if they are unkind, I cannot be unjust. Most importantly, I am doing this for Yi Qing's sake. Of course, I also admit that they are indeed going a bit too far now, but there's nothing that can be done. There are so many people, an entire village's worth of people. Just now, there are 300 or 400 people here. You tell me, if these people really unite to cause trouble for Yi Qing and create obstacles for him, that won't be an easy problem to solve. In short, I believe they will know what to do at worst. We'll try our best to meet their conditions. Tianlang, go prepare the car, I'll talk to Yi Sai first. Seeing Yi Father's unyielding demeanor, Tianlang nodded, said nothing, and left directly. However, a hint of coldness flashed in Tianlang's eyes, especially as he looked at those people in Cloud Mist Villa, who were wantonly making a mess and roaring, as if looking at dead men. It was just a matter of a few minutes earlier or later, Tianlang could afford to wait. He had waited for several days, so he truly didn't care about an extra hour or so. Yi Mother quickly came to Yi Father and said with some dissatisfaction, "Alright, I've talked to our son. I told him you haven't been to the city for several days, and since we both need to go to the city, we asked him to wait for us to eat together." Yi Father nodded upon hearing this and said, "You are indeed clever. Alright then, I'll go find Yi Sai now and have a good talk with him. It's come to this point, if he's still unrepentant, then I can't be blamed." With that, Yi Father walked towards Yi Sai. At this moment, Yi Sai was sitting at a large table set up on the lawn, drinking heavily and eating meat heartily, surrounded by people flattering him. If one looked closely, they could even see the Qingshui village chief among them, as well as some people who had previously bullied Yi Qing and Yi Father Yi Mother in the village. Now, these people were all eating until their faces were shiny with grease, and they were incredibly fawning towards Yi Sai. "Yi Sai, you are truly amazing. This place is simply a paradise on earth. Staying here for a few days, my back doesn't ache, my legs don't hurt, and I just feel refreshed all over." Exactly. Not only is the air good and the environment good, but even the food here is a delicacy I've never experienced before. It's excellent, truly excellent. Yi Sai, we were originally at our wits' end, at a dead end. Now, it's all thanks to you that we have this wonderful life today. Come, let's all raise a toast to Yi Sai. As they spoke, a dozen people at the table all stood up and began to toast Yi Sai with utmost respect and flattery. When people at other tables saw this scene, they also stood up one after another, calling him Brother Yi Sai in unison, afraid that their flattery would be too quiet and displease Yi Sai. And Yi Sai, sitting in his chair, burst into laughter when he saw this scene. "Don't be like that, we are all our own people. I, Yi Sai, don't have any other skills, but as long as you trust me and are willing to listen to me, then in the future, you will eat well, drink well, live in the best houses, drive the best cars, and play with the most beautiful women, ha ha." Yi Sai laughed heartily, as if at this moment, he was the king who controlled everything. What it meant to have everything one desired, what it meant to be the center of attention, at this moment, Yi Sai finally understood. No wonder others loved money and power so much, this feeling was truly wonderful. And at this moment, the village chief looked at Yi Sai and smiled, "Brother Yi Sai, will anything go wrong if we do this? That Yi Qing is not someone to be trifled with, you know that. It's fine that he's not here now, but if he comes back, won't it backfire?" Yi Sai was inflated with arrogance now, and upon hearing this, he immediately sneered, "Village chief, your courage has become a bit too small. Were you so thoroughly dealt with by Yi Qing before that you lost your nerve? Don't worry, what's with easy to mess with or not easy to mess with? As long as we are united, will we still be afraid of him? Right now, we call the shots here. If Yi Qing wants to have a place to eat and sleep in the future, and if he still wants to make money and not go to prison, then he must obediently listen to us. As long as he's obedient, I won't be too ruthless. At that time, it won't be a problem to leave him away to make a living. But if he dares to give me attitude, do you believe I can send him to jail to eat prison food? Village chief, remember, as long as you listen to me carefully and do everything as I say, there will be no danger whatsoever. In the future, things will only get better and better, understand?" The village chief immediately nodded with a smile upon hearing this and said, Understood. I'm just a little uneasy, after all, Yi Qing is not someone to be trifled with." At this moment, Yi Sai arrogantly patted the village chief's shoulder and chuckled, "He's not easy to mess with, so am I easy to mess with? In just a few short days, Yi Sai, was able to occupy this beautiful cloud mist villa, making his father and his wife dare not speak. Do you think Yi Qing wouldn't know the situation here? Even if Ye's father and his wife don't tell Yi Qing, do you think Yi Qing's subordinates here wouldn't speak up? But why hasn't Yi Qing come to trouble us, and why has he even hidden himself? I'll tell you, the reason is simple, Yi Qing is scared, ha ha ha. He knows the gravity of the situation. He knows he can't afford to offend me, he can't afford to offend us. He doesn't want to eat prison food. So now, do you understand? Here, I call the shots, and Yi Qing's fate is also decided by me. Afraid of him? He should be afraid of me instead. Believe it or not, if I see Yi Qing and he provokes me, I'll slap him across the face, and he wouldn't dare say half a word. Otherwise, I'll make him suffer the consequences. These words were spoken with soaring bravado, and he slammed his wine glass heavily on the table, as if Yi Qing appeared at that moment, he would immediately dare to slap him. Chapter 476 Yi Qing is back. Since Yi Sai, the ringleader, had exploded, the people present naturally had to join in. That's right, Yi Sai is unhappy, he can slap whoever he wants, it's just Yi Qing, damn it, which one of us hasn't suffered at his hands? We were scared of him before, but now he still wants to scare us? That's simply a pipe dream. Exactly, Yi Qing, that bastard, dared to bully us like that before. If Yi Sai hadn't led us to turn things around, we would probably still be living hand-to-mouth, constantly worried. We must teach Yi Qing a lesson. Yes, we must teach Yi Qing a lesson. We must make him kneel before us, kowtow, and apologize to atone for his past actions. Well said. We should make Yi Qing kneel and kowtow to us, let him know that he's nothing. Why else would they say that alcohol gives courage to cowards? In fact, Yi Sai and his group had been living too comfortably these past few days, so much so that they had become completely carried away, not knowing their place, truly believing they were kings. Slap Yi Qing? Make Yi Qing kneel and apologize to them? They not only said these words but also felt that it was only right, not showing the slightest fear. It was only because Yi Qing wasn't here at the moment. Otherwise, Yi Qing would definitely have burst out laughing. After all, such a ridiculous scene, so many people with sick minds, truly isn't common. When Yi Qing saw this, he would definitely wonder if these people were truly mentally retarded or idiots. Otherwise, how could they have such unrealistic fantasies? How could they be so ignorant of their own limitations? But this world is just like this, and the reason they became like this was, in fact, due to Yi Qing's deliberate actions. Otherwise, if Yi Qing had acted earlier, none of this would have happened, and they wouldn't have developed to this point. However, Yi Qing not acting wasn't out of malice. At first, it was clearly to save Yi Father's face and to give them a chance to turn over a new leaf and survive. But now, it seems that sometimes, kindness is not necessarily mercy. Kindness is more likely to be met not with gratitude, but with accusations of stupidity and cowardice. Yi Father was currently walking towards Yi Sai and the others, getting closer and closer, yet he could already hear these people demanding Yi Qing kneel and threatening to slap Yi Qing. Yi Father's face turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly they almost bled, but he could only endure it. Yi Sai, come here, I have something to tell you. Yi Father stopped not far from Yi Sai, frowned slightly, and called out directly. Upon seeing Yi Father, the people present didn't even bother to stand up, let alone proactively come forward to greet him or curry favor. This was completely different from when they first arrived. Initially, these people would nod and bow to Yi Father, constantly trying to please him, afraid of displeasing him. However, after Yi Sai's guidance, they seemed to realize that here, Yi Sai was in charge. They weren't there to beg Yi Father, it should be Yi Father begging them. Thus, one by one, they became arrogant, considering it good enough if they didn't ridicule Yi Father. Yi Sai looked at Yi Father and laughed heartily. Yes, Father, you're here. Come, sit down and let's eat and drink together. Yi Father frowned slightly, looking at the somewhat tipsy Yi Sai, and said in a deep voice, there's no need to eat and drink, but I have something very important to discuss with you. Now come here. Upon hearing this, Yi Sai slowly stood up and laughed heartily. Yes, Father, what time is it? What important matter could you possibly have? All right, an important matter, right? Good, just say it directly in front of so many brothers, all of whom you know, Yes, I am an upright person, so I won't hide anything from these brothers. Speak, hurry up and speak once you're done, don't delay our drinking. The others also started to jeer at this point. Ye father gritted his teeth, looking at Yesai, and said somewhat angrily, Yesai, I told you I want to speak to you alone, are you going to come or not? Come over, otherwise, you'll regret it. Hearing Ye father dare to threaten him, Yesai instinctively frowned, wanting to teach Ye father a lesson. However, after thinking it over, he still nodded and walked in front of Ye father. Alright, I can refuse others, but I must give you, yes father, face. Let's go to the pavilion to talk, there's no one there. And it's a good opportunity for me to have a good talk with you. So many of our fellow villagers have come, there must be some arrangements. After speaking, Yesai followed Ye father to the pavilion. Before Ye father could speak, Yesai frowned and said directly, Yes father, I've always given you the respect you deserve, otherwise, you know my temper, Yesai, better than anyone. Alright, speak, I still have to go drink after this. Oh. Right, if you hadn't looked for me, I would have looked for you. That guy named Tian Lang, he never learns his lesson. Tell him to appear in front of me less often in the future. If he dares to disrespect me again, next time it won't be as simple as just beating him up, I'll break his legs. Do you believe me? Also, Lake Heart Island is where Yi Qing lives, right? These past few days, people have been blocking us from going to the island, but this time, I'll give you face. You go tell them, if anyone dares to block me again, I'll beat them to death. It's not just Lake Heart Island. There are also people guarding the back mountain who won't let us go there. What's going on? Is there gold and silver treasure stored inside? Tell them to stop blocking me. It's true that this Cloud Mist Villa belongs to Yi Qing, but now it's also ours. After we meet Yi Qing, this Cloud Mist Villa might just be ours. So, here, I can do whatever I want. If anyone dares to block me again, I won't let them off. As he said this, Yi father's face alternated between green and pale. From the very beginning, Yesai only asked for help with their debts, which then turned into demanding 1 million, then tens of millions, and now, he even wanted to seize the Cloud Mist Villa. Not only that, he also wanted almost 90% of Yi Qing's assets. It was more than just a brazen demand. Even lunatics from a mental hospital wouldn't do such things or say such words. But somehow, Yesai said it, and those people actually believed him. And Yi father knew that this was partly his own fault. If he hadn't hesitated, seemingly giving them hope, they would never have dared to have such thoughts. But now, it was too late to say anything. He had sown the seeds of this bitter fruit, and he had to taste it himself. Taking a deep breath, Yi father looked at Yesai and said, Yesai, I'm not joking with you now. Tell them to leave immediately. Even if they don't leave right away, at least clean up this courtyard thoroughly. Yi Qing is coming back. Chapter 477. Let Yi Qing kneel before us. When Yesai heard Yi Qing's name, if it were before, he would probably tremble immediately, not to mention kneeling in homage. He would at least be terrified for a while, but now, Yesai merely furrowed his brow slightly. Not only did he show no reaction, but he also seemed somewhat displeased. Is that all? So what if Yi Qing is back? What's the big fuss? He just went out for a while. He's not dead. Yes father, you've had too much to drink, haven't you? Was it necessary to call me over specifically for this? Seeing Yesai's indifferent attitude, Yi father was utterly speechless. Could such a short period of a few days change a person so quickly? Before, hearing Yi Qing's name would make him tremble with fear, even daring not to meet him. Yet now, upon hearing it, he acted as if he hadn't, as if he had heard a stranger? Was this audacity cultivated by Yi father himself? Did he truly believe this Cloud Mist Villa was his, Yesai's, home? Did he really think Yi Qing would be as easy to talk to as them? Yi father looked at Yesai, his brows tightly furrowed, and said in a deep voice, Yesai, have you forgotten that Yi Qing has a bad temper? I know you've gotten a bit overconfident these past few days, but when you shouldn't be, you'd best understand your place. This is Yi Qing's home, and you came here to ask him for help. If you truly anger him, do you think he'll get off easy? Don't forget, Yi Qing isn't me. He doesn't have my good temper. He's certainly not some ego you can provoke casually. You'd best understand that. If he could, Yi father truly didn't want to bother with Yesai's fate. But he couldn't just ignore it. Moreover, even for Yi Qing's sake, he couldn't let things get too tense. Otherwise, if it truly came to a point of no return, Yi Qing would also not get off easy. These were all fellow villagers, not to mention how many people in the village were still waiting. Just in this cloud mist villa alone there were 300 or 400 people. These people all listened to Yi Sai. If things really escalated, it would be quite the spectacle. Yi Sai looked at Yi Father, burst into laughter, and then, quite disrespectfully, patted Yi Father on the shoulder, saying, "Yes father, I say you're truly getting more and more useless as you age. Yi Qing is your son, not your father, but now it feels like you're the son?" What kind of outrageous talk was that? Yi Father was so angry that he directly pushed Yi Sai, roaring, "Yi Sai, I'm speaking to you seriously. If you dare to spout such nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll beat you." Yi Sai saw Yi Father lose his temper, but he wasn't afraid in the slightest. However, he still laughed and said, "Now that's Yi's father, one of our own villagers. People should have some temper. If you have no temper at all, what's the point of living?" "Alright, yes father, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, we're also waiting for Yi Qing. There are many things you simply can't decide, but it will be different once Yi Qing returns. Various transfer contracts and such, we've all prepared them. We're just waiting for Yi Qing to sign. Don't worry, we're all relatives, and you, yes father, are a good person. We won't make things difficult for you." He said he wouldn't make things difficult for Yi Father? Yi Father wished he could believe that. However, Yi Father also realized that whatever he said to Yi Sai and the others today would be useless. But at least, this courtyard had to be cleaned up. This way, Yi Qing might be in a better mood, and then when Yi Father arrived in Jiangcheng, he could talk to Yi Qing properly. Perhaps this matter could just pass. "Yi Sai, I'm not joking with you. I've temporarily stopped Yi Qing from returning and told him to wait for me in Jiangcheng. I'm giving you 2 hours. Finish eating quickly and send them all back to rest. In short, the courtyard must be clean. Do you understand?" Yi Sai seemed eager to go back to drinking. Hearing Yi Father say this, he said impatiently, alright, stop nagging. I know, I'll clean it up. Don't worry, after all, this is my home too." "Your home?" Yi Father gritted his teeth, saying nothing at this critical juncture. There was no time or need to argue with Yi Sai. As long as he did as told, that was enough. Afterward, Yi Father and Yi Mother directly got into the car to Jiangcheng, with Tianlang personally acting as the driver, and 4 cars with a dozen bodyguards guarding them at all times. As for how many people were secretly guarding them, that was hard to say. There was no other way. The safety of Yi Father and Yi Mother was now of paramount importance. Although East Province seemed peaceful, with no one daring to provoke Yi Qing and his family, in reality, this trip to Southwest had indeed made Yi Qing famous, but it had also increased his enemies. Moreover, these enemies were all the kind who killed without batting an eye and possessed terrifyingly powerful strength. Under such circumstances, even if it was better than nothing, the safety precautions for his parents had to be increased. And after Yi Father and Yi Mother left by car, Yi Sai had already returned to the drinking table. He showed no restraint. In fact, he became even more arrogant. "Brothers, fellow villagers, and friends, I have good news for you all. Soon, Yi Qing will be back. He's finally returned, ha ha ha." Hearing the news of Yi Qing's return, the expressions of the people present varied. Some were excited, some fearful, some anxious, and some panicked. Yi Sai looked at the crowd and sneered, "I know many of you still remember how terrifying Yi Qing was before, but I think you should remember even more that it was Yi Qing who caused us to fall to this state. So, today, let's have revenge for grievances. You don't need to fear anything. I will settle this score for you as long as you stand firmly behind me, share my hatred for the enemy, and obey my commands. Then I will reclaim all the humiliation Yi Qing inflicted upon you. Alright, come on, let's continue drinking and having fun. We'll wait for Yi Qing right here, ha ha." It seemed they were either influenced by Yi Sai, or perhaps, these past few days had indeed made them accustomed to being lawless and carefree here, making them think Yi Qing was nothing special. So, these people truly began to relax, no longer fearing Yi Qing. One by one, they drank until their faces were red and necks were thick, and they even started roaring and boasting, as if Yi Qing had already knelt before them, repenting and apologizing. Meanwhile, in a private room at a restaurant in Jiangcheng, Yi Qing was waiting for his parents' arrival. From the moment his mother called him, telling him not to come back yet, Yi Qing had actually guessed some things. However, he didn't expose it since it was Yi Father's last stubbornness. As a son, he couldn't expose Yi Father's lie, could he? It was just a pity that, based on Yi Qing's understanding of those people, Yi Father's hopes were likely to be dashed. Chapter 478. You've been wronged. For more than 20 minutes, Yi Qing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 3rd floor of the private dining room, watching the people come and go downstairs. He didn't contact anyone today, no one knew about his return except his parents. Jiang Cheng, thinking about it carefully, it seems that many things have already been resolved. However, if one were to go into detail, many things that appear to be resolved are, in fact, not yet resolved. Especially, matters concerning Bai Ruoruo. Thinking of Bai Ruoruo, a hint of melancholy and heartache appeared on Yi Qing's face. This innocent girl had a special fondness for him from before, and after he was released from prison, she risked her life and stood by his side without hesitation, doing everything for his well-being. Yi Qing's heart was not made of iron, it would be false to say he wasn't moved. But Yi Qing also had his own selfish desires, he was just a mortal. He had emotions, desires, and his own temper and personality. Bai Ruoruo truly cared for his well-being and wanted to spare him from suffering, yet time and again, she chose to trust her own feelings and the power of others, never trusting him. Yi Qing was indeed heartbroken. Discussing who was right or wrong was no longer necessary. Bai Ruoruo was a good girl, and he still owed her his life this time. Upon his return, even if he did nothing else, he had to treat the scars on Bai Ruoruo's back that she sustained while saving him. If possible, he was willing to make Bai Ruoruo a highly esteemed and noble woman, allowing her to be free from any constraints from then on, truly gaining freedom and happiness, doing whatever she wished. This was Yi Qing's wish, perhaps not necessarily Bai Ruoruo's, but whether it was or not, he had to give it. Just as Yi Qing sighed, Yi Qing's parents pushed open the door, and Tianlang and several bodyguards stood waiting outside the door. After Yi mother saw Yi Qing, she originally just wanted to ask about his well-being, but seeing Yi Qing's somewhat pale complexion, she immediately became anxious. Yi Qing, what's wrong with you? You look so weak. You haven't been injured, have you? Yi mother, somewhat anxiously, quickly scrutinized Yi Qing from head to toe, almost wanting to make him take off his clothes for an immediate examination. When a child travels far, a mother worries, a parent's affection is truly the purest. Yi Qing smiled and said, "It's nothing, I was just in a hurry to get home, a bit tired from the long journey. Moreover, I accidentally caught a cold a few days ago, it's a minor thing, it's already better, Mom, please don't worry." Yi mother breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. And Yi father, although a hint of worry flashed in his eyes, also relaxed after hearing Yi Qing's words, but he put on his fatherly demeanor. "Alright, old woman, Yi Qing is a grown man now, he'll take care of himself, don't make a fuss and let people laugh at us." Upon hearing Yi father say this, Yi mother immediately glared fiercely at Yi father. If it weren't for Yi father, Yi Qing would have already returned to Cloud Mist Villa for a good rest. Why would he have to eat here with them after a long journey? Eat? What's so good about eating? Aren't the meals at Cloud Mist Villa more delicious than outside? However, Yi mother couldn't say these words, she could only endure them. But Tianlang, standing in the room, felt a shock. Yi father and Yi mother couldn't tell, but how could Tianlang not see that Yi Qing was clearly injured? Moreover, even after a long journey, there was still a faint smell of blood on Yi Qing's body. How much blood must have been shed, how serious must the injuries have been? Tianlang didn't know the specifics of the southwest trip, but he was very clear that everything was probably 10 times more difficult than he had imagined. Mr. Yi, are you alright? Tianlang couldn't help but walk up to Yi Qing and ask softly. Yi Qing smiled and shook his head, saying, "I'm fine, don't worry." At this point, Yi Qing looked at the injury on Tianlang's head and could also feel that Tianlang still had injuries on his body, and a cold killing intent immediately flashed in his eyes. However, Yi Qing didn't show it, he just patted Tianlang's shoulder and said, "I know everything, don't worry, I won't let you suffer this injustice for nothing." Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Tianlang couldn't hold back, his eyes immediately turned red, and tears almost flowed out. "Mr. Yi, I'm fine, really, I'm fine." He said he was fine, but his trembling hands and suppressed emotions were enough to prove how much grievance and torment Tianlang had endured. A man of iron will, a man who remained expressionless even in battle when facing enemy blades, guns, and clubs, yet within just a few days, seeing Yi Qing, he almost couldn't help but cry from grievance. This already explained everything. Yi Qing said nothing, just patted Tianlang's shoulder. Everything was already understood without words. "Tianlang, what are you talking about with Yi Qing?" Yi Qing just got back, don't say anything you shouldn't, let Yi Qing sit down and rest properly. Yi Father watched Tian Lang and Yi Qing talking softly, fearing that Tian Lang would complain and say unpleasant things, so he quickly spoke to stop Tian Lang. Tian Lang heard this and said nothing, directly exiting the room. At this moment, Yi Father looked at Yi Qing and said, Yi Qing, did you have fun on your trip these past few days? Fun? Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, it was alright, quite fun, everything that needed to be done was done, and I truly feel much more relaxed. Dad, were you happy at home too? Yi Father, after a moment of silence, said, I'm alright too, I eat well, live well, and have the villagers accompanying me, I'm quite happy. So, Yi Qing, there are some things I think we still need to discuss after all, we are all fellow villagers, and some things shouldn't be done too absolutely. Moreover, you have money now, if you can help them, then help them. That way, everyone will be grateful to you. Yi Father didn't tell the truth, and he didn't dare to tell the truth, he could only gradually reveal the situation bit by bit so that Yi Qing could accept it. And Yi Qing, looking at Yi Father, smiled and shook his head, saying, Dad, let's eat first since you're tired of the food at Cloud Mist Villa and want to eat in Jiangcheng, then let's talk after dinner. Yi Father heard this, glanced at Yi Qing, and said nothing more, allowing Yi Qing to have the waiter bring up all the dishes and wine. Watching Yi Qing pour the wine, Yi Father hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, Yi Qing, don't drink, your body isn't feeling well, is it? Just eat some food, drinking too much isn't good either. Yi Qing heard this and smiled, however, this time, Yi Qing did not listen to Yi Father's words and insisted on pouring a glass of wine for Yi Father and one for himself. Dad, are you afraid I'll feel unwell if I drink too much? Or are you afraid that if I drink too much, I won't be able to control my temper and do something you don't want to see? Chapter 479. Okay, I'll give them. Seeing Yi Qing speak to him like that, Yi Father immediately frowned. Yi Qing, of course I'm afraid you'll feel unwell if you drink too much, why would you think of anything else? Did someone say something to you? I'm telling you, Yi Qing, I am your father, I would never harm you even if you might misunderstand some things, my heart is good, do you understand? Having a good heart, this was true. Yi Qing naturally believed that Yi Father would not harm him. But sometimes, good intentions do not necessarily lead to good outcomes. Good intentions can very likely be exploited, leading to bad things instead. Yi Qing raised his glass and chuckled, Father, you are my father, you gave me life and raised me, so you naturally wouldn't harm me. Even if you are strict with me sometimes, it's all for my own good, I know that. However, your son has grown up, do you understand? Of course, no matter how old your son gets, he will always be your son, you can discipline him whenever you want, but sometimes, please also trust your son, and trust your son's judgment and actions. Just as I have always trusted you, you should also have some trust in me, instead of trusting outsiders. You say, am I right? After speaking, Yi Qing drank it all in one gulp, then poured another glass of baijiu from the bottle. And Yi Father, looking at Yi Qing and listening to his words, he wasn't foolish, he naturally understood that Yi Qing's words clearly had a hidden meaning, he was pointing something out to him. Yi Father sighed, picked up his glass directly, and also drank it all in one gulp, then, pointing at the glass, he said, Good, then let's, father and son, have a good heart-to-heart talk today, let's switch to bigger cups, small cups aren't satisfying. Yi Qing nodded, then without calling a waiter, he picked up a small bowl from the tableware and said, Then, let's use this. After speaking, he directly poured 2 full bowls of baijiu. And Yi Mother, seeing this scene, said anxiously, You two drink a little less, eat some food if you have something to say, just take your time, there are no knots between father and son that can't be untied, no obstacles that can't be overcome. Yi Qing looked at Yi Mother, chuckled lightly, and said, Mother, I'm fine, don't worry, there won't be any conflicts between father and me, even if there's a misunderstanding, it will be resolved. After all, we are true father and son, everyone else is an outsider. Hearing Yi Qing say this, Yi Mother's heart relaxed a little. At this moment, Yi Father directly drank a bowl of wine, and the spiciness of the alcohol made Yi Father cough several times. Yi Qing walked behind Yi Father, gently patting Yi Father's back, and softly said, Father, I know everything you do is for my good, but, from now on, let me handle it myself. As for Cloud Mist Villa, I can guess why you won't let me go back, but that's my home, you can't really keep me from going back forever, can you? Yi Father heard this, calmed his emotions, looked at Yi Qing, sighed, and said, Yi Qing, I know the matter with Yi Asai and them couldn't be kept from you. The situation has progressed to this point, and it's also beyond my expectations. I made a mistake. I overestimated human nature and I overestimated them, but now that things have come to this, it's too late to say anything. Seeing Yi Qing about to speak, Yi Father directly waved his hand and shook his head, saying, Don't speak yet, listen to me first. Son, I know you are very capable now. You know many people, you've earned a lot of money, and even dealing with some people isn't difficult for you. But, your mother and I don't want to experience you going to prison again. So, if it can be resolved properly, then let's resolve everything properly. Whether it's money or anything else, they are all external things. We don't want anything to happen to you, nor do we want your reputation to be damaged. Plus, they are all fellow villagers and relatives. You can't really do anything to them. So, just consider it a loss of money to avert disaster, okay? Just like when you didn't have much money before, you were still willing to help them at most. Help them one more time, can you? Yi Father spoke his innermost thoughts, and he spoke with great helplessness. It seemed that for Yi Father, there was no better solution, and he could only let Yi Qing compromise. Yi Qing looked at Yi Father and fell silent. He wasn't going to do what Yi Father said. Those people deserved to die. However, if he said it so directly, Yi Father would probably feel bad. Even now, he still hasn't given up hope? Still holding out hope for those people? Yi Father was simply too honest and too kind. Yi Qing knew very clearly that since those people could escalate to such an extent, becoming so lawless that they even dared to hit Tianlang, they were beyond saving. Alright, Yi Father thinks they can be saved, right? Then, let Yi Father give up hope completely. Let him see with his own eyes how malicious those people truly are, so that Yi Father can't utter another word. Yi Qing took a deep breath, looked at Yi Father, and said, Father, what if they remain unrepentant even after their demands are met? What if, even after their conditions are agreed to, they escalate further? And if they become increasingly outrageous, will you continue to compromise then? Yi Father heard this and immediately shook his head, saying, No, Yi Qing, they won't do that. The reason they're doing this is to force us to agree to their demands. As long as they're satisfied, I believe they'll leave. At most, from now on, we and they will keep to ourselves, okay? Since Yi Father was so naive, Yi Qing didn't mind agreeing verbally anyway. Cloud Mist Villa was only 20 to 30 minutes away by car. In 20 to 30 minutes, everything would be clear. Alright, Father, tell me, what do they want? What needs to be given, I will give. Yi Father heard this and, seeing Yi Qing agree so readily, he hesitated instead. Because those people wanted too much, far too much. However, Yi Father gritted his teeth and still said, Yi Qing, I know what they want might be more than you imagine, but trust me, we can negotiate with them. Negotiate? Yi Qing smiled. It was as if Yi Qing, owed them something. Why should he negotiate? Yi Father still hadn't figured it out. He had been completely confused by those people. But, confused as confused, Yi Qing would soon make him completely clear-headed. It's alright, you tell me what can be satisfied, I will satisfy. Yi Father gritted his teeth, looked at Yi Qing, and said, There's no need to mention the debt, right? After all, compared to what they want to get, the debt is insignificant. Yi Qing nodded and said, Okay. Yi Father, seeing Yi Qing agree, was silent for a moment before saying, They want 70% of all the assets under your name. At this point, Yi Father seemed afraid that Yi Qing wouldn't agree, and quickly said, Actually, the 70% was what they proposed before now. They've already asked for 90%. Yi Qing, you can even waive debts of several hundred million. I think your assets should only be a little over $1 billion. 70%, it seems you wouldn't care, right? Hearing this, Yi Qing smiled. Were his assets only a little over $1 billion? Even if they were only a little over $1 billion, should they be given to Yi Asai and the others? Truly, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 480. You underestimate your son. Looking at Yi Qing laughing, Yi Father didn't think it was out of joy. A bitter expression appeared on Yi Father's face, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Yi Qing, I know this isn't fair to you, but Yi Asai and the others have already banded together. We can't afford to provoke them. They will cause you immense trouble and continuously stir up public opinion online, ruining your reputation. So, the only solution for now is this. When you started the village enterprise before, you donated it to the villagers for free, just to help them live a better life now. It's pretty much the same, isn't it? It's just a bit more money, but I'm sure you won't mind that. Right? Looking at Yi father's naive expression, Yi Ching nodded and said, yes, I won't mind that. Money is just an external possession to me, however. Father, do you know how much wealth I actually possess? Moreover, the reason I donated the village enterprise to them back then was indeed to help them live good lives, but they weren't like this back then. Facts prove that doing good deeds didn't earn a good reputation. Instead, it led to being seen as weak and easily bullied. This is not what I want to see. However, let's not talk about that. Do you have any other demands? Yi father looked at Yi Ching and said in a deep voice, Yi Ching, do you have a lot of money now? A lot? Yi Ching smiled and shook his head, saying, Dad, whether there's a lot of money or not, you don't care, and I don't care. Let's just wait to meet them and see what they say. If there's more, isn't that even better? Won't they be happier? Is there anything else? Say it all at once. Yi father hesitated for a moment, looked at Yi Ching, gritted his teeth, and said, There's also Cloud Mist Villa. This place is truly too good, so they want half of the property rights here and want to live here permanently. Yi Ching, Cloud Mist Villa is so big, let alone housing a few hundred people. Even 1,000 people would be more than enough. If you don't want to meet them, you can just put a wall in between. You've given so much money, you shouldn't mind giving up a piece of land, right? It sounds so simple. Yi Ching looked at Yi father, shook his head, then raised the wine bowl in his hand and drank it all. Afterward, Yi Ching slowly stood up, looked at Yi father, and sighed softly, saying, Dad, you are truly kind. Anything else? Upon hearing this, Yi father noticed Yi Ching's displeasure and said with a bitter smile, Yi Ching, I'm afraid they'll cause you trouble. After all, compared to these external possessions, if you were to be sent to prison again, or have your reputation completely ruined, then everything would be over. Dad is doing this out of necessity. Yi father seemed very distressed, annoyed that he would actually help others bully his son to this extent. He was completely consumed by self-reproach, yet he was powerless. At this moment, Yi mother stood up and walked to Yi Ching, wiping her eyes, and said sadly, Yi Ching, your dad is confused in his old age. Don't be angry, don't blame him. He truly means well for you, but somehow, things have come to this. I've personally seen your dad worried sick every day, unable to sleep, sad, aggrieved, and silently suffering all day long. Those people are too much, but we can't afford to provoke them. There are simply too many of them, and they are all related by blood. Their threats are not without reason. Yi Ching, don't blame your dad, he also has no other choice. Perhaps, this is the gap in understanding. Yi Ching sighed softly, shook his head, and said, Mom, don't worry, I won't blame my dad. However, everything that needed to be said has been said now. It's time for us to go back, right? I'll just say one thing. Dad, if I agree to all your demands, but they still go too far, I just want to ask you, can I handle the matter? Upon hearing this, Yi father looked at Yi Ching, opened his mouth, and then closed it, seemingly worried about something. And Yi Ching, at this moment, closed his eyes, clenched and unclenched his fists, and shook his head, saying, Dad, besides knowing that I am your son, Yi Ching, and that I know many important figures and big shots in the underground world, do you know anything else? At this point, Yi Ching spread his hands and said softly, Do you know how much blood is stained on these hands? How many important figures that others can only look up to have been killed? What you consider a catastrophic or unsolvable problem is, in fact, truly as simple as can be for me. What you perceive as threats, to me, aren't even a bother. However, it's not important. You are my father, and I respect you. I have agreed to all the conditions. I will follow your way, but if they are still not satisfied and continue to bully others excessively, Dad, don't blame me for handling the problem in my own way. At this point, Yi Ching shouted towards the door, Tianlang. Tianlang immediately entered the room, looked at Yi Ching, and respectfully nodded, saying, Mr. Yi, your command. Yi Ching waved his hand and said indifferently, Take my parents and me back to Cloud Mist Villa. It's time for things to be settled. After speaking, Yi Ching didn't even glance at his parents and strode directly out of the room. At this moment, Yi father and Yi mother were both in low spirits, especially after Yi Ching's words. They understood, but dared not fully comprehend. What did he mean, those hands, stained with an unknown amount of blood? Tianlang, Yi Ching, What kind of person is he, after all? Did he really kill people? Yi Father stared blankly at Tianlang, seemingly wanting to hear a different answer from Tianlang. And Tianlang, looking at Yi Father, said softly, "Old master, Mr. Yi is like a flood dragon soaring in the heavens. The world he exists in and has experienced is beyond our imagination. I can only say that you cannot view Mr. Yi with common sense. At least, the things that restrict ordinary people in this world cannot restrict Mr. Yi. Your son, if I had to describe him, he is an emperor-like existence you might not understand, but it's not important. What's important is that everything you worry about will not happen. Anyone, at least those fools like Hiasai, let alone being unable to harm Mr. Yi, even I, if it weren't for your command, your concerns, I, Tianlang, could personally deal with all of them. Old Ji, old madam, let's go after today, you won't have to be troubled by Hiasai and the others anymore." Yi Father Yi Mother wanted to say something more, but now, it seemed there was nothing left to say. Just as Tianlang said, their understanding of Yi Qing was too little, too little. Moreover, even though they knew Yi Qing knew so many important figures, and so many people respected him, and even that Yi Qing could directly sever old Yi's grandson's arm, acting ruthlessly, which they witnessed firsthand. Yet, they still thought Yi Qing would be bullied and that Yi Qing couldn't solve the current trouble. It was them, overthinking things. Old woman, was I wrong? Yi Father looked at Yi Mother, and after a moment of silence, he spoke softly. Yi Mother sighed, patted Yi Father's shoulder, and said, "From your perspective, you weren't wrong, but when you constantly compromised, causing them to escalate, you were already wrong. Your heart is good, but you shouldn't have doubted our son. Our son is already angry. Don't say anything else, let our son handle it. Unless you want to lose this son." Upon hearing this, Yi Father opened his mouth, and finally, sighed, getting into the car with Yi Mother, leaving the restaurant, and heading directly towards Cloud Mist Villa. And Yi Qing seemed truly angry with them, not even sitting with them in the car. Chapter 481 Face to Face. Inside Cloud Mist Villa, the lights were bright, and voices clamored. Hiasai and the others, instead of cleaning up and leaving as Yi Father had instructed before he left, had instead escalated their noise and commotion. And just as Hiasai and his group were drinking, playing finger-guessing games, and making a ruckus, enjoying themselves immensely, excited voices reached their ears. "We pay our respects to Mr. Yi, and welcome Mr. Yi home." The sounds of obeisance were deafening, as if the guards of Cloud Mist Villa were using this method to vent their dissatisfaction and resentment. At the same time, they used such loud voices to express the excitement in their hearts. Because the grievances and pain were about to pass. Yi Qing stepped out of the car at this moment, looked at all the guards kneeling on one knee, and said in a deep voice, "I already know what happened. I'm back. I will help you wash away your grievances and pain. Everyone, rise." Only then did the numerous guards stand up together. And at this moment, Yi Father Yi Mother, who were following behind Tianlang, looked at each other when they saw this scene. Yi Father looked at Tianlang, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Them directly kneeling to Yi Qing, isn't that a bit too much?" Tianlang heard this, looked at Yi Father, and immediately said, "We, let alone kneeling, what if we even sacrifice our lives for Mr. Yi? Yi Elder, you simply don't understand Mr. Yi's status. Let me put it this way, as long as Mr. Yi is willing, countless people will kneel before Mr. Yi, crying and begging to follow him. And as long as Mr. Yi is unhappy, countless powerful figures whom you think you cannot offend will also kneel before Mr. Yi, crying and shouting, begging Mr. Yi to spare their lives. Hiasai? They don't even count as ants." At this moment, Tianlang did not conceal his emotions at all, directly showing extreme disdain for Hiasai. Yi Father was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "I can feel the resentment and excitement of these guards these past few days. They've been wronged. It's my fault." Tianlang looked at Yi Father, shook his head gently and said, "You are Mr. Yi's father. Whatever you do, we won't say anything. No matter how much resentment and grievance, we will endure it ourselves, but Mr. Yi is back. He will help us vent our anger." After speaking, Tianlang fell silent. But the phrase, "he will help them vent their anger," made Yi Father look at Yi Qing's back in front of him, and unconsciously, he felt a chill. Looking at Hiasai and his group's arrogant and extremely arrogant appearance, Yi Father suddenly felt a very ominous premonition. Tianlang, if Hiasai and his group make Yi Qing unhappy later, what will Yi Qing do? Will he kick them out? Tianlang looked at Yi father, smiled softly, and said, "Yi elder, just watch." As he spoke, Yi Qing had already stepped through the main gate of Cloud Mist Villa. Cloud Mist Villa, which was originally like a celestial mansion, was now a mess, with all kinds of trash everywhere, and the beautiful lawn was filled with various tables. More than 300 people were eating, drinking, and playing here, so it was impossible not to be a mess. And at this moment, Yi Asai also saw Yi Qing. "Yi Asai brother, Yi Qing, it's Yi Qing who's back. What should we do, Yi Asai brother, should we go and greet Yi Qing?" These people still had some impression of Yi Qing's ruthless actions in Qingshui village before, so when they saw Yi Qing really return, it was false to say that they weren't nervous. And Yi Asai, looking at them, immediately sneered and said, "What are you afraid of? So what if it's Yi Qing? We've been here for so long, and he hasn't shown up. What difference does it make if he's back now? Don't be so cowardly, otherwise, the scene we worked so hard to create will be ruined by you. In short, with me here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Don't forget, there are more than 300 of us here. We are the ones who call the shots here. Come on, follow me to see Yi Qing, so he understands that we are the ones who call the shots here. Now if he's sensible, that's fine, but if he's not, he'll have to suffer a bit." As he spoke, Yi Asai directly got up and walked towards Yi Qing. And as soon as Yi Asai moved, more than 300 villagers immediately followed behind Yi Asai, a dense crowd standing together looking at them like this. It was as if they were about to have a group fight, and the villagers' courage immediately grew stronger and stronger. "Ha ha ha, I was wondering who was back with such a grand display. So it's you, Yi Qing, who's back. It's good you're back. It's really good. We've been waiting for you here for a long time these past few days, and you haven't shown up. Now, you're finally back. Come, do you want to eat something, drink something with us?" Yi Asai walked to about 5 or 6 meters from Yi Qing, stopped, and looked at Yi Qing, as if he were the host, inviting Yi Qing to eat and drink. Yi Qing looked at Yi Asai, frowned slightly, then looked at Tianlang, and said faintly, "What time is it?" Tianlang quickly walked to Yi Qing's front, looked at the time, and said, "Mr. Yi, it's already 8:50 p.m. Yi Qing nodded and said, "This trip of mine was quite tiring, so I don't want to waste time." Then, Yi Qing looked at Yi Asai, and said faintly, "My father has already told me about your matter, and my father even made me, his son, unhappy for your sake. But, after all, it's my father's request, and I can't refuse him, so, whatever he said, I agreed to it. Yi Asai, I don't want to scold you now, nor do I want to say anything else. I will now repeat the requests my father made, and you listen. If there's no problem, then there's no problem." Yi Asai didn't expect Yi Qing to be so easy to talk to. Not only did he not get angry, but he even said that he had already agreed to the conditions. Immediately, his eyes lit up, and he looked at Yi Qing, laughing loudly. "Good, Yi Qing, I originally thought it would take some effort for you to compromise, but now it seems to save me a lot of trouble. Good, you speak." Then, Yi Asai looked at the people around him, smiled and said, "See? I told you listening to me was right. This whole family of Yi Qings are all outwardly strong but inwardly weak. As long as we are strong enough, they can only yield. Just wait and see how I help everyone vent their anger." Yi Qing ignored Yi Asai's arrogance, only glancing at Tianlang. Tianlang immediately ordered someone to bring a large wooden chair. Yi Qing directly sat on the chair, leaning back, with his hands on the armrests, seemingly more comfortable this way. "Ask my parents if they want to watch here. If not, they can go back and rest first. If they want to stay, then bring them 2 chairs as well." Yi father naturally wouldn't leave at this time. If he didn't leave, Yi mother wouldn't leave either. Immediately, Tianlang brought 2 more chairs for Yi father Yi mother to sit on. And when Yi Asai saw this scene, he felt that standing was simply losing face. "Tianlang, bring me a chair too." Yi Asai pointed at Tianlang and said commandingly, as if Tianlang was not Yi Qing's subordinate, but his. However, Tianlang only gave Yi Asai a cold glance, not even bothering to acknowledge him. This infuriated Yi Asai, who pointed at Tianlang and said coldly, "You dog, I'm giving you face, but it's not time to deal with you yet. You wait, I don't have time to deal with you now, but later I'll make you kneel and kowtow to me." After speaking, Yi Asai directly slapped 2 people next to him, and said angrily, "What are you still standing there for? Don't you know to get me a chair?" When the chair was brought over, although it was a bit small, sitting opposite Yi Qing, Yi Asai finally felt much more comfortable. Yi Qing, stop wasting time, let's begin. Chapter 482 Yi Qing's terrifying assets. Yi Qing was too lazy to bother with Yi Asai's petty schemes. He looked at Yi Asai and the others and said calmly, according to my father, your demand is to waive all your debts, is that right? Yi Asai nodded upon hearing this and said, that's right, this is what you owe us, shouldn't it be? Yi Qing nodded and said, I won't talk about who is right or wrong since I promised my father, there's nothing more to say. The debts can be waived. From now on, no one will come to collect debts anymore. As soon as this was said, all the people behind Yi Asai became excited, their faces beaming with joy. Yi Asai, however, snorted coldly, looked at these people, and said, all of you, shut up. Haven't you ever seen the world? It's just waiving some debts, and you're all this excited you're simply useless. Now, these people all regarded Yi Asai as their backbone. Hearing Yi Asai say this, they truly stopped caring about anything. Yi Qing, you've performed well, you're sensible now. I somewhat understand how you achieved your current success. Yi Qing was too lazy to bother with Yi Asai and continued, I heard you also want 70% of my assets, is that right? Yi Asai frowned slightly upon hearing this and said, you're mistaken, it's not 70%, but 90%. How did Yi's father convey the message? How could such an important matter be miscommunicated? At this moment, Yi father could no longer hold back and gritted his teeth, saying, Yi Asai, 70% is already a lot, don't push your luck. Just as Yi Asai was about to speak, Yi Qing shook his head and said, there's no need to say more to my father, I'm in charge here now. Yi Asai, do you know how much 70% of my wealth is? Yi Asai looked at Yi Qing and sneered, who cares how much you have? This is what you owe us, don't forget. You donated Yi Qing to the village back then, so now, no matter how much your wealth expands, we all have a share. Village-run enterprise, don't think we haven't seen the world, it's just $1 billion or $2 billion, at most $12 billion. What? Is it not worth $12 billion for so many of us to share? Yi Qing nodded, looked at Yi Asai, and said, are you sure it's an equal share? Yi Asai really didn't want to answer that question. Because it couldn't possibly be an equal share. Yi Qing, if you're trying to sow discord, then I advise you to give up this unrealistic fantasy. It's impossible for us to be provoked by you. An equal share, that's impossible to share equally, because such a large sum of wealth still needs someone to manage it, but you don't need to worry about that, you just need to take the money. Yi Qing nodded, looked at Yi Asai, and said calmly, then let me tell you about my wealth. Well, I'm not very clear about it myself, so I'll give you a rough idea. I won't count this residence, I'll just talk about assets. Without mentioning anything else, just what I currently own, Myth Group is mine, temporarily estimated at tens of billions. As soon as this was said, Yi Asai and the others' eyes immediately lit up. They never expected that Yi Qing would have tens of billions in assets, which was far more than they had imagined. 100 billion. Even if it was 70%, that would be 70 billion. They were rich. At this moment, Yi father was stunned. He hadn't expected that what he had personally promised was not a few billion, not $12 billion, but 70 billion. At this moment, Yi father wanted to speak, but looking at Yi Qing's cold expression, he still closed his mouth. Yi Qing looked at Yi Asai and the others, who seemed to have never seen the world, and continued, the so-called tens of billions valuation is only because Myth Group has not yet launched its latest developments and has been keeping a low profile this time. After I leave for a few days, the name of Myth Group will be completely established, so I won't talk about valuation, I'll just talk about the wealth Myth Group is about to possess. Every month, well, if I'm willing, there will be at least tens of billions in cash income every month. This is still the most basic. Of course, you can choose not to believe it, but I also have no need to lie to you. So, if you want 70% of the wealth, that means you will have at least 70 to 100 billion in cash every month, which is about $1 trillion in cash per year. That should be a lot, right? Of course, I have other assets, such as some shares and the like, but those were gifts from others, so I won't mention them. After all, with just Myth Group, I think this money should be quite a lot, right? At this moment, Yi Asai did not speak, and the others also closed their mouths. The entire Cloud Mist Villa seemed to fall into silence, with only the sounds of people swallowing continuously. And Yi Asai, at this moment, his eyes were like fire, his body trembling constantly, and he kept muttering words like $1 trillion, $1 trillion. Yi Qing, are you sure you're not playing with us? A trillion in cash income every year? And this is only 70%? You, don't mess with us, I'm telling you, messing with us has serious consequences. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. What's more, ESI and the others were already crazy. Now, they were just even crazier. They originally thought there was only a maximum of 12 billion in wealth, but now it had turned into 1 trillion, and 1 trillion every year. Is it possible not to go crazy? Yi Ching looked at ESI and nodded calmly. Everything I said is true. You can verify it anytime, anywhere. So, 70%, do you want it? Do you dare to want it? At this moment, Yi father could no longer hold back and roared at Yi Ching. No, you can't give it to them, it's too much, it's really too much, 1 trillion. Yi Ching, you can't give it to them. ESI's eyes turned red upon hearing this. As if he had seen his father's killer, he roared at Yi father. Shut up, yes father, that's my money. If you dare to talk nonsense, I won't let you off. After speaking, ESI looked at Yi Ching and gritted his teeth, roaring, it's not 70%, it's 90%, 90%. Yi Ching, that's over 1 trillion in income per year. A 20% difference is hundreds of billions. No, it must be 90%, not a single bit less. You have to agree whether you want to or not. In short, there's no room for discussion. It must be 90%, otherwise, we'll take 100% and not leave you a single cent. Do you understand? At this moment, ESI was truly insane. He had already considered everything his own. He even saw Yi Ching as a goose that laid golden eggs, and if he didn't obey, he would dare to kill. Yi Ching looked at ESI and said calmly, okay, no problem. After speaking, Yi Ching looked at Yi father and said calmly, Father, you see, they've gone back on their word, and you don't need to say much whether it's a lot or a little money. According to your words, isn't it all just external possessions? Ha. These words almost made Yi father collapse. Whether it's a lot or a little money, it's not important. But when the money reaches this level, it's completely different. Over 1 trillion, and this is over 1 trillion every year. Yi Ching. Yi father roared. But Yi Ching just shook his head calmly and said, Father, let me handle it myself. Yi father heard this and slumped into his chair, feeling as if the sky and earth had darkened. ESI burst out laughing when he saw this scene. Yi Ching, good brother, from today on, you are my good brother. You see things more clearly than your father. That's right. What is money? Life is always more important, isn't it? Ha. Good, let's continue. Chapter 483. Your whole family kneels down. Yes, money, what is it worth? Compared to life, it's truly worthless. After all, if one's life is gone, what good is having more money? ESI spoke these very reasonable words, but unfortunately, he couldn't see that his life was no longer in his hands. Yi Ching pointed to Cloud Mist Villa and said softly, You're quite comfortable living in my Cloud Mist Villa, aren't you? At the mention of this, ESI immediately nodded heavily and said, Yi Ching, speaking of which, I have to admire you. You must have spent a huge amount of money to build this Cloud Mist Villa. No words can describe it, truly no words. It's simply a place fit for immortals here. Even the air is sweet, not to mention anything else. Just in the few days I've been here, my constant backaches have disappeared. A good place, it's truly a good place. ESI's words were not exaggerated in the slightest. Cloud Mist Villa was built with Yi Ching's painstaking efforts and was also equipped with a spirit-gathering array here. Beautiful scenery was just the most basic. Long-term residence could improve one's physique, which was also a fact. ESI made no attempt to conceal the greed in his eyes, and Yi Ching said nothing more. My father said that Cloud Mist Villa is very large, spacious enough for over 1,000 people. This is true, so, if you want to live here, my father wants me to build a wall in the middle, separating half for you. That's your request, right? Upon hearing this, ESI immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, No, not half, but all of it. Yi Ching, the ownership of Cloud Mist Villa must also be given to me. With so many of us, it's not too much to live here, is it? Your family only has a few people. Leaving you a small courtyard would be enough. But the property rights must be transferred to me. This is the most basic condition. At this point, ESI pointed to Lake Heart Island and said, That Lake Heart Island will be my, ESI's, residence from now on. Also, the back mountain has always been blocked by your subordinates, not allowing us in. All of these must be opened up, because this will no longer be your place. Yi Ching, agree to all these, and we can part amicably. We'll still be good friends. I believe you will agree. So, can we sign the contract now? After speaking, Yi Sai didn't even ask if Yi Qing had truly agreed, and immediately said to the person beside him, "Go, get the prepared contract." Before long, several contracts were placed in front of Yi Qing. Yi Sai held the pen, looked at Yi Qing, and said, "Sign it. Once you sign, we won't bother you anymore." Yi Qing held the pen, looked at the contract, then slowly stood up and looked at Yi Father, saying, "Father, is this what you wanted to see? Then I'll sign it." Upon hearing this, Yi Father could no longer hold back. He rushed forward, grabbed the contract, and tore it to shreds. Sign what? This wealth of hundreds of billions, this wonderful Cloud Mist Villa, are we really going to give it to them? It's outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Cannot sign, absolutely cannot sign. I did agree to give them benefits to make them quiet down, but I never said they could be so excessive. At this moment, Yi Sai looked at the shredded contract, and anger immediately flared on his face. Yes, father, are you looking for death? And Yi Qing looked at Yi Sai and said indifferently, Yi Sai, do you have any other requests? Upon hearing this, Yi Sai immediately laughed, nodded, walked up to Yi Qing, patted his shoulder, and said, Yi Qing, as expected, you are sensible, ha. You understand the stakes. If you don't sign, you'll end up with nothing, and perhaps even lose your life, but if you sign, you can still be a rich man and continue to live here. This is the best choice. After speaking, Yi Sai took out another contract and said with a smile, sign it. However, before you sign, you still need to do one thing. As long as this one thing is done, everything will be over. Yi Qing nodded, looked at Yi Sai, and said indifferently, what is it? At this moment, Yi Sai stretched out his hands and roared, brothers, tell me, what do you want Yi Qing to do? Don't you want to see Yi Qing repent, see him kneel and kowtow to us, to repent for the mistakes he made in the past? With Yi Sai's roar, the people following Yi Sai also seemed to no longer fear Yi Qing, who had compromised on everything today. One by one, they roared. That's right, make Yi Qing kneel and apologize, repent to us. No, make Yi Qing's entire family kneel and kowtow to us to apologize. That's right, make their whole family kneel, otherwise, kick them out and make them beg. Looking at the agitated crowd, Yi Qing said nothing, only looking at the dumbfounded, pained Yi Father. Father, you see? These are the people you've been thinking about, yet in their hearts, they only want our family to kowtow and apologize, to humiliate us to their heart's content. Are you satisfied with this outcome? If you're not satisfied, then what if I kneel to them? At this moment, Yi Father's tears finally fell, looking at the people he wanted to protect, who instead hated them to the bone and wanted to humiliate them to their heart's content. At this moment, Yi Father was finally enraged. Bastards, you deserve to die, all of you deserve to die. After Yi Father finished speaking, he was about to pick up something and go forward to fight Yi Sai and the others desperately. And Tian Lang stopped Yi Father. Yi Sai, at this moment, led the crowd, full of aggressive momentum. Yes, father, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. And you, Yi Qing, stop talking nonsense. My patience is limited. Hurry up and kneel, your whole family, all of you kneel, kowtow and apologize to us, then you will still have a way to live. Otherwise, I'll kick you out and make you beg on the streets. No, begging is light, believe it or not. I'll take your lives. Now, I possess so much wealth I can do whatever I want. What's taking a few of your lives? Don't want to die, then hurry up and kneel. Looking at Yi Sai's arrogant, almost insane appearance, Yi Qing sighed and said, the money hasn't even reached your hands yet, and you're already so arrogant? However, you said something right, with so much money, is it difficult for me to take your lives? Oh, right, taking your lives, it seems, doesn't cost money, does it? Sighing softly, Yi Qing sat back down in his chair and waved his hand somewhat lazily, saying, we've played, we've made a fuss, and my father has seen clearly what kind of people they are. Well, there's nothing fun left. I'm tired and want to rest. Let's end this soon. Tian Lang. With Yi Qing's soft call, Tian Lang immediately stepped forward with murderous intent, kneeling heavily on one knee before Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, Tian Lang is here, awaiting your command at any time. Yi Qing fatally extended a finger, pointing at Yi Sai and the others, and said, "Surround them all, whoever dares to escape, kill without mercy." As Yi Qing gave the order, immediately, the 180 Tianlang guard present, who were already furious, instantly surrounded Yi Sai and the others with murderous intent. And before Yi Sai and the others could change their expressions drastically or say anything, Yi Qing pointed directly at Yi Sai and said softly, "I'm not used to people standing taller than me, especially people I don't like." Upon hearing this, Tianlang's eyes flashed red, his murderous intent soared, and a ferocious grin appeared on his lips. "Understood, my lord." Then, Tianlang slowly stood up, and the long blade in his hand immediately unsheathed. The sharp, cold blade, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared chillingly bone-piercing and exceptionally terrifying. Chapter 484 Blood, All Blood. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Tianlang, have you gone mad? How dare you point a knife at me? Do you want to die? Yi Qing, your subordinates, quickly control them. At this moment, Yi Sai had not yet grasped the seriousness of the situation. Although he had been startled by Tianlang's action, he still didn't believe that Yi Qing would actually make a move against him. He wasn't alone, the entire village stood behind him. However, in the next second, a cold glint flashed, and a shrill scream echoed through Cloud Mist Villa. After seeing Yi Sai's fate, countless people cried out in alarm and scattered, attempting to flee. But how could they escape? Just moments before the action began, the Tianlang guard had sealed off the area, no one could escape. Yi Sai lay in a pool of blood, his legs severed at the root. Now, even if he wanted to stand up and compare heights with Yi Qing, forcing Mr. Yi to look up at him, he could no longer do it. Watching Yi Sai groan in pain on the ground, Tianlang stood over him, using the back of his blade to tap Yi Sai's face, and said coldly, "You dog, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Did you really think I couldn't deal with you? Someone like you, a piece of trash, isn't even worthy of making us suffer grievances. You're simply absurd." After saying this, Tianlang turned and bowed respectfully to Yi Qing, who was lazily seated in a chair, saying, "Mr. Yi, he will never be able to make you look up at him again." Yi Qing nodded calmly at this scene, as if it were an insignificant matter. Well done, rest now, I'll talk to him." Talk? At this moment, Yi Sai was on the verge of going mad. Those were his legs. They were severed just like that, completely gone. It would be strange if he didn't go mad. Although he had long suspected that Yi Qing was ruthless and might not let things go, he never imagined that Mr. Yi would be so vicious, and that he would actually dare to do it. Yi Qing sat in his chair, lit a cigarette, and looked down at Yi Sai, who was lying in a pool of blood, groaning in pain. He spoke indifferently, "Stop shouting. I already said I'm tired from the journey. If you keep shouting, I'll cut out your tongue." After saying this, Yi Qing lightly extended a finger and said softly, "And you all, too." With just that one sentence, all the people behind Yi Sai immediately shut their mouths in fear. At this moment, they were utterly terrified. And Yi Sai's body trembled violently as he looked at Yi Qing, enduring the pain and saying, "Yi Qing, aren't you afraid? I'm not alone. I represent the entire village, 1 or 2,000 people. As long as we unite and report you, expose you online, you're finished. Yi Qing, you'll regret this, you'll definitely regret this." On the verge of death, he was still saying such things. Yi Qing didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "Yi Sai, haven't I already agreed to all your demands? Oh, the contract, right? I'll sign it." After speaking, Yi Qing took the contract, swiftly signed his name, and then directly tossed it in front of Yi Sai, saying indifferently, "See, it's signed, isn't it? I didn't break my word." At this moment, Yi Sai wanted to vomit blood. Yes, Yi Qing's name was indeed signed on the contract, which meant that Mr. Yi had now transferred 70% of his assets to them. That was thousands of billions in cash annually. Who wouldn't be excited? Who wouldn't go crazy? But now, for Yi Sai, these things seemed less important. He had lost his legs. He would never stand up again in this life. "Yi Qing, you were clearly willing to sign this contract, so why did you cut off my legs? Why?" Looking at the deranged Yi Sai, Yi Qing spoke with extreme indifference. "Didn't I just say? I'm tired from the journey back. I'm sitting, and you're still standing, making me look up to talk to you. I'm not happy. This counts as a reason? Yi Sai was almost insane, looking at Yi Qing and roaring, Yi Qing, you deserve to die. You bastard, I won't let you off. I swear, I won't let you off. Yi Qing nodded, looked at Tian Lang, and said indifferently, it's very noisy. Upon hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in Tian Lang's eyes. He immediately gave Yi Qing a firm nod, then walked directly in front of Yi Sai. In front of everyone, he directly inserted a long blade into Yi Sai's mouth. The next second, a bright red tongue was severed by the long blade. In an instant, silence fell. It was truly silent throughout the entire Cloud Mist Villa. Apart from heavy breathing, there was no other chaotic sound, as if everyone feared that in the next second, it would be their turn to lose their tongue. Yi Qing finally nodded in satisfaction and smiled. This is much better. Cloud Mist Villa is a place of immortals. What kind of mess is this? Madman, Yi Qing must be a madman, and a madman without humanity. Cloud Mist Villa is indeed a place of immortals, but if a place of immortals cannot tolerate chaotic sounds, does it allow people's legs to be severed and their tongues cut out? Such bloodshed seems even more incongruous with the setting of Cloud Mist Villa as an immortal's abode. But who dared to speak? At this moment, everyone understood that Yi Qing, from beginning to end, had no intention of compromising even slightly. He was here for revenge. The contract was soaked in blood, already stained red. And Yi Qing seemed to have no intention of letting these people go. He pointed to the contract and chuckled, everyone, my name is signed on that contract. Whoever gets it will have at least 100 billion in cash every year. I, Yi Qing, keep my word. Since I promised to give it, then it's given. At least on this point, I didn't lie to you, did I? With just that short sentence, Yi Qing reignited the greed of these people, who had already developed off for him and no longer dared to covet money. It was even more intense than before, much more. This time, with no Yi Sai to suppress them, Yi Qing said that whoever got the contract would have at least 100 billion in cash annually. What an enormous fortune that was! In a world where a human life could be bought for hundreds of thousands, this was 100 billion. Destroying a small country would probably be similar. Immediately, someone couldn't resist stepping forward, snatching the contract from the hands of the collapsing Yi Sai, and bursting into wild laughter. Yi Qing, is what you said true? Whoever holds this contract will get 100 billion? Well now, this contract is in my hands. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing smiled slightly and nodded, then, congratulations to you. This 100 billion in cash every year is yours. You'll have to think carefully about how to spend it, because if you don't think it through, you'll never be able to spend all that money, ha 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 ha. Hearing Yi Qing's affirmative reply, the young man who had obtained the contract immediately burst into maniacal laughter. However, before his laughter could stop, in the next second, a wine bottle smashed heavily onto his head. Then, a middle-aged man snatched the contract from his hand, revealing a crazed expression. No, the contract is mine. The 100 billion is mine. It's all mine, ha 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 ha. Chapter 485 Devil-like Methods. Yi Qing looked at the person in front of him, holding the contract and already engulfed in madness. A faint smile played on his lips as he nodded slightly and said, then, congratulations to you. As Yi Qing's congratulations were uttered, everyone present's eyes turned red. Whoever got the contract would possess a terrifying fortune of 100 billion in cash every year, a fortune that could change everything. Who wouldn't want to have it? If you can snatch it, then so can I. Anyway, as long as the contract ended up in someone's hands, Yi Qing didn't care who it was. He only cared about paying the money. Thus, a scene that made one's scalp tingle finally unfolded. Everyone, regardless of age, gender, or sex, went completely insane at this moment. No matter who got the contract, the very next second, they would surely be beaten until their head was bloody and they were on their last breath, and then the contract would be snatched away. And then, as soon as the contract was in their hands, before it had even warmed up, they would instantly be beaten down again and it would be snatched away once more. This cycle repeated, seemingly without end. The more than 300 people present were practically red-eyed lunatics, constantly snatching and fighting. You hit me, I hit you. Even those who hadn't gotten the contract yet started fighting each other. It was as if, if they beat everyone else down, the contract and the wealth would naturally be theirs. Of the more than 300 people, only one could possess this contract, everyone else was an enemy. At this moment, they were seeing red. Yi Qing didn't know if anyone had died, nor did he want to know. Yi Qing sat quietly in his chair, his eyes lazy yet filled with disdain, watching the scenes of madness and bloodshed unfold before him. At this moment, Yi father Yi mother were both stunned. They exchanged glances, seeing horror and fear in each other's eyes. All these people had gone mad. Yi Qing seemed to have done nothing, yet he had thrown out the most tempting, irresistible fruit. It was he, Yi Qing, who had single-handedly directed this terrifying and almost inhumane grand spectacle. Yi father took a deep breath, his body trembling slightly. Yi Qing, you did this on purpose? Yi father looked at Yi Qing with a complex expression, as if he were seeing his son for the first time. Yi Qing, sitting in his chair, turned to look at Yi father, a gentle smile appearing on his lips as he said, "Father, what do you mean, on purpose? Am I doing something wrong? I've agreed to all your demands. Aside from the demand for me to kneel, I've also agreed to all their demands. Look, aren't they very happy and excited? Isn't this everything they wanted? They only wanted a few 100 million, a little over $1 billion, but what I'm offering is a completely transparent 100 billion in cash per year. 100 billion, father, don't you think I'm still stingy?" Watching Yi Qing speak these words with such a calm, smiling expression, Yi father's scalp tingled at that moment, and a strange fear rose in his heart. Was Yi Qing really his son? Was this not a substitute, whose soul had been replaced after being possessed, and whose appearance had been changed? These devil-like methods, this mindset that regarded human lives as no better than ants, was this truly Yi Qing? Yi father took a deep breath, looking at the scene, people fighting in a chaotic mess, an unknown number of them already fallen, blood already flowing everywhere. Yi father was truly horrified. Yi Qing, make them stop. If this continues, they will die, all of them will die. Yi Qing heard this and chuckled softly, saying, "People die for wealth, birds die for food. For this opportunity to change the world and their destiny, giving up their lives is worth it, isn't it?" At this point, Yi Qing lowered his head and softly said, "Besides, whether they die or not, does it concern me? I have already agreed to all your demands, and I haven't even personally acted, so if they still want to kill each other, what does that have to do with me?" There was no lack of reason in his words, in fact, they were perfectly logical. But the words were so indifferent, as if all humanity had been extinguished. Yi father looked at Yi Qing, his body swaying slightly, and a bitter expression appeared on his face as he said, "Yi Qing, I know I was too cowardly before, too many worries, made too many mistakes, which is why they ended up like this. But, can you give them a way out? Not all of them are bad people. Yi Qing, you are not this kind of person. You, like this, won't be able to sleep at night in the future." Hearing this, Yi Qing sighed softly, then slowly stood up, looked at Yi father, and gently said, "Father, what kind of person should I be?" After speaking, Yi Qing raised a finger and pointed at the people fighting in chaos, softly saying, "Should I abandon everything I have just to make them happy? But, who are they to me? They don't even have gratitude towards me, only seeing me as a fool, even wanting me to kneel, and bullying my brothers, bullying my parents. I, Yi Qing, am not a saint. On the contrary, many people call me a devil, an evil spirit, or even more vicious names. I don't care, and I'm not bothered as long as my family, my brothers, and my friends can live better. No matter how malicious the reputation, I will bear it. You say I'm not letting them go, but do you know what their fate would have been if I had followed my original intentions?" Looking at Yi father, a hint of killing intent flashed in Yi Qing's eyes as he softly said, "They would die, all of them would die, not a single one would survive, and it would be a death so tragic, a death without a burial place, a death that would make them regret provoking me even in hell. But, I have already forgiven them for your sake, haven't I? So, now, for wealth, they are killing each other. What does that have to do with me? Oh, right, as for whether I can sleep or not, you don't need to worry. If killing people could make me lose sleep, then I would have been sleepless long ago." Listening to Yi Qing's indifferent tone, yet words that struck like a bolt from the blue, Yi father was completely stunned. He understood now, he saw clearly, Yi Qing was 10, 100, even 1,000 or 10,000 times more ruthless than he had imagined.
Were these people fighting for money in front of him insane? Perhaps their current behavior seemed like madness. But Yi Father now completely understood that the biggest lunatic was Yi Qing himself. Yi Qing was the lunatic among lunatics, and when he became ruthless, he was inhuman, a lunatic capable of extinguishing all emotion. If he weren't a lunatic, how could he do such terrifying things that made people horrified and sent shivers down their spines? More than 300 people, just for a simple contract, or rather, just a few pieces of paper. They started fighting, inhumanly, not caring if the other person was a friend, a relative, or a good friend they had just been drinking and chatting with. They just went red-eyed, wishing to kill each other. This was something only a devil could do. Yi Father took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and said bitterly, "Is the contract real? In the end, when someone survives, will you really give him 100 billion? Chapter 486 Everyone is crazy. Yi Father knew he could no longer stop Yi Qing. Yi Qing was seeking revenge. He was taking revenge on these people. Although Yi Father also hated them, this revenge was too ruthless. Watching hundreds of people on the field fighting to the death, disregarding their relatives, for a contract that might not even be honored, Yi Father felt a deep sense of terror. So, he couldn't stop him, but he wanted to ask, if someone truly stood victorious at the end and held up the contract, would Yi Qing acknowledge it? Would the money really be given? Yi Qing knew what Yi Father was thinking. Perhaps he was trying to comfort himself, wanting to prove that his son wasn't truly beyond redemption or completely unkind. However, this time, Yi Qing didn't feel like hiding anything. Looking at Yi Father, Yi Qing smiled softly. "Yes, as long as the contract is valid, then what I promised will definitely be given. Whoever gets the contract will get 100 billion in cash this year. I keep my word." It's just, Father, are you sure you want to keep watching? Are you sure you can bear to witness this bloody storm, this scene where perhaps not many of these hundreds of people will survive? Yi Father looked at the lawn, which resembled a battlefield, at the people whose eyes were bloodshot with killing intent, at the pungent smell of blood, and at those who had already fallen into pools of blood, their fates unknown. At this moment, Yi Father wanted to vomit, feeling his stomach constantly churning with acid, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. But he didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay and watch, to see how all of this would finally end. "No, I'll watch from here." After speaking, Yi Father sat directly on the chair, his eyes wide, gripping his thighs tightly, as if afraid he wouldn't be able to resist the urge to leave. Yi Qing sighed softly, nodded, and said nothing more. If Yi Father wanted to watch, then let him. He had already done his best to protect his parents' lives, but sometimes, protection isn't enough. If trouble doesn't find them, and they insist on finding trouble themselves, what can be done? Ultimately, it was still because he wasn't strong enough, but he thought this kind of situation would happen much less frequently in the future. However, if his parents wanted to understand his life, then letting them see a part of his life might not necessarily be a bad thing. Slaughter, bloodshed, life and death struggles, scheming, and even being so crazy as to disregard family, turning everything upside down, these were all parts of his life, and they would continue to accompany him in the future. They wouldn't decrease, they would only increase, and increase. The sounds of fighting continued. Slowly, they grew weaker, because there weren't many people left standing. The number of people lying in pools of blood, however, grew steadily. The screams and wails also grew louder. Yi Asai was the first to have his legs severed, falling into a pool of blood at this moment. He hadn't fainted yet. Watching the scenes unfolding before him, his tongue had been cut off, rendering him speechless. But his eyes were filled with terror and madness, as if he had gone insane. He didn't look at anyone else, he only stared at Yi Qing, pointing at him with his hand, unable to speak, but continuously, frantically, making sounds. It was as if he was saying, "Yi Qing, you are a devil, a devil." However, Yi Qing seemed truly tired, sitting in the chair, resting his chin on his left hand, watching the scenes with a listless expression, as if he had no interest at all. It wasn't until a few more minutes passed that almost everyone had fallen into pools of blood. Only one person, surprisingly, remained standing. The reason it was surprising was because this person was an old acquaintance of Yi Qing. It was none other than the village chief of Qingshui village, the one who had embezzled and taken both public and villagers' interests for himself. He was over 40 years old and not particularly strong, yet he managed to be the last one standing among over 300 people, successfully obtaining the contract. This goes to show that there was indeed a reason for him to be a village chief. At this moment, the village chief's face was covered in blood and dirt, one arm was broken, his 2 legs were covered in wounds, and his face had several large cuts from glass, making him look quite miserable. But at this moment, the village chief was smiling, a mad, triumphant smile, a smile as if he owned the entire world. I got it. I got it. Ha, the contract is mine, 100 billion is mine. I'm the one who stood to the end, I'm the one who will change my destiny and possess everything. Yi Qing looked at the village chief, shook his head slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. The village chief limped to Yi Qing, a crazy yet brilliant smile on his face, but he still cautiously said, Yi Qing, you keep your word, right? You said that whoever had the contract in their hand at the end, the fortune would be theirs, right? Now, the contract is in my hand, do you acknowledge it or not? Yi Qing nodded, slowly stood up, and said with a chuckle, congratulations, you won. Over 300 people, dead and injured, and you ultimately got the contract. You truly are extraordinary. Come, you can sign your name on the contract, and then all of this will be yours. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, the village chief could hardly believe his ears, but then came immense joy. Yi Qing hadn't lied, he was actually willing to give it. At this moment, the village chief couldn't care about anything else. He bowed repeatedly to Yi Qing, excitedly shouting, Yi Qing, thank you, truly thank you. Don't worry, I'm not Yi Sai, I will definitely thank you. Ha ha ha. After saying that, the village chief quickly grabbed a pen, then opened the contract, ready to sign his name. However, the moment he opened the contract, the village chief was stunned. After being fought over by over 300 people, the contract had passed through countless hands and fallen into pools of blood numerous times. To be honest, it was a miracle that it was still almost entirely intact. But no matter how well preserved it was, the contract had long been contaminated by blood, many of the characters were illegible, and some areas were completely blood red, with nothing visible, and likewise, Yi Qing's signature was also gone. The village chief hesitated, looked at Yi Qing, and cautiously said, Yi Qing, let's sign a new contract. This contract is so dirty and ruined, there's no place to sign. Moreover, your signature has also been contaminated and is illegible. This contract has become invalid. Let's sign a new one, don't worry, I'll get a new contract right away, you just need to sign it. After speaking, the village chief was about to turn around to get a new contract. However, at this moment, Yi Qing sat indifferently on the chair, looking at the village chief mockingly, and chuckled, is that so? Then, I'm sorry. I've kept my word, but the contract is void because you didn't preserve it well. It's not my fault. There's no way I'm signing another contract. I'm sorry to disappoint you. After speaking, Yi Qing revealed a brilliant smile. However, at this moment, under the moonlight, against the backdrop of a scene as miserable as hell on earth, his smile seemed like that of a devil. Chapter 487. There is no turning back for me. What's a bolt from the blue? What's joy turning to sorrow? This is it. Yi Qing's single sentence, I won't sign a new contract, directly caused the village chief to collapse. From extreme joy, he plunged into despair, just like that. If the contract isn't re-signed, this current contract is no different from waste paper. So, is there still 100 billion? No, Yi Qing, you promised. You said whoever got the contract would have 100 billion. You can't lie. I worked so hard, fought and won among over 300 people. I am the victor. Yi Qing, you can't treat me like this. Looking at the village chief, who was full of grievance and despair, Yi Qing stood with his hands behind his back and spoke calmly, did I lie to you? I said, anyone who gets the contract can have it as long as they get the contract, they will possess the wealth on it. I didn't lie to you about that, did I? The contract is in your hands. I said the wealth is yours, but now, you yourself made the contract void. That, it seems, has nothing to do with me, does it? As for you asking me to re-sign, should I just re-sign? Why should I? I've already fulfilled what I promised. It's you who made a mistake by not protecting this contract, so you should bear the consequences for it. This, it seems, has nothing to do with me, does it? You want me to pay for your mistakes? Do you have some misunderstanding about me, Yi Qing? Are you worthy? Are you worthy?
The village chief collapsed at this moment. He was almost insane. Looking at Yi Qing, the village chief's body began to tremble violently. Then, he suddenly dropped to his knees, kneeling heavily before Yi Qing, kowtowing repeatedly like pounding garlic. Yi Qing, I beg you, stop messing with me, I beg you, just pity me and give me the money you owe me. I don't want 100 billion anymore, I beg you, 10 billion, no, 1 billion, even just 1 billion is fine. Yi Qing, I beg you, even if you just give me 1 billion. From 100 billion down to 1 billion, this was truly a reason that seemed impossible to refuse. However, Yi Qing looked at the village chief, still shaking his head calmly, and softly uttered a single word. No. That resolute no, that mocking gaze, made the village chief completely collapse. The village chief's eyes began to turn extremely red, filled with a frantic look, his entire being plunged into a state of madness. You're toying with me. You're toying with me. You're toying with me. Yi Qing, I'll fight you to the death. You took my wealth, you cheated us, you toyed with us, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. I'll die with you, Yi Qing, I must kill you. As he spoke, the village chief's face, distorted with ferocity, charged towards Yi Qing. His crazed eyes held an unparalleled determination. Ye father, ye mother gasped in alarm at this moment, the village chief's expression terrifying them. Be careful, Yi Qing. Yi Qing, quickly dodge. However, Yi Qing merely stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes indifferent as he watched the village chief charge at him. Then, the moment the village chief reached him, he kicked out with one foot immediately. The sound of bones breaking was heard, along with the village chief's screams. The village chief's right leg was directly broken by Yi Qing's kick, and his entire body was about to fall. And Yi Qing, his hands which were behind his back, finally extended his left hand, directly punched the village chief's face, then instantly grabbed the village chief's hair. Just like that, he let the village chief kneel before him. And Yi Qing just stood there, holding the village chief's hair, looking down at the village chief's eyes with utter indifference. That's right, I am toying with you. What can you do? After speaking, Yi Qing twisted the village chief's neck towards the hundreds of people lying in pools of blood and calmly said, at the very beginning, you pleaded with my father, and out of respect for my father, I was willing to give you a chance, to waive debts, to give you work to earn money, to let you turn your lives around. I was willing to do all of that, and I could have. But you were ungrateful. You intensified your actions, treating kindness as weakness, and benevolence as something to be exploited. At that time, you actually should have died already. Living until now was the greatest benevolence I showed you. Look what you've done to my home. You want all of my Yi Qing's property? You want my Yi Qing's house, my land, and you even bullied my parents, bullied my siblings. Who gave you the guts? And who gave you the misconception that I wouldn't or couldn't do anything to you? Never mind, no need to answer, because there's no need anymore. As he spoke, a cold smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips, and then he slightly exerted force with both hands. With a crack, the village chief's neck was directly twisted off by Yi Qing. At this moment, Yi Qing, in front of everyone, including his own parents, personally twisted the village chief's neck. He personally killed someone. Under his parents' horrified gaze, Yi Qing looked at them, his expression appearing to be a mix of crying and laughing. There were clearly no tears in his eyes, yet he looked incredibly sorrowful, as if Yi Qing had too many unavoidable circumstances, too much pressure that others couldn't understand. Dad, Mom, I killed someone. Yi Qing spoke softly, as if a child confiding his grievances to his parents. But I've already killed before. I've killed many, many people. If I didn't kill them, they would kill me, they would kill my brothers. My brother died, just recently. Others, for some profit, killed my brother, and wanted to kill me, and more of my brothers, so I went and killed them all. Your unfilial son, I am not the honest and obedient child you saw. I'm sorry, I've disappointed you. At this moment, Yi Qing stood quietly, the village chief's corpse at his feet, and behind him, a scene like hell. Yi Qing at this moment seemed to be carrying in boundless sea of blood, a person walking alone in the darkness, unable to find light, constantly falling into the abyss of darkness. Yi mother covered her mouth and burst into tears. Then she ran directly to Yi Qing, hugging him and crying sadly. Child, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Mom, okay?
Mom knows you had no choice, they were too overbearing. Don't be sad, Mom understands you, Mom won't blame you. At this moment, in Yi Mother's eyes, Yi Qing was just a child. And Yi Father's body also trembled. He looked at Yi Qing, opened his mouth, and finally sighed. Only, the heartache in his eyes could not be hidden. No matter how many things Yi Qing had done, how many people he had killed, and no matter how much shock Yi Qing brought them today, nothing compared to this moment when Yi Qing, with such a desperate and broken gaze, softly said that he had killed many, many people, but he could no longer turn back. Yi Qing was very lonely, very pained. He seemed mighty and awe-inspiring, but he hid a pain in his heart that others could not understand. Feeling his mother's embrace, Yi Qing's swaying body slowly stilled at this moment, and the loneliness and despair in his eyes gradually disappeared. Sighing softly, Yi Qing looked at Yi Father and Yi Mother and said softly, "I'm sorry, this is my life. I've already reached a point of no return." Chapter 488 Out of Control. One sentence, there's no turning back. It was said lightly, indifferently, yet it was extremely painful and lonely. Yi Mother turned to look at Yi Father, saying angrily, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't always indulged and tolerated these damned people, would they have bullied us so excessively? You think you're benevolent, you think you're a good person, but you've actually fueled the greatest evil in their hearts, making them escalate their bullying of us, and our son. They should have died long ago. Ever since they started bullying us, my son is such a kind person, constantly giving them chances and giving you face, but tell me, this time, don't they deserve to die? My son is not wrong. He is better than anyone. This is my son. If he hadn't been pushed to a point of no return, how could he have acted like this? These damned people, they deserve to die, they are scoundrels. And those villains my son killed, they must all be damned scoundrels. Otherwise, how could they make my kind son so angry that he would kill? They forced him, they all forced him. You old man, I've listened to you my whole life, but this time, I won't. If you dare blame our son even once, I will divorce you, divorce you." At this moment, Yi Mother was protective of her son like never before, even uttering the word divorce. It showed how heartbroken she was after seeing Yi Qing's state just now. Meanwhile, Yi Father, with a bitter expression, softly said, I didn't say anything. I'm not blaming Yi Qing, I'm just worried he'll get hurt again. Now that so many people have died, how are we going to clean up this mess? After speaking, Yi Father directly squatted on the ground, his face filled with conflict and uncertainty. At this moment, Yi Qing looked at Yi Mother and softly said, "Mom, don't blame Dad, he's also doing it for my own good, it's just that he's too kind." Yi Qing then looked at Yi Father and softly said, "Dad, you and Mom should go back and rest, I'll handle everything here." Don't worry, the old me was helpless, just an ordinary person, unable to control anything or protect anyone, but the me now is very strong, very powerful, so powerful that many, many things can't actually harm me anymore. Today, I can resolve the situation here, don't worry, there won't be any trouble, not a single bit. Looking at Yi Mother's worried face, Yi Qing chuckled softly, "Mom, I really will be fine. On the contrary, if you keep worrying about me like this, I'll also worry and won't be able to sleep. You know, I'm still not feeling very well and haven't had a good rest, so, Mom, please don't make me worry about you, okay?" Hearing Yi Qing say this, Yi Mother naturally couldn't say anything more. She immediately nodded, then looked at Yi Father and said, displeased, "Why are you still squatting there? Come on, let's go back and rest, don't cause more trouble for our son here." Upon hearing this, Yi Father hesitated for a moment, then still stood up and walked to Yi Qing's front, saying with a bitter smile, "Yi Qing, this time, I overthought things and made a mistake, I'm sorry to you. But, when you can forgive, forgive." Yi Qing looked at Yi Father and nodded gently, saying, "Dad, don't worry, those who haven't come to cause trouble here these past few days, it means they still have a conscience, of course, whether they truly have a conscience or not, at least they didn't act as maliciously as these people here. I will give those who didn't come a way out. I will exempt all their debts, you can rest assured." Hearing Yi Qing's words, Yi Father nodded in relief. Updates are not easy, remember to share 101 Kenshukum. This was all he could do now. Then, how do you plan to deal with these people? There are over 300 people after all, are you really going to kill all of them? Yi Father looked at Yi Qing with some worry. Given Yi Qing's recent state and his devilish methods, he truly no longer doubted that Yi Qing was capable of doing such a thing. Over 300 people, over 300 lives. How could he, how dare he? Yi Qing looked at Yi Father and softly said, "Some have already died, but they killed each other, it has nothing to do with me. Don't worry, I will send all of them back to the village. I no longer need to kill them, do I? But whether they can survive, and how they live in the future, will have nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Yi Father nodded and said no more. At this moment, Yi Mother also didn't want Yi Father to continue disturbing Yi Qing, so she directly dragged Yi Father away. After Yi Father, Yi Mother's figures were out of sight. Yi Qing slowly turned around, gently sat back in his chair, and then looked at the constantly wailing crowd on the ground, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, Tianlang walked up to Yi Qing and softly said, "Mr. Yi, you don't need to be troubled, you've already helped us vent this anger. And they, after this time, are probably scared out of their wits. Those who survive will never forget today, and those who don't naturally won't have a tomorrow to mention, so, you don't need to be troubled." In Tianlang's view, although Yi Qing said nothing and didn't even show any killing intent, he felt that Yi Qing at this moment was more terrifying than when he directly killed people, and it was more than 100 times more terrifying. He didn't know why he felt this way, but this feeling was truly present, making him feel an unconscious awe and trembling when he looked at Yi Qing now. Yi Qing slowly raised his head, looked at Tianlang, and gently shook his head, saying, "I'm not troubled by anything, I'm just thinking about whether or not to kill all of them. The existence of people like them is a pollution to this world, making one nauseous. If they all died, would this world become a little cleaner? Cleaner?" Yi Qing placed his hands on the armrests of the chair, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he was truly pondering this matter. However, these words made Tianlang feel a chill down his spine, utterly horrified. At this moment, Tianlang seemed to see a monstrous aura of blood gradually forming a blood-red long river behind Yi Qing. In the long river, countless figures emerged, struggling, roaring, and screaming within it. This was an illusion, yet it instantly made Tianlang break out in a cold sweat. Yi Qing was not right. His mind was not normal. Absolutely not normal. He didn't know what Yi Qing had experienced during this period, but the former Yi Qing and the current Yi Qing, while seemingly still the same person, upon closer thought, were clearly different. Very different. The current Yi Qing, rather than being human, seemed to be increasingly lacking human emotions. He was indifferent, as if he had truly become a high and mighty deity looking down upon the human world. Or as if, in the depths of hell, a pair of eyes lit up, quietly gazing at the wickedness of the world, watching people fall into boundless darkness. "Mr. Yi, are you all right?" Tianlang forcibly steadied himself and cautiously spoke. Yi Qing heard him, as if he had just come back to his senses, and shook his head somewhat blankly. "No, I'm fine, what could be wrong with me?" However, just that one glance made Tianlang, who was already sweating profusely, nearly suffer a mental breakdown. He felt his scalp tingle, as if he had seen something terrifying. "Mr. Yi, your eyes." Chapter 489. There is a serious problem with the body. My eyes? Yi Qing looked at Tianlang blankly, not knowing what he was talking about. What was wrong with his eyes? They seemed fine, and he could see things clearly, except for a hint of blood red, as if the day's slaughter and too much blood had stained them that way. Or perhaps, he was too tired, causing his eyes to be fatigued. "What's wrong with my eyes?" Yi Qing asked Tianlang. At this moment, Tianlang was covered in sweat and immediately lowered his head, not daring to look into Yi Qing's eyes, as if Yi Qing's eyes were truly a pair that could ensnare souls and take lives. However, in reality, Yi Qing's eyes were indeed not right. The moment Yi Qing, lost in thought, looked up at Tianlang. Tianlang saw a hint of green light in Yi Qing's eyes, a green that seemed full of vitality, and even more, he seemed to see the phantom of a green lotus emerging within Yi Qing's eyes. If it were just that, Tianlang might not have been so terrified. After all, the phantom of the green lotus in those eyes did not give a strong sense of oppression or even fear. It was merely somewhat indifferent, somewhat aloof, as if it came from the lofty nine heavens. But, just as the green lotus appeared, Tianlang clearly saw that the area around the green lotus turned blood red, a blood-red light that seemed to turn the green lotus into a red lotus. Upon the red lotus, an indistinct flame flickered. But in that instant, the moment Tianlang saw the red lotus, he felt his soul burning,
and even his soul being torn apart. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the pain was real. The feeling of his soul being dragged into an abyss, into the Red Lotus, to be burned by those flames, was also real. This was Tian Lang's true reason for fear and terror. Taking a deep breath, Tian Lang cautiously looked up at Yi Qing, instinctively afraid of seeing the Red Lotus phantom again. However, the moment Tian Lang looked up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, because Yi Qing's eyes had returned to normal. He saw neither the Red Lotus nor the Green Lotus. Everything that had just happened was like an illusion, all of it fake. But the feeling of his soul being torn, the fear of falling into the abyss of hell, still made Tian Lang's heart pound. He knew very well that what had just happened was definitely not an illusion.
Mr. Yi, no, nothing, I might have seen it wrong. Tian Lang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, not knowing how to explain this to Yi Qing.
Yi Qing, however, frowned slightly. Tian Lang's appearance could not be explained away by simply.
Chapter 490 Proper Solution. Time came to the early morning of the next day.
Yi Qing's body had recovered quite a bit after a night of rest and adjustment. However, his complexion was still pale, indicating that he was not feeling particularly well. But none of that was important. What mattered was that Yi Qing's mind was now full of the Azure Lotus and Red Lotus. He couldn't understand this matter, yet it undeniably existed for now. He could only keep it to himself. Leaving the back mountain, Yi Qing saw a long unseen sight. Cloud Mist Villa had once again returned to its peaceful and harmonious state, regaining its appearance as a dwelling of immortals. Without Yi Asai and his group's destructive actions, even the air seemed to have become sweet again.
Tian Lang had been waiting on the small path in the back mountain since early morning.
Upon seeing Yi Qing appear, Tian Lang quickly stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Mr. Yi, the matters you arranged have been handled overnight. Yi Asai and the others, whether dead or alive, have all been sent back to the village at the same time. Their actions and your kindness, Mr. Yi, have all been made known to the villagers. No one is gossiping, please rest assured." Indeed, no one was gossiping with so many people dead, injured, or disabled. At this point, anyone with a bit of sense knew what to say and what not to say. Yi Qing nodded and said, "That's good, arrange a car for me in the morning, I need to go out." At this point, Yi Qing thought for a moment and asked, "Are my Yi father Yi mother all right?" If anyone was most affected by everything that happened yesterday, it was undoubtedly Yi Qing's Yi father Yi mother. Yi Qing wasn't worried that they would be physically harmed, but rather that they might not be able to mentally cope. Tian Lang looked at Yi Qing and shook his head, saying, "I'm not very clear about the situation of Yi father and old madam. When I went to deliver breakfast this morning, they didn't come out and didn't let me in. They just told me to leave the breakfast outside the door. However, judging by their voices, they should be fine, just a bit tired. They probably didn't rest well last night."
Yi Qing nodded and said, "It's normal for them not to rest well after such a big incident yesterday.
How about this, you go attend to your duties first. I'll go see my Yi father Yi mother. Although what I did was not wrong, and they will have to accept this scene sooner or later, I still need to reassure them. Ultimately, it's my filial impiety as a son, otherwise, they wouldn't have had to go through such trouble." Yi Qing sighed at this point, seemingly blaming himself. Seeing this, Tian Lang smiled wryly and said, "Mr. Yi, you've already done very well. No one wants to see such things happen, but thankfully, such things won't happen again in the future. I believe Yi father and old madam will slowly get over it and return to peace." Yi Qing nodded, then went back to change into a white casual outfit before arriving at the small courtyard where Yi father Yi mother resided. On the table outside the small courtyard, breakfast was still sitting there. It had already gotten a bit cold. Clearly, Yi father Yi mother had no appetite to eat, and they hadn't even opened the door. Yi Qing sighed, knocked on the door, and said, "Father, mother, it's me, Yi Qing." Hearing Yi Qing's voice, the door slowly opened. It was Yi mother who opened the door, her eyes red, clearly having been awake all night. "Yi Qing, you're here so early, why don't you sleep a bit more?" At this moment, Yi mother was most concerned about Yi Qing's physical condition. Yi Qing smiled and said, "Mother, I'm fine, but what about you and father? Why aren't you eating? You two didn't rest well all night, did you? This is all my fault, I made you worry." Seeing Yi Qing blame himself, Yi mother quickly shook her head and said, "It's not your fault. How could it be your fault?
We were just worried about you. At this point, Yi mother seemed to want to say something but hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. She knew very well, especially after what happened last night, that both she and Yi father now understood one thing. Yi Qing's world was no longer something they could comprehend. They couldn't help with anything, perhaps even saying a few more words would be wrong. At this moment, Yi father walked out, looked at Yi Qing, opened his mouth, but said nothing. Let's eat. Yi Qing then accompanied his Yi father Yi mother to eat in the small courtyard. He originally wanted to have the food reheated, but his Yi father Yi mother refused. During the meal, no one spoke. It wasn't until after the meal that Yi Qing told Yi father the results of the handling of the matter. So, father, you don't need to worry about anything. I have already exempted the villagers who did no evil from their debts, and at the same time, I've given them a way to make a living. As long as they are willing to work hard, they won't have to worry about food and drink. Of course, if they are more dedicated, or even if they want to start a small business, I will have the company provide them with low interest or even 3-year interest-free loans. So, everyone is very satisfied. Yi Qing's words resonated with Yi father. Yi father's complexion improved a lot. He looked at Yi Qing, sighed, and said, Yi Qing, you've grown up. You're more successful than us. Many things are simpler than we thought. Do things according to your own ideas. As for the villagers, if you don't want to manage them, then we don't owe them anything. Similarly, you don't owe them anything either. Yi Qing smiled and shook his head, saying, Father, don't worry, I genuinely want to do something for them, but directly giving them money is not feasible. It would make them feel like they're getting benefits for free, and they wouldn't cherish it. If that were all, it would be fine, but human greed sometimes grows this way. I don't want to see another Yi Asai appear, and I believe you don't want to either. Yi Qing made a valid point, and Yi father nodded, deeply agreeing. After saying all this, Yi father looked at Yi Qing and said solemnly, Yi Qing, your mother and I didn't sleep all night yesterday. We thought a lot and made a decision. We plan to move out. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qing's expression instantly changed drastically. He looked at Yi father Yi mother and said, Father, mother, is there something I did wrong? Or is there something about Cloud Mist Villa that you're not satisfied with? If there is, whether it's me or Cloud Mist Villa, it can be changed. Of course, I know that perhaps my actions have hurt your feelings. If you think that my treatment of those villagers is not good enough, then I can contribute more money, more effort, or even spend money to support them. It's nothing. You know, I, Yi Qing, am not someone who values money greatly. It's because they went too far that I acted this way. Otherwise, if they were truly kind and treated you well, let alone a few million or tens of millions, I wouldn't care even if I spent hundreds of millions to support them, as long as it could make you happy and pleased. Yi Qing was speaking the truth. There wasn't much he could do for his Yi father Yi mother. But if just spending a little money could buy his Yi father Yi mother's daily happiness, then he would absolutely be willing to do so. The people of Qingshui village simply didn't understand him. If they had understood even a little, if Yi Asai and his group had been a bit smarter, things wouldn't have reached this point. They shouldn't have forced Yi father Yi mother, and even more so, they shouldn't have escalated their actions, scolding and humiliating Yi father Yi mother. They should have coaxed Yi father Yi mother and respected Yi father Yi mother. That way, the outcome would have been completely different. Seeing Yi Qing's anxious expression, Yi father could tell that Yi Qing genuinely cared about them. He sighed softly, patted Yi Qing's shoulder, and said, Yi Qing, it's not the issues you mentioned. It's your mother and I who feel we've let you down. Please don't stop us, we've already decided. Of course, it doesn't necessarily mean we won't come back. After all, you're here, where else would we go? We're just getting on in years, but we've never been out. Now that you've all grown up and become successful, we don't need to worry about you anymore. So, we want to go out and travel around, see the beautiful mountains and rivers. The money still has to come from you. That's acceptable, right? Chapter 491 Goodbye by Ruoro. Yi father and Yi mother's attitude was very firm. Although what they said sounded good, Yi Qing knew that ultimately, Yi father and Yi mother felt they had caused trouble for Yi Qing, and so, they wanted to leave. Yi Qing knew that Yi father and Yi mother currently had a knot in their hearts at this time. Trying to force them to stay here would likely mean that even if they did stay, they wouldn't feel at ease for now. Especially the scenes of self-slaughter from last night. As long as they remained here for one day, they wouldn't be able to forget them. This was a psychological shock for Yi father and Yi mother. Therefore, going out for a change of scenery temporarily might not be a bad thing. Yi Qing took a deep breath, looked at his parents, and said,
I know you have made your decision, so I won't say much more. However, it's fine to go traveling, but someone must take care of you. Otherwise, if just the two of you go out, I won't be at ease. When ye father and ye mother went traveling, Yi Qing would naturally arrange for people to secretly escort them, but there still needed to be someone openly looking after his parents. Just as Yi father was about to say something, Yi Qing directly shook his head and said, I'll have my elder brother and sister come back to be with you. It just so happens that they haven't had an easy time these past years. Let them go with you, so I can also feel at ease. Let's decide on this, otherwise, I will not agree. Yi father and Yi mother saw Yi Qing's resolute attitude and could only nod. Moreover, they felt this arrangement was not unacceptable. Yi Qing's elder brother and sister had a very difficult time these past years, enduring much grievance and suffering now. Although their hardships had turned into blessings, it was uncertain whether the knots in their hearts had truly disappeared. Going out for a change of scenery is good. Changing the environment and changing one's mood might help many things pass. Alright, then let's do that these next 2 days, the sooner the better. Seeing Yi father and Yi mother agree, Yi Qing said no more. If he couldn't stop them, he wouldn't stop them for now anyway. Someone would secretly protect them, so there shouldn't be any safety issues. Going out for a change of scenery might not be a bad thing. Afterward, Yi Qing chatted with his parents for a bit longer before leaving their small courtyard. Meanwhile, Tianlang had already prepared the car and was personally serving as the driver. Mr. Yi, the car is ready. Where would you like to go next? A trace of sadness flickered in Yi Qing's eyes as he softly said, to the Bai family, Bai Ruoro's home. What I owe her, I might never be able to repay, but some things I can do for her, I should do as soon as possible. Bai Ruoro was now a knot in Yi Qing's heart. The relationship between him and Bai Ruoro was very complex, but no matter what had happened before or what it had become now, he owed Bai Ruoro a life and a deep affection. This was a fact. He would repay as much as he could. At the very least, he had to ensure that the scar on Bai Ruoro's back, left from saving him, was completely healed. At this moment, the people heading to the Bai family were not only Yi Qing, but also Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji. Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji no longer had their former opulent attire. They wore simple clothes, and even their makeup was only light, no longer as dazzling as before. However, if one looked closely, they would find that although they lacked the embellishment of gold, silver, jewels, and luxurious clothes, their sporty outfits gave them a youthful aura. Yet, there was not much joy on their faces. Instead, they looked somewhat troubled. Qingyue, how many days has it been? Are we going to continue like this? Although Bai Ruoro is quite good to us now, it's more like pity. Can you really stand it? Lin Ji and Gao Qingyue had fought and made a fuss, but now they were reconciled as before. For them, they were sisters in adversity. They had both fallen to a bad end, so what was the point of continuing to quarrel? It would be better to cooperate well and see if there would be a good opportunity to turn things around. Their clothing and appearance were just one aspect, of course. They no longer had expensive clothes and jewelry. Being able to wear the clothes they had now was already good enough. As for going to find Bai Ruoro, that was a last resort. They had completely lost Yi Qing's favor and only earned his ill will. Finding a way to have Bai Ruoro speak up for them, perhaps to gain Yi Qing's forgiveness and change their fate, was the only opportunity they could think of. Therefore, even if they were unhappy, they had to do it. Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji, gritting her teeth and saying, what can we do if we can't stand it? Not to mention that we have no money or power now and are being pursued for debts. Bai Ruoro being able to provide us with a place to stay is already good. Pity, let it be pity. I'm not afraid of her pitying us now, I'm only afraid she won't pity us. If she truly has a heart of stone and doesn't pity us, then we truly have no way to live. Lin Ji, don't forget, we are pitiful people now, and we still need Bai Ruoro to speak up for us. Whether we can turn things around largely depends on Bai Ruoro, so don't have any dissatisfaction. If you're truly dissatisfied, then you leave and don't affect me. Was this still the high and mighty President Qingyue? If someone who knew Gao Qingyue from before were to see her, they would probably be greatly surprised. However, this was Gao Qingyue. Gao Qingyue, who was already at her wits' end and in despair. She had tried every method she could think of, even resorting to kneeling with her mother and younger brother at Yi Qing's doorstep, but did Yi Qing pay any attention to her? No, so she had nowhere to go.
Now, she could only first let Yi Qing see her pitiful state and feel a glimmer of compassion, then she would try every means to please Bai Ruoruo and get Bai Ruoruo to speak up for her that way. Perhaps there would still be a chance for everything. Looking at Gao Qingyue, Lin Ji sighed and said, "Qingyue, don't be angry, I just feel wronged for you. You are Yi Qing's legal wife, and you were once the high and mighty President Qingyue, but now, alas. Will Yi Qing really listen to Bai Ruoruo? Qingyue, don't forget how Bai Ruoruo treated Yi Qing at the banquet before. Even if Yi Qing didn't completely sever ties with her, it's pretty much just a relationship between ordinary friends, and it's even a question whether Yi Qing will come to see her. Is our humble approach really useful?" Lin Ji made a valid point, but she still didn't understand Yi Qing. Looking at Lin Ji, Gao Qingyue shook her head and said, "Don't worry, Yi Qing will definitely come to find Bai Ruoruo, since he knows that Bai Ruoruo saved him back then. He will absolutely not stand by and do nothing now. What's more, Bai Ruoruo has always been very good to him. Although she seemed to not trust him much at first, it was actually for his own good and she had no intention of harming him. Even if Yi Qing was angry at the time, that anger will fade once it passes. What he will think about more, for sure, is Bai Ruoruo's kindness to him." At this point, a strong jealousy flashed in Gao Qingyue's eyes. She was indeed no match for Bai Ruoruo now in Yi Qing's heart. Even if she Gao Qingyue still held a tiny bit of importance, that importance was like dust compared to Bai Ruoruo's weight in Yi Qing's heart, insignificant, perhaps even unnoticed. "Lin Ji, believe it or not, one day, I will definitely take back what belongs to me." Chapter 492 Utilization. Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth as she spoke, her eyes flashing with intense fury, yet within that fury, there was also a hint of unwillingness and helplessness. Yes, everything that belonged to Gao Qingyue. This naturally included Yi Qing, and everything Yi Qing possessed. The countless riches, the endless power, the unparalleled status, all of it should have belonged to Gao Qingyue. Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue's expression, nodded gently, and said, "I believe you've always been smarter than me. You're very clever, and I believe you can definitely do it. It's just, I'm afraid it won't be easy." How could Lin Ji not want to possess all of this? However, she truly didn't dare to fantasize too much now. Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth and said, "I know it won't be easy, but no matter how difficult it is, I have to endure it. All the suffering now is for future blessings. When I regain Yi Qing's heart and return to the peak, I will reclaim all the suffering I've endured today, one by one." As she spoke, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji had already arrived at Bai Ruoruo's door. Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth, forced a smile onto her face, looked at Lin Ji, and said, "Lin Ji, do you remember that young Master Wang who kept bothering Bai Ruoruo these past 2 days, thinking that Bai Ruoruo had offended Yi Qing and the Bai family was doomed, so he ignorantly wanted to take advantage of the situation? Go find him. You know what to do. In short, let him be as arrogant as possible, and the more he looks down on Bai Ruoruo, the better. In short, let him vent his temper as much as possible. If he can resort to violence, that would be ideal." Lin Ji heard this, glanced at Gao Qingyue, and said with some hesitation, "Qingyue, do we really have to do this? That young Master Wang is not a good person. If he really resorts to violence, and you take the beating for Bai Ruoruo, you'll likely be seriously injured. It would be best if Yi Qing could see it, but if he doesn't, wouldn't you have taken the beating for nothing? Besides, young Master Wang is not to be trifled with. If he really gets angry with you, I'm afraid you'll suffer greatly. Qingyue, why don't you think it over carefully?" Gao Qingyue heard this and shook her head, saying, "How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? At a time like this, we don't have that much time. Slowly making Bai Ruoruo feel guilty and speak up for us is too slow. Moreover, even if she's willing to help, she might not be very dedicated, so we need to move her and make her feel guilty. It would be best if Yi Qing knows about this, but if not, we won't lose anything. Of course, there will definitely be danger, but there's nothing we can do about that. In short, I'll find a way to protect myself. Lin Ji, you go. This young Master Wang might just be the stepping stone to changing our fate." Since Gao Qingyue wasn't afraid, what more could Lin Ji say? She immediately nodded and left Gao Qingyue, going to carry out the plan they had discussed earlier. Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue, with a gentle and grateful smile on her face, rang the doorbell of Bai Ruoruo's house. The door opened quickly. It was none other than Bai Weiwei who opened the door. However, compared to the previous Bai Weiwei who would call Gao Qingyue's sister Qingyue and treat her like a biological sister, the current Bai Weiwei showed no smile at all upon seeing Gao Qingyue. Instead, there was only disdain and disgust. 101 Kanshukum full text, no errors. Gao Qingyue, what are you doing here again? Aren't you annoying? Coming every day. In the past, Gao Qingyue would have lost her temper upon hearing Bai Weiwei speak to her like that, but now, Gao Qingyue endured it. Moreover, she was happy that Bai Weiwei treated her this way. The more she was bullied, the better. Someone with Bai Ruoruo's personality, seeing this scene, would only feel more guilt towards her. Weiwei, I'm here to see your sister. Is she home? Bai Weiwei snorted coldly and said, she's home, but what do you want with my sister? Haven't you harmed my sister enough? Gao Qingyue, I've heard all about your affairs. What is it? Now that you're homeless and a rat crossing the street, you want to drag my sister down to suffer with you? I'm telling you, no way. If it weren't for you meddling, would my sister and brother Yi Qing be on such bad terms now? Gao Qingyue, it's all your fault. You still want to harm my sister. No way. Go, you leave, quickly. After speaking, Bai Weiwei tried to push Gao Qingyue away. And whether it was intentional or accidental, Gao Qingyue stumbled and fell to the ground, landing directly on her bottom and groaning in pain. When Bai Weiwei saw this, she immediately frowned. Gao Qingyue, you're so despicable. Do you think you can gain sympathy like this? I'm telling you, no way. You're not a good person. Get lost. However, at this moment, Bai Ruoruo's voice came out, and then Bai Ruoruo walked directly to Gao Qingyue and helped her up. Weiwei, what are you doing? I'm sorry, Qingyue. Weiwei is still young and doesn't know any better. Please don't blame her. After Bai Ruoruo helped her up, Gao Qingyue looked at Bai Ruoruo with a grateful smile and said, Ruoruo, don't say that. Weiwei is right. In the past, it was all my fault. If I hadn't meddled, how would I have caused your relationship with Yi Qing to become so strained? Moreover, I've already suffered greatly and fallen to this point. To say I'm desperate and a rat crossing the street is actually true. This is the result I deserve for my sins. But, in this situation, not only did you not gloat or kick me when I was down, you even tried your best to help me. Ruoruo, I'm truly grateful to you. I really feel more and more guilty. Only now have I clearly seen who is a true friend. Ruoruo, believe me, this time, I will definitely not disappoint you. I just want to do my best to make amends for the mistakes I made against you in the past. I hope you can give me a chance, at least to make me feel better, okay? At this point, Gao Qingyue seemed genuinely emotional, and tears flowed out instantly. Bai Ruoruo looked at Gao Qingyue, sighed softly, and said, Qingyue, what's past is past. As long as you truly repent and turn over a new leaf, that's good. Come on, since you're here, come in for some tea. After speaking, Bai Ruoruo invited Gao Qingyue into the house. Bai Weiwei's face puffed up with anger, and she furiously said, Sister, she's deceiving you. Why can't you see it? Who knows what bad ideas she has in her mind? At the very least, she's out of food and came to you for help. You don't need to be nice to someone like her. Bai Ruoruo looked at Bai Weiwei, sighed, and said, Weiwei, I admit that sometimes people can't be too kind and always disregard gains and losses, but Qingyue has fallen to this point. I believe she is truly repentant. I can't help her with anything else, but a meal and a cup of tea, I can still do. At the very least, even if she has some ill intentions towards me, if I talk to her more and can change her, that would be great, wouldn't it? After speaking, Bai Ruoruo and Gao Qingyue went inside. And Bai Weiwei, at this moment, was stomping her feet in anger. Bai Ruoruo being kind was not wrong, but sometimes, she couldn't be too kind. Chapter 493. I'll help you chase Yi Qing. After entering the room, Bai Ruoruo and Gao Qingyue sat in the living room chatting. Bai Weiwei, however, didn't leave. She sat fuming to the side, staring at Gao Qingyue, her eyes almost glued to her, as if she wanted to see right through her. Gao Qingyue looked at Bai Ruoruo and said softly, Ruoruo, don't blame Weiwei. It's only right for her to be angry with me. Besides, she's not wrong. People's hearts are treacherous, and you're too kind. You'll suffer for it. Bai Ruoruo nodded, chuckling, actually, I'm not that kind, nor am I someone who doesn't hold grudges. It's just, Qingyue, you're different. You and I have been friends since childhood. Although many misunderstandings have occurred between us, and sometimes I've even wanted to severely punish you, I know your true nature is kind. You've reached this point because of your own difficulties and hidden troubles. Now that you've fallen to this state, Qingyue, you've already been punished. If my kindness can pull you up at a time like this and truly help you become your old self again, then I'm willing to share my goodwill with you. To be honest, Gao Qingyue was deeply moved. At a time when everyone ignored her, wanted to distance themselves from her, and even treated her like a street rat, Bai Ruoruo extended her hands and selflessly helped her. It would be a lie to say she wasn't touched at all. However, looking at the Bai Ruoruo before her, who seemed to radiate a holy light, Gao Qingyue's heart, besides gratitude, was filled with even more anger and unquenchable rage. Why should she, Gao Qingyue, be lectured by Bai Ruoruo in such a condescending manner? Constantly talking about helping her, and telling her to change? Where had she, Gao Qingyue, gone wrong? What was her mistake? From beginning to end, she had only made one mistake, underestimating Yi Qing and being too ruthless towards him, which caused her to miss the opportunity to reach the pinnacle. If she had made even one less mistake back then, today she, Gao Qingyue, would still be the exalted Gao Qingyue, perhaps even 100 times more so than before. Bai Ruoruo? She wasn't worthy of lecturing her. However, Gao Qingyue dared not say these words, nor did she dare show even a hint of dissatisfaction. Looking at Bai Ruoruo, Gao Qingyue nodded heavily and said, Ruoruo, thank you, I will definitely change, don't worry, this time, I absolutely won't disappoint you. At this point, Gao Qingyue hesitated for a moment, then looked at Bai Ruoruo and said, Ruoruo, I know you like Yi Qing, you've always been very fond of him. If I can be of any help, please don't hesitate to ask, I will do my best to help you. Bai Ruoruo was stunned upon hearing this, never expecting Gao Qingyue to say such a thing. However, Bai Weiwei directly sneered. Gao Qingyue, is there something wrong with your brain? If you want to curry favor with my sister, couldn't you use a less childish method? Help my sister? On what grounds? Just you? Have some self-awareness, alright? If it weren't for you, how would my sister and Yi Qing have reached this point? Besides, don't tell me you don't know how much Yi Qing dislikes you without you meddling. My sister and Yi Qing might still be able to reconcile with you causing trouble. I don't think they'll ever get along. After speaking, Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo and said angrily, Sister, Gao Qingyue is not a good person. She definitely has an agenda in doing this now. Maybe she just wants to use you to regain Yi Qing's favor and make him forgive her. Yes, it must be like this. This is Gao Qingyue after all. Even though Bai Weiwei was usually thoughtless, today, she had actually guessed quite a bit correctly. Gao Qingyue was indeed using Bai Ruoruo. Bai Ruoruo looked at Bai Weiwei, sighed, and said, Alright, Weiwei, stop talking. Gao Qingyue revealed a bitter smile at this moment, looking at Bai Ruoruo and saying softly, I can understand Weiwei's anger, and actually, Weiwei's thoughts about me are not wrong. However, it's impossible for me to be forgiven by Yi Qing, I'm very clear about that. Ruoruo, Yi Qing is someone worth cherishing. If you can gain his love, you must cherish it well and never make the same mistakes I did. Those are truly things that lead to regrets too late to mend. At this point, Gao Qingyue shed tears once more, as if she was truly filled with boundless regret. Bai Ruoruo handed Gao Qingyue a tissue and said softly, Perhaps Yi Qing and I won't be able to be together either. I admit I love him very much, but I also made mistakes when he needed trust the most. When he repeatedly asked if I believed him, I chose to protect him in my own way and didn't trust him. I was wrong. I can even imagine how disappointed Yi Qing must have been at that time. Sigh. Bai Ruoruo sighed, seemingly having countless words to say, but in the end, they all transformed into a single sigh. In Bai Ruoruo's heart, perhaps Yi Qing would still consider her a friend, but some trust, once lost, is very difficult to regain. And at this moment, loud knocking sounds echoed. Bai Weiwei frowned and said, There's a doorbell, why are they knocking? So rude. Despite her words, Bai Weiwei still got up to open the door. And after opening the door, seeing a man of about 30, with a buzz cut and a rather strong build, standing outside, Bai Weiwei instinctively shrank her neck. She was indeed a little afraid of this person. Wang Xiao. Why are you here? Wang Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Bai Weiwei and smiled, Is it not normal for me to come? Ruoruo Miss hasn't accepted my proposal yet, so of course I have to continue pursuing her. After speaking, Wang Xiao ignored Bai Weiwei and walked directly into the room. Seeing both Bai Ruoruo and Gao Qingyue present, a glimmer of light flashed in Wang Xiao's eyes. He had to admit that even though Gao Qingyue was simply dressed, she possessed a beauty in her simplicity. But, he was here for Bai Ruoruo today. Ruoruo miss, Wang, have returned. I hope I haven't disturbed you. Bai Ruoruo looked at Wang Xiao, frowned, and said, Wang Xiao, I've already made it very clear to you Bai Ruoruo, will not possibly accept your proposal. You should just give up. Wang Xiao heard this and didn't get angry, saying with a chuckle, Ruoruo miss, why the need for this? I've heard a bit about your situation, so I know you have someone in your heart. This Yi Qing, who can earn the respect of the Wan family in Jiang City, certainly has some ability. If you were truly with Ruoruo miss, then I naturally wouldn't interfere. But, as far as I know, it seems he and Ruoruo miss have already cut ties, haven't they? Then, since Ruoruo miss doesn't have a boyfriend, what's wrong with me pursuing you? What's more, Ruoruo miss should also know my situation. Our family also has a good relationship with the Wan family in Jiang City, and in the neighboring Shui City, we are paramount, with power no less than the Wan family in Jiang City. Ruoruo miss marrying me would not be a disservice to you. At this point, Wang Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat on the sofa, chuckling, Ruoruo miss, be my woman, and the crisis of the Bai family can be resolved immediately. And, I guarantee, no one will dare bully you again, including that so-called Yi Qing. Chapter 494 Beating a Woman. If Wang Xiao's words just now were considered somewhat conventional, then what he said now was quite arrogant. However, Wang Xiao certainly had the right to be arrogant. In his city, his status was actually similar to young Master Wan's previous status in Jiangcheng. Yet, whether it was Bai Ruoruo, Gao Qingyue, or Bai Weiwei, they all burst into laughter at this moment. It was as if they had seen a clown telling some ridiculous jokes that made them laugh. Bai Ruoruo and Bai Weiwei were fine. After all, they might not know much, but what they did know was already enough to prove that Yi Qing was much more powerful than they imagined. As for Gao Qingyue, there was even less to say. Yi Qing did not rely on the Wan family. It was the Wan family that needed to curry favor with Yi Qing. That was the truth. Especially after witnessing Yi Qing's massacre in the East Continent, Gao Qingyue now had no doubt that Yi Qing's status was not high enough or his power not great enough. Wang Xiao was merely a frog in a well. However, Wang Xiao didn't know what they were thinking. He only saw their mocking expressions after hearing his words, and he immediately became very annoyed. What? Did I say something wrong? Am I not qualified to protect Ruoruo? What about the Wan family, and what about Yi Qing? I know they are very powerful, but a strong dragon doesn't oppress a local snake. I, Wang Xiao, am the strongest local snake where I am. If you don't believe me, you can inquire. Even one family head would never easily become an enemy of my family, let alone Yi Qing. Bai Ruoruo nodded, looked at Wang Xiao, and sighed, Wang Xiao, I know you are very powerful, and I know your family is very powerful, but, I'm sorry, I don't have feelings for you. Please leave. Bai Weiwei also said impolitely at this time, I say, why are you so insensible? My Ruoruo Jie already said she doesn't have feelings for you, yet you keep pestering her. Is there any meaning to it? You're a rich and powerful young master. Don't you think what you're doing is very embarrassing? When had Wang Xiao ever suffered such grievance? However, in front of the Bai Ruoruo sisters, his treatment was getting worse by the day. Before, they were still polite, but now, a few days later, they treated him like an eyesore, a pile of garbage. Wang Xiao saw their faces full of disdain, and his heart was already filled with anger. Bai Ruoruo, Bai Weiwei, you'd better be clear about who you're talking to. I'm helping you, giving you a chance, but if you continue to treat me with this attitude, do you believe that my Wang family will personally take action and, at that time, bankrupt your Bai family and leave you homeless? If that time comes, if you want to see me again, you will only be able to kneel and beg me. When Wang Xiao said this, he didn't even frown, clearly implying that what he said was true. At least, in his opinion, it was the truth. When Bai Ruoruo was about to speak, Gao Qingyue directly spoke first. She was here to gain Bai Ruoruo's favor. If she remained silent at this moment and didn't step forward, then what was she even playing at? Looking at Wang Xiao, Gao Qingyue sneered, Wang Xiao is truly very arrogant. Anyone who didn't know would think Jiangcheng belongs to your family, and whatever you say goes. However, Wang Xiao, I advise you to leave quickly. Oh, and before you leave, apologize to Ruoruo. You should also apologize for the disturbance these past few days.
and you must beg Ruo not to tell anyone about your existence, otherwise, I'm afraid what you just said will fall upon yourself. The one who goes bankrupt will be the Wang family, and those who end up homeless will be you, but, at that time, even if you kneel and kowtow, begging Ruo for pity, you won't even see her, understand? So, apologize quickly and then leave. This is your only way out now. Gao Qingyue would not humor Wang Xiao, she was even afraid that Wang Xiao wasn't angry enough. As expected, Wang Xiao's mood immediately turned sour, his face fell, and he looked at Gao Qingyue, sneering, Gao Qingyue, don't think I don't know who you are. Before, I was quite interested in you, but now, I truly understand why you managed to bankrupt a company and end up deeply in debt. Hee, you must have offended your sugar daddy, right? The sugar daddy promoted you, but you thought it was your own ability, and as a result, the sugar daddy made you go bankrupt again. I think, even if it's not, it's pretty close. No wonder your mouth is so foul, you deserve to end up in your current predicament. However, Gao Qingyue, have you never thought about flattering me? Perhaps I could even help you make a comeback? Wang Xiao looked at Gao Qingyue with a mocking expression, his words highly insulting. But, surprisingly, he had almost hit the mark. Yi Qing was certainly not a sugar daddy, but Gao Qingyue's achievements today were indeed due to Yi Qing's help from behind the scenes. And Gao Qingyue had indeed offended Yi Qing to the point of no return, which was why she ended up in her current predicament. Gao Qingyue looked at Wang Xiao, her expression somewhat angry, and she directly said, Wan, why don't you take a good look in the mirror? Even if I, Gao Qingyue, were to end up homeless and begging for food, I wouldn't beg at your doorstep. What are you? Do you really think you're someone important? Get out of here quickly, don't cause trouble. You're not even worthy of marrying Ruo. To put it bluntly, you don't even have the right to look at Ruo. You're a toad while Ruo hasn't come to trouble you yet. Get out quickly, otherwise, Ruo won't even need to act. As long as that person knows you've made Ruo unhappy, he can directly kill you. Do you believe it? Gao Qingyue did not mention Yi Qing's name. But everyone present knew who Gao Qingyue was talking about. Wang Xiao, naturally, also guessed. Hee, I was wondering why you weren't giving me any face at all, so it turns out you think you have a backer. Who is it? It wouldn't be that Yi Qing, would it? Truly, how ignorant frogs in a well, that's what you are. I just said, never mind that Yi Qing isn't here now, even if he were, he wouldn't dare do anything to me. Also, Gao Qingyue, I'm warning you one last time, if you dare to speak to me like that again, I'll slap you hard, do you believe it? Slap? Gao Qingyue was truly not afraid. At this moment, she was only afraid that Wang Xiao wouldn't hit her. However, at this moment, Bai Ruo was afraid that Wang Xiao would do something bad to Gao Qingyue, so she immediately pulled Gao Qingyue and said, Qingyue, don't talk to him so much, I'll just send him away. People like him will do anything, don't suffer a loss. Gao Qingyue, upon hearing this, shook her head and said, Ruo, I told you, I will never let anyone bully you again. I will prove to you that I am truly remorseful. After speaking, Gao Qingyue directly stood up, looked at Wang Xiao, and said coldly, get out quickly, otherwise, I'll call Yi Qing immediately. You trash, you're not even worth a single strand of Yi Qing's hair. Do you even deserve to threaten us here? Get out now, you piece of trash. Wang Xiao could not tolerate such humiliation. Looking at Gao Qingyue, Wang Xiao's face gradually grew grim. Then, he slowly stood up, looked at Gao Qingyue, and said with a cold expression, good, truly, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Very well, then I'll see just how hard your mouth is. As he spoke, Wang Xiao took a step forward, raised his right hand, and directly delivered a heavy slap across Gao Qingyue's face. With that single blow, blood was immediately drawn from Gao Qingyue's lips. Chapter 495, Angry and Embarrassed. You damn woman, you're really pushing your luck, aren't you? If you dare talk back to me again, I'll kill you. After Wang Xiao slapped Gao Qingyue, he still seemed unsatisfied and wanted to continue hitting her. Gao Qingyue, however, glared at Wang Xiao, gritting her teeth, showing no fear at all. But at this moment, Bai Ruo stood up angrily, pointing at Wang Xiao and declared, Wang Xiao, apologize to my friend immediately, then get out of my house. You scoundrel are not welcome here. Having said that, Bai Ruo pulled Gao Qingyue to her side and asked with some concern, Qingyue, are you alright? Gao Qingyue smiled and shook her head, not even wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. I'm fine, Ruo, you don't need to worry about me, stay away. Away, this scoundrel even hits women, he's not a good person. Bai Ruo nodded, gritting her teeth and said, don't worry, I will definitely get justice for you. After speaking, Bai Ruo looked at Wang Xiao and said angrily, apologize to my friend immediately. Wang Xiao, remember clearly, this is Jiang City, not your home. If you don't apologize, Bai Ruo, promise I will not let you off. However, neither Bai Ruo's threat nor Gao Qingyue's had any effect on Wang Xiao, he showed no fear whatsoever. So what if it's Jiang City? If one family head had said these words, then he truly would have been a mighty dragon unable to suppress a local snake, and would have had to apologize immediately, but neither Bai Ruo nor Gao Qingyue were taken seriously by Wang Xiao. Moreover, since he had already made a move, Wang Xiao truly had no intention of continuing to feign kindness. Looking at Bai Ruo protecting Gao Qingyue, Wang Xiao sneered, Bai Ruo, threatening me? Just you two? Were my words just now not clear enough? Or are you really taking me for the kind of simp you know? I'm telling you, in this world, no one dares to refuse me. Apologize? Yes, that's right, an apology is due, but it's not me apologizing to you, it's you apologizing to me. If you satisfy me, then it's fine, but if you make me unhappy, today, none of you will have an easy time. As he spoke, Wang Xiao shouted, someone. As Wang Xiao's shout echoed, 6 bodyguards in black rushed into Bai Ruo's house. Young master, your command. Wang Xiao looked at the 6 bodyguards and said indifferently, block the door for me today, if I'm not satisfied, no one gets out of this door. After speaking, Wang Xiao looked at the pale-faced Bai Ruo and sneered, Bai Ruo, it's still not too late to regret now. Then, he looked at Gao Qingyue and said, and you damn woman, you dared to speak disrespectfully to me, you're simply courting death. Come over here immediately and kneel to apologize, otherwise, no one can save you today. When Gao Qingyue saw this scene, to be honest, not being afraid was a lie. She wanted to use this method to gain Bai Ruo's sympathy, so that Yi Qing might also feel a little heartache for her, but it was limited to just suffering a little hardship. But now, looking at Wang Xiao, it was clear he had no intention of letting this go. If Wang Xiao really set his sights on her and no one saved her, then Gao Qingyue dared not imagine what fate awaited her next. Gao Qingyue knew somewhat how truly despicable and ruthless these young masters could be when they got serious. Therefore, at this moment, a trace of genuine fear appeared in Gao Qingyue's eyes. However, fear couldn't make her give up all her efforts now. Wang Xiao, I advise you to clean up your mouth, otherwise, you'll regret it when it's too late. Wang Xiao saw that Gao Qingyue still dared to talk back, and immediately sneered, saying, alright, tough talk, huh? Let's see how tough your mouth really is. Someone, seize her. Upon hearing Wang Xiao's command, 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward and forcibly grabbed Gao Qingyue. Bai Ruo immediately became anxious, gritting her teeth and saying, Wang Xiao, quickly release Gao Qingyue, or else I'll never be done with you. Wang Xiao heard this, walked directly in front of Bai Ruo, and sneered, never be done with me? You're absolutely right, but it's not you who won't be done with me, it's I who won't be done with you. I've been so devoted to you, haven't I? In all these years of finding women, I've never been so devoted yet. You're ungrateful, you cheap woman. Do you really need to suffer a bit to know who I am? As he spoke, Wang Xiao grabbed Bai Ruo's arm, intending to forcibly drag her away. At this moment, Bai Weiwei immediately became anxious, stepping forward to hit and scold Wang Xiao. You, surnamed Wang, quickly let go of my sister, otherwise, if Yi Qing finds out, he will never let you off. Wang Xiao burst into laughter and pushed Bai Weiwei away with a single shove. So what if Yi Qing knows? Even if you bring one family head, young master, I am not afraid. Did you all take what I just said as farts? Since you don't understand, then I'll give you a good lesson, so you'll know exactly what kind of person I, young master, am. Bai Ruo, since you wouldn't listen when I was being nice, then don't blame me for being impolite to you. Come on, follow me to the room now. I want to see if you, this pure and unyielding woman, will still have this strength when you're crying for your parents, ha? With that, Wang Xiao was about to forcibly drag Bai Ruo into the room. This truly terrified both Bai Ruo and Gao Qingyue. If she were really dragged into the room by Wang Xiao, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, Bai Ruo directly grabbed Wang Xiao's arm and bit down hard, then, taking advantage of Wang Xiao's pain, quickly escaped. But, the room was only so big, where could she escape to?
Wang Xiao looked at the bite mark on his arm, gritting his teeth and saying, "Alright, very feisty, aren't you? It seems you have quite the contrast, but
Young master, like women with such a contrast later, young master, will take a good look at just how much contrast you have."
Someone, seize her. Immediately, 2 more bodyguards stepped forward and forcibly seized Bai Ruoruo. Wang Xiao laughed heartily, walked in front of Bai Ruoruo, and said arrogantly, still running, still screaming, "I'm telling you, today, no one can save you, ha ha ha."
After speaking, Wang Xiao was actually about to make an improper move on Bai Ruoruo. However, at this very moment, a cold voice reached everyone's ears. The killing intent contained in this voice made the air in the entire room seem to drop by more than 10 degrees, everyone shivered. "You dog, you're courting death." As this furious voice fell, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the doorway. Who else could it be but Yi Qing and Tian Lang? At this moment, seeing Yi Qing appear like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, both Bai Ruoruo and Gao Qingyue, including Bai Weiwei, all became excited. But there was only one person whose mood was very bad, even furious. "What are you, daring to meddle in my affairs? Someone, throw him out." Hearing Wang Xiao's command, the 2 bodyguards standing at the door immediately looked furious and were about to push Yi Qing and Tian Lang out. Chapter 496, a long-awaited meeting. Do these small-time thugs really need Yi Qing to act? Don't underestimate them. They're bodyguards who have always been with Wang Xiao, so their skills are naturally good. Moreover, they can obey Wang Xiao's orders and lay hands on women, which clearly indicates they've helped with a lot of bad deeds like this. Yi Qing stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes coldly fixed on Wang Xiao. Tian Lang, on the other hand, stepped forward directly facing the 2 bodyguards who rushed up to disrespect Yi Qing. He delivered a punch to each, sending them flying backward and crashing heavily onto the floor of the room. Seeing this display of strength, Wang Xiao's brows furrowed, and he no longer dared to be careless. I was wondering why you were meddling in my affairs, so it turns out your subordinate is quite capable, but do you know who I am? Wang Xiao looked at Yi Qing, still hoping to scare him by revealing his identity. Yi Qing, however, walked directly in front of Wang Xiao, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Then, he reached out, pressed Wang Xiao's face, and slammed his head heavily onto the ground. The floor vibrated with a heavy thud. Wang Xiao instantly felt dizzy and disoriented, as if the world was spinning. Yi Qing looked at Wang Xiao, his eyes cold and filled with intense killing intent. "No matter who you are, you're going to die." As he spoke, Yi Qing was about to raise his hand and punch Wang Xiao to death. But then, hearing the exclamations, his mind cleared slightly, and his brows furrowed. He withdrew his fist. He didn't want to kill in front of Bai Ruoruo. He was afraid that this side of him would scare Bai Ruoruo. Withdrawing his fist, he slowly stood up and looked at the 4 bodyguards who had already let go of Gao Qingyue and Bai Ruoruo and were rushing towards him. Yi Qing simply said calmly, "Tian Lang, be careful not to scare anyone." Tian Lang paused upon hearing the order. Then, he tried his best to rein in the methods he originally intended to use, making sure his actions were as non-bloody as possible. But even so, these 6 bodyguards were no match for Tian Lang at all. In just a few seconds, they were all knocked to the ground. At this moment, Wang Xiao and the others were all lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Tian Lang, meanwhile, looked at Yi Qing's back, deep in thought. He didn't know if others had felt Yi Qing's killing intent just now, or how much of it they had felt. But he clearly felt that Yi Qing's killing intent was extremely strong. That killing intent even made Tian Lang almost unable to move, trembling uncontrollably. There was even a hint of the same feeling of being startled from yesterday. But that killing intent instantly dissipated, seemingly at the moment Yi Qing withdrew his hand and didn't kill Wang Xiao. At that moment, Yi Qing glanced at Bai Ruoruo. It wasn't that Tian Lang was overthinking. It was that he truly felt Yi Qing's mental state was sometimes problematic. His killing intent was too heavy, so heavy that it was terrifying. But at that moment, Yi Qing controlled his killing intent, although he didn't know how much of a role Bai Ruoruo played in it. At least it was a good sign. Only when Wang Xiao and the 6 bodyguards were all incapacitated did Yi Qing look up at Bai Ruoruo, revealing a gentle smile, and say, "I'm sorry, I came late. I hope I didn't scare you all." Whether from genuine fear or emotion, Bai Ruoruo's eyes were red at this moment, with tears brimming but held back. Gao Qingyue also looked at Yi Qing, her expression very agitated. However, when she saw that Yi Qing's eyes seemed to only hold Bai Ruoruo, a strong sense of heartache and jealousy ignited a furious rage within Gao Qingyue. However, Gao Qingyue knew her current situation, so she could only endure. She had to appear pitiful and remorseful, only then would she have a chance in the future. So at this moment, Gao Qingyue stood quietly, saying nothing, and even let the blood from the corner of her mouth flow out without wiping it away. Before Bai Ruoruo could speak, Bai Weiwei quickly stepped forward, looking at Yi Qing with an excited expression. "Brother Yi Qing, thankfully you came, otherwise, we would have suffered a great loss." At this time, Bai Weiwei's enthusiasm for Yi Qing was unprecedented in the past. When Bai Weiwei saw Yi Qing, she found him incredibly displeasing, as if Yi Qing owed her a huge sum of money. However, Yi Qing had no intention of arguing with Bai Weiwei. For Yi Qing, he owed Bai Ruoruo, and by extension, he had to be as tolerant as possible towards Bai Ruoruo's family. This kind of thing will never happen again. Yi Qing spoke with absolute certainty, and his words instinctively made one feel excited. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing and softly asked, "How did you come?" Yi Qing smiled upon hearing this. "I haven't been in Jiangqing for a while. I just finished up and came back, and I wanted to see you, so I came." It was a simple conversation, but it made Bai Ruoruo's eyes redden again and again. Just came back, wanted to see her, so he came. Bai Ruoruo couldn't hold back, and tears still flowed out. She quickly turned around, wiped her tears, and said, Weren't you angry with me and never wanted to see me again?" How much grievance and bitterness were contained in those words, perhaps only Bai Ruoruo herself knew. Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo, sighed softly, and said, "Before, I was wrong. I thought too much about my own ideas and neglected you. Ruoruo, I apologize to you." Bai Ruoruo, hearing this, showed no intention of blaming Yi Qing. Instead, she quickly shook her head and said, No, Yi Qing, it's not your fault. It's me who didn't believe you. It's me who disappointed you. I'm the one who should apologize." Yi Qing shook his head and softly said, "None of us have the perspective of God, so you were just protecting me in your own way, while I thought you should naturally believe I could solve everything. In reality, if I were just an ordinary person and couldn't solve everything, then you, in fact, were truly protecting me. Ruoruo, I don't blame you. I came today to apologize to you and to thank you, and to clear up all the misunderstandings between us. Otherwise, my heart won't be at ease." Yi Qing spoke from his heart. He came this time to clear up all the misunderstandings with Bai Ruoruo. Perhaps they might not end up together in the future, but at the very least, he wanted to treat Bai Ruoruo as his best friend. He also didn't want to make such a good girl as Bai Ruoruo sad and upset again, especially when that sadness and upset were caused by himself. Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing's serious expression, and it seemed as if all her grievances finally dissipated. She wanted to cry but held back her tears. "Yi Qing, I don't blame you, and I wasn't good either. What's past is past. It's just that this time, were you still a bit impulsive? I know you're very powerful now, but you didn't have to offend so many people for me. Wang Xiao and his family are also very powerful. You just needed to make him leave." This time, Yi Qing would no longer misunderstand Bai Ruoruo, nor would he think that Bai Ruoruo didn't believe him. After all, it was his own business, and Bai Ruoruo wasn't clear about it. She was just protecting him using her own methods and understanding. What fault did she have? Looking at Wang Xiao and the others lying on the ground, groaning in pain, Yi Qing softly said, "It's okay, I'm not afraid of them. Perhaps what I'm saying might sound too exaggerated, and you don't know whether to believe it or not, but please trust me, truly, I'm not afraid of them. They are the ones who should be afraid." At this moment, before Yi Qing could finish speaking, Bai Ruoruo nodded heavily and quickly said, "I believe it. Everything you say, I believe."
If you say you're not afraid, then you're not afraid. If you say they're afraid of you, then they should be afraid of you. Every single word you say, I believe. I will never disbelieve you again, Yi Qing. Chapter 497 Take off clothes? I will never distrust you again. If one were to say this was like a love confession, a promise, that wouldn't be wrong. It's perfectly reasonable. However, this was not a love confession, nor a promise. This was the only thing Bai Ruoruo wanted to say at this moment. In fact, Bai Ruoruo had wanted to say it for a long, long time. Ever since her previous mistake, she had constantly wanted to say it to Yi Qing. If time could flow backward, Bai Ruoruo would have always believed every word Yi Qing said, instead of distrusting him. So this time, Bai Ruoruo emphatically spoke these words, more like an apology, more like making up for past regrets. Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo, and gently nodded. Her heart, Yi Qing understood. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo and smiled. Wait a moment, I'll send them all away now, don't worry, they will never bother you again. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Tianlang and spoke faintly. Did you understand what I just said? I hope they will never bother Ruoruo again. At this moment, Yi Qing did not say to kill Wang Xiao and the others. However, in Yi Qing's eyes as he looked at Tianlang, killing intent flickered, and there was even a faint red glow subtly moving. Yi Qing wanted them dead, all of them dead. Only dead people would truly never bother anyone again. Tianlang's body trembled involuntarily, and he lowered his head, respectfully saying, Don't worry, I will handle it. With that, Tianlang directly dragged Wang Xiao and began to walk out. The trembling and horror in his heart, however, did not diminish in the slightest. This time, although he did not see the red lotus appear in Yi Qing's eyes, that faint red glow, and the cold killing intent in his gaze, constantly proved that Yi Qing's current killing intent was very, very heavy. Of course, Tianlang also hoped he was overthinking it. The reason Yi Qing's killing intent was so heavy was because Bai Ruoruo was very important to Yi Qing, and because these people had bullied Bai Ruoruo, which was why he was like this. But if that wasn't the case, then it would be too terrifying. After Tianlang dragged everyone out, Yi Qing sat on the sofa and then looked at Gao Qingyue. Frowning slightly, Yi Qing said in a deep voice, Gao Qingyue, what tricks are you trying to pull now? Has the lesson not been enough? If that's the case, I don't mind making it so you can never pull any tricks again. You know my methods. Yi Qing showed no politeness towards Gao Qingyue, directly threatening her. But this kind of threat, while others might not fear it, Gao Qingyue, upon hearing it, immediately trembled. Bai Ruoruo and Bai Weiwei had not seen Yi Qing's methods, but Gao Qingyue had seen them firsthand. Not afraid? How could she not be afraid? Anyone who had seen Yi Qing killing in the East Continent would be terrified. Seeing Yi Qing threaten her like this, Gao Qingyue felt extremely wronged in her heart. Now, Yi Qing treated her completely differently from Bai Ruoruo. He was meticulously caring and smiling towards Bai Ruoruo, but cold, indifferent, and heartless towards her. This sense of disparity made Gao Qingyue truly want to go crazy. But she also truly dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction, not even daring to speak loudly. I have no tricks. I just came to apologize to Ruoruo. I was wrong all these years. I've realized my mistakes, so I want to ask Ruoruo for forgiveness. Ruoruo pitied me, knowing I'm like a rat crossing the street now, and that I'm homeless, so she helped me. Yi Qing, don't misunderstand, I really have no other intentions. I swear, I really don't have even the slightest thought of harming Ruoruo, please believe me. At this point, Gao Qingyue seemed to be afraid that Yi Qing wouldn't believe her. Her eyes were red, and tears streamed down, as if she had suffered a great grievance. However, watching Gao Qingyue cry, Yi Qing remained unmoved, and the suspicion in his eyes did not lessen in the slightest. It was Bai Ruoruo who gently spoke, Yi Qing, Qingyue really didn't harm me. Look, she was just hit by Wang Xiao for my sake. We used to be good friends, although there were many misunderstandings in between. If Qingyue is truly repentant, she should be given a chance. I know there's a deep conflict between you and Qingyue, but, Yi Qing, Qingyue is already very miserable. Please don't be angry anymore, okay? At this moment, Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo, her brows tightly furrowed, and she gently pulled Bai Ruoruo's arm, whispering, Sis, you know very well that the conflict between Yi Qing and Gao Qingyue is very, very deep. Why are you still speaking up for Gao Qingyue? Not only will it make Yi Qing unhappy,
but if he really makes up with Gao Qingyue, you'll regret it when it's too late. Bai Ruoruo gave Bai Weiwei a helpless look but said nothing. And Yi Qing, looking at Bai Ruoruo, remained silent for a moment, then gently nodded, and then gave Gao Qingyue a faint look, with a warning hidden in his eyes. There were some things Yi Qing didn't want to say in front of Bai Ruoruo. Ruoruo, there are some things I want to talk to you about privately. Let's go to your room. This was said very ambiguously. What kind of man directly asks to go to a girl's boudoir? Just this one sentence made Bai Weiwei's face show joy, and Gao Qingyue's body trembled uncontrollably. And Bai Ruoruo's face immediately turned red, but she still nodded, and then led Yi Qing to the second floor. Bai Weiwei watched Bai Ruoruo and Yi Qing's retreating figures as they went upstairs, so excited she almost jumped up and down. Gao Qingyue, did you see that? You have no chance. Yi Qing is still deeply in love with my sister. You, stop daydreaming. Gao Qingyue forced a smile and said, Weiwei, I really just want to make up with Ruoruo. I have no other intentions. You've misunderstood. Misunderstood? Bai Weiwei sneered, my sister is kind and easily deceived, but I won't be, humph. In short, I'll be watching you, so be careful. Meanwhile, Yi Qing entered Bai Ruoruo's boudoir. The pure white decor was neat and clean, and there was a faint, pleasant fragrance. Yi Qing, is there something you want to talk to me about privately? Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo and said softly, first, I want to say I'm sorry. All these years, I found the wrong benefactor. I always thought it was Gao Qingyue who saved me back then. I should have realized much earlier that the person who saved me was you. Upon hearing it was about this, Bai Ruoruo immediately smiled and shook her head. It's okay, I haven't taken it to heart, so you shouldn't dwell on it either. Is there anything else? Yi Qing nodded, looked at Bai Ruoruo, and said softly, take off your clothes. Bai Ruoruo's face instantly turned crimson upon hearing this sentence. Isn't the progress a bit too fast? Chapter 498 A Hug. This progress isn't just a matter of whether it's fast or not. Rather, it's too rapid, isn't it? That Bai Ruoruo likes Yi Qing, this is naturally true. However, their relationship hadn't even been confirmed, and Yi Qing directly told her to take off her clothes. This made Bai Ruoruo unable to accept it for a moment. Yi Qing, what are you doing? Take off what clothes? I like you, but isn't this too fast for us? Bai Ruoruo lowered her head, pinching the corner of her clothes, her face so red it looked like it was about to cook through. Yi Qing was stunned for a moment, then immediately showed a bitter smile. He knew that Bai Ruoruo had misunderstood. The key was that he really couldn't blame Bai Ruoruo, it was truly his own way of speaking that was too problematic. Directly telling someone to take off their clothes, which girl wouldn't misunderstand that? Not directly cursing him and slapping him was already a testament to Bai Ruoruo's kindness. No, Ruoruo, you misunderstood, I didn't mean that, I meant, I want to see the scar on your back. I know you got a scar saving me back then, and for all these years, you haven't dared to wear backless clothes. I know a bit of medical skill, you know that, so I should be confident I can help you fix it. That's what I meant. Please don't misunderstand. It would have been better if Yi Qing hadn't explained, but with his explanation, Bai Ruoruo's face turned even redder. She had overthought it, and now she felt even more embarrassed. So that's it, I overthought it. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo couldn't tell if she was relieved or a little disappointed. Anyway, her heart was fluctuating, feeling uneasy. Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo and said softly, come, let me see, I'll help you heal the wound. However, Bai Ruoruo shook her head and said, Yi Qing, this scar isn't very big, and I've gotten used to seeing it over the years. I want to keep it. As soon as she said this, Yi Qing's brow furrowed, and he said, why keep it? Scars aren't pretty, and seeing it will upset you. Bai Ruoruo, however, smiled and said, no, it won't upset me, I'll only feel happy when I think of it, because it's a mark of our close connection. Yi Qing, just let me keep this scar, at least for now, okay? Looking at Bai Ruoruo's serious expression, Yi Qing understood what she was thinking, and helplessly, he could only nod and say, okay, then if you ever don't want to keep this scar, just tell me, and I'll help you remove it. Speaking of this, Yi Qing hesitated for a moment, looked at Bai Ruoruo, and said softly, Ruoruo, I know your feelings for me, but I can't promise you anything.
I might, for now, truly have lost the ability to love, so.
Yi Qing didn't want Bai Ruoruo to wait indefinitely, holding on to illusions, which might instead delay her own happiness. He wanted to make it clear, but some things, especially emotions, are the hardest to clarify. Bai Ruoruo stepped forward directly, put her finger over Yi Qing's mouth, and gently shook her head, saying, Yi Qing, I understand, don't say anything more.
I know you can't be with me right now, but you haven't loved anyone else, and you haven't been with anyone else, have you? Even if you get a new woman, I won't bother you. Can't you even grant me this small request?
As she spoke, Bai Ruoruo's eyes reddened, and tears welled up in them. That gentle gaze mixed with sorrow made Yi Qing unable to say anything more.
He, at this moment, didn't know what to say.
Decisive in killing, even a mass murderer, Yi Qing didn't care. If the sky fell, his expression wouldn't change, but when it came to emotions, he truly didn't know what to do.
Unable to give a promise, and not daring to promise, this was Yi Qing's current situation. Actually, for a person like him, what does it matter if he loves or not? What does a woman matter?
He can have them whenever and wherever he wants. He, in fact, could brazenly do whatever he wanted. Promises and other things were not important. What was important was that he could do it if he wanted to.
But he couldn't. Deep down, he still had a bottom line. Sighing softly, Yi Qing shook his head and said, Ruoruo, why must you be like this? Bai Ruoruo forced a smile, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Yi Qing, hug me, okay? Just once.
Yi Qing couldn't refuse Bai Ruoruo. He opened his arms, embraced Bai Ruoruo, and said softly, Ruoruo, I'm sorry, I can't give any promises. In Yi Qing's embrace, Bai Ruoruo said softly, I don't want promises. You don't need to feel burdened. Maybe one day I'll fall for someone else, and then, you mustn't regret it, okay? Even if I can't fall for someone else for now, you don't need to feel sorry for me. Matters of the heart simply cannot be forced. The way you are now just proves that you are someone who can be entrusted with a lifetime. It's just that you're too deeply hurt, and your future is destined to be among the heavens. In the future, there will be all sorts of women chasing you, clinging to you, loving you, guarding you. I just hope you don't forget me, okay? The more understanding Bai Ruoruo was, the more Yi Qing's heart ached. He almost wanted to give Bai Ruoruo a promise, but he couldn't, especially now his body, or perhaps his mind, might truly have a big problem at such a time. He dared not gamble. Moreover, his upcoming enemies and the situations he would face were all extremely dangerous. He couldn't let Bai Ruoruo suffer these things for no reason. Ruoruo, even if we can't be lovers, I promise we will always be the best of friends. I treat you like my own little sister. I swear, in this life, I will never let anyone bully you. That was enough. To receive these promises from Yi Qing, at least, the pain and sorrow of this period disappeared. Just like that, Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo quietly embraced for about 10 minutes. Afterward, Yi Qing originally wanted to stay and have dinner with Bai Ruoruo to talk properly, but Bai Ruoruo told Yi Qing to leave. Yi Qing did not refuse. Today was a good start, but perhaps today, for Bai Ruoruo, was a mix of bitter and sweet. Looking at Yi Qing's departing figure, Bai Ruoruo wore a sweet smile on her face. And Bai Weiwei immediately began to ask gossipy questions. Sis, what were you two doing upstairs just now? Did you kiss? Did you confirm your relationship? Bai Ruoruo heard this, gently shook her head, and said, No, you're overthinking it. Yi Qing and I are just good friends. Yes, the best of friends. Hearing this, Bai Weiwei pouted, seemingly a little dissatisfied, while Gao Qingyue, who stood beside them, Yi Qing had not looked at her once from beginning to end. That feeling of being ignored, that heartache, made Gao Qingyue almost despair and collapse. Just then, Bai Weiwei exclaimed. Sis, this couldn't be life elixir, could it? Wow, so much life elixir. Did Yi Qing give it all to you? When Yi Qing left, he left Bai Ruoruo a small bag. Inside the bag, there was invaluable, even priceless, life elixir that many big shots would covet, yet it was piled full as if it were worthless. This, in fact, was the love Yi Qing gave, wasn't it? Bai Ruoruo looked at the life elixir in the bag, and what she saw was love. So at this moment, her face was full of smiles. And Gao Qingyue, at this moment, her eyes were practically spitting fire, yet she could do absolutely nothing.
Mine, all of this should have been mine.
Gao Qingyue slumped onto the sofa, tears of humiliation and regret streaming from her eyes.
Meanwhile, Yi Qing was already in the car. Looking at Tianlang, Yi Qing said indifferently, "Is it handled?" Tianlang nodded heavily at this, saying, "It's all handled, they will never bother Ruoromis again."
Speaking of this, Tianlang seemed to hesitate for a moment and said, "Mr. Yi, I investigated some things about Wang Xiao and his bodyguards. They did many things that angered both heaven and man. Even execution would not be excessive, so you don't need to feel guilty."
Hearing this, Yi Qing's brow furrowed slightly, and he said, "Guilty? Why should I feel guilty? Do these ants deserve to make me feel guilty?" Just this one sentence showed his disregard for human life. Ants?
Tianlang smiled bitterly in his heart. Yi Qing, after all, was still not right. He was becoming more and more like a great villain, a great demon.
"Mr. Yi, where are we going?" Yi Qing seemed unaware that something was off about him, and he said softly, "To the prison, I want to go see my master." Chapter 499. Your master was taken away. Jiangcheng, 9th prison.
The name, a rather ordinary prison, those who didn't know might assume it was the 9th prison of its kind. In short, perhaps it wouldn't be very important, and the inmates held there should only be ordinary people. However, in reality, this ordinary-looking prison was anything but ordinary. At least, when this prison held by Wu, it was destined to possess a special quality that ordinary prisons lacked. The warden's surname was Sun, and today was the day he was transferred out of the prison. Originally, he thought his rotation this time would take at least several more years, but after Bai Wu left the prison, he knew his time here wouldn't be long.
Sure enough, the transfer order had already been issued.
Warden Sun, due to his meritorious service in guarding the prison and Bai Wu's departure, was successfully transferred to another location, promoted to the second-in-command of the West Province Detective Headquarters, and placed in charge of the entire province's detective work. It could be said that it was an exceptional promotion, and this was also greatly related to Warden Sun's family background and his tenure at the 9th prison this time.
"Warden, no, you should be called Chief now. Congratulations, you've directly leaped 3 ranks. Your future prospects are limitless. More than limitless, simply boundless."
To become a chief in charge of a province's criminal investigation work at over 40 years old, and the second in command of the West Province Detective Headquarters, the warden is truly amazing. "Warden, if you're not in a hurry, please leave tomorrow. At least let us see you off. We've been colleagues for so many years, we should at least show our appreciation." The prison's leadership and some well-connected prison guards were all in Warden Sun's office at this moment, expressing their congratulations and reluctance. Warden Sun looked at everyone with a smile, then sighed softly, saying, "A few years have passed in a flash. To be honest, I really am a bit reluctant to leave. I won't say too many pretty words. In short, we are all good brothers who have fought together for many years. When I get to the West Province, if you have anything, feel free to come find me. There's no need for a send-off either. They're rushing me over there, so I'll be leaving today. In short, we'll meet again." Seeing that Warden Sun had already made a decision, everyone found it hard to stop him. They could only enthusiastically escort the warden to the prison gate, insisting on watching him get into the car and leave. Human relations and social etiquette exist everywhere. What's more, Warden Sun was not demoted but promoted. Even if it was a promotion to another province, he would still hold real power. Who could say there wouldn't be a time when he could be of use? Arriving at the prison gate, Warden Sun exchanged a few pleasantries with them before intending to get into the car and leave. Just then, a car slowly pulled up in front of Warden Sun. Yi Qing opened the car door, looked at Warden Sun, and chuckled, "Warden, long time no see. How have you been?" Upon seeing Yi Qing, Warden Sun's expression changed, and he immediately broke into a smile. "Yi Qing, I didn't expect you to come today." The others also greeted Yi Qing one after another. Yi Qing also greeted each of them in return. It was not surprising that Yi Qing received such special treatment. When Yi Qing first entered the prison, he was just an ordinary person, enduring beatings and bullying, and no one paid attention to him, a minor figure. It wasn't until Yi Qing was favored by Old Bai and taken as his disciple that everything changed. At least, the warden looked at Yi Qing with new eyes, his attitude gentle, almost granting every request naturally. Others followed suit and treated Yi Qing better and better.
After all, if the top boss treated a prisoner this way, his subordinates naturally wouldn't dare to go against him. Yi Qing, did you know Warden's son was getting promoted and transferred, so you came to see him off?
Yes, Yi Qing, your news is very well informed.
How have you been recently? Looking at you, you seem to be doing quite well.
Everyone spoke up, without any pretense. Yi Qing smiled and said, I'll chat with you all when I have time.
But, Warden's son, you're being transferred? Promoted? Congratulations, congratulations. I wonder, Warden's son, where are you being transferred to?
Warden's son looked at Yi Qing and chuckled, I'm being transferred to the West Province, in charge of the entire province's detective work. Yi Qing smiled upon hearing this. Well, that was quite a coincidence. It seemed they would have a lot of dealings in the future. After all, the West Province was also within the scope of the Southeast 5 provinces, and the underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces would soon fall completely into his hands. However, minor skirmishes wouldn't require Yi Qing's appearance if it was truly an internal matter of the underground world. The detective headquarters wouldn't interfere. Especially now, during the war for kingship, this was an internal matter of the underground world, a matter for the Nine Kings Council, and had nothing to do with the detective headquarters. This involved the agreement reached between the underground world, the Nine Kings Council, and another layer of important figures in Longhua. That's truly a coincidence, Warden's son. After you arrive in the West Province, if you need anything, you can call me. I'll do my best to help, as I've been well taken care of by you these past few years. After speaking, Yi Qing glanced at Tianlang. Tianlang immediately took out a business card from his purse, and the card was pure black, with only a name and a phone number, no title. Warden's son took the business card, looked at Yi Qing, and said with a smile, Are you developing in the West Province now? Yi Qing smiled and said, In the entire Southeast, as long as it's a matter of the underground world, you can find me. Especially since you're promoted to the West Province Detective Headquarters, in charge of the entire province's detective work, I think I can still be of some help. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Warden's son took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Yi Qing, in this war for kingship in the underground world, are you one of them? After saying this, Warden's son himself showed a bitter smile and said, That's right, you are Old Bai's disciple. Old Bai has also given you many resources. If it's you doing it, then it's only right. Clearly, Warden's son knew some things, and he knew more than others. Yi Qing looked at Warden's son and chuckled, We'll talk about other things later. My main purpose for coming this time is to see my master, so please, Warden's son, lead the way. I want to take my master away. Although he has lived quite well in self-imposed imprisonment for so many years, ultimately, it's not as free and enjoyable as the outside world. As his disciple, I swore to let my master enjoy his later years peacefully. Now, I've come to fulfill my promise.
At this point, the smile on Yi Qing's face was very sincere and happy.
It was as if a child had finally achieved success and could make their parents enjoy life.
Pure and beautiful.
However, as soon as Warden's son heard this, a bitter expression immediately appeared on his face. I'm sorry, Yi Qing.
I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Old Bai is no longer in the prison. He has already been taken away. Chapter 500, Big Brother, Taboo exists. Old Bai was taken away? Yi Qing was stunned. This was impossible. If Master had wanted to leave prison, he would have done so long ago. He wouldn't have sealed himself away in here for so long. However, Warden's son wouldn't joke about something like this. And, he was taken away? Yi Qing frowned tightly, looking at Warden's son, and said, Warden's son, you're not joking with me, are you? My master has been in prison for so many years. If he wanted to leave, he would have left long ago. He simply didn't want to leave, which is why he's been sealed away here. How could he just leave? And what do you mean by taken away by someone?
So many people wanted my master to leave prison, but he refused them all. Even I wasn't sure I could convince him to leave this time, so how could he go with someone else? Yi Qing had many questions, but his heart was filled with even more doubt. The matter concerned his master, and he couldn't calm down even if he wanted to. Warden's son clearly knew the relationship between Yi Qing and Old Bai, and he could understand Yi Qing's current state. After all, that was the noble person who changed Yi Qing's life, and who took meticulous care of Yi Qing in prison. It could be said that without Old Bai, it was hard to say what would have become of Yi Qing in prison. Not to mention, he could now participate in the war for kings and stand proudly between heaven and earth. Warden Sun hesitated for a moment, placed his luggage in the car, and then looked at the others, saying, "Everyone, please go about your business. I will accompany Mr. Yi to Old Bai's cell. We have some things to discuss." Upon hearing this, the others bid their farewells. Regarding Old Bai, they also understood that many things were not for them to know. Warden Sun doing this clearly meant he wanted to talk to Yi Qing privately. After everyone else had left, Warden Sun looked at Yi Qing and said, "Yi Qing, let's talk as we walk." Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this, looked at Tianlang, and said, "Wait for me here." Tianlang respectfully obeyed the order. Then, Yi Qing followed Warden Sun deeper into the prison. Along the way, neither of them spoke, and Yi Qing had no interest in revisiting old places. It wasn't until they reached the deepest cell that Yi Qing's emotions finally stirred. This was it, the place where his master lived, and also the place where his destiny changed.
"Warden Sun, you can speak now. Who took my master away?"
Entering the cell, Yi Qing sat in the chair Old Bai once sat in, looking at Warden Sun with a somewhat cold expression. Warden Sun looked at Yi Qing, remained silent for a moment, and then said softly, "Yi Qing, I'm not sure if telling you these things will be good or bad for you, but I know that, as you are now, perhaps you shouldn't know these things." And, although Old Bai said nothing in the end, I could tell that he didn't want you to know these things either. Moreover, when Old Bai left, I could feel that he was thinking of you, and worried about you. The more Warden Sun spoke these words, the more agitated and angry Yi Qing became. He already felt that his master being taken away this time was definitely not as simple as just being taken out for fun. It was impossible for Old Bai to willingly leave with someone, unless the relationship was very deep, or it was a threat. That's right, it was a threat. Old Bai must have had an unavoidable reason to leave prison. "Warden Sun, I hope you tell me the truth. That's my master, and I have the right to know where he went." "I know, perhaps you think you don't need to tell me, but I, Yi Qing, am now asking you to speak. If you still think we have a friendship, if you still consider me, Yi Qing, a friend, then don't hide it from me." Warden Sun sighed, looked at Yi Qing, and nodded gently, saying, "You've grown up and matured during this time outside. Well, it's fine to tell you. Even if you don't know now, you'll know eventually. It's better to be prepared. The one who took your master away was Blue Abyss." Yi Qing was startled upon hearing this, as he was very unfamiliar with the name. He had never even heard of it, one might say. Blue Abyss? "Warden Sun, who is Blue Abyss? Why would my master go with him?" Warden Sun looked at Yi Qing and sighed, saying, "Yi Qing, you've been in the world for too short a time, so it's normal that you haven't heard of many things and many people. Especially figures like Blue Abyss, who have long since disappeared. I can only say that he once stirred up trouble in the strongest world of Dragon Country, and his strength in the dragon ranking was definitely not weak. After so many years, no one knows how strong he has become. However, he only came on orders. The one who truly came to pick up your master was your master's eldest disciple, your senior brother, Guo Xian." When Guo Xian was mentioned, the air seemed to solidify, and an icy aura enveloped the entire cell, as if merely mentioning the name sent shivers down one's spine. And Warden Sun's involuntary trembling when he mentioned Guo Xian already proved how much he resisted that name deep down. And Yi Qing, at this moment, his eyes instantly lit up. Of course, he didn't know who Guo Xian was, but he seemed to have heard this name before. The owner of that terrifying force, the Heart Hall, seemed to be called Guo Xian, right? If the two were the same person, then this person was actually his senior brother? This was something Yi Qing had never expected. "Warden Sun, I hope you can tell me everything you know. My master never mentioned my senior brother to me. I don't even know how many senior brothers and sisters I have. And these seem to be master's painful past." I asked, but he wouldn't say. "But I can see that you know something." Warden Sun showed a bitter smile, nodded, and said, "Actually, I don't know much either. Yi Qing, you should know that this prison became somewhat special because your master was imprisoned here. Every warden is assigned from outside, and I am no exception. I am from the Sun family in the imperial capital. Although I'm not highly regarded, I know some things. After all, one must do some homework before coming here. You know a little about your master's past, and I won't say much more. After all,
some truths you can only uncover yourself. But, regarding your senior brother, I think I only need to say one sentence, and you'll understand. At this point, Warden Sun took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, his eyes extremely solemn. When your master left with Blue Abyss this time, I was right there, so I heard it. Your senior brother threatened your master with the lives of over 100 people in his family, which forced your master to leave. As soon as these words came out, a cold killing intent instantly flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. Threatening master with the lives of over 100 members of his entire family? And this was done by his own senior brother? What kind of senior brother was this? He was clearly a rebellious disciple who betrayed his master and annihilated his ancestors. However, the next sentence made Yi Qing's expression even uglier. Your master's arm, it seems, was personally severed by your senior brother back then. Chapter 501, The Traitor Who Betrayed His Teacher and Ancestors. Mr. Ye's master did indeed lose an arm. Mr. Ye once asked who cut off his master's arm, vowing that once he gained the ability, he would definitely help his master get revenge. But in the end, his master never told him. Moreover, he sternly told Mr. Ye never to speak of revenge. It was as if Mr. Ye couldn't take revenge. Master Bai Lao, who could teach a disciple like Mr. Yi, was himself half-crippled, without a shred of strength. If someone said his master was an ordinary person, Mr. Yi would be the first to disbelieve it. His master's insights and abilities, including the unintentional display of authority and killing intent, were only possessed by top powerhouses. Therefore, Mr. Yi was very certain that his master was once a powerhouse standing at the peak, but for some unknown reason, he ended up in his current state. After all, if his master didn't speak, he couldn't know these circumstances. Now, the mystery of his master's severed arm was finally solved. But this result was something Mr. Yi never expected. It was actually his senior disciple brother. Warden Sun, you didn't lie to me? The one who took my master was senior disciple brother. The one who cut off my master's arm was also senior disciple brother? No, he is not my senior disciple brother. He is a traitor who betrayed his master and annihilated his ancestors, the rebellious disciple Gu Xian. At this moment, Mr. Yi's killing intent sword. If Gu Xian were here, Mr. Yi would fight him regardless of life or death. Warden Sun looked at Mr. Yi, very concerned about his state, and advised through gritted teeth, Mr. Yi, it was indeed Gu Xian who sent Blue Abyss to pick up your master. I know you were very angry, but you must remain calm. You may not be clear about Gu Xian's situation, but I know a little. In short, he is terrifying, even more terrifying than you can imagine. Mr. Yi, it's not that I underestimate you, but you will not be his opponent even if you have now grown to the point where you can participate in the King's Seizure War. I can be sure that even if you become the Southeast King, you will still not be Gu Xian's opponent. You won't even have a shred of a chance. Mr. Yi, your master would not want you to do anything foolish, do you understand? Speaking of this, Warden Sun sighed, saying, including everything I told you today, it actually shouldn't have been said, but given our relationship, I don't want you to encounter bad things in the future without understanding, so I hope you can be well. Warden Sun was telling the truth. He could have chosen not to say these things. He could have simply said who took away by Lao everything about Gu Xian, the senior disciple brother, the severed arm, and the threat to the lives of over 100 people in the Bai family. Warden Sun could have kept silent about all of it, but he spoke. This was a favor that Mr. Yi had to be grateful for. Looking at Warden Sun, Mr. Yi nodded and said, thank you for your concern, Warden Sun. I understand what you said. I know that I won't be Gu Xian's opponent right now. In fact, with my current ability, I probably can't even defeat his subordinates, let alone directly confront him. But, one day, I will personally stand before him and tell him just how wrong he was. Betraying his master and annihilating his ancestors, coercing his master, cutting off his master's arm. I don't care how big the conflict between him and his master was, or who was right or wrong,
but what he did was wrong. I will make him kneel before his master, weeping and repenting. Mr. Yi spoke these words very seriously, as if making a promise to his master from afar, in the very prison where his master had lived for so long. Seeing Mr. Yi make such a solemn vow, Warden Sun had no other words to say. After all, no matter what, this was a matter between two disciples of Bai Lao, he was just an outsider. After a moment of silence, Warden Sun looked at Mr. Yi and said softly, "Since Mr. Yi has made such a decision, there is not much I can help you with. However, if you want to openly stand before Gu Xian and at least have the qualifications and ability to contend with him, Mr. Yi, then the Southeast King is just the beginning after all. Even if you succeed in the King's Seizure War, entering the Nine Kings Council will likely have some twists and turns. Only by entering the Nine Kings Council and gaining a voice within it will you be considered qualified to glimpse some of your senior disciple brother's secrets. But, even so, it is merely that to contend with him, you would probably need to be the one in charge of the Nine Kings Council. However, how difficult that is, I probably don't need to say much. You should know that for so many years, no one has been able to truly control the Nine Kings Council." What kind of existence was the Nine Kings Council? It was the highest governing body controlling the underground world of Dragon Country. The Nine Kings were the 9 rulers of the underground world of Dragon Country. Among kings, who would submit to whom? If he truly controlled the Nine Kings Council, it would be equivalent to controlling the entire underground world of Dragon Country. If that were the case, then Mr. Yi would indeed have the qualifications and ability to challenge anyone. At least, the qualifications would be sufficient. Mr. Yi looked at Warden Sun, nodded, and said, "Thank you, Warden Sun. Don't worry, I know what to do. I can't find Gu Xian right now, and even if I did, as you said, I wouldn't be able to do anything but throw my life away. I, Mr. Yi, am not a fool. However, I, Mr. Yi, must also make my own voice heard. Coincidentally, I seem to have some unavoidable conflicts with his heart hall, so I will use this method to tell Gu Xian that I, Mr. Yi, am not to be trifled with." After speaking, Mr. Yi said no more and left the prison. Arriving outside the prison, Mr. Yi watched Warden Sun get into his car, then composed himself, smiled, and said, "Warden Sun, it's still the same. If you need any help from me, just ask. As for the underground world in West Province, once I arrange it, I will have the person in charge contact you proactively. In short, since you have taken office, I will certainly ensure you save face." With Mr. Yi's promise, Warden Sun's journey to his new post would be smooth sailing. The person in charge of the underground world of West Province personally escorted him. What trouble could there be? At this moment, Warden Sun couldn't help but feel a flicker of ambition in his heart. Perhaps, he could truly have a boundless future. West Province might not be the end of his career, but very likely, the starting point of his rise. Who would have thought that a not-so-great assignment, which no one wanted to take at the time, would actually change his destiny? Warden Sun was filled with emotion and clasped his hands towards Mr. Yi, saying, "Mr. Yi, take care. I hope you can quickly become the Southeast King. I hope you can see Bai Lao soon. Goodbye." The car drove away. Mr. Yi stood at the prison gate, watching the departing vehicle, his eyes flickering with urgency, solemnity, and a hint of wild killing intent. Chapter 502, Mr. Qin escaped? Yi Qing arrived in a hurry and left in a hurry. When he came, he was overjoyed, thinking that even if he couldn't take his master away, he would at least be able to see him and express his longing. He also wanted his master to see his achievements and be proud of him. However, he never expected that his master had already been taken away, and he had gained a senior disciple brother, one who betrayed his master and destroyed his ancestors. Sitting in the car, Yi Qing's face remained grim throughout the journey. Tianlang, driving the car, felt extremely apprehensive. The occasional bursts of killing intent that emanated from Yi Qing had already drenched Tianlang's back with sweat. He naturally knew that Yi Qing's killing intent was not directed at him, but that terrifying feeling, as if a natural predator was behind him, ready to kill at any moment, was truly beyond his control. "Mr. Yi, is your senior disciple brother really that difficult to deal with?" Although Tianlang didn't enter the prison and didn't hear many things, he had gathered some information. However, he had truly never heard of Gu Xian and didn't know how terrifying he was. Yi Qing heard this, pondered for a moment, then said, "To be honest, I'm not familiar with him at all. In fact, I only recently learned his name. However, even so, I know he is very terrifying, far from what I can handle right now. You know about the Ku family, whom even the Southwest King, the Feng family, are wary of, right? The entire Ku family has joined the Heart Hall, and they are even outer members. The controller of the Heart Hall is this senior disciple brother of mine who betrayed his master and destroyed his ancestors, he. At this point, Yi Qing sighed and said, according to Warden Sun's words, only when I truly become the Southeast King and gain a voice in the Nine Kings Council will I be qualified to know some things about this senior disciple brother of mine and to contend with him. I must at least possess a powerful force within the Nine Kings Council. Just this point alone shows how terrifying his existence is. And this is merely his influence, his actual strength has reached a level I dare not imagine. Yi Qing's words were not an exaggeration, the truth was exactly as he stated. A man who could sever his master's arm many years ago, how strong must he be after all these years? He dared not contemplate it. Old Bai, although Yi Qing didn't know how powerful Old Bai truly was back then, just by being able to teach him the Azure Emperor longevity art, coupled with the aura of casually commenting on dragon ranking and tiger rankings experts, he knew that Old Bai, at his very least, must have been a peak dragon ranking expert. Such a person couldn't defeat his own renegade disciple, which shows just how powerful this senior disciple brother's strength truly was. Yi Qing wasn't despairing, but at this moment, he truly felt helpless. Tianlang took a deep breath and softly said, Mr. Yi, I think you don't need to worry about Old Bai. Old Bai should not be in any danger. According to what you said, since this Gu Xian is so powerful, and even his subordinates are incredibly strong, if he wanted Old Bai's life, he could have done it long ago, and with ease. However, for so many years, he hasn't done so, and not only that, he hasn't come to find Old Bai either. Now, he suddenly appears and sends people to take Old Bai away. I think there must be another purpose. In any case, he won't easily lay a hand on Old Bai. That makes sense. Yi Qing nodded and said, you're right, that's what I think too, but even so, my master is probably having a very hard time with him. After all, if I were my master, being forcibly taken away by a renegade disciple, even if I was served good food and drink, my mood wouldn't be good. What's more, this Gu Xian is just a lunatic, the biggest lunatic in the world. No one knows what he will do next, so, no, I must become stronger as quickly as possible and grow up quickly. As he spoke, Yi Qing's teeth ground audibly, and his anger burned fiercely. Faster. I need to rush back immediately and call them for a meeting. I can't wait for the position of Southeast King. Yi Qing was in a bad mood, and Tianlang dared not delay. He immediately accelerated the car to its fastest speed. Soon, Yi Qing returned to Cloud Mist Villa. Then, he took Tianlang directly to the conference room. On the large screen in the conference room, Pujuan, Red Eyes, and Nangong Yu were all already waiting. Although they didn't know what had happened, the moment they saw Yi Qing, they sensed his extremely bad mood. Yi Qing didn't say much and went straight to the point. To make a long story short, I want to become the king of the entire Southeast 5 provinces underground world in the shortest possible time, and then immediately submit an application to the Nine Kings Council to formally assume the position of Southeast King. How long will it take for you to achieve this? As soon as these words were spoken, Pujuan and the others fell silent. According to their previously discussed plan, Yi Qing shouldn't have been in such a hurry, but today, he was clearly in an extreme rush. Pujuan looked at Yi Qing and said in a deep voice, if we want to replace the Qin family by fully occupying the underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces, that will take at least a month. However, if Mr. Yi is truly in such a hurry, it's not without a solution. We've talked about this method before, which is to directly declare war on Old Qin. If we win against him, everything else will be easy to handle. It's just, Mr. Yi, doing this is not without hidden dangers, because at that time, in the underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces, we won't have enough of our own people. Many of the personnel will probably still be Old Qin's former subordinates, and their loyalty might be a big problem. Hearing Pujuan say this, Yi Qing directly waved his hand and said, I won't consider loyalty for now. As long as I become the Southeast King, they will have no choice but to listen to me. As for replacing personnel and so on, that can be dealt with later. Right now, I just want this title of Southeast King, and I want the Nine Kings Council to formally recognize me. Pujuan nodded upon hearing this and said, Mr. Yi, then I know what to do.
At this moment, Red Eyes spoke, Mr. Yi, if that's the case, then your battle with Old Qin probably can't happen now. According to the information I've received, Old Qin has already left the southeast. No one knows where he specifically went. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Yi Qing but also the others frowned, not having expected things to turn out this way. At such a critical moment. Especially since Yi Qing had killed young Master Qin and Uncle Hai, and was continuously encroaching on the southeast's territory, Old Qin, for whatever reason, should have been irreconcilable with Yi Qing and fought to the death. Flee? What a joke! No matter how bad Old Qin was, he was still a dragon ranking expert and the southeast king among the 9 kings. Fleeing before the battle even began? This couldn't be Old Qin's style. Moreover, this was about revenge. Chapter 503 As long as you are strong enough. Before Mr. Yi could speak, Pujuan and Nangon Yu directly expressed their confusion. Red Eyes, is your information accurate? This isn't a joke. Old Qin, how could he possibly escape? Right now, it's not a losing situation, especially since Old Qin's strength is incredibly powerful. He hasn't even fought Mr. Yi yet, so how could he escape? What's more, Old Qin has such deep feelings for Qin Wushuang and Uncle Hai, the butler not helping them get revenge and just escaping like this? This is simply a huge joke. Pujuan didn't believe it, Nangon Yu didn't believe it, and in fact, Red Eyes didn't believe it either when he first heard the news. However, after Red Eyes' repeated confirmation, Old Qin had indeed already left. Red Eyes sighed and Mr. Yi nodded and said, the strength I displayed in Southwest was already not weak among dragon ranking experts, so it's inevitable that Old Qin isn't confident against me. What's more, in Southwest, I not only offended Old Qin but also the Ku family, and given the Ku family's consistent behavior, their desire to kill me is undoubtedly intense. At the same time, achieving their goals by any means necessary is the Ku family's usual style, but my strength is here, so killing me won't be easy. Therefore, they will definitely join forces with powerful individuals and then set up a trap to eliminate me. This is a certainty. Whether others will cooperate with the Ku family, I don't know, but Old Qin now has an irreconcilable hatred with me. It's hard to say he won't join forces with the Ku family to encircle and kill me. At this point, Mr. Yi said with a cold expression, according to the intelligence received, Old Qin's feelings for Qin Wushuang and Uncle Hai even surpass those for the rest of the Qin family. Plus, I am bound to get the title of Southeast King, so if he truly conspires to encircle and kill me, it would be understandable. Upon hearing this, Pujuan said in a deep voice, Mr. Yi, since you know that the Ku family and Old Qin will join forces against you, I now request to immediately return to your side and provide protection at all times. At the same time, Red Eyes also immediately made the same decision. However, Mr. Yi directly shook his head and said, no need. Even if they want to deal with me, they won't act so quickly. They will only find a more suitable opportunity, unite more people, and strive for a single fatal blow. Let's not talk about these things for now since Old Qin has left. That's good. Many things won't require so much effort. Now, I order Pujuan, Nangon Yu, and Red Eyes, you immediately set off for the Qin family's stronghold. I think even if Old Qin leaves, he won't abandon the Qin family members. You go first, and I'll follow by then. I want to see what kind of gift this Old Qin has left for me. He can't possibly hand over the lives of all the remaining Qin family members to me, can he? Go to the Qin family. As long as you go to the Qin family and Old Qin doesn't appear, then the Southeast 5 provinces underground world will instantly collapse, with no more resistance. The only regret is that I will have the name of Southeast King but not necessarily the reality of Southeast King. At this point, Mr. Yi became a little unhappy. With Old Qin gone, taking over the Southeast 5 provinces underground world was indeed much simpler. But the problem was that in a battle for kingship, even if one side wasn't necessarily killed, there should at least be a fight. The Southeast King Old Qin had left and disappeared, and everyone knew he would definitely seek revenge at that time. Even if Mr. Yi took over the entire Southeast 5 provinces underground world, what if Old Qin reappeared and killed Mr. Yi? This was a troublesome matter. Therefore, if Old Qin's problem wasn't resolved, then Mr. Yi becoming the Southeast King and entering the 9 Kings Council would be continuously delayed. The 9 Kings Council would also have a valid reason to directly refuse Mr. Yi's entry. Troublesome, very troublesome. Red Eyes frowned at this point and said, Mr. Yi, could it be that this Old Qin is deliberately using this method to annoy you? He is the Southeast King, And he knows better than anyone that if he doesn't appear, it will be almost impossible for you to join the Nine Kings Council and officially become the Southeast King. Is he deliberately stalling you? Mr. Yi nodded and said, deliberately stalling me is one reason for this, but he cannot not appear. Alright, don't consider these things for now. Go to the Qin family, set off as soon as possible. By then, everything will be clear. After speaking, Mr. Yi directly cut off the video connection. He sat in his chair, falling into silence. Tianlang looked at Mr. Yi and cautiously said, Mr. Yi, you still need to be careful. After all, old Qin has been the Southeast King for many years, and his strength is also very powerful. He also has many friends among the Nine Kings Council and other experts. I'm afraid he might have a conspiracy. A conspiracy was inevitable. If there was no conspiracy at all, Mr. Yi wouldn't believe it either. Mr. Yi shook his head, stood up directly, and said, Tianlang, guarding the Cloud Mist Villa well is your greatest contribution. You don't need to worry about other matters. Conspiracy or no conspiracy, it doesn't matter anyway. No matter what the conspiracy is, in the end, it still comes down to a confrontation. It just depends on whose strength is superior. All said and done, I'm still not strong enough. At this point, Mr. Yi heavily slapped the table and said angrily, if I were strong enough, I could find a way to find Gu Xian and rescue Master right now. If I were strong enough, no matter how many schemes he had, I would break them with my own power. Mr. Yi was sighing about not being strong enough. If others heard these words, they would only feel ashamed. After all, Mr. Yi had reached this level of strength in such a short time, which was rare in the world. However, when one thought about the enemies Mr. Yi was about to face, one could only lament that what Mr. Yi said was true. He was indeed not strong enough. And, just as Mr. Yi was sighing about not being strong enough, thousands of miles away, on a beautiful small island in a mysterious sea area, a middle-aged man around 40 and a white-haired, one-armed old man were standing on the cliff of the small island, sea fishing. The topic they were discussing happened to be about Mr. Yi. At this moment, the sea was calm, with a gentle breeze, making people feel refreshed and extremely comfortable. The middle-aged man held a long rod, not looking back. But it was as if he also knew that the white-haired, one-armed old man was extremely dissatisfied with him, only showing indifference. Master, my junior brother is indeed exceptionally talented. If I'm not mistaken, he has now reached the minor accomplishment of the Azure Emperor longevity art, to the extent of condensing the Green Lotus Phantom. But, this time, is precisely the most dangerous time. Although you, Master, possess the Azure Emperor longevity art, you cannot cultivate it, so naturally, you cannot experience and understand its profound mysteries. Most importantly, you are completely unaware of the dangers within it. As he spoke, the middle-aged man looked back, gazing at the old man very gently, and chuckled. You say, if I kill him, would you feel heartbroken? Hearing this, the old man finally could not remain indifferent, glaring at the middle-aged man, and gritted his teeth. Gu Xian, what exactly do you want? That's right, this middle-aged man and the old man were none other than Mr. Yi's senior brother, Gu Xian, the Heart Palace Master, who was known as a forbidden existence. And this old man was Mr. Yi's master, Bai Wu, who had been brought by Gu Xian. Chapter 504. I am the one who wants him to become stronger the most. Gu Xian looked like an honest and trustworthy middle-aged man. If someone who didn't know Gu Xian met him, they would even instinctively develop a sense of trust and goodwill, finding him honest, kind, and approachable. However, what the truth was, perhaps only those who had died in the vast sea of blood would truly understand what a terrifying and ruthless existence he was. Could someone who became the master of the Heart Hall, someone called a forbidden existence by all sides of the world, be a good person? There might be many who understood Gu Xian. But one of the people, or perhaps the only one, who understood Gu Xian best, was probably Bai Wu, who stood behind Gu Xian, glaring at him. After all, this was the person who had adopted Gu Xian since childhood, carefully taught him, and almost regarded him as dearer than his own son, like a teacher and a father. But now, when Bai Wu looked at Gu Xian, there might no longer be hatred in his eyes, but rather, indifference. Gu Xian looked at Bai Wu and said softly, I didn't intend to do anything. Master, you haven't taken many disciples, but you have a few, some I know, some I don't, but I have never done anything to them, have I? Now, aren't they still carefree, doing whatever they want? How could I do anything to them? I am their senior disciple brother. What he said was true. The matter of being the senior disciple brother was indeed something no one could deny. But, would a senior disciple brother not deal with his junior disciples? This senior disciple brother of his had almost killed his own master. Would he care about his junior disciples? Bai Wu looked at Gu Xian and said in a deep voice, "You might not have had any intentions towards others, but you've been too concerned about Yi Qing. Gu Xian, ever since you captured me, you've been inquiring about Yi Qing's matters, even investigating all his background thoroughly. Do you dare say you don't have any intention of targeting him? But why? Is it just because he cultivated the Azure Emperor longevity art? But even so, he is not your opponent, and it's impossible for him to be your opponent in this lifetime. Gu Xian, what are you afraid of? How could you be afraid? You shouldn't be afraid at all." This was the part Bai Wu understood least about Gu Xian. Aside from Yi Qing cultivating the Azure Emperor longevity art, he couldn't think of any other reason for Gu Xian's attention to Yi Qing. But, what of it? No matter how talented Yi Qing was, he couldn't be Gu Xian's opponent. Not to mention the many years of difference between them, nor that Gu Xian was carefully taught by Bai Wu from a young age, while Yi Qing only became Bai Wu's disciple in the last 3 years. Even at the same age, Bai Wu could confidently say that Yi Qing would not be Gu Xian's opponent. There was only one reason. Gu Xian was truly a monstrous genius. If Yi Qing could be described as a rare talent seen once in a century, then Gu Xian was a talent sought once in a millennium. This was not something that could be compensated by quantity. So, he really didn't understand why Gu Xian would target Yi Qing, and moreover, pay so much attention to him. But Gu Xian doing this must have his reasons. Only Bai Wu couldn't find this reason. Afraid? Gu Xian burst into laughter when he heard this. Then, Gu Xian shook his head and sighed. "So, master, you don't understand, you just don't understand. How could I be afraid? Even if there's someone in this world I truly fear, that person wouldn't be Yi Qing. It's not that I underestimate Yi Qing, thinking he'll never be a threat to me in this lifetime. On the contrary, I am the person in this world who wishes more than anyone else for him to grow stronger as quickly as possible. I hope his Azure Emperor longevity art can reach grand completion as soon as possible. I hope his strength quickly approaches mine. I even hope that if he can kill me, then I will die with a smile." "Master, you don't understand me, you just don't understand me." What Gu Xian said, let alone Bai Wu not understanding, anyone who heard it would feel bewildered. However, Bai Wu was very clear about one thing: Gu Xian would not lie. No, not that he couldn't, but that he disdained lying. For Gu Xian, all challenges in this world were not challenges at all. He had no reason or inclination to bother with lying. It was nothing more than a single sword strike to resolve it. Gu Xian actually said that he was the one who most hoped for Yi Qing to grow stronger, which surprised Bai Wu and made him sense an unusual conspiracy. What on earth was it for? Could it be the Azure Emperor longevity art? But what kind of secret did the Azure Emperor longevity art hide, and how did it make Gu Xian so eager for Yi Qing to grow stronger? What was this all about? Gu Xian, what secret about the Azure Emperor longevity art do I not know? You are so concerned about Yi Qing, it must be because of the Azure Emperor longevity art. What exactly do you want to do by hoping for Yi Qing to grow stronger? If his Azure Emperor longevity art reaches grand completion, what does that have to do with you? Tell me, what exactly are you thinking? Bai Wu could no longer hold back and questioned Gu Xian. Gu Xian merely smiled, waved his long pole, and chuckled. "Master, don't rush, you will know sooner or later. Before that, wouldn't it be good for us, master and disciple, to reconnect and strengthen our bond? Especially after so many years apart, our misunderstanding runs very, very deep, and I haven't shown you filial piety. Just stay here comfortably, and let me properly fulfill my filial duty to you." Misunderstanding? Bai Wu looked at Gu Xian. If there was a misunderstanding between them, then that misunderstanding was truly higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Taking a deep breath, Bai Wu looked at Gu Xian and said in a deep voice, "Gu Xian, what level has your current strength reached?" Gu Xian heard this, looked at Bai Wu, and chuckled. "Master, for many years, your cultivation has been crippled. I thought you had given up on the world of the strong. It seems you are still full of anticipation." At this point, Gu Xian chuckled, looked at Bai Wu, and said softly, yes, it is to clearly possess immense luck in obtaining the Azure Emperor longevity art, yet lacking the aptitude to cultivate it. This is probably your greatest regret and most painful experience in this lifetime. Want to see? What you saw back then was just the tip of the iceberg now. If my master wants to see, then I will show you, let you experience how powerful this cultivation technique, which only immortals can possess, can make a person. As he spoke, Gu Xian directly tossed the long pole in his hand down the cliff. Then, at some unknown point, the sea's surface became turbulent, with one giant wave after another, as if the ocean was roaring, and in the air, the gentle breeze slowly turned into a raging wind between heaven and earth. At some unknown point, dark clouds began to gather, and thunder rumbled. Gu Xian stood at the edge of the cliff with his hands behind his back, watching a group of sharks surface, a faint smile on his lips, and said, Master, then you, watch carefully. As his voice fell, Gu Xian directly leaped down the dozens of meters high cliff, crashing heavily into the turbulent sea. Chapter 505 The Only God. Falling from such a high cliff, even if one didn't die, they would be crippled. But for an absolute powerhouse, it wasn't a difficult feat. Even if there were monstrous waves beneath the cliff, there was actually nothing to be surprised about. To say nothing else, just Bai Wu, in his past, he could easily accomplish this without a scratch. However, at this moment, Bai Wu furrowed his brows, because he knew very well that if Gu Xian wanted him to see his strength, he wouldn't just show so little. Sure enough, in the next second, Bai Wu saw that Gu Xian, who should have crashed heavily into the sea, was actually standing proudly on the crest of a wave, and in the blink of an eye, he was nearly 100 meters away, right in the center of a shark school. At this moment, amidst the torrential rain and monstrous waves, Gu Xian was like a sea king, standing on the crest of a wave, commanding everything in the sea. Bai Wu's brows were tightly furrowed until, in the next second, he heard Gu Xian's voice, which seemed distant yet was as if right beside his ear. Master, what you are about to see, I hope you open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Don't be surprised, oh. As his voice fell, in the next second, even though Bai Wu was mentally prepared, he was still stunned speechless by the scene before him, his body even trembling uncontrollably, feeling an urge to kneel on the ground and prostrate himself in worship. He saw that above the sea, from the moment Gu Xian's voice fell, a giant Dharma idol, tens of meters high, suddenly rose. The Dharma idol was entirely red, tens of meters high, even taller than the cliff, with long hair flowing, wearing an emperor's crown, and the face of the giant Dharma idol was clearly Gu Xian's face, yet it was 20 years younger and 10 times more wicked and charming than Gu Xian. In the center of the giant Dharma idol's forehead, a blood-red lotus shimmered with flames that seemed capable of burning everything. Just one glance made one's soul tremble. How could this be a human? This was clearly the Dharma heaven and earth manifestation that only gods and myths possessed. And at this moment, the Dharma idol gently opened its mouth, its voice like thunder, deafening, like the might of heaven and earth. Master, are you satisfied with my strength? Looking at Bai Wu, who was already sitting on the ground, pale-faced and astonished, the Dharma idol gradually disappeared like an illusion. And the next moment, Gu Xian, who had returned to his normal form, appeared before Bai Wu. Everything that had just happened seemed like an illusion. However, the red lotus mark between Gu Xian's brows, which had not completely dissipated and still left an imprint, constantly indicated that all of this was real, not an illusion at all. What is this? Illusion, fake, all of this is fake, this cannot be real. At this moment, Bai Wu sat on the ground, looking at Gu Xian, constantly muttering words like fake, all fake. He couldn't believe that everything he saw before him was real. This was impossible. How could a human become a god? How could a human possess such immense power? This giant, standing tall against the sky, was clearly a deity from mythology. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu Xian smiled, looking at Bai Wu, and didn't help him up, only softly said, fake? Perhaps, but all of this is real. That's why I said, your biggest regret in this life, the thing you regret the most, is possessing the Azure Emperor longevity art, yet being unqualified to cultivate it. Now, seeing the achievements I possess, your regret and pain will only increase, won't it? This is the power of the Azure Emperor longevity art. This
this is the miraculous cultivation method that turns people into gods, or even devils. What I just displayed is one of the strongest divine abilities of the Azure Emperor Longevity Art, Dharma Heaven and Earth, Qing Emperor True Body. Speaking of this, a faint hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Guxian's mouth, and he sneered, "It's just a pity, it's incomplete. My Dharma idol, rather than being called the Qing Emperor True Body, is more like the Red Blood Emperor True Body, which is still far off." As he spoke, an extremely enchanting blood-red lotus appeared in Guxian's hand.
Guxian chuckled softly, "Master, aren't you curious? Why did the green lotus from back then turn into an enchanting red now? You wouldn't think it's just a change in color, would you?"
Bai Wu, at this moment, was already on the verge of a mental breakdown. At this moment, let alone Guxian transforming into a lotus, even if Guxian turned into a pig, he would consider it natural.
Is there a connection between the green lotus and the red lotus?
Green lotus, you once condensed the green lotus phantom, I saw it, but I never expected that the Azure Emperor Longevity Art would eventually turn into this appearance. The green lotus is sacred and noble, as if containing endless vitality, giving one the feeling of an immortal descended to the mortal world, but this red lotus is an eerie beauty. Within its beauty, there is monstrous evil and sin. One glance can make one's soul tremble and mind collapse.
Guxian, did you become like this because you were influenced by this red lotus? At this moment, Bai Wu had to consider when Guxian's temperament changed drastically.
Whether this strange red lotus played an important role in it, making him unable to help but overthink.
Guxian heard this and chuckled softly, "Talking about these things is meaningless now. Besides, isn't the red lotus good?
Karma fire, red lotus karma fire, burning all evil in this world, how wonderful." Oh, right, I might as well tell you directly, my junior disciple is also walking the path of the green lotus, turning into a red lotus. He cannot escape it, ha 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 ha. As soon as these words came out, Bai Wu's face changed drastically, as if he had thought of something, and he gritted his teeth. "Guxian, you already possess such power now. Is there anyone in this world who is your match? Why do you keep fixating on your junior disciple?
Invincible?"
Guxian gently shook his head and smiled. "Whether I am invincible, I don't know. There are too many secrets in this world, but it's true that I haven't encountered an opponent for now." Speaking of this, a red light flashed in Guxian's eyes, and two red lotuses shimmering with flames appeared in his eyes. Even if someone truly possesses such power, if I knew, I would directly eliminate them.
If there are gods in this world and gods need to exist, then I am the only god. That's enough. All other false gods deserve to die.
Guxian stood with his hands behind his back at the edge of the cliff. Dark clouds filled the sky, and the sea was turbulent with waves, and at this moment, he truly seemed like a deity. Crazy, truly crazy. Guxian, perhaps, truly possessed the means of a deity, but he actually wanted to become the only god, to eliminate all others who had the potential to become deities. But these were no longer things Bai Wu could control. He could understand Guxian if it were anyone else, possessing such powerful, seemingly divine power. Perhaps, even without external interference, they would become unreasonable, wouldn't they? If a mortal possessed the power of a deity, were they still a mortal? If they were no longer a mortal, could they still possess the emotions and character of a mortal? Bai Wu was silent for a moment, looking at Guxian, and said, "Then why did you spare Yi Qing, and instead, anticipate his growth? Are you too lonely? Or is there a secret between you two, who both cultivate the Azure Emperor Longevity Art, that I don't know about? And this secret can only be resolved when Yi Qing has mastered the Azure Emperor Longevity Art and possesses the same power as you?" Hearing Bai Wu's guess, Guxian smiled faintly and softly said, "As expected of my master, a being who once stood at the peak of martial arts powerhouses. You, indeed, are very smart." "That's right, but as for the specific reason, I cannot tell you. I can only say that I am truly looking forward to his rapid growth, and moreover, growing according to my will. For this, I will continuously help him. There can only be one God. Either him, or me. But, in the end, it will still be me. Everything of his will become nourishment to help me truly become a deity." Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Guxian's long hair fluttered, red lotuses appeared in his eyes, and a blood lotus on his forehead shimmered with faint red light. A giant blood-red Dharma idol appeared faintly behind him. Like a god.
Like a devil. Chapter 506 Who doesn't want to become a god?
Bai Wu had nothing left to say.
What was there to say to a madman? Even if Gu Xian seemed like the most normal person to everyone else.
However, a person who fantasized about being a god, or even the only god in this world, was, in essence, the biggest madman. Even if this madman already possessed godlike strength, he was still a madman. One thing that brought Bai Wu comfort was that, at least for now, he didn't have to worry about Yi Qing's safety. Since Gu Xian wanted Yi Qing to grow quickly, he wouldn't specifically target Yi Qing or kill him. This was the only good news Bai Wu had heard in days. Looking at Gu Xian, Bai Wu sighed, slowly got up, and said, Mortals should never aspire to the identity and power of a god. Even if you truly become a god in the flesh, a mortal is still a mortal.
Gu Xian, you already have everything, don't be so greedy.
Gu Xian didn't get angry when Bai Wu said this about him. He resumed his honest and reliable appearance, and chuckled, Master, you are truly old now.
So old that you have no ambition left. That's true given your current situation, you're practically a cripple. How could you understand my thoughts? However, if I told you that not only could your strength be restored, but it could also advance to a higher level, and you might even possess the power of a god like me, would you be tempted? Gu Xian looked at Bai Wu, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes.
And at that very moment, a strong light burst forth from Bai Wu's eyes. That kind of longing and greed, though fleeting, was still captured by Gu Xian.
Gu Xian laughed heartily, looking at Bai Wu, laughing so hard he swayed back and forth. So, you can't even overcome this hurdle in your own heart, and you talk to me about greed?
If you regained your strength, and even possessed power like mine, your greed would probably be far greater than mine.
Don't forget, I became who I am today because of your teachings, my dear master, ha.
At this moment, Bai Wu fell silent, showing a bitter smile. He looked at Gu Xian, sighed, and said, Gu Xian, I'm tired. If you want to be crazy, then go ahead. I'm just a cripple now. I can't stop you, and I don't want to stop you from anything anymore. Everything is up to you. After speaking, Bai Wu turned and wanted to leave.
Gu Xian stood indifferently behind Bai Wu, chuckling softly, Master, what if I told you that I wasn't joking just now, that I really have a way to restore your strength, and even go further, to possess power like mine? Are you truly not tempted? Bai Wu's body stiffened. He stopped, gritted his teeth, and said, Even if you really have such a method, you wouldn't use it on me, would you? And the price to pay must be unbearable, isn't that right? So, Gu Xian, don't waste your efforts. I won't fall for your trick, and I won't be your plaything, to be manipulated by you. With that, Bai Wu ignored Gu Xian and left directly.
Gu Xian, looking at Bai Wu's retreating figure, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes.
Is that so? My dear master, when that moment truly arrives, when you truly have the opportunity to become a god, will you give up? That wouldn't be like you at all. After all, you were once the most evil demon in this world, ha ha ha. I'm actually looking forward to it. When you truly have such an opportunity, what will you do? Ha 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 ha.
Gu Xian sneered, then sat on the rock, watching the turbulent sea, letting the rain from the sky beat down on him, unmoving.
Until, more than half an hour passed. Blue Abyss walked behind Gu Xian and respectfully knelt on both knees. My lord. Gu Xian didn't turn his head, and spoke indifferently, Speak. Blue Abyss cautiously said, My lord, Ke family head wants to see you.
I already rejected him for you, but he said he wants Hardhall to help, to send out experts to assist him. He wants to besiege and kill Yi Qing. My lord, there is an irreconcilable blood feud between Ke family head and Yi Qing. According to Ke family head, he has already contacted Old Qin, a dragon ranking expert, and Kimura, the Japanese sword saint, adding himself and another expert. There are a total of 4 dragon ranking strength experts, plus a large amount of heavy firepower coverage. It seems like assassinating Yi Qing should be a very stable matter. However, Yi Qing is not alone. His subordinate, Pajuan, has nearly dragon ranking strength plus, the Feng family will not stand idly by. Wind Dragon will definitely make a move. Therefore, the certainty is still not great. So, Ke family head wants to ask for your grace, my lord, to send 1 or 2 experts to help him assassinate Yi Qing. My lord, this matter is of great importance, and I dare not make a decision on my own. I have come to ask for your instruction. Gu Xian heard this, was silent for a moment, then said, "Among the experts who have recently pledged allegiance to Heart Hall, let the Jin family brothers step forward." Hearing Gu Xian's command, Blue Abyss nodded, and respectfully said, "This subordinate understands. This subordinate will go and inform them now." Gu Xian nodded and said, "Get a clear understanding of Ku family head and their plan, and report it to me at all times. I want to know all the details, no matter how small." Blue Abyss nodded heavily, looking at Gu Xian's back. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "My lord, with so many experts besieging him, Yi Qing will likely face a grim fate. Do you think we need to go easy?" Hearing this, Gu Xian slowly turned around and looked at Blue Abyss indifferently, his eyes devoid of any emotion. At this moment, Blue Abyss felt as if he was under immense pressure, falling directly to the ground, not daring to even breathe loudly. It wasn't until a moment later, when he heard Gu Xian's voice, that he finally let out a sigh of relief. By then, his entire body was drenched in sweat. "Do what I tell you to do. Do not question my decisions. Gods are not to be questioned, don't you understand? You may withdraw." Blue Abyss dared not say another word. He carefully got up, bent at the waist, lowered his head, and quickly left. Gu Xian, looking at the turbulent sea, softly muttered to himself, "If you can't even overcome this small tribulation, then it means you are not worthy of the Azure Emperor longevity art. You are not the person I am waiting for. It's better to die early than to disappoint me later. I hope this ultimate killing situation will allow me to see your potential. Yi Qing, I am waiting for you. Don't disappoint me, otherwise, I will make you understand that living is 1,000, 10,000 times more painful than dying." After muttering to himself, Gu Xian looked at the sea, and directly leaped down. The next second, he stood steadily on the back of a killer whale, letting the killer whale swim in the sea, while he stood tall in the wind and rain, as if greatly enjoying the might of heaven and earth. At this moment, Yi Qing did not know that his every move was being watched by Gu Xian. And he had long been targeted by Gu Xian, who was waiting for him to grow. However, even if Yi Qing knew, he would not be afraid, because some things must be done, and some battles are unavoidable. Moreover, who said that if there could only be one god in this world, that god couldn't be Yi Qing? Chapter 507. She Stole My Life. At Cloud Mist Villa, Yi Qing sat quietly on Lake Heart Island, the image of his master constantly appearing in his mind. And at the same time, when his master's image appeared, a huge shadow loomed over everything, and this person was his senior brother, whom he had never met. In the short term, his senior brother should not do anything bad to his master. However, since this senior brother could cut off his master's shoulder, it was clear that he was not someone who cared about the relationship between master and disciple. Otherwise, he would not have done such a thing. He did not know Gu Xian's purpose in taking his master away, but he would come knocking on his door sooner or later. But now, it was pathetic to say, Yi Qing, who seemed to be infinitely glorious, had not even reached the threshold of touching this senior brother. It was simply ridiculous. A faint green lotus materialized in Yi Qing's hand, and his eyes were full of solemnity. The only way now is to become stronger, constantly stronger, to find every possible way to become stronger. Only then can I find my master as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if I find Gu Xian now, I am afraid I will not be his opponent. At that time, not only will I not be able to save my master, but I will also be in danger myself. Become stronger, Southeast King, Nine Kings Council, and the revenge of the Ku family and Old Qin. Well, let everything that should come, as long as I am strong enough, then everything will not be a problem. Right now, the most important thing is to first take over the territory of the underground world in the Southeast 5 provinces, then submit an application to join the Nine Kings Council, and legitimately become the Southeast King. It seems I must go to the Qin family. As he spoke, the green lotus flickered and vanished, and Yi Qing slowly rose, his brows slightly furrowed. However, before I go, I still need to arrange things properly. The incident of Bairuoro being disturbed must never happen again, and no matter whether she wants it or not, I will give her the compensation she deserves. And Gao Qingyue, you'd better not have any other thoughts, otherwise, I will absolutely not spare you. Yi Qing muttered to himself, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes. There were too many things to do, and he suddenly felt that he did not have enough time, and his strength was not enough, far from enough. At this time, it was already evening. Gao Qingyue finally walked out of Bairuoro's house. Lin Ju was standing outside the door, secretly waiting for Gao Qingyue. After seeing Gao Qingyue come out,
out, Lin Ji was already impatient from waiting, but she still quickly greeted her with a smile. "Xingyue, how is it, how is it? The effect was good, right? Did Bai Ruoruo want to cry from being touched? And, I think I saw Yi Qing come, did his attitude towards you change after seeing you being so good to Bai Ruoruo?" Lin Ji was now eager to change her living environment. Before, no matter how bad it was, at least she was Gao Qingyue's assistant, never worrying about food or drink, and it was considered glorious, but now, she could not endure this life of being a street rat for another day. Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said, "I took a slap for Bai Ruoruo, and Bai Ruoruo is as easily fooled as ever. I can tell that her emotion is not fake." Upon hearing this, Lin Ji immediately became excited and quickly said, "That's a good thing, a great thing, but I see you, why are you so unhappy? Is it that little slut Bai Weiwei again, saying something bad to you? Don't be angry, when we accomplish our great task and achieve our wishes, that little slut will still be crying and begging you." Bai Weiwei had once desperately fawned over Gao Qingyue, flattering her in every way, her sweet words like honey. However, towards Lin Ji, she showed no pleasantries and ignored her completely, so Lin Ji had not a shred of good feelings for Bai Weiwei from beginning to end. Gao Qingyue shook her head, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes, but after the anger, came despondency. "The reason I am unhappy is because I saw Yi Qing, how he treats me. I am actually not angry, and I was already mentally prepared, but when I saw Yi Qing doting on Bai Ruoruo, being considerate, and wishing he could give everything to Bai Ruoruo, I was truly very angry, very furious. Why all of this? Clearly, I was injured, and Yi Qing did not care at all when he saw it, but Bai Ruoruo was perfectly fine, and he was afraid she would suffer even the slightest grievance. Lin Ji, I am truly very angry." Both Lin Ji and Gao Qingyue had actually anticipated and discussed this situation before, but when it actually happened before them, there was still a feeling of being unable to accept it. All Lin Ji could do now was comfort Gao Qingyue and tell her not to be discouraged. "Qingyue, bear with it for now. For the time being, we can only endure, and later, Yi Qing will regret it, and then, everything will get better." Gao Qingyue took a deep breath, nodded, then said with a bitter smile, "Do you know what Yi Qing gave Bai Ruoruo?" Lin Ji shook her head upon hearing this. Gao Qingyue's face was full of bitterness, and a look of longing flashed in her eyes as she said with deep resentment, "It's life elixir, lots and lots of life elixir that can almost be drunk like water. How many people try every possible way and cannot even get a small bottle of life elixir, and yet, it was directly given to Bai Ruoruo in a large bag by Yi Qing, like something worthless, not to mention how much it is worth or how good its effects are. Just these things should have originally belonged to me. Bai Ruoruo, she stole the life that should have belonged to me." By the end of her speech, Gao Qingyue was gritting her teeth, utterly furious, as if Bai Ruoruo was truly a thief who had stolen everything from her. Lin Ji did not want to dwell on who stole whose life. However, that large pile of life elixir made Lin Ji's eyes almost burst into flames. She had personally witnessed the effects of life elixir. It was a treasure countless women dreamed of. Gao Qingyue had at least consumed a small bottle, but Lin Ji had never tasted even a bit. Now, hearing that Yi Qing gave Bai Ruoruo a large bag, not 1 or 2 bottles, but a large bag to drink like water, the jealousy in her eyes could not be suppressed. Qingyue, are you telling the truth? Did Yi Qing really give Bai Ruoruo so much life elixir? Oh my god, how could he bear to? Isn't he afraid that Bai Ruoruo would have so many treasures and they would be stolen by someone? At this moment, Lin Ji was somewhat flustered and spoke without thinking. Even when she mentioned stealing, her own eyes lit up. But Gao Qingyue directly shook her head, sighed, and said, "Life elixir is something we can only dream of. But for Yi Qing, what is it? As for stealing? Who dares to steal? Do you think Yi Qing came to see Bai Ruoruo this time just to look and then not care anymore? I can guarantee that people like Wang Xiao, who want to trouble Bai Ruoruo again, will not appear again, never again." As Gao Qingyue said this, a hint of apprehension flashed in her eyes. Clearly, she was afraid. Lin Ji then remembered Wang Xiao and quickly asked, "I almost forgot about Wang Xiao, where is he? What happened to him? Did Yi Qing beat him up and drive him away?" Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji, gently shook her head, and said somewhat tremblingly, "Perhaps, Wang Xiao and the others, they are already dead."
Lin Ji, you seem to have forgotten Yi Qing's methods.
Lin Ji was stunned when she heard this, then took a deep breath, and said somewhat disbelievingly, I haven't forgotten, but the people Yi Qing killed before, they all had reasons, right?
This Wang Xiao, he just pursued by Ruoro, at most he was a bit disrespectful, but it's not a capital offense, is it?
Yi Qing, does he really have no scruples at all? Just kills as he pleases? That's too terrifying.
At this moment, Gao Qingyue seemed to have thought of something and shivered involuntarily.
Chapter 508, Be High Profile starting today. It's just terrifying.
Gao Qingyue frowned slightly, looking at Lin Ji, and said, Lin Ji, I don't know why, but I have a very strange feeling Yi Qing is different. I can't quite put my finger on how he's different, but all in all, he's terrifying even when he's smiling, he gives off a vibe like he could kill at any moment. Now, just looking at Yi Qing for an extra second makes my heart tremble. Lin Ji hadn't met Yi Qing yet, so she didn't know where Gao Qingyue's feeling came from.
However, she thought Gao Qingyue was overthinking it. Qingyue, could it be that you're overthinking? After all, the person Yi Qing likes now is Bai Ruoro, so your mood might be a bit off, and your perspective when looking at people has changed? Perhaps Yi Qing has never changed, it's just that the circumstances are different, so he appears different? Gao Qingyue shook her head and said, I don't know, never mind, let's not talk about this for now, let's leave first. It's not like today was a complete loss. Bai Ruoro did speak up for me to some extent, this injury wasn't for nothing. Let's find a place to have some drinks. If I don't drink, I probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Damn Bai Ruoro, that thief, it's all her fault. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji said nothing more and immediately accompanied Gao Qingyue as they left. Gao Qingyue was angry right now, and so was she. 101 Red Books 101 Cancom Full Manual, No Error Site. During this time, both she and Gao Qingyue had become addicted to the taste of alcohol. Wine wasn't good, and in fact, the more they drank, the more sorrowful they became, but at least at that moment, they could drown their sorrows in drink. At this moment, what seemed calm and peaceful was actually already surging with undercurrents. In the dark web of the underground world of Dragon Country, various posts had already refreshed to a dazzling degree. The name Yi Qing, accompanied by these posts, began to become thoroughly famous throughout the entire underground world of Dragon Country. And on the dark web, almost everyone's discussions revolved around the terms Yi Qing, Southeast King, Ku family, and Nine Kings Council. Owl, latest news, Southeast King Old Qin has left the Southeast 5 provinces, suspected of exiting the country. King of the Sea's little fanboy, impossible, at this point in time, Old Qin is, after all, the Southeast King of many years, and even a famous dragon ranking expert. How could he leave when Yi Qing is about to launch a general offensive to seize the title of Southeast King? Indifferent, that's right, this news shouldn't be true after all. There's still a blood feud between Old Qin and Yi Qing. For him not to choose revenge but instead choose to leave is simply baffling and unbelievable. I love Little Waste, everyone, there's nothing impossible about it, is there? After all, the strength Yi Qing has displayed has far exceeded people's imagination. It's inevitable that Old Qin would be no match. Leaving at this time doesn't seem impossible. Of course, if I had to say, I think Old Qin definitely has his own purpose. Where's Fool, the big shot? Your news is usually the most abundant, and your analyses are the most reasonable. Please, Fool, big shot, analyze this. Subsequently, various messages constantly requesting Fool to come forward and analyze flooded the screen. And Fool, who seemed to be online, was responsive to every request and immediately spoke up. Fool, thank you all for your high regard. Since you want me to analyze, I'll share my analysis. Fool, I think the matter is very simple, not that complicated. Old Qin naturally won't flee, he is bound to seek revenge. However, revenge is not simple, especially since Yi Qing's strength is evident. At least 2 dragon ranking experts, or even 3 dragon ranking experts, attacking simultaneously might not be able to kill Yi Qing. Therefore, Old Qin naturally has to make the most secure choice. Fool, that is, the Ku family. Don't forget, the Ku family is not simple. Since the Ku family could produce a red dragon, who dares say that the Ku family won't invite 2 or even 3 more dragon ranking experts to come out? Fool, after all, there is also a blood feud between Ku family head and Yi Qing, an irreconcilable enmity. The Ku family will spare no effort for revenge. Old Qin, plus the Ku family, plus their invited friends. This time, I think the strength of the enemies targeting Yi Qing will definitely be terrifying to the extreme.
Fool, everyone, just wait and see, a great battle is about to erupt, and this battle will not only determine the position of the Southeast King, but also whether Yi Qing can successfully enter the Nine Kings Council, including his influence after entering the Nine Kings Council. Fool, don't forget, old Qin also has friends in the Nine Kings Council. Therefore, this battle for Yi Qing is crucial. If he survives, he will be the new legend, of course. Even if he dies, he will still be considered a legend, but a dead legend is worthless. Fool, alright, I won't say more about other things, I still have things to do, but everyone can pay attention to Mr. Qin's base camp. If my guess is correct, Yi Qing will arrive in a few days. Then, what happens, you can all see for yourselves. Fool's analysis was very reasonable, and no one refuted it. Many people saw Fool's analysis, including Ke family head, and also old Qin, who was currently heading to the border to meet with Ke family head. Yi Qing, on the other hand, had not yet entered the dark web, of course. Even if he did, and even if he saw these things, he would not change his plans. It was late, with the moon high in the sky, but Yi Qing had already gotten into his car. Tianlang looked at Mr. Yi, and said with some reluctance, Mr. Yi, you hurried back without getting proper rest, and your body hasn't even fully recovered. Now you still have to take a plane to the Qin family. Is there really a need to be so urgent? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing shook his head and said, time waits for no one. Tianlang, say no more, take good care of the home. After speaking, Yi Qing closed his eyes, taking advantage of the drive to the airport to rest a little more. This time, Yi Qing didn't just have Tianlang drive one car to send him off. Instead, it was a grand display, with a convoy of more than 10 cars escorting him all the way. He wanted everyone to know that he, Yi Qing, was about to head to the Qin family's old residence. And the moment he arrived at the Qin family's old residence would be the moment the underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces settled its disputes, and he would become the de facto Southeast King. Soon, Yi Qing boarded the plane under the watchful eyes of countless people. And a few hours later, just as the plane was about to land, Pujuan, Red Eyes, and Nangongyu led hundreds of their subordinates, standing solemnly in the airport, awaiting the plane's descent. With their strength, entering the airport directly, no one dared to interfere, and no one would question it. So, the moment Yi Qing stepped off the plane, the display was grand. We respectfully greet Mr. Yi. Yi Qing nodded slowly at this moment. He was extremely high profile. And from this moment on, what Yi Qing wanted was not to be low-key, but to be high profile. Sometimes, being low-key is not wrong, but sometimes, when it's time to be high profile, one must be high profile. Otherwise, others might think you are weak and easily bullied. Yi Qing wanted to use this method to tell the Nine Kings Council, and everyone, that it's best not to provoke him, Yi Qing, otherwise, he won't give anyone face. Chapter 509. The Qin family accepts their fate. Nangongyu stood among the crowd, looking at Yi Qing, the helplessness and dejection in her eyes growing. She had originally thought that the gap between herself and Yi Qing was not large, and that if it weren't for Pujuan, she could easily deal with Yi Qing. However, after her trip to the southwest, she finally understood completely. Everything Nangongyu was proud of was nothing in Yi Qing's eyes. What kind of martial arts genius in his early 20s? What kind of favored daughter of heaven? Even Qin Wushuang, who was as famous as herself, wasn't he also choked to death like an ant under Yi Qing's hand? She was no match for Yi Qing at all. Especially now, watching Yi Qing step by step off the plane, about to ascend to the throne of Southeast King, the gap between herself and Yi Qing would only grow larger. Could this revenge still be exacted? As if sensing Nangongyu's emotions, Pujuan softly said, Nangongyu, remember, hatred is not your motivation to live. I believe you won't live for hatred. If you want revenge, you can, whether it's against me or against Mr. Yi, you can. But, before you have the confidence for revenge, do things properly. Don't let people see through your thoughts at a glance. That's not good. Nangongyu snorted coldly upon hearing this and said nothing. At this moment, Yi Qing had already stepped off the plane. Pujuan immediately went up to him and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, the Qin family members have all gathered at their main camp and are waiting for you. Do you wish to depart now? Yi Qing heard this, a playful expression appearing at the corner of his mouth, and said, No resistance? No struggle? Waiting for me very calmly, waiting to accept fate? Aren't they afraid I'll cut them off root and branch? Is the entire Qin family so unafraid of death? Pujuan shook his head upon hearing this and said, being unafraid of death is not necessarily true, but it is true that they have accepted the arrangement of fate now that old Qin has already left. The underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces has no ability to resist you at all. The Qin family has no other choice but to accept, unless they all want to die. Yi Qing nodded and said, then let's go see if they are unafraid of death, or if they are overconfident. If they are truly obedient, I may not necessarily make things difficult for them. After all, I, Yi Qing, am not a murderous devil who kills everyone he sees. After speaking, Yi Qing then got into the car. Everyone else also followed him into the cars. The long motorcade, all the way, swaggered towards the Qin family. It was as if proclaiming that the underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces had changed hands, and Yi Qing had become the new Southeast king. After Yi Qing and his group left, many people hiding in corners began to transmit the captured footage to the big bosses behind them. Yi Qing was no longer in a situation where he went unnoticed now. Every move of Yi Qing affected the hearts of countless people. Especially since everyone knew that Yi Qing was here to take over the underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces, everyone wanted to see if old Qin had truly left, and whether Yi Qing could smoothly take over everything. And at this moment, at the Qin family main camp, hundreds of Qin family members had gathered early in the courtyard. Besides the Qin family members, various big bosses had also arrived as ordered, waiting for Yi Qing's arrival, waiting for Yi Qing's reception. Among them, some were convinced, and naturally, some were not. Big brother, are we just going to accept our fate like this? Yi Qing is here, and we don't even resist, we just surrender directly? This is simply a huge joke. How will our Qin family mix in the future? A middle-aged man with a mustache complained very discontentedly to the Qin family leader in front of him. At this moment, the Qin family leader's face showed no expression, as if he didn't care about anything. However, if one were to say who among the many Qin family members hated Yi Qing the most, then this Qin family leader would certainly be one of them, perhaps even the only one. Because, besides being old Qin's eldest son and the Qin family leader, he was also Qin Wushuang's father. His son had been killed by Yi Qing, how could he not hate him? But now, among everyone, only he was the calmest. Looking at these dissatisfied people, the Qin family leader merely said indifferently, resist? Surrender? Otherwise? Wait for Yi Qing to find a reason and then go on a killing spree? After knowing Yi Qing's achievements and his past of killing like mowing grass, you still have such thoughts? Do you want to test if Yi Qing's blade is sharp? If you think that way, I won't stop you. All I can do is protect the vast majority of our clansmen and ensure they can survive as for others. If they insist on seeking death, I can't stop them either. The Qin family leader's expression was indifferent, seemingly not too sad about all of this. The others looked at the Qin family leader's appearance, and most of them just sighed in dejection. But the mustached middle-aged man who had just expressed his anger grew more and more furious as he listened. Big brother, what are you saying? Our Qin family, from top to bottom, would rather die standing than live on our knees. I don't care for this kind of survival obtained by surrendering to the enemy. Whoever wants it can have it. In short, I don't want it. Big brother, father is gone. He only went to find a way to take revenge. It doesn't mean he won't come back when father returns. That will be the time of Yi Qing's death. We have no need to fear Yi Qing at all. Also, this child, Wushuang, was the future pillar of our Qin family, but he also died tragically at Yi Qing's hands. Can we not avenge this hatred? Big brother, I don't care what you think. In short, if we just live on like this, we will be the laughingstock of the entire world. The dignified Southeast King family, in the end, didn't even fight and surrendered directly. This is a huge joke. Was what he said unreasonable? It was reasonable for the dignified Southeast King family, which had dominated the Southeast for decades, if they surrendered without even fighting. This in itself was a huge joke. Even if everyone knew that without old Qin, the Qin family had no ability to resist and could only surrender, which was the optimal solution to preserve everyone's lives. However, what if they knew? They would still be ridiculed, and the Qin family would be seen as spineless. The Qin family leader looked at the mustached man and softly said, Lao San, when father left, he only told me one thing, preserve our strength and wait for the future. He doesn't want the Qin family to be gone when he returns. Do you understand? When Qin Lao San heard these words, intense anger flashed in his eyes, and he said through gritted teeth, I understand all of it, but no, it won't do. In short, we must confront Yi Qing head on. Even if we lose, we must let him see the backbone of our Qin family.
Even if we have to surrender, we must surrender standing, not begging on our knees.
After speaking, Qin Lao San looked at the Qin family members, at the many big bosses of the underground world, and roared, "We are Qin family members, the kings of the underground world of the southeast 5 provinces now, we are about to become a laughingstock. Are you willing to accept that? Surrendering without a fight, I cannot do such a thing. Even if we have to surrender, we must let Yi Qing see the backbone of our Qin family, let him know that our Qin family is not to be trifled with. In short, one sentence, our Qin family will never be a laughingstock." The others, upon hearing this, looked at Qin Lao San, and expressions of humiliation flashed across their faces at this moment. Their emotions were all stirred up. To put it bluntly, these people were once kings in the underground world of the southeast 5 provinces, kings who had the final say, who could do whatever they wanted, and bully whoever they wanted. Only others feared them, they had no reason to fear anyone else. But now, the disparity was too great, and they couldn't bear it. Especially the arrogant and haughty character they had developed over many years, never putting anyone in their eyes, which, under Qin Lao San's incitement, made them, who were already displeased, completely infuriated this time.
Chapter 510 Hate, Hate, Hate.
Third uncle, tell us what to do, and we'll listen to you.
That's right, third master, you tell us what to do, and we'll listen to you. There are no cowards in our Qin family. Third brother, are we going to fight? We've been ready for a long time. Even if we die, we'll let Yi Qing know that we're not to be trifled with. With Qin Lao San taking the lead, many people present became agitated, looking as if they were ready to fight Yi Qing to the death. At this moment, Qin Lao San sneered, "Good, since you all listen to me, then don't be cowards. Don't forget, now is a critical moment for Yi Qing to take over as Southeast King, and old Qin is still alive. I believe that as long as old Qin lives for one day, Yi Qing won't dare to truly do anything to us. Otherwise, when old Qin seeks revenge on him, none of his family or subordinates will escape. I know that we are now under someone else's roof and must bow our heads, but if we are to bow our heads, we must consider how we bow. We must let Yi Qing know that we are not to be trifled with. We must make him respectfully honor us. Then, we won't lose face, and everyone will say that the Qin family members are all excellent. Old Qin will also look at us with new eyes when he returns. In short, that's the gist of it. Do you all understand?" Qin Lao San's words made sense.
Among the Qin family members, even those who were hesitant now leaned towards supporting Qin Lao San. Qin Lao San looked at Mr. Qin and said coldly, "Big brother, you see, this is the will of our entire family. You, state your position." Mr. Qin looked at Qin Lao San, then turned to face the Qin family members and said indifferently, "I can't control what you want to do. I'll just tell you one thing. Listen to me, and you'll live. Although you'll lose face, living is the most important thing. But if you listen to Qin Lao San, then do as you please. Your life or death will no longer concern me." After speaking, Mr. Qin continued to stand there, his eyes indifferent, as if all of this truly had nothing to do with him. Qin Lao San gritted his teeth in anger upon seeing this.
"Big brother, do you have no temper at all? That's the one who killed your son now. You are even the acting patriarch. Do you want everyone in the world to laugh at us? I've said everything I need to say. Do you really not consider it at all?"
Mr. Qin looked at Qin Lao San indifferently and slowly said, "You do your thing, and I'll do mine just as you said. My son is already dead. I have nothing more to say. I am now only acting on old Qin's orders to preserve the Qin family's bloodline as much as possible. As for you, I can't stop you, so do as you please. As long as there are still people alive in the Qin family, my mission will be complete. As for the rest, if you want to die, then go ahead." After speaking, Mr. Qin lowered his head and once again fell silent. But his words and the attitude he displayed clearly showed that he no longer cared about anything.
Qin Lao San gritted his teeth, pointed at Mr. Qin, and said coldly, "Good, you good for nothing, I misjudged you. You wait and see how I'll deal with Yi Qing. By then, I will be in charge of the entire Qin family. No one will listen to you anymore. Even after old Qin returns, don't regret it."
Mr. Qin acted as if he hadn't heard Qin Lao San's words, not even bothering to look up. And at this moment, one after another, Mr. Ye's subordinates entered the Qin family main camp and began to blockade the surroundings. And car after car drove directly into the courtyard. Everyone knew that the main person had finally arrived. And Mr. Qin, at this moment, finally raised his head. It wasn't until Mr. Yi, escorted by Pujuan and others, got out of the car that everyone saw his true appearance. Young, he was simply too young, impossibly young. Mr. Yi glanced at the Qin family members, then, led by Pujuan, walked directly to the only chair in the middle of the courtyard and sat down.
Who is in charge of the Qin family now?
After Mr. Yi took his seat, he looked at the Qin family members and spoke indifferently. Mr. Qin took a deep breath at this moment, then walked a few steps forward and, under everyone's gaze, directly bowed to Mr. Yi. Replying to Mr. Yi, I am old Qin's eldest son currently, I am temporarily in charge of the Qin family.
Mr. Yi nodded, looked at Mr. Qin, and said indifferently, old Qin left, but you didn't flee, didn't he care about you? That doesn't seem like old Qin's style. I rather think that old Qin had his reasons for leaving you behind. Tell me, did old Qin have anything he wanted you to convey to me? Mr. Qin nodded upon hearing this and said, to be honest, Mr. Yi, old Qin did have something he wanted me to convey to you. Old Qin said, Mr. Yi, take the territory of the Southeast 5 provinces underground world if you want it. Mr. Yi, take the title of Southeast King if you want it. However, there is an irreconcilable hatred between my Qin family and Mr. Yi. Old Qin said that he will definitely avenge this hatred, and Mr. Yi must also know that he will certainly seek revenge. Therefore, this is a matter between the two of you and has nothing to do with the rest of us Qin family members. He believes that as long as we obediently submit, Mr. Yi will not make things difficult for us. At that time, if he dies, there's nothing more to say. If he lives, he will also treat Mr. Yi's family well. Therefore, he said that Mr. Yi will understand what to do. Mr. Yi burst into laughter upon hearing these words. Not bad, indeed worthy of old Qin. He has thought of everything and understands everything indeed, whether it's the struggle for Southeast King or the control of the Southeast 5 provinces underground world, it all comes down to the battle between me and old Qin. Whoever wins, possesses everything. Whoever loses, perishes. Calamity does not extend to family. That's fine, no problem as long as you all obediently obey. I will spare your lives and let you wait for the news of old Qin's defeat and death. Speaking of this, Mr. Yi looked at Mr. Qin, a playful expression appearing on his face, and said, Qin Wushuang, he should be your son, right? Mr. Qin's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. He lowered his head and respectfully said, yes, Mr. Yi, Qin Wushuang is my son. Interesting. If Mr. Qin was just the Qin family leader and not Qin Wushuang's biological father, then his current attitude would be understandable. However, Mr. Qin is clearly Qin Wushuang's father, and facing the person who killed his son with such coldness and calmness is truly somewhat unreal and preposterous. I personally killed Qin Wushuang, don't you hate me? This time, Mr. Qin no longer had his previous composure. Instead, he suddenly raised his head, and the towering rage in his eyes almost materialized. Chapter 5:11 spread throughout the world. Mr. Qin's words caused everyone's expressions to change drastically. Especially the Qin family members, they all looked at each other, barely believing their ears. Was this still the same Mr. Qin who didn't even dare to say harsh words when Yi Qing wasn't around? Speaking such venomous words directly in front of Yi Qing, Mr. Qin must have lost his mind. Yi Qing looked at Mr. Qin, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he chuckled, not bad, this finally shows some spirit. I knew that even if old Qin handed over the Qin family, he wouldn't truly give it to a good-for-nothing to make me laugh. The hatred of a murdered son is irreconcilable, especially for a prodigious talent like Qin Wushuang. If you didn't hate, then no one would believe it. Good, well said, but unfortunately, you can't do it, can you? Now, I want to know, you've always acted extremely respectfully, fearing that I might become displeased with you or the Qin family, but just now, why did you say those things? Don't you think there's a contradiction? Aren't you afraid that I'll punish you for it and eradicate you all? As soon as these words were spoken, the Qin family members all turned pale, fearing that Yi Qing wasn't just speaking idly. At this moment, Mr. Qin's eyes had returned to calmness, and the towering rage was once again hidden. Mr. Yi, I was just answering your question as you instructed. I cannot avenge this hatred, but my feelings, you wanted to know, so I naturally had to let you know. After all, compared to these things, deceiving you is something I think I should not do. Mr. Yi, the entire Qin family surrenders to you. We only ask for your mercy, to spare the lives of over 100 people in our Qin family. After speaking, Mr. Qin, to everyone's surprise, respectfully knelt before Yi Qing, completely abandoning all his dignity. Yi Qing looked at this scene, at Mr. Qin, and nodded slightly. You are indeed not simple. As per old Qin's wishes, and to give you this face, as long as the Qin family members do not defy my orders and honestly live as wealthy elders, then you shall live well. After speaking, Yi Qing stood up, his expression cold as he scanned everyone, saying, "From this moment on, the underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces is under my, Yi Qing's, jurisdiction. The title of Southeast King belongs to me, Yi Qing. Pass down the order, send telegrams to all circles of Dragon Country, to all influential figures and various magnates. I, Yi Qing, from today onwards, am the Southeast King." As Yi Qing finished speaking, Pujuan, Red Eyes, Nangongyu, plus the hundreds of Yi Qing's subordinates present, all bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to the Southeast King." And seeing this scene, Mr. Qin and others, along with at least half of the Qin family, all bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to the Southeast King." However, at such a time, there were always some who were tactless and insisted on causing some unpleasantness. Xin Laosan and others, seeing that Yi Qing didn't seem to intend to kill anyone, felt their initial fear gradually diminish. Especially when Mr. Qin had spoken to Yi Qing that way, and Yi Qing had still let Mr. Qin off, it clearly showed he didn't dare to kill their Qin family members in the end. It was the words Old Qin left behind that worked. Old Qin was not dead yet at this time. If Yi Qing dared to massacre the Qin family, then when Old Qin returned, when Yi Qing died, Yi Qing's family would not want to live either. This was the restraint. As long as Old Qin was alive for one day, Yi Qing had to be cautious for one day. What Southeast King? Without the recognition of the Nine Kings Council, what kind of Southeast King are you? Xin Laosan gritted his teeth, mustered his courage, and directly roared at Yi Qing. And in this chorus of congratulations, such a remark stood out, making it hard not to attract attention. Yi Qing looked at the defiant Xin Laosan and said indifferently, "Who are you?" Xin Laosan snorted at the words, his back held perfectly straight. "I am Old Qin's third son, Xin Laosan of the Qin family." "Yi Qing, others may fear you, but I do not." Yi Qing chuckled at the words and said, "I didn't intend for you to fear me, but although you didn't congratulate me just now, what you said makes sense. Indeed, without the recognition of the Nine Kings Council, my title as Southeast King is not legitimate. It's just that your old man fled in disarray, and I can't temporarily handle the handover of this Southeast King title, but it doesn't matter, there's a way." After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Pujuan and said indifferently, "Pujuan, I order you to draft an official document and submit it to the Nine Kings Council, stating that I, Yi Qing, formally apply to become the Southeast King. As long as the Nine Kings Council approves, then everything will be fine. Other past rules, whether they exist or not, are not important. What's important is that if I, Yi Qing, become the Southeast King, then it can only be mine." Pujuan nodded heavily at the words, "Understood. I will draft the document immediately and send it to the Nine Kings Council." Yi Qing nodded, then looked at Red Eyes and said, "Red Eyes, inform Southwest King Feng Lao of my ascension as Southeast King and ask him to propose an urgent meeting of the Nine Kings Council to discuss my, Yi Qing's, entry as one of the Nine Kings and participation in the Nine Kings Council." Red Eyes nodded heavily at the words and immediately accepted the order. After doing all this, Yi Qing looked at Xin Laosan and said indifferently, "Now, everything that needs to be done has been done, although I haven't yet received the recognition of the Nine Kings Council, and I haven't yet entered the Nine Kings Council. This is only a matter of time. As I just said, if I become the Southeast King, then it can only be mine. Your old man, from the moment I entered your Qin family compound, he is just an old man of the Qin family, not the Southeast King Old Qin. Do you understand?" Yi Qing was giving no opportunity for anyone to retort, being utterly domineering, directly and forcefully declaring himself king. Even towards the Nine Kings Council, Yi Qing's tone was not particularly respectful, as if he only wanted them to provide a specific title, nothing more. It was as if, whether the Nine Kings Council recognized him or not, he, Yi Qing, was determined to be the Southeast King. This attitude was truly overbearing and arrogant. Xin Laosan looked at Yi Qing and sneered, "Understand or not, what does it matter? No matter what you say, the Nine Kings Council has not yet convened, my father is still alive, and the identity of the Southeast King, within the Nine Kings Council, still belongs to Yin Fatty's grandfather. Even if the Nine Kings Council convenes now, the one eligible to attend the meeting is not you, but my father. No matter how much you, Yi Qing, clamor or how overbearing you are here, it's just self-amusement. The Nine Kings value legitimacy the most. As long as you don't receive the recognition of the Nine Kings Council, even if you, Yi Qing, call yourself the Southeast King, you are nothing but a pseudo-king. And a pseudo-king is someone everyone has the right to kill.
Among the 9 kings, any king has the qualification and the right to declare war on you at any time and anywhere, and they will not recognize your status.
A pseudo-king is a pseudo-king. What's fake is fake.
You, wanting to become a true Southeast king, are just dreaming, ha 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 ha.
A pseudo-king?
What he said truly wasn't wrong at all. Even if he possessed the entire territory of the underground world of Southeast 5 provinces, and his strength already made him the absolute Southeast king, without the 9 Kings Council's recognition, he was indeed a pseudo-king. There was nothing wrong with that statement. At least, in the entire underground world of Dragon Country, this was widely acknowledged. And a pseudo-king was akin to usurping power and seizing a throne. It wasn't necessarily a case of everyone being justified in killing him, but if one wanted to kill him or cause trouble, the reasons and excuses would be too numerous. This was like in myths, where mountain spirits and wild monsters, even if they occupied a mountain or a river, performing the duties of a mountain god or river god, and even doing better than genuine mountain gods or river gods with divine positions, it was still useless. They were ultimately false gods, pseudo-gods, and at their core, still mountain spirits and wild monsters.
Only after being officially recognized by heaven and earth would they be legitimate.
Yi Qing was indeed like this now, the facts were truly so. Watching Qin Lao San's wild smile, Yi Qing also chuckled softly.
Qin Lao San, you're quite bold, aren't you afraid of death?
Of course, what you said makes sense, and it's also true. However, for me, the 9 Kings Council's approval and announcement to the world is just a matter of sooner or later.
I'm not even in a hurry, so why are you so anxious here?
Qin Lao San heard this, looked at Yi Qing, and sneered. Yi Qing, I admit you are very strong, but so what? The people of the 9 Kings Council will not indulge you.
You want to gain the 9 Kings Council's recognition and officially assume the position of Southeast King? I tell you, you're dreaming. Do you really think our Qin family is useless? Do you really think the 9 Kings will allow someone like you to enter their ranks and become one of them? That's simply wishful thinking.
Watching Qin Lao San's aggressive and disrespectful demeanor, Yi Qing didn't get angry. He just smiled and said, those things aren't important. Besides, this is my business, and it has nothing to do with you. Whether it's a true king or a pseudo-king, the current reality is that I, Yi Qing, am standing right here, controlling your lives and deaths. Qin Lao San, are you truly not afraid? Haha, well, I'd like to see what you're ultimately trying to do. Do you think you can stop me with your own strength, or with just you people? What a huge joke. It truly was a joke. It wasn't that Yi Qing looked down on them, but rather that the disparity in strength was too great. If old Qin were here, saying these words wouldn't be a problem, but Qin Lao San, was he even worthy? Qin Lao San looked at Yi Qing and said coldly, Yi Qing, I know we can't stop you, but I just want to tell you that our Qin family still has backbone. You want us to bow down to you and pledge allegiance? Dream on. Our Qin family has controlled the underground world of Southeast 5 provinces for so many years. Do you think that just because you've become the so-called Southeast King, you can control everything? I'm telling you, it's impossible. As long as I'm unwilling, you won't be able to truly control the underground world of Southeast 5 provinces for even a single day. So, do you understand now how you should treat our Qin family? I admit, we are indeed not your opponents, but to try and bully us like this? Impossible. At this point, Qin Lao San snorted coldly, took a direct step forward, pointed at Yi Qing's nose, and domineeringly said, Yi Qing, if you want less trouble, if you want to be this Southeast King, first, you must change your attitude towards our Qin family and give us the respect we deserve. Remember, you are not yet the Southeast King, and our Qin family is still the Southeast King family. Based on this alone, you must treat us as equals. Do you understand? As Qin Lao San's words fell, at this moment, many people also began to clamor, as if they saw hope of still being able to wield power and influence. For them, if they could live with dignity and still possess their former privileges and glory, why wouldn't they? That's right, Yi Qing, you're just a pseudo-king. Our Qin family is still the Southeast King family, and you must give us the respect we deserve. Yi Qing, not only must you respect us, you must even listen to us. After all, we are the true masters of the underground world of Southeast 5 provinces. You are just an outsider, merely a fake king. Yi Qing, apologize to us immediately and compensate us, otherwise, we won't agree, we won't recognize you.
That's right, at worst, we'll go down fighting, and your name as a pseudo-king, Yi Qing, will be solidified if you dare to treat us badly. The 9 kings won't let you off either. Watching Qin Lao San and the others clamor, watching each and every member of the Qin family, and the big bosses and magnates under the Qin family, all began to stir. Pujuan and Red Eyes stepped forward, their eyes cold as they roared, whoever dares to be presumptuous, will be killed without mercy. However, at this moment, Yi Qing had not yet spoken, so they naturally couldn't be afraid of Pujuan and Red Eyes' threats. Not only did they not stop, but they became even more boisterous. Some even threatened to make Pujuan and Red Eyes, these 2 criminals, kneel and apologize to them. And at this moment, Yi Qing sat in his chair, left hand propping his chin, watching the unfolding scene, a smile actually appearing in his eyes. The smile carried mockery, disdain, and even coldness. If Tianlang were here, he would immediately feel his scalp tingle, because Yi Qing's expression and state at this moment were, if not identical, then very similar to when he killed Yi Asai and others at Cloud Mist Villa. The most terrifying thing was that a hint of red light flickered in Yi Qing's eyes, making him appear eerily demonic. Red Eyes was furious at this moment, and even Pujuan, a person as calm as he was, felt some anger in the face of this scene. It was simply, damn it. They thought these people had accepted their fate after all. Old Qin had left, so what other tricks could they pull? As it turned out, there really were those who weren't afraid of death. They started making trouble when Yi Qing arrived. Did they really think they wouldn't dare to kill? Red Eyes turned and looked at Yi Qing, gritting his teeth and saying, Mr. Yi, Red Eyes requests to execute these people who disrespect you, defy you, and dare to clamor against you. Yi Qing heard this, waved his hand, and did not answer Red Eyes, but instead looked at the calm Qin family leader. Qin family leader, these people are causing such trouble, aren't you going to manage them? Or is this also part of your plan? On one hand, you act respectfully towards me, and on the other hand, you arrange for Qin Lao San and others to be disrespectful in their words towards me, testing my bottom line? The Qin family leader heard this and indifferently shook his head, saying, Mr. Yi, you worry too much. I only do what I should do. As for Lao San and the others, I've advised them before, but they wouldn't listen, so their lives and deaths are up to fate, entirely at your disposal, Mr. Yi. In short, I only represent myself, and some law-abiding members of the Qin family. Qin Lao San and their dissatisfaction is their business. Mr. Yi, please proceed as you wish. Interesting, truly interesting. This Qin family leader, with the hatred for his son's death hidden in his heart, maintained an utterly indifferent expression. He disregarded and ignored Qin Lao San and the others' provocations, not even caring about their lives. Either the Qin family leader had a grand scheme in mind, or he had truly resigned himself to fate, fearless of death and uncaring of others' lives. Yi Qing no longer looked at the Qin family leader, but instead looked up at Qin Lao San, smiling faintly. So, Qin Lao San, you say I am a pseudo-king, and demand that I acknowledge your Qin family's status as the Southeast King family, and furthermore, that I must always be polite to you and give you ample, deserved respect, is that right? Qin Lao San saw that Yi Qing hadn't dared to get angry even after the commotion reached this point, and instead spoke with a smile. He immediately felt that the rumors were ultimately mistaken. Yi Qing was still afraid. At least, Yi Qing didn't dare to attack them. Once this was confirmed, everything would be easy to handle. That's right, Yi Qing. However, for the sake of our Qin family's dignity, today, not only must all our wishes be fulfilled, but also those 2 must kneel at the main entrance of our Qin family, one on the left and one on the right, for a day and a night, so that everyone knows that our Qin family, even without old Qin, is not to be provoked. The people Qin Lao San was pointing at were none other than Pujuan and Red Eyes. He actually dared to demand that Pujuan and Red Eyes kneel at the Qin family's main entrance as punishment. He truly dared to say such a thing, and truly dared to think it. And Yi Qing looked at Qin Lao San with a chuckle, then crooked his finger and said, Come, Qin Lao San, what's the point of standing there and talking? Come, stand in front of me, let everyone see you. Qin Lao San heard this, frowned slightly, but then sneered, I'll go then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I, Qin Lao San, face death as if going home, and I truly don't believe that you would dare to defy the world and kill someone from my Qin family. As he spoke, Qin Lao San took firm steps and walked directly towards Yi Qing. Chapter 513. This is too cowardly. Yi Qing sat in a chair, watching Qin Lao San walk up to him, slowly stood up, and chuckled. Mr. Yi admires those loyal and brave individuals with courage and guts the most. Qin Lao San, you fearlessly defied death for the Qin family and everyone, even going against me and calling me a pseudo-king. Good, very good. However, I really want to ask you, are you truly not afraid of death? Yi Qing had a smile on his face the whole time he spoke, showing no sign of anger. This gradually eased the tension in Qin Lao San's heart. He likes brave warriors who aren't afraid of death. He's even praising himself. Qin Lao San immediately puffed out his chest, looked at Yi Qing, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Yi, Qin Lao San, don't dare say I'm truly not afraid of death, but for the sake of the Qin family and so many brothers loyal to the Qin family, what fear do I, Qin Lao San, have of death? If my death can earn Mr. Ye's respect and kind treatment for them, then I am willing to die. However, I believe Mr. Yi won't let me die after all. Mr. Yi is a man who accomplishes great things, and isn't achieving great things about not being petty? Well said, truly, very well said. Yi Qing clapped his hands, looked at the crowd below, and chuckled, look, this is the bloodline of the Qin family, this is the demeanor of old Qin, so fearless of death, for everyone, not hesitating to offend me. Good, brave, truly brave. After speaking, Yi Qing patted Qin Lao San's shoulder and smiled. However, is this fearlessness of death real or fake? I, Yi Qing, hate it when others lie to me. If it's real, then of course I like and admire it, and am naturally willing to give some face, but if it's fake, then it won't be good. After all, those who lie to me won't have a good end. Qin Lao San, therefore, if you're just showing off with words and are not actually as fearless of death as you claim, I advise you to step down now, and I'll pretend you said nothing at all. As soon as these words were uttered, it was even more impossible for Qin Lao San to step down. He was already put on the spot, and besides, since he dared to speak, he was sure that Yi Qing wouldn't act. Even if he did act a little and he got some injuries or minor wounds, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Mr. Yi, I, Qin Lao San, have this temper. Everyone knows it. If you don't believe me, then I can't help it. Of course, I can't stop you if you insist on doing something, but I still stand by what I said. The prestige of my Qin family cannot be insulted, and the bloodline of my Qin family cannot be bullied. Let alone you're not yet the Southeast King. Even if you were the Southeast King, you should show due respect to old families like us. After all, don't forget one thing, my Qin family has operated in the Southeast for so long for the Southeast underground world to quietly obey you and cause you less trouble. We will inevitably have to contribute people and effort. Otherwise, I'm afraid, Mr. Yi, your position as Southeast King will not be stable, even if you want to sit on it. So, Mr. Yi, do you understand what I mean? Yi Qing clapped his hands and nodded heavily. I understand what you said makes sense. So, I wonder, what should I do to satisfy you? Upon hearing this, Qin Lao San immediately became arrogant, feeling that he had Yi Qing under his thumb, and that Yi Qing, apart from being skilled in martial arts, was simply nothing special. Qin Lao San pointed at Pejuan and Red Eyes, and sneered, just as I said earlier, make them kneel at the main entrance, so that everyone who comes and goes can see this is the consequence of disrespecting my Qin family. After speaking, Qin Lao San even pointed directly at Nangongyu, frowning and saying coldly, this must be Nangongyu, the one who has a marriage contract with my eldest nephew, Qin Wushuanghumph. She doesn't abide by women's virtues. Not only does she not help her fiancé, but she even becomes an enemy of her fiancé. This woman is simply inhumane, heartless, and unjust. She should be drowned in a pig cage. Nangongyu was displeased when she heard Qin Lao San not only talk about Pejuan and Red Eyes but also dare to point at her nose and criticize her, even saying such unpleasant things. However, before Nangongyu could make a move, Pejuan stopped her. Pejuan, what are you doing? This Qin Lao San is so presumptuous. None of you care. Yi Qing doesn't care. Can't I even say anything? I'm telling you, if you want to endure, that's your business. I can't endure it. As she spoke, Nangongyu was about to go on stage and give Qin Lao San a good beating. Updates are not easy. Remember to share 101 XOCOM. Pejuan, with a serious expression, looked at Nangongyu and said in a deep voice, presumptuous. Mr. Yi hasn't said anything. Don't be rude. Nangongyu was stopped by Pejuan and gritted her teeth in frustration. What is Yi Qing doing? Where is his ruthless demeanor from East Continent and Southwest? Why is he so timid when he comes to the Qin family? Could it be that he's really threatened by Qin Lao San's pseudo-king remark? Is he still the Yi Qing I know? He's simply a coward. Pujuan frowned tightly, seeing Nangongyu becoming more and more presumptuous, and immediately said with a stern face, "Nangongyu, shut your mouth if you dare to speak nonsense about Mr. Yi again, I won't let you off." At this moment, Red Eyes also narrowed his eyes, looking at Nangongyu, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Nangongyu, it's fine to let you have your way on normal days after all, you have a connection with Pujuan, and Mr. Yi also values you highly and gives you leeway, but if you dare to repeatedly speak disrespectfully to Mr. Yi, believe it or not, I, Red Eyes, will risk being punished by Mr. Yi and hunted down by Pujuan, and still kill you first." Red Eyes' loyalty to Yi Qing was truly evident. Especially after the battle in Southwest, where he was saved by Yi Qing, who even healed Red Eyes without regard for the cost, this loyalty undoubtedly gained more weight. Nangongyu looked at Red Eyes and gritted her teeth. "Oh, you want to kill me? Do you have the ability?" "Red Eyes, others might fear you, but I truly don't. If you're not convinced, let's settle it with our hands, a battle of life and death, no matter the outcome." Upon hearing this, Red Eyes immediately sneered. "Alright, then let's find a time and have a good fight." And Pujuan said coldly, "All of you shut up. Fighting among yourselves at this time will only make others laugh. If Mr. Yi really gets angry, don't say I didn't warn you." Seeing that Pujuan was truly angry, Red Eyes and Nangongyu snorted coldly and stopped talking. At this moment, Yi Qing's behavior indeed aroused the doubts of many people. They all felt that Yi Qing's reputation was somewhat exaggerated, and in reality, he was quite timid at the very least. He wasn't as decisive, reckless, and lawless as others rumored. At this very moment, it was Yi Qing's first time stepping into the Qin family main camp. It was the day Yi Qing took over the Southeast 5 provinces underground world and became king. How many people were paying attention to this place? Every move of Yi Qing was under everyone's eyes. The various big shots were practically watching a live broadcast. And, in a recreational vehicle outside the Qin family's old residence, a stunning woman in her early 30s, wearing a beige casual outfit that perfectly showcased her figure. At this moment, the woman's smile gave off a charming and alluring feeling. And the woman was none other than the only queen among the 9 kings, Queen Hongxiu, Ruan Hongxiu. Ruan Hongxiu leisurely drank coffee, looking at the large screen in the RV. The large screen was showing what was happening at the Qin family's old residence nearby. And the woman sitting next to Ruan Hongxiu said with some dissatisfaction, "Master, this Yi Qing is so cowardly." Qin Laosan scared him with a few words and he got scared. It's truly disgraceful and a waste of his previous formidable reputation. Ruan Hongxiu smiled slightly and said softly, "Is that so? Why do I feel that this Yi Qing is even more terrifying now?" However, besides being terrifying, he's also more adorable. Upon hearing Ruan Hongxiu's infatuated remarks, her beautiful subordinate was speechless. "Master, you're not really infatuated, are you? You specifically came all the way here just to see Yi Qing. Now that you've seen him, you must be greatly disappointed, right? Why don't we just leave? He's too cowardly. His position as Southeast King truly is unstable." Ruan Hongxiu, upon hearing this, shook her head slightly and chuckled, "No rush since we're here, let's make ourselves at home. Besides, I'm here to attend a class reunion this time, hee. Then let's see if this Southeast King of his is worthy of accompanying me to the class reunion. After all, those vixen and scoundrels have all made me very unhappy. Bringing Yi Qing, this newly appointed Southeast King, to the event should ensure no one dares to bully me, right?" At this point, Ruan Hongxiu even showed a timid expression, yet the more she did so, the more alluring she became. Compared to the vixen she mentioned, Ruan Hongxiu herself was probably the true 1,000-year-old fox spirit, naturally enchanting. At this moment, Ruan Hongxiu's eyes lit up as she looked at the large screen, chuckling, "See? I told you, my annoying little brother couldn't possibly be so cowardly." However, if he wants to firmly establish his position as the Southeast King today, there are still many twists and turns. It just depends on whether he has the courage and can withstand the pressure. Chapter 514 2 Envoys and Foreign Aid. Ruan Hongxiu, the Information Queen, is also known as the Information Queen. It is said that wherever there are women in the world, there is no information Ruan Hongxiu cannot obtain. This statement alone is enough to show how powerful Ruan Hongxiu truly is. Furthermore, since she is one of the 9 kings, she knows much more information than many others. Just like now, at this moment, she clearly knows that when Yi Qing arrived at the Qin family main camp today, at least one of the 9 kings also sent an envoy to the Qin family main camp. At the same time, a prominent family in the imperial capital also sent an envoy. Master, are you referring to the Sea King and the Mu family? Currently, Yi Qing's prestige is at its peak, carrying the deterrence of killing 2 dragon-ranking powerhouses consecutively in the southwest. Does the Sea King truly dare to be an enemy of Yi Qing? And the Mu family, although their strength is formidable, almost not inferior to the 9 kings, will the Mu family really get involved? No matter what, Yi Qing is now like the rising sun, while old Qin is already very old, and now he has retreated without a fight. It's truly hard to say what the future holds. Even Yuan Hongxiu's maid could see it, so how could others not see it? But in this world, sometimes, the logic is not like that, and things are often unexpected. Yuan Hongxiu chuckled. Bai Xiao, let me ask you, how many people has Yi Qing offended now? Bai Xiao paused, then calculated, saying, as far as I know, it includes Old Qin and the Ku family. Although they have lost 2 dragon-ranking powerhouses, neither Old Qin nor the Ku family have had their foundations destroyed. If they were to encircle and kill Yi Qing, they could at least gather 3 more dragon-ranking powerhouses. At this point, Bai Xiao suddenly understood, looking at Yuan Hongxiu, and said, so, you mean that most people actually don't think highly of Yi Qing, right? So, they will act recklessly, coming to the Qin family on the day Yi Qing is crowned king, to curry favor with the Qin family? At the same time, they are also gambling that Yi Qing has already offended so many people that he wouldn't dare to offend them while currying favor with Old Qin. They are also establishing their own prestige. Is that right? Yuan Hongxiu smiled slightly, nodded, and said, not stupid, though not entirely correct, it's close enough. Next, we'll see how bold Yi Qing is and if he dares to cause a ruckus, hee. According to a normal person, offending so many people would almost lead to a certain death. If they were smart, they wouldn't continue to offend people. After all, that only increases the probability of their death, with no benefits at all. What's more, he hasn't joined the 9 Kings Council, but Old Qin has been in it for many years. There are many people who are dissatisfied with Yi Qing and don't want him to join. For him to successfully enter the 9 Kings Council and become the legitimate Southeast King, he cannot offend anyone. But, can he endure with his temper? I specifically came today to see if I will be disappointed. Whether this good younger brother is worthy of calling me older sister depends on this. At this point, Yuan Hongxiu's eyes flickered with a playful expression, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. After a moment of silence, Bai Xiao said, Master, will you help him? Yuan Hongxiu smiled slightly, but did not answer. At this moment, not far from the Qin family, 2 convoys were parked by the roadside. The 2 leaders of these groups were sitting in one of the cars, chatting idly. These 2 were 13th Master Chang, the envoy of the Sea King, as mentioned by Yuan Hongxiu, known as 13th Master. He was also present at Elder Feng's birthday celebration in the southwest. The other person, a young man in his early 20s, was young Master Mu of the Mu family. Although not a direct descendant, he was indeed a member of the Mu family. 13th Master, this Yi Qing seems to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Not worth mentioning. This task today seems to be much smoother. Young Master Mu toyed with the jade bead bracelet in his hand, a look of disdain on his face. Clearly, he truly looked down on Yi Qing. 13th Master Chang, however, had personally witnessed Yi Qing's rampage in the southwest. Although he also somewhat looked down on Yi Qing at this moment, he was still better than young Master Mu. Young Master Mu, don't underestimate this Yi Qing. I personally witnessed him single-handedly killing 2 dragon-ranking powerhouses and 5 tiger-ranking powerhouses. He killed so many that the sky turned dark and blood flowed like rivers. He was practically a killing god. Young Master Mu sneered upon hearing this. So what if he's a killing god? At this moment, can't he only admit defeat? Qin Laosan's single phrase, pseudo-king, directly exposed his foundation. What else can he do? What else can he do? Now, he knows better than anyone that Old Qin will not let him go, and the Ku family will not let him go. His death is not far off. Plus, many people in the 9 Kings Council disapprove of him. Who would he dare to offend? Who could he offend? Today, we are here to support the Qin family and help Old Qin vent his anger. Could it be that you are afraid? If the Sea King's face is lost, 13th Master, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain yourself either. Young Master Mu looked at 13th Master Chang with considerable disdain.
13th Master Chang, a man in his 40s, looked at young Master Mu and did not get angry, continuing to smile. After all, I am not young anymore, so it's understandable that I'm a bit timid, unlike young Master Mu's youthful arrogance. However, losing the Sea King's face is something I still dare not do. But, considering that we are both here for the same purpose, I still want to remind young Master Mu that Yi Qing is not to be trifled with. It's best not to provoke him excessively if you can avoid it. As long as we achieve our goal today, everything else is fine, isn't it? Young Master Mu snorted coldly upon hearing this, saying, 13th Master, there's no need to advise me as the 13th Master under the esteemed Sea King. I would advise you not to tarnish the Sea King's prestige today. The people watching here are all powerful figures and various magnates. This is not only to make a name for ourselves but also to bring honor to the powers behind us. Alright, I won't say any more to you. Yi Qing is so cowardly, I can't even stand to watch since he's hesitating. Let's go quickly. Qin Lao San's suggestion, I think it makes a lot of sense. I don't care if Nangongyu is to be drowned in a pig cage, but I am very interested in making that arrogant and unruly Pajun and Red Eyes kneel at the Qin family's main entrance to welcome guests. Ha! As he spoke, young Master Mu directly got into the car, and the convoy started, slowly setting off. 13th Master Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he chuckled. Although it's very arrogant and illogical, it sounds quite interesting. Yi Qing, does he really dare to continue provoking other powerful enemies when he already has so many formidable foes? Let's try it. It wouldn't hurt. Lord Sea King has been low-key for many years. His sending me here this time might not be without the intention of re-establishing his prestige. Interesting. Well, let's see if this Yi Qing is truly cowardly, or just pretending to be. As his voice fell, 13th Master Chang also got into the car, and the convoy also set off, quickly arriving at the Qin family main camp. Chapter 5:15. Let me see you are not afraid of life and death. Yi Qing looked at the increasingly arrogant Qin Lao San, without a hint of displeasure on his face. Instead, he chuckled and directly put his arm around Qin Lao San, saying, minor matters, all minor matters. These minor matters, with just one word from me, can be accomplished immediately. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Pajun and Red Eyes, and said faintly, Pajun, Red Eyes, do my words count? Pajun and Red Eyes heard this and respectfully looked at Mr. Yi, saying, when Mr. Yi speaks, we will not hesitate to die. Although Pajun was nominally Mr. Yi's subordinate, and many people saw him as such, in reality, Mr. Yi respected Pajun greatly. After all, Pajun was someone his master, Bai Wu, had left for him. But at this moment, Pajun performed no worse than Red Eyes, as if, with just one word from Mr. Yi, Pajun would be willing to lay down his life without hesitation. This was related to today's special occasion, and also to the battle in Southwest, where Pajun was impressed by Yi Qing. Yi Qing heard this, nodded with satisfaction, and looked at Qin Lao San with a smile, saying, Lao San, you see, with just one word from me, they are willing to die, let alone kneel at the Qin family's gate and make a fool of themselves. Of course, this also makes me lose face, but it doesn't matter as long as you feel satisfied, and the Qin family feels satisfied, then it's not a problem, is it? After all, as you said, I, Yi Qing, am now high-profilely declaring myself a king, but in reality, I am just a pseudo-king not recognized by the Nine Kings Council. I still need the Qin family's help, and I still need the Nine Kings Council's recognition of me, haha. So, it's easy to talk about, everything is easy to talk about. Qin Lao San was a bit dumbfounded at this moment, including the other people from the Qin family who had been following Qin Lao San's commotion, all felt that they had followed the right person and taken the right path. And those who had been silently following Mr. Qin, resigned to their fate, all frowned at this moment, not expecting Yi Qing to be completely different from the legends. He could be pushed to such an extent by Qin Lao San? He was even about to make his trusted subordinates kneel directly at the main gate. This was more than just making a fool of himself, it was simply being weak, incompetent, and a good-for-nothing. Could such a person become the Southeast King? Is he worthy of entering the Nine Kings Council? It's simply a huge joke. However, it's better if it's a joke, at least for Qin Lao San. Yi Qing being like this made him feel much more pleased. Looking at Yi Qing, Qin Lao San frowned slightly and said, Mr. Yi, are you serious? Yi Qing laughed heartily and said, of course I'm serious. What? Lao San, you don't believe me? However, of course, it's not that simple after all. I also need to prove something otherwise. I, Yi Qing,
can't just casually let my trusted brothers kneel at your Qin family's main gate, can I? That would make me too incompetent. As expected, it wasn't that simple. However, today's effect had already exceeded Qin Laosan's previous expectations. As long as he could make Yi Qing bow his head, for Qin Laosan, it was a success. Looking at Yi Qing, Qin Laosan said with great arrogance, "What do you want to prove?" Yi Qing patted Qin Laosan's shoulder and chuckled, "It's very simple, you can definitely do it. What you just said was so righteous and touching. I wonder, Laosan, do you still remember if you were serious about it? Like those things you said, that you would willingly die for the Qin family, that you would spare no effort for the Qin family's dignity, were they true? Can you do it? If you, Qin Laosan, can do it, and if these people following you below can do it, then I, Yi Qing, will admire you greatly, and naturally, I will not disappoint you. I will immediately have Pujuan and Red Eyes kneel at the main gate." What he said sounded fine. But for some reason, at this moment, Qin Laosan had a bad feeling. However, the words had already been spoken, and things had come to this point, so he naturally couldn't back down. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? "Mr. Yi, what I, Qin Laosan, said is naturally true. Not only me, but all the people of my Qin family are the same. For the dignity and face of our Qin family, what do we fear from death? You say, am I right?" At this moment, many of the people following Qin Laosan below, and even some who had just been following Mr. Qin, almost half of the Qin family's members, all roared in agreement. For the dignity and face of the Qin family, they feared no death. Yi Qing clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Good, 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 the people of the Qin family are indeed unyielding and full of spirit. Since that's the case, then prove it to me. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Qin Laosan and chuckled, "Laosan, let's start with you. After all, you are the leader of these people. Prove it to me. Prove that you fear no death, that you are willing to do anything for the Qin family's dignity. As long as you prove these things, I will immediately have Pujuan and Red Eyes kneel at the main gate." Prove? Qin Laosan was stunned. He looked at Yi Qing and said blankly, "How do I prove this?" Yi Qing said with a chuckle, "Isn't this the easiest thing to prove? Fearing no death, then let me see how you bravely die for the Qin family." "Oh, you don't have a handy tool, right? Minor matter, just a minor matter." After speaking, Yi Qing stretched out his hand and smiled, "Come, give me a dagger." Immediately, Red Eyes took a sharp dagger from his subordinate's hand and respectfully handed it to Yi Qing. Then, Yi Qing handed the dagger to Qin Laosan and smiled. "It's very simple, very sharp, just a light swipe across the neck, and there won't be much pain. In 10-odd seconds, at most dozens of seconds, you will be completely dead, knowing nothing, feeling nothing. Come on, don't be shy. Use your life and blood to prove to me, to everyone, how you, Qin Laosan, fear no death." Looking at Yi Qing's smiling face and the cold, gleaming dagger he offered. At this moment, Qin Laosan's face was extremely grim. Yi Qing was playing him. Definitely playing him. "Yi Qing, how dare you play me?" Qin Laosan naturally refused to take the dagger. He immediately took a step back and angrily pointed at Yi Qing. "Do you think what I just said was a joke? How dare you play me like this? Aren't you afraid that the Qin family will completely fall out with you, and the underground world of the southeast 5 provinces will not be peaceful? And the 9 Kings Council, all the major figures, will be displeased with you and will inevitably settle scores with you. Yi Qing, don't try to be tough with me here. I'm telling you, you're not worthy of playing me." Yi Qing heard this, and his face still held a smile, seemingly not angry at all. "Laosan, why are you getting anxious? I'm not playing you from beginning to end. You've been saying how tough the Qin family's bones are, how much you fear no death, how unyielding you are. It was you who, from beginning to end, called me a pseudo-king, looked down on me, and even wanted my subordinates to kneel. I agree to all of it. But I always have to see if what you say is true. Other things cannot be verified for now, but I really want to know about fearing no death. Come on, Laosan, stop messing around. Take it quickly, don't let people laugh at you." After speaking, Yi Qing directly stepped forward, and despite Qin Laosan's struggles, he directly put the dagger into Qin Laosan's hand. Then, he said with a chuckle, "Quick, use your life and blood to prove it to me, quickly, I'm very much looking forward to it." Qin Laosan held the cold, gleaming dagger in his hand, and the thought that this dagger would take his life made his hair stand on end and his scalp tingle. Qin Laosan glared at Yi Qing, directly threw the dagger on the ground, and roared, "Yi Qing, you wish. I'm telling you, Qin Laosan, am not someone you can play with. You'd better apologize to me immediately, otherwise, my Qin family and you will be irreconcilable." And Yi Qing, at this moment, looked at Qin Laosan, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. In its place was an incomparably icy chill. Chapter 516. This is Yi Qing's true face. Looking at the dagger thrown at his feet by Qin Laosan, Yi Qing suddenly chuckled. "Qin Laosan, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. So, being fearless of death, it was all fake?" Speaking of this, Yi Qing himself shook his head and said, "No, how could it be fake? That would be too disappointing for me. I thought you were so tough because you had some backing. If it's just for a moment of verbal bravado, then it's too boring. So, it must be real at least, you have to die." As he spoke, without waiting for Qin Laosan's expression to change drastically, Yi Qing stepped forward, grabbed Qin Laosan's hair, and then heavily kicked the joint of Qin Laosan's calf. The sound of bones breaking directly reached everyone's ears. Qin Laosan screamed, and his body involuntarily knelt directly on the ground. And Yi Qing, at this moment, was still holding Qin Laosan's hair, and said coldly, "Playing with you? Are you worthy? Aren't you fearless of death? Didn't you say I was a pseudo-king? Didn't you want me to give the Qin family face? Arrogant until now, still daring to be presumptuous with me, do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" As he spoke, Yi Qing directly choked Qin Laosan's neck with one hand, then turned Qin Laosan to face him, and then Yi Qing slapped Qin Laosan's face, one slap after another. In a short while, Qin Laosan's entire face was slapped by Yi Qing until it looked like a pig's head, and when he opened his mouth, it was full of blood and broken teeth. But this was not the end. Yi Qing then threw Qin Laosan to the ground, picked up the dagger from the ground, grabbed Qin Laosan's ear, and directly cut it off the next second. The bleeding ear was directly thrown to the ground by Yi Qing. At this moment, Yi Qing's body was also splattered with blood. But Yi Qing was expressionless, looking at Qin Laosan who was wailing in pain on the ground. He directly stepped on Qin Laosan's chest with one foot, and said indifferently, "I'll give you one more chance to kill yourself. Come on, show me the backbone and dignity of your Qin family members, otherwise, you are playing with me." Whether it was playing with Yi Qing or not, it was no longer important at this moment, because Qin Laosan was truly going crazy. He really didn't expect that Yi Qing would turn hostile so quickly. Was he not considering any consequences at all? They were from the Qin family, and Qin Laosan had even received a message earlier that a big shot would be present today to support him. Therefore, what he wanted to protect was the Qin family's face, and at the same time, gain benefits for himself. Yes, by the end, Qin Laosan, didn't take Yi Qing seriously, which is why he became more and more excessive. But no matter what, he never expected Yi Qing to actually dare to make a move, and to be so ruthless when he did. "Yi Qing, how dare you!" Upon hearing this, Yi Qing heavily stomped on Qin Laosan's face. "What do I have to be afraid of? You dog, I even dared to kill your Qin Wuxuang. I even dared to come and kill your master Qin. What do I have to be afraid of? You trash, from beginning to end, have you forgotten one thing? I have long been irreconcilable with your family. I came here this time to kill your master Qin. As a result, you threaten me with the lives of some ants? It really makes me feel ridiculous. I thought you had some trump card, but in the end, it's just this? That truly disappoints me, and what I hate most is disappointment." After speaking, Yi Qing once again stomped down heavily, kick after kick, as if truly angry and furious due to disappointment. And at this moment, the other Qin family members trembled one after another. Yes, they had all forgotten. How could they forget such an important thing? They usually relied on their Qin family status to act arrogantly and do evil, always feeling that everyone in the world had to give way to them, and at the very least, Mr. Yi would not harm them. But how could they forget that this Yi Qing in front of them was the one who personally killed Qin Wuxuang, and this time, he didn't come to curry favor with the Qin family, but to kill the Qin family's pillar, Master Qin. Master Qin had already left, avoiding Yi Qing, yet these ad-like clansmen shouted and acted arrogantly towards Yi Qing. If they didn't die, who would? What was this if not madness? In the eyes of others, this was simply a huge joke. No one would say Yi Qing was too cruel, they would only say that they were too ignorant, too idiotic. Anything else you want to say?
Yi Qing sat back in his chair, looking at Qin Lao San struggling in pain on the ground, and spoke indifferently. Qin Lao San was on the verge of going crazy at this moment. The pain in his body almost made him collapse. Especially when he saw his own ear and broken teeth on the ground, the feeling was indescribable. Yi Qing, you will regret this. Even now, Qin Lao San still spoke stubbornly, which surprised Yi Qing a little. However, Yi Qing might have regrets, but killing a Qin Lao San was not enough to make Yi Qing regret. Yi Qing smiled, looked at Qin Lao San, and said, "Alright, then let me regret it even more. I'll give you one sentence here, and that is, you must prove that you are fearless of death. The dagger is lying next to you, pick it up and kill yourself. This is your last path. Don't make me do it. You know, if I do it, you will be in great pain." Qin Lao San looked at the gleaming dagger, and at this moment, revealed a smile uglier than crying.
Yi Qing, are you really not afraid? You act so brutally. 9 kings will not let you go. My father will not let you go when he returns. No one will let you go. You will never be able to become the true Southeast king in this life. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing nodded lightly and said, "Okay, I heard you. Are you done talking? Then, go to hell." Qin Lao San roared in indignation at this moment. "Why aren't you coming out? What are you waiting for?" Yi Qing ignored Qin Lao San, just sat quietly in his chair, waiting for Qin Lao San's reinforcements to arrive. From the moment he came, he knew that it was impossible for no outsiders to come today. But as for how many would come, he didn't know. And with Qin Lao San's roar, 2 motorcades slowly drove into the Qin family courtyard. Then, a young man and a middle-aged man slowly got out of the cars, and seeing this scene, they frowned slightly. The middle-aged man had a faint smile on his face and said, "See, King's envoy, 13th Master Chang, greets Mr. Yi." And the young man, with a somewhat arrogant look, raised his head and looked at Yi Qing, saying, "My surname is Mu, from the capital Mu family. You can call me Young Master Mu." Yi Qing sat in his chair, not moving at all, and just spoke indifferently, "So, Qin Lao San's backing is you too? It's you two who gave him such courage to dare to disrespect me, is that right?" As he spoke, Yi Qing slowly got up, shook his head, looked at 13th Master Chang and Young Master Mu, and sneered, "Then, who gave you the courage to meddle in my affairs?" Chapter 517 Mu Family, so what? The way he spoke truly showed no regard for 13th Master Chang or Young Master Mu. They had already announced their identities. One was the Sea King's envoy, one of the 9 kings, and the other was the Mu family Young Master. Regardless of their personal standing, today they represented the Sea King and the Mu family, and for that alone, one should show respect, even if not for the monks themselves, then at least for the Buddha's face. This was also a rule. But Yi Qing, however, deliberately broke this rule, showing them no respect at all, which made 13th Master Chang and Young Master Mu lose face. 13th Master Chang could still endure it, but Young Master Mu couldn't hold back at all. "Yi Qing, how dare you? How are you speaking to us? Even if you're not the Southeast King yet, even if you were one of the 9 kings, you still have to show respect to my Mu family. Apologize immediately, or you won't be able to bear the consequences." Young Master Mu stepped forward, looking at Yi Qing menacingly, as if he truly didn't put Yi Qing in his eyes. Yi Qing looked at Young Master Mu indifferently and said coldly, "Perhaps you don't quite understand me, Yi Qing. If the matters in East Continent and Southwest still make you think I'm easy to bully and don't understand my temper, then today, I don't mind making everyone thoroughly understand one thing. From now on, when speaking to me, Yi Qing, no matter if you're a human or a ghost, or what kind of a mortal or demon, you must show me respect, otherwise, others may tolerate you, but I won't." Red Eyes, slap him. As Yi Qing gave the order, Red Eyes, who had long been seething with murderous intent and wanted to vent his anger, could no longer hold back and walked directly towards Young Master Mu. Young Master Mu's face instantly changed. He never expected that even after he brought up the Mu family, Yi Qing would still dare to be so disrespectful. Even wanting to slap him in the face. Was this slapping him? This was slapping the Mu family. How could Young Master Mu endure such humiliation? He immediately roared, "Guards, come! I want to see who dares to lay a hand on me. Whoever comes, kill them. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens."
Upon hearing this, Yi Qing said indifferently, "Red Eyes, since he has spoken and doesn't care about life or death, then kill all his people, they are an eyesore." Red Eyes grinned upon hearing this, nodded heavily, and said, "As you command, subordinate." Then, Red Eyes directly rushed towards Mu family young master, and then began a massacre against the dozens of bodyguards protecting Mu family young master.
Are you kidding?
He is Red Eyes, a Tiger Rankings experts. After being treated by Yi Qing's Green Lotus Phantom, his strength had increased further for young Master Mu's bodyguards, let alone only a few dozen. Even if there were dozens more, it wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Therefore, the situation was very clear, and everyone understood it perfectly. It was a one-sided massacre, and Red Eyes showed no mercy, directly slaughtering everyone in his path. All who stood in his way died. 13th Master Chang looked at this scene and immediately showed a bitter smile. He knew that with Mu family young master's personality, something was bound to happen, but he never expected that he would be massacred upon their first meeting. Yi Qing was indeed not the useless person he had previously appeared to be. He was clearly a great killing machine. Moreover, 13th Master Chang had a feeling that the current Yi Qing had a stronger killing aura than when he saw him in Southwest, and it was much, much stronger. To be honest, 13th Master Chang didn't want to care about young Master Mu's life or death, as he didn't think much of young Master Mu anyway. However, since they came together and for the same purpose, it would be bad if he didn't even say a word. 13th Master Chang immediately looked at Yi Qing, cupped his fists, and said, "Mr. Yi, young Master Mu was disrespectful to you, and it's fine to teach him a lesson. However, young Master Mu represents the Mu family's face this time. Could you please show some mercy?" Yi Qing looked at 13th Master Chang and said indifferently, "We've met before, haven't we?"
In Southwest, at Elder Feng's birthday banquet.
Upon hearing this, 13th Master Chang immediately said, "Mr. Yi's memory is extraordinary. It is truly my honor that you remember me." "That's right, I did attend Elder Feng's birthday banquet in Southwest on behalf of the Sea King, but I never had the chance to speak with you, which has always been a regret of mine." 13th Master Chang was much better at speaking than young Master Mu, at least, his attitude was correct. Yi Qing looked at 13th Master Chang and said indifferently, "So, you're also here to plead for the Qin family? And also to pressure me and bully me for Qin Lao San?" The phrase bully me instantly left 13th Master Chang speechless. Who was bullying whom? Of course, judging from Yi Qing's previous performance, it really seemed like he was being bullied by Qin Lao San, but now, if anyone still had that thought, they were truly blind. Who couldn't see that from beginning to end, Yi Qing was simply toying with Qin Lao San, and he was having a great time doing it. In fact, 13th Master Chang even felt that Qin Lao San foolishly walking right into Yi Qing's trap was exactly what Yi Qing wanted.
"Mr. Yi, you just how dare we pressure you?
It's just that you've just arrived at the Qin family, and many people are watching you, wanting to see how you'll treat the Qin family and how you'll take over as the Southeast King. At a time like this, a massacre will cause many people to be dissatisfied. Therefore, I personally believe that Mr. Yi should prioritize benevolence to show your generosity and kindness to others. This will not harm you either." 13th Master Chang's words made sense. However, Yi Qing didn't want to hear that reasoning. Looking at 13th Master Chang, Yi Qing said indifferently, "Generosity? Kindness? I have given it, but don't forget, generosity and kindness are not soft-heartedness, nor are they cowardice. If anyone thinks that because I, Yi Qing, am generous and kind, they can bully me, my subordinates, or my brothers at will, then that is my, Yi Qing's, fault. Rather than that, I might as well directly tell everyone what my, Yi Qing's, temper and personality are like, so that they will cause me less trouble in the future. Whoever wants to, will have to bear the consequences. This is the best way." At this point, Yi Qing looked at 13th Master Chang and sneered, "Did your Sea King become the Sea King through no slaughter, no ruthlessness, but rather by ascending through generosity and kindness?
Anyone who wants to bully him can, and he won't get angry?
If that's truly the case, then can I, Yi Qing, directly slap him twice, or directly kill you, and he won't get angry? If you say so, then today, I'll give it a try. If he truly doesn't get angry, I'll really learn from him, okay?"
Okay? What the hell is okay? Who is the Sea King?
He controls the darkness of various underground worlds along China's coast, including offshore. To put it bluntly, he constantly has to deal with and fight against overseas maritime forces.
The Sea King's temper is not good at all. Besides, Yi Qing was about to kill him, so why should he stick his neck out? Heh, Mr. Yi, you jest. It was my slip of the tongue, you may do as you please. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing looked coldly at 13th Master Chang and said, Do you think I have any reason to jest with you? Chapter 518, Killed with One Palm. The words instantly choked 13th Master Chang half to death. Yes, why would Mr. Yi need to joke with him? He didn't give him any face at all. He originally thought that even if things weren't smooth today, at least he could finish this properly, but now it seemed difficult. This Yi Qing was clearly much more unpredictable than he was in the southwest. His temper and personality were extremely strange. Was he deliberately trying to provoke more opponents because he was afraid the Nine Kings Council would approve his kingship? Had he lost his mind? 13th Master Chang took a deep breath, bowed and cupped his fists to Yi Qing, saying, Mr. Yi, I, Chang, misspoke, please forgive me, Mr. Yi. I, Chang, have no other intentions. I just feel that Mr. Yi, having just entered the sight of many powerful figures in Dragon Country and about to become the Southeast King, should be a bit more benevolent. No other intentions, truly none. Yi Qing looked at 13th Master Chang and sneered, benevolent? That depends on the person. I, Yi Qing, have always adhered to one principle: if a person respects me an inch, I respect them a foot. Knowing they came to cause trouble, with not an ounce of respect for me, do I need to give such people face? Each and every one of them thinks they can act arrogantly in front of me just because they have influence and backing. Others might indulge your bad habits, but I, Yi Qing, won't. Today, I'm laying it out. Never mind you, even if your masters behind you came personally and dared to speak to me like this, I'd still slap them. If you don't believe me, call your master behind you and tell him to come try it. See if I, Yi Qing, am a man of my word. 13th Master Chang's face was filled with terror at these words. Many people were paying attention here today, including the Sea King behind him. It was impossible for Yi Qing not to know this even if he didn't. Saying such words in front of the Sea King's envoy was clearly an act of hostility towards the Sea King, showing contempt for him. He had just completely offended Old Qin and the Ku family, and now everyone felt that Yi Qing should rein himself in and make friends, as having enemies everywhere was a suicidal act. But Yi Qing, on the contrary, did the opposite. Ruthless, truly viciously ruthless. 13th Master Chang took a deep breath, retreated 2 steps, and dared not say another word. He had no way to respond, otherwise, what would happen? And at this moment, he had already thought that if the Sea King was paying attention to the situation here, he would probably be furious and smashing everything in his room. However, he also didn't know if the Sea King was actually watching this scene at this moment, because, by his calculations, the Sea King should probably be busy at sea right now. But, it didn't matter if the Sea King wasn't watching, the Mu family certainly was. 13th Master Chang looked at the terrified, trembling young Master Mu, and sighed in his heart. Why provoke anyone else but this harbinger of death? It would be young Master Mu's good fortune if he didn't die. He was so arrogant just now, not even putting himself in his eyes, and now, he probably wanted to cry. More than wanting to cry, at this moment, young Master Mu felt like dying. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He came here today to show off his might. Just imagine, the dignified young Master Mu directly sweeping away the prestige of Yi Qing, the newly appointed Southeast King. What a topic of conversation that would be. After returning to the imperial capital, he, young Master Mu, would be majestic, and everyone who saw him would give him a thumbs up. Moreover, with so many powerful figures paying attention here, as long as he could suppress Yi Qing's prestige, he would also become famous in another way, and the Mu family would rise with him at that time. His status in the Mu family was imaginable. The reason he had this illusion was entirely due to Yi Qing's previous display of weakness. If Yi Qing had been so ruthless from the beginning, young Master Mu would never have been so disrespectful. Yi Qing did it on purpose, he deliberately harmed me. This was what young Master Mu was thinking at this moment. However, now he couldn't think of anything else at this moment. Red Eyes had already arrived in front of him, and all his subordinates had fallen in pools of blood. Young Master Mu was already scared pale. You, what do you want to do? I am from the Mu family. I am the Mu family, young master. If you dare to lay a hand on me, the Mu family will not let you off. Upon hearing this, Red Eyes' mouth curved into a sinister sinister smile he directly grabbed the Mu family young master by the hair and lifted him up. So what if you're the Mu family young master? If you dare to speak disrespectfully in front of Mr. Yi, never mind you, even if your master came, I would still beat him without hesitation. After speaking, Red Eyes directly slapped the Mu family young master hard across the face. With just that one slap, the Mu family young master's teeth were almost all knocked out. Young Master Mu's face was covered in blood, and he looked at Red Eyes, almost collapsing. You're really hitting me? How dare you? Yi Qing, isn't he afraid? He has already offended old Qin and the Ku family, and now he wants to offend our Mu family and the Sea King. What does he want to do? He wants to die. Let me go. It's still not too late to let me go now, I swear. I absolutely won't tell my family, okay? Young Master Mu didn't dare to directly beg for mercy. He even analyzed the pros and cons before finally pleading. However, who was Red Eyes? He was an unrestrained person. In his eyes, there was only Yi Qing. Anyone who dared to disrespect Yi Qing was seeking death. What about the Mu family? What about the 9 kings? No matter who it was, as long as Yi Qing said a word, or even without Yi Qing saying anything, Red Eyes would fight them to the death. Looking at young Master Mu, Red Eyes directly kicked young Master Mu hard in the leg, then grabbed his hair, making young Master Mu kneel on the ground, lifting his head to look at everyone, and roaring, "All of you, listen clearly. I am Red Eyes. Anyone, no matter how great your influence or how strong your power, who dares to disrespect Mr. Yi, in my, Red Eyes' eyes, there is only one outcome, death." After roaring, Red Eyes directly raised his hand high and then slammed it down hard on the Mu family young master's head. With just that one blow, the Mu family young master slumped down limply. Until his death, he never thought that Red Eyes would actually dare to kill him. And, wasn't it agreed to be a slap in the face? Why did he get killed with one palm strike? However, Red Eyes didn't care whether young Master Mu lived or died. Standing beside young Master Mu's corpse, a cold killing intent flashed in Red Eyes' eyes, and he roared towards the sky. It seemed he was venting the killing intent in his heart. And then, after venting, Red Eyes directly knelt on one knee to Yi Qing. "Mr. Yi, your subordinate is guilty. You ordered me to slap him, but I directly killed him. I beg you, Mr. Yi, to punish me." Yi Qing, however, sat calmly in his chair, seemingly not bothered at all. And at this moment, under his feet was Qin Lao San, who was already terrified. "Be more careful next time. I've told you before, your killing intent is too strong in the future. When you have nothing to do, cultivate your mind and body." Well, yes, that's it. That's it? The dignified Mu family young master died just like that, and the result was just that's it? Moreover, what did he mean by killing intent is strong? Was it Red Eyes whose killing intent was strong? It was clearly Yi Qing. And at this moment, Yi Qing slowly stood up, looked at 13th Master Chang, and said indifferently, "Just now, when I was dealing with Qin Lao San and others, you spoke up to stop me. Then, you will do the work. Come here, to my side." 13th Master Chang originally thought that as long as he kept quiet, he would be fine. After all, young Master Mu was already dead. But he didn't expect that Yi Qing hadn't forgotten him yet. At this moment, 13th Master Chang's body trembled violently. He didn't know what would happen next, but he knew it wouldn't be good. Chapter 519 is here to congratulate you. "Mr. Yi," 13th Master Chang began, "I wonder what you need me to do." Whatever you command, I will do my utmost to serve you, as long as it is within my capabilities. Only a wise man knows when to submit. The Mu family young master was dead. What was he, 13th Master Chang, in comparison? Before Yi Qing could speak, Red Eyes, standing to the side, walked up to 13th Master Chang with a cold face and said, "Mr. Yi told you to stand by him, didn't you hear? Or do you want to die too?" In the past, 13th Master Chang truly wouldn't have feared Red Eyes. After all, he was a formidable expert on the Tiger ranking, and what if he fought Red Eyes? Even if he couldn't win, he could at least survive. But now, he truly didn't dare. What Tiger ranking strength? Today, with Yi Qing's attitude in display, it was clearly a show of power, and one meant to intimidate everyone in the underground world of Dragon Country. It was also to tell all the big bosses and magnates not to seek trouble with Yi Qing, otherwise, Yi Qing wouldn't care who they were, he would kill without hesitation. The Mu family young master was an example. He ran into it himself. As for Qin Lao San and the others, 13th Master Chang didn't even need to think much to guess their fate, certain death. Taking a deep breath, 13th Master Chang looked at Red Eyes, a fawning smile on his face, and said, "Brother Red Eyes is right, it was my mistake, I overthought it. I'll go now. At this point, he couldn't care about his reputation as the Sea King's envoy. His priority was to save his own life. Otherwise, if he died, wouldn't the Sea King lose even more face? Carefully walking up to Yi Qing, 13th Master Chang clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Mr. Yi, please feel free to command whatever you need Sher San to do." Yi Qing sat in his chair and said indifferently, "You are the Sea King's envoy. Did you come here to cause me trouble?" Upon hearing this, 13th Master Chang immediately shook his head vigorously and said, "No, absolutely not. I am here on the Sea King's command to witness the moment of your ascension to king. I am here to congratulate you and witness this legendary scene, absolutely not to cause trouble, absolutely not." At this moment, only someone who wanted to die would say yes. If he wanted to live, then he couldn't care about truth, falsehood, or face. He had to say whatever sounded best. Yi Qing looked at 13th Master Chang, a cold smile appearing on his face, and said, "Envoy Chang, your attitude changed very quickly. Only a wise man knows when to submit, and you are definitely among the wisest of the wise. However, that scene just now makes it hard for me not to overthink. Moreover, I heard that the Sea King and Old Qin have a good relationship. Old Qin even helped the Sea King once, and the Sea King's temper seems quite volatile. Are you sure he sent you to congratulate me, and not to support the Qin family?" The Sea King sending 13th Master Chang was naturally to support the Qin family and intimidate Yi Qing. But now, could he still say that? 13th Master Chang quickly said, "Although Lord Sea King and Old Qin have a private friendship, it is just that, a private friendship. I am not clear on the specifics. However, the succession of the Southeast King is a monumental event, and the Southeast 5 provinces are close to the coast, so they have a closer relationship with our Lord Sea King. For you, Mr. Yi, to ascend as the Southeast King, it is only proper for our Lord Sea King to send me to congratulate you. Therefore, please do not misunderstand. Although I and the Mu family young master arrived at the same time, we are absolutely not related. I ask Mr. Yi to see clearly." Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this and said, "Good, well said. In that case, there must be a congratulatory gift, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, 13th Master Chang quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded heavily, saying, "Yes, there definitely is. How could we not send a congratulatory gift on the day Mr. Yi becomes king? However, please wait a moment, Mr. Yi. The gift is valuable and is still being escorted. It will arrive very soon, very soon. Updates are not easy. Remember to share 101 Kenshukum." Whether there was truly a congratulatory gift, only 13th Master Chang himself knew. However, at this moment, even if there wasn't, he had to say there was. Even if it meant bankrupting himself, he would have to find a way to buy a good gift for Yi Qing later, otherwise, this lie wouldn't hold up. Yi Qing gave 13th Master Chang a deep look and said indifferently, "In that case, I misunderstood you. However, to make it clear to everyone that you are not here to support the Qin family, but to congratulate me, Yi Qing, then I ask you to do something. See this Qin Lao San who was so disrespectful to me? He kept saying he feared no death and demanded I give the Qin family respect and face, even brazenly tearing off my own face. Fine, if he truly feared no death, it would be one thing, but he's a coward, very timid, and makes a fool of himself. I dislike that very much. Since he refuses to kill himself, then I'll trouble you to do it. Kill him, and I will believe you." 13th Master Chang was truly going crazy now. He knew that Yi Qing's killing intent was very strong now, and his actions were becoming increasingly strange. Perhaps this was Yi Qing's true nature, but he never expected Yi Qing to do something like this. Make him kill Qin Lao San? What kind of situation was this? Mr. Yi, you're not joking, are you? How can I kill Qin Lao San for no reason? This isn't appropriate. How many people were paying attention here today? 13th Master Chang had given up his face to save his life, but killing Qin Lao San was no joke. He didn't dare to act. Yi Qing, however, looked at Qin Lao San and said indifferently, "If you don't kill him, then he will kill you." As he spoke, Yi Qing looked at Qin Lao San and said coldly, "You won't survive, you know that, but if you kill Qin Lao San, I might not let you live." These words stunned both Qin Lao San and 13th Master Chang. What was Yi Qing playing at? Was he determined to make them fight to the death today? Qin Lao San had lost all his nerve at this moment. Even the Mu family young master, whom Yi Qing said he would kill, was already dead. What about him? Now, he had no other choice but to do as Yi Qing said. Qin Lao San's body trembled constantly at this moment. He was struggling between life and death. He no longer had the ferocity he had shown Yi Qing earlier. Looking at 13th Master Chang, Qin Lao San endured the severe pain to get up, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. This was his only chance. He had understood that Yi Qing was not joking with him at all. Yi Qing was toying with them, but if he didn't accept, he would die. 13th Master Chang's face was ashen at this moment. He felt Qin Lao San's struggle to survive. Looking at Yi Qing, 13th Master Chang gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Yi, if you do this, the Sea King will truly be unhappy." Upon hearing this, a hint of killing intent flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. He then stepped forward and delivered a heavy slap directly across 13th Master Chang's face. Was that a slap to 13th Master Chang? It was clearly a slap to the Sea King's face. What does his happiness or unhappiness have to do with me? Do you really think I don't know why you came? Since you wanted to see me make a fool of myself, then you must first be prepared to lose face. You dog, do you have the right to lecture me? Let me tell you the truth, if everyone here had behaved like Mr. Qin, it could have been peaceful, but you made me very unhappy. Therefore, today, blood is destined to flow here. Chapter 520. Is this the same person? At this moment, not far from the Qin family main camp. Inside Ruan Hongshou's vehicle. Ruan Hongshou had stopped speaking, but her eyes grew increasingly bright, and the smile on her face widened. Bai Xiao's eyes were wide open, as if she had discovered a new continent. Master, is this the same Yi Qing as just now? This one is simply like a devil, lawless, and completely unrestrained. That cowardly demeanor from before must have all been an act. Ruan Hongshou lay half reclined on the seat, chuckling. This is Yi Qing's true face. It's just that, based on what I knew about Yi Qing before, the current Yi Qing seems to be getting more and more vicious. I'm not sure what happened in between, but if this is his true nature, then he was holding back before. However, I'm more inclined to believe that this recklessness and lawlessness are recent changes. Bai Xiao heard this and said with a wry smile, whether it's a recent change or his true nature, this Yi Qing is a bit too arrogant. The Mu family young master didn't even say a word before he was directly slapped to death. This is completely trampling the Mu family's dignity into the ground. The Mu family will absolutely not let this go. Although the Mu family is not among the 9 kings, their strength is undeniable. Why would Yi Qing provoke such a powerful enemy for no reason? And now, is he crazy? Only a madman could do something like this. Isn't one Mu family enough? Now he's even slapping the Sea King's face. What is he trying to do, cause havoc in heaven? Bai Xiao couldn't understand. Even though she was Ruan Hongshou's trusted aide, powerful and of high status, she still couldn't fathom what benefit Yi Qing could gain from doing this. And in fact, there was no benefit at all, aside from venting, making people wary, and making people dislike him. There was no benefit whatsoever. Ruan Hongshou picked up a grape, gently put it in her mouth, and with a smile in her eyes, said, perhaps, it was intentional. Do you remember what Yi Qing said when he was in East Continent and Southwest? Bai Xiao heard this, thought for a moment, and said, you mean the words Yi Qing spoke to everyone? As long as it can make my brothers and family suffer less harm and shed less blood, I would rather become a devil and fear nothing. If the world calls me evil, then I will be the evil of all evils. Is that it? Ruan Hongshou nodded and said, exactly. You see, isn't Yi Qing doing just that? He is now the great villain in everyone's eyes, and he's the type who is impervious to reason and gives no one face. Yet, his strength is formidable, and ordinary people truly can't do anything to him. Moreover, Yi Qing is not stupid. Whether it's the Mu family or the Sea King's envoy, they came this time purely to support the Qin family and diminish Yi Qing's prestige. Since that's the case, what's wrong with Yi Qing diminishing their prestige first? Anyway, there's no friendship between them, and there's no expectation that they would befriend Yi Qing. If that's the case, what's the point of keeping them? What's the point of giving them face? Just watch, Bai Xiao, today,
there will probably be rivers of blood here, and no matter whether people believed in Yi Qing before or were wary of him, after this, everyone who wants to make a move against Yi Qing will have to think twice. Ruan Hongxiu's analysis was correct. In the current situation, even if Yi Qing gave face to the Mu family and the Sea King, it would be useless after all. They wouldn't stop causing him trouble at the Nine Kings Council just because he gave them face. In fact, they would probably say that Yi Qing was cowardly. Bai Xiao heard this, nodded, and said, "Master, I understand it's just, is Yi Qing really not afraid? After all, Old Qin and the Ku family are already two mortal enemies. At least 3 powerful dragon ranking experts will attack Yi Qing. Now he has also offended the Mu family and the Sea King. Is he really not afraid?" Ruan Hongxiu smiled slightly and whispered, "Why didn't you think that perhaps, precisely because of today, those who might have made a move originally will now not make a move instead? He, just keep watching, it's really getting more and more interesting." At this moment, no one knew where the Sea King was or if he had heard the news from here. However, Ruan Hongxiu knew about Yi Qing's actions, and the dark web of the underground world was already in an uproar. Everyone thought Yi Qing had chickened out, as his previous performance was incredibly cowardly. If a Nine Kings was like that, what was there to fear? Some people were even speaking up for Yi Qing, but then there was a huge reversal, and everyone was stunned. No one was talking about Yi Qing being cowardly anymore. Instead, they were wondering if Yi Qing had truly gone mad. Otherwise, how could he do something so crazy? Little Momo who loves gaming, he's crazy, Yi Qing is really crazy. This means he wants to be an enemy of the world. Is he really not afraid? Little Potato, just now, you all were saying that Yi Qing was unworthy of the title of Southeast King. Now you're all dumbfounded, aren't you? Ambiguous Little Light, exactly. Now no one is saying Yi Qing chickened out, right? If this is considered chickening out, then there's no one in this world with more courage. 995, but why is Yi Qing doing this? He's offending not just 1 or 2 people. Even those who were neutral towards Yi Qing must be frowning in pain now when they see him as Mr. Fool here. Please, Mr. Fool, come out and clarify. Little Demonis, exactly, is Mr. Fool here? Please come out and help clarify. Is this Yi Qing really crazy? For these entities on the dark web, Fool understood more, knew more inside information, and was much smarter than them. At least, for so many years, many things, as long as Fool spoke, were basically spot on. So, whenever such a question arose, many people's first thought was Fool. And Fool, at this moment, also seemed to have nothing to do and had been online all along. After seeing everyone's calls, Fool also surfaced. "Fool, everyone, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, because I also don't understand why Yi Qing is doing this, but there's one thing I can confirm. Fool, that is, if Yi Qing successfully survives this time, then he will be the most vicious person in the underground world in recent decades, perhaps even without exception. Fool, at the same time, he will also be the most unprovocable king among the 9 kings. Fool, I have a premonition to share with all of you. Fool, the underground world of Dragon Country is about to change, and the 9 Kings Council is also about to change. King battles, I'm afraid, will become frequent. Chapter 521. If he doesn't die, you will die. Fool's words silenced the entire dark web for a moment, as if everyone was too shocked to make a sound. The people on this dark web come from various fields, with a particularly large number from the underground world. And the underground world of Dragon Country cannot escape the control of the 9 Kings Council. A statement that the underground world of Dragon Country is about to change might still be understandable to everyone, and they wouldn't feel it's a major upheaval after all. To put it bluntly, it's been peaceful for too long. Even if there are conflicts, most are internal struggles for power. Even if there are conflicts with other forces, they are only small-scale battles, with a limited scope. However, the phrase King's War is probably about to begin carries immense implications. That means the underground world of Dragon Country will experience large-scale battles in the future. To put it bluntly, countless casualties and rivers of blood would not be an exaggeration. But where there is battle, there is sometimes opportunity and a chance to make a name for oneself. Some people fear it, while others naturally feel excited. Yi Qing is a dragon crossing the river, stirring up the underground world of Dragon Country with him around. Peace and quiet are impossible. Yes, a closer look at Yi Qing's actions reveals it. Given how Yi Qing currently shows no one any respect,
can you really expect him to show respect when he meets the Sea King or members of the Mu family? It's entirely possible he'd just start fighting if he disagreed. The King's War, wouldn't it just erupt then? At this moment, Yi Qing was unaware of these discussions, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He doesn't care whether the King's War erupts or not, but if he's unhappy and someone troubles him, then what if he starts the King's War? At this moment, Yi Qing stood indifferently, his hands clasped behind his back. 13th Master Chang covered his face, still unable to believe that Yi Qing had slapped him. Not only was he a Tiger Rankings expert, but even if he wasn't, he was still the Sea King's envoy, representing the Sea King's prestige that was the Sea King, one of the 9 kings. Yi Qing, the Southeast King, hadn't even secured his position yet, and he dared to act like this if he wasn't crazy. What was he? Moreover, everyone knows that one doesn't hit a smiling face, and armies at war don't execute envoys. Yi Qing was clearly ignorant of the rules, or rather, deliberately breaking them. Was he challenging one person? He was challenging everyone. However, no matter how indignant 13th Master Chang was, at this moment, the slap on his face had already landed. Nothing he said would help now. Not convinced? I'll give you a chance to fight back. Come on, do you dare? Yi Qing looked at 13th Master Chang and sneered, useless trash, since you want to die, then go die. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Qin Lao San and said coldly, I'll give you 3 seconds. If he doesn't die, you die. Qin Lao San had nothing to say at this moment. He wanted to live. Picking up the dagger from the ground, Qin Lao San glared fiercely at 13th Master Chang and roared, 13th Master Chang, don't blame me, I want to live. As he spoke, Qin Lao San rushed directly towards 13th Master Chang, the dagger thrusting straight at 13th Master Chang's vital points. Unfortunately, Qin Lao San was just an ordinary person, while 13th Master Chang was a Tiger Ranking expert, so, when it came down to a life or death situation, Qin Lao San could never be 13th Master Chang's opponent. A ruthless glint flashed in 13th Master Chang's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly dodged, twisted Qin Lao San's neck with both hands, and with a slight force, Qin Lao San collapsed limply to the ground. Even at the moment of his death, Qin Lao San's eyes were still filled with anger and unwillingness. He didn't want to die. At this moment, Yi Qing clapped his hands and smiled, Envoy Chang, clean and decisive, very good as expected of the Sea King's envoy, your actions are resolute and ruthless. Was this supposed to be praise? Looking at his hands, 13th Master Chang knew very clearly that no matter how clean he washed them now, he could no longer wash away the blood. Qin Lao San was killed by 13th Master Chang. Even if everyone knew he was forced and Yi Qing was the true culprit, he killed him, and that was the fact. Killed by the Sea King's envoy, that was the truth. 13th Master Chang took a deep breath, looked at Mr. Yi, and said, Mr. Yi, are you satisfied? If you are satisfied, then I would like to take my leave first. 13th Master Chang didn't want to stay here for another minute. He wanted to leave this cursed place immediately. With Yi Qing here, no one knew what would happen next. Now it was Qin Lao San who died. Who would be next? No one knew. However, coming was easy, but leaving wouldn't be so simple. Yi Qing looked at 13th Master Chang and said indifferently, do you have something to leave for? I naturally cannot stop you. However, since you've come and already made a move, then resolve everything before you go. Anyway, your hands are already stained with the Qin family's blood, so don't make me continue to stain my hands with their blood. After all, I, Yi Qing, at least took over the position of Southeast King from the Qin family. I must always be more magnanimous and benevolent, Envoy Chang, don't you agree? Was he speaking like a human? What did he mean by you must be more magnanimous and benevolent? What did he mean by your hands are not stained with the Qin family's blood? It seemed as if all this had become 13th Master Chang's good deeds. Hearing these words could make one die of anger. If he didn't know that he was absolutely no match for Yi Qing, 13th Master Chang would have wished to risk everything and fight Yi Qing to the death right now. There was no bullying like this. Although displeased, 13th Master Chang dared not say anything more. He looked at Yi Qing and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, what else do you want me to do? Yi
Qing pointed indifferently at the Qin family members below the stage and said coldly, "Everyone who was with Qin Laosan just now, step forward." At these words, the Qin family members looked at each other, not daring to breathe loudly. Those who had not been involved at all felt somewhat relieved, but those who had been constantly involved with Qin Laosan, cursing Yi Qing, looking down on him, and making various demands, were now in trouble one by one. They all became like shrinking turtles. They wished they weren't afraid, but not only were the bodies of the Mu family young master and others lying nearby, but Qin Laosan's body was also lying at Yi Qing's feet. Yi Qing was not only going to execute Qin Laosan, he clearly intended to uproot them all, leaving no one behind. At this point, who dared to move? But, even if they didn't move, it was no longer an option. Yi Qing looked down at the stage and sneered, "Just now, each of you was incredibly arrogant, treating me like a good-for-nothing. Now you're not speaking, but do you think I can't find anyone just because you're silent? Red Eyes, who was shouting just now? Send people to drag them all out for me." Hearing Yi Qing's command, a cold glint flashed in Red Eyes' eyes. He then led his men and began pulling people out of the crowd. In a short while, over a third of the Qin family members were all dragged out and knelt on the ground. And Yi Qing looked at 13th Master Chang and said indifferently, "Qin Laosan is dead. There's no need for them to live either. Envoy Chang, I'll trouble you to do the honors." 13th Master Chang looked at the dozens of Qin family members kneeling below the stage, and cold sweat immediately streamed down his face. Ruthless, he was truly too ruthless. Yi Qing was clearly a great devil who killed without batting an eye. Chapter 522, Curses. Has the Sea King never killed anyone? Or rather, how could the number of people who died at the hands of 13th Master Chang be few? As someone from the underground world, and a person with a known name, it would be a lie to say that their hands have not been stained with blood. Moreover, killing only a few doesn't count. After all, once you're in the underground world, life and death, wealth and poverty, are all up to fate. Don't blame anyone if someone dies. Who told you to walk this path? But, the current situation is completely different. And what does this have to do with himself, or with the Sea King? Why should 13th Master Chang bear so many blood debts? Mr. Yi, Qin Laosan is dead. Are you sure you want to kill these people? They might have been deceived by Qin Laosan perhaps, they don't necessarily have to die. Moreover, Mr. Yi, killing one Qin Laosan is understandable, but killing so many people, are you really not worried about your reputation? 13th Master Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trying his best to persuade Yi Qing to abandon this terrifying idea. However, Yi Qing looked at 13th Master Chang and said indifferently, "Whether my reputation is good or not doesn't require your concern. What's more, if their deaths can make others know not to provoke me in the future, then that will actually save many lives." At this point, Yi Qing patted 13th Master Chang's shoulder and said, "From this perspective, you are doing a good deed. These people have committed evil deeds and almost every one of them carries sin. Even if they all die, it will only make people cheer. Envoy Chang, you are doing a good deed. Go on, do it." Good deed? As 13th Master Chang was about to say something more, a hint of coldness flashed in Yi Qing's eyes, and he said, "I don't like to repeat myself. Envoy Chang, you've made me say quite a lot today. I'm a bit displeased." A single phrase, "I'm displeased," made 13th Master Chang's scalp tingle instantly. He knew that if he didn't act now, then the next person to die would probably be him. Looking at the dead body of Qin Laosan on the ground, and then at the many people below the stage, 13th Master Chang gritted his teeth and made a decision. They can die, but I cannot. Men! Kill them all! 13th Master Chang immediately gave the order to his subordinates, and his subordinates looked at each other, but even if they were unwilling, they still drew their long swords, ready to act. But, just then, Yi Qing spoke lightly, "Envoy Chang, do you not understand my words? What I want is for you to do it yourself. How can you be so unfair? You personally killed Qin Laosan, so you must also personally kill them, understand?" 13th Master Chang took a deep breath, his body trembling violently, then he turned back, looked at Yi Qing, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Yi, Chang understands. Chang will go now." After speaking, 13th Master Chang no longer hesitated, directly took the long sword from his subordinate, and walked directly towards the crowd. At this moment, as blades struck fatally and blood flowed freely. One by one, the Qin family members who were about to be killed could no longer hold back. Pleas for mercy and furious curses filled the air.
Mr. Yi, please, spare me. Mr. Yi, I'm innocent, please, don't kill me. Yi Qing, you vicious demon, you deserve to die, you'll go to hell sooner or later. Damn bastard, Yi Chang, may you die a terrible death.
Yi Qing, you are a murderer, just wait, old Qin will avenge us, everyone will avenge us.
Yi Chang, may you die a terrible death, die a terrible death.
At this moment, throughout the entire Qin family main camp, aside from the sound of blades striking flesh, even the pleas for mercy disappeared, and what echoed in people's ears were the vicious curses and insults from those who were about to die. These people all pointed at Yi Qing, uttering the most vicious curses and the dirtiest insults of their lives. But Yi Qing sat in his chair, quietly watching all of this, his expression unchanged, as if he was appreciating and accepting everything. When all the sounds gradually disappeared, the Qin family main camp was already a river of blood, with corpses strewn everywhere. This scene, through various informants, had already spread in all directions, reaching the eyes of many big shots and various magnates. And at this moment, Yi Qing, sitting on the large chair on the high platform, with an indifferent expression and not a trace of killing intent, was like a demon that had crawled out of the abyss of hell, deeply imprinted on everyone's hearts, never to be forgotten. 13th Master Chang was already covered in blood.
Is it difficult for a Tiger Rankings expert to kill unarmed ordinary people? It takes no effort at all.
When 13th Master Chang used to conquer the world with the Sea King, he was also someone who charged into crowds with a blade, going in and out 3 times. But today, after killing these people, 13th Master Chang leaned on his long blade, panting heavily, as if he had exhausted all his strength.
Mr. Yi, can we leave now?
13th Master Chang was truly afraid of Yi Qing now he had done everything he was supposed to if Yi Qing continued to push him. He had already made up his mind, if worst came to worst, they would both perish. Today, not only was 13th Master Chang's reputation ruined, but the Sea King's reputation was also completely lost because of him. Yi Qing was just toying with him. If he still didn't let him go, the outcome would be obvious. However, something unexpected happened to 13th Master Chang. Yi Qing actually waved his hand, seemingly a little tired, and said, "Go." 13th Master Chang was stunned. He hadn't expected it to go so smoothly that he couldn't believe it and thought Yi Qing had a trick up his sleeve. But at this moment, he didn't dare to say another word. If he could leave, he should leave quickly. If he didn't leave now and Yi Qing changed his mind, he really wouldn't be able to leave. Immediately, 13th Master Chang led his men, fleeing from the Qin family main camp as if escaping. And at this moment, Yi Qing sat in his chair. If he didn't speak, no one dared to speak. The pungent smell of blood and the corpses everywhere had caused many timid people to faint. Yi Qing looked at this scene, saying nothing, just staring blankly, as if this was an outcome he did not wish to see. It was only after a moment that Yi Qing came back to his senses and looked at Mr. Qin, saying, "From beginning to end, including when they died, there was no emotional fluctuation on your face.
Are they not close to you?"
He didn't ask if he hated them or wanted to kill Yi Qing, because Yi Qing already knew Mr. Qin's answer. Mr. Qin remained as respectful as ever, bowing to Yi Qing without a single flaw. They were disrespectful to Mr. Yi, they deserved to die. These people, relying on the Qin family's power, committed evil deeds and acted recklessly. They should have died a long time ago. Mr. Yi, well done.
Mr. Yi, killing them is equivalent to eradicating some pests for the southeast. Mr. Yi, you are not wrong. Are these the words Qin family leader should say?
Those people were all his relatives. Yet, at this moment, Qin family leader said it. He said it as if it were a matter of course, with absolute certainty, as if even if Yi Qing hadn't acted, Qin family leader had actually wanted to kill these people a long time ago. Yi Qing took a deep look at Mr. Qin, nodded lightly, and said, "Congratulations, the remaining people are saved. Actually, you could have saved more people, but you were unwilling. I don't want to guess your thoughts, nor is there any need to. Since you've chosen to lie low, then never let me see your fangs.
Live well."
At this point, Yi Qing slowly stood up, looking at the corpses all over the ground and smelling the strong scent of blood. Yi Qing sighed softly, "I didn't want to kill, why do you all force me?"
"Since you all want to force me to be a devil, then I'll show you."
Once I've killed enough of you that you all fear death and no longer dare to force me, perhaps this world will be peaceful.
Chapter 523 I am the king of Southeast.
Yi Qing seemed genuinely exhausted. Standing on the stage, his eyes held a mix of bewilderment, fatigue, madness, and an overwhelming sense of bloodshed. At this moment, a reddish-blue light flickered in Yi Qing's eyes, making him appear extremely demonic. Pujuan and Red Eyes exchanged glances, both sensing Yi Qing's abnormality, an abnormality they had felt since first seeing him this time. In fact, Red Eyes had even learned quite a bit from Tian Lang. Taking a deep breath, Red Eyes looked at Yi Qing and knelt on one knee, saying, "Mr. Yi, please take care of yourself." Pujuan, hearing this, also said in a deep voice, "Mr. Yi, please take care of yourself." Subsequently, everyone else spoke up. "Mr. Yi, please take care of yourself." Even though Yi Qing had killed countless people like a demon, causing rivers of blood and countless heads to roll, at this moment, all of Yi Qing's subordinates were worried about his condition, sincerely urging him to take care of himself. Amidst these pleas for him to take care, Yi Qing's eyes slowly regained their spirit, though the fatigue remained. Looking at everyone, Yi Qing softly said, "I am fine." Then, Yi Qing took a deep breath, looked at everyone below the stage, and loudly declared, "I know many people are watching here today, even the entire underground world of Dragon Country is watching. It doesn't matter, I, Yi Qing, want you to see what kind of person I truly am. If you want to kill me, then come. If you have the guts to kill me, then come. But, whoever dares to play dirty with me, and harms those who should not be harmed, then I, Yi Qing, have only one thing to say to you: if you kill one of mine, I will kill 100, 1,000 of yours. My revenge will be 100-fold, 1,000-fold. If you can bear it, then try it." At this point, a cold glint flashed in Yi Qing's eyes, and he directly slammed his palm onto a solid wooden chair beside him, instantly shattering the incredibly sturdy chair. Then, Yi Qing pointed his finger to the sky and roared, "From this moment on, I, Yi Qing, am the Southeast King." As Yi Qing roared, Pujuan and the others all knelt on one knee. "We, your subordinates, greet the Southeast King." At this moment, accompanied by countless corpses and blood, Yi Qing completed the handover of power at the Qin family main camp and ascended to the throne of the Southeast King. Although it had not yet been approved by the Nine Kings Council, he still seemed to be a pseudo-king. But at this moment, no one dared to object. And at this very moment, the entire underground world of Dragon Country, regardless of their intentions, bore witness to the rise of a new king. And this new king arrived treading on countless skeletons, accompanied by a river of blood. From then on, the underground world of Dragon Country would no longer be peaceful. Thousands of miles away, on the nameless island where Guoxian was located, Guoxian was sitting with Bai Wu in a small seaside house, watching Yi Qing on the large screen and observing the unfolding events. "Master, don't you think my junior brother is very domineering? Although his strength is not weak, it is still far from being Tai Woody, yet he points his finger to the sky, challenging the heroes of the world. Impressive, truly impressive." Southeast King. What's a Southeast King? Yi Qing, he's turning the underground world of Dragon Country upside down. Guoxian sat in his chair and chuckled softly, seemingly finding it amusing. Bai Wu, however, frowned slightly, watching the scenes on the large screen, and said in a deep voice, "Is this what you meant by Yi Qing's demonization? Yi Qing isn't like this, he shouldn't be like this. Guoxian, did you do something? Otherwise, his change couldn't be so drastic." Guoxian chuckled upon hearing this, saying, "Master, you're really biased. If something happens to my junior brother, is it always my responsibility? Then I truly have nowhere to argue. Although I've always observed him, I really haven't influenced the trajectory of his life." At this point, a glimmer of light flashed in Guoxian's eyes, and he said, "However, what happens next is hard to say. At least, there's one thing I think would be very interesting to do. Master, my junior brother is different from me, and different from many people. He grew up in poverty and is a responsible person who is also extremely insecure. Especially in terms of relationships, he always gives his all, yet carefully cherishes them, but in the end, once he's hurt, he closes his heart, afraid to accept new feelings. Even if he has thoughts, he still worries too much, causing him to suppress all his emotions within.
To be honest, my junior brother has lived a bitter life. Even though he has suddenly gained immense power, countless subordinates, and inexhaustible wealth, at his core, he is still an ordinary person. For example. Now, has he truly been demonized? Master, are you sure this isn't just an ordinary person, after gaining powerful strength and influence, acting recklessly and doing things they normally wouldn't dare to do? Bai Wu truly couldn't refute Gu Xian's words.
Yi Qing came from an ordinary background when he became Bai Wu's disciple. He was already over 20 years old, and his temperament and character were already formed. Some things deep within him were very difficult to change. Yi Qing is indeed very tired. The people and things he thinks about and acts for in his heart are too numerous. Bai Wu sighed, looking with a hint of heartache at Yi Qing on the screen, whom everyone else thought was reckless and heartless.
Gu Xian smiled slightly and softly said, actually, letting him be demonized might not be a bad thing. However, compared to these, there's one thing I value more. At this point, Gu Xian clapped his hands, and then, beside them, another large screen slowly emerged from the ground.
The image on this large screen was not of Yi Qing, but of a woman sitting in a street-side coffee shop, staring blankly out at the rain, seemingly lost in thought.
Master, what do you say? If Yi Qing can't resolve his emotional block and is unwilling to accept new feelings, what if I give him a push? Bai Wu frowned slightly, looking at the woman, and asked, who is this?
A smile played on Gu Xian's lips. He then recounted everything about Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo, not missing even the smallest details, and even adding his own analysis. If Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo were there, they would surely be astonished, because Gu Xian spoke of things that even they might have forgotten. Gu Xian pointed at the woman on the large screen and chuckled, this is Bai Ruoruo. Gao Qingyue has become a discarded piece, but she might not be without value. However, compared to Gao Qingyue, if we want to temporarily demonize Yi Qing or open his heart, Bai Ruoruo is the only choice. Bai Wu's face turned extremely pale with anger. He looked at Gu Xian and furiously said, what do you want to do? Gu Xian chuckled upon hearing this, I don't want to do anything, just want them to clearly see the feelings between them. Don't ordinary people love passionate, life and death, earth-shattering love? Well, I'll just help him out. As his words fell, Gu Xian snapped his fingers, and then Blue Abyss came before Gu Xian, bowing respectfully. Master, everything is ready. Gu Xian nodded, and said indifferently, then, begin. Chapter 524 Bai Ruoruo's Value. After hearing Gu Xian's command, Blue Abyss nodded respectfully and withdrew. Bai Wu, on the other hand, knew very well that he couldn't stop Gu Xian from doing anything, but he was still furious. Bai Wu didn't say anything about Gu Xian repeatedly targeting Yi Qing, but now, even with such matters, Gu Xian wanted to interfere? What did he want to do? Gu Xian, what exactly do you want to do? Gu Xian looked at Bai Wu and chuckled, Master, I want to help Yi Qing. Don't worry, I naturally won't do something like killing Bai Ruoruo. While that would make Yi Qing very angry, it's meaningless in comparison. Isn't it better to help them see themselves clearly? At this point, Gu Xian slowly stood up, with his hands behind his back, looking at the melancholic Bai Ruoruo on the big screen, and softly said, do you know what Bai Ruoruo's most painful thing in her heart is right now? It's regret for her past distrust of Yi Qing, which caused a great estrangement between Yi Qing and her. But, in comparison, Bai Ruoruo is even more pained by one thing, her own incompetence. She hates herself for being useless, for not being able to help Yi Qing at all, only able to sit at home, doing nothing, waiting for Yi Qing to come to her. But when Yi Qing needed her? She already knows that Yi Qing is not an ordinary person, and the dangers he faces are not ordinary dangers. Therefore, she is very pained, hating her own incompetence. So, I plan to help her. To give her the ability to do something for Yi Qing, and also the ability to change her own destiny. Master, isn't this good? What Gu Xian said was truly excellent. Anyone who heard these words would feel that there was nothing wrong with them at all. He was simply a great person. This was clearly about bringing Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo together, allowing them to be better off. However, Bai Wu would not believe that Gu Xian could be so kind. Even if Gu Xian truly did this, he must have other motives, and these motives would definitely not be good. If Gu Xian were a kind, caring senior brother, then Bai Wu wouldn't need to worry about anything. But Gu Xian wasn't.
Not only was he not, he was someone with ill-intentioned schemes against Yi Qing. What he truly wanted to do, Bai Wu didn't know the specifics, but it must be very, very terrifying. Bai Ruoruo won't believe you. Gu Xian, I advise you to be a little kinder, and it's best not to cross the line, otherwise, I fear you will regret it too late in the future. Upon hearing this, Gu Xian burst into laughter. Master, in my life, have I ever regretted anything? Aren't you just trying to say that if I play with fire, Yi Qing will hate me to the bone? I'm waiting for that day. If he can truly kill me, I won't mind fulfilling his wish. Don't worry, I've long since come to terms with life and death. One who can be killed cannot be the only god. Since I'm not the only god, what's the difference between my living and dying? Watching Gu Xian's insane remarks, Bai Wu clearly knew that Gu Xian was crazy, completely and utterly crazy. This was a madman, but precisely, he was the most terrifying, most calm madman. What exactly do you want to do? Bai Wu gritted his teeth, unable to change Gu Xian's mind. All he could do was try to find out as much as possible. And Gu Xian chuckled, saying, I will have someone tell Bai Ruoruo about Yi Qing, including his situation, his enemies, and the various changes he will face in the future. In short, if Bai Ruoruo loves Yi Qing, she will know what choice to make. What I can give Bai Ruoruo is the opportunity and ability to help Yi Qing, at least, at certain times. Her role will not just be a burden. That's enough. Master, don't rush, the real show is yet to come. I have a premonition that an earth-shattering love story will unfold between Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo. Ha 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 ha. Bai Wu shook his head, not wanting to say anything more. He just wanted to know what Gu Xian would do if things didn't go according to his plan. What if things don't go as smoothly as you think? What if Yi Qing doesn't fall in love with Bai Ruoruo? Wouldn't your plan fall through? Hearing this, Gu Xian showed a cold smile and said, No, according to my script, unless he has a heart of stone, he will fall in love with Bai Ruoruo if he has even a shred of emotion. At this point, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Gu Xian's eyes, and he chuckled. Of course, if it really is as Master you said, and Yi Qing is a heartless idiot, then he's not completely without use, at least, letting Bai Ruoruo die tragically in front of him. Yi Qing seems like a good way to motivate and enrage Yi Qing, doesn't it? Anyway, from beginning to end, I only need to put in a little effort, and that's all, isn't it? Bai Wu stood up, looked at Gu Xian, and gritted his teeth. You are a madman, Gu Xian, you will sooner or later be ruined by yourself, sooner or later. Looking at Bai Wu's back, Gu Xian slowly sat down in his chair and chuckled. What is death? Sometimes, living is harder than dying. At this point, a trace of unknown pain flashed in Gu Xian's eyes, as if filled with regret and struggle. Yi Qing, I really want to know, what will you choose? Will you make the same choice I made back then? Why do I feel a little anticipation, yet also a little pain? He. Gu Xian slowly closed his eyes and lay back in the recliner, a smile on his face. But a single tear gently traced a path from the corner of his eye, as if mourning, regretting the choices made and the things lost. At this very moment, in Jiangcheng, Bai Ruoruo sat in a cafe, drinking coffee, and looking at the raindrops outside the window, completely distracted. Her body was there, but her mind had long since flown elsewhere. Just then, a woman in her 30s, dressed extremely alluringly, sat opposite Bai Ruoruo. Bai Ruoruo was startled for a moment, looked at the woman, and slightly frowned, saying, Hello, there are empty seats all around, could you please sit somewhere else? The woman smiled slightly, said nothing, and just kept staring at Bai Ruoruo. Bai Ruoruo even started to blush from being stared at. Sighing softly, Bai Ruoruo picked up her coffee, intending to move to another table herself. At this moment, the woman chuckled and said, Bai Ruoruo, I'm here for you. Bai Ruoruo was stunned upon hearing this, looked at the woman, and asked confusedly, Do I know you? The woman always had a smile on her face, and her smile was truly enchanting. When she smiled, all the men, and even women, in the entire cafe focused their gaze on her, unable to look away. We didn't know each other before, but now we do. Bai Ruoruo, my name is Mandala, and I'm here to talk to you about Yi Qing. Chapter 525. You can save him. Other words didn't matter, but the mention of Yi Qing made Bai Ruoruo unable to look away. Bai Ruoruo didn't want to miss even a tiny bit of news about Yi Qing. She had long loved Yi Qing to her core, and she didn't know why she loved him so much, but that feeling intoxicated her and made her unable to extricate herself. You know Yi Qing? What do you want to tell me about Yi Qing?
Bai Ruoruo spoke impatiently. Mandala, however, was in no hurry, chuckling as she said, "You're very anxious after I mentioned Yi Qing, your whole being fell into a state of tension and excitement. It's clear that your love for him is truly deep.
But are you sure this man is worth your love?
If the information I have is correct, Yi Qing was married before, then went to prison after he was released. Although he divorced and your relationship progressed, he eventually misunderstood you and almost broke off ties with you. Is such a man really worth your love?"
What Mandala said was all fact, and there was nothing to deny.
But Bai Ruoruo frowned directly, looking at Mandala and saying, "The matters between me and Yi Qing are none of anyone else's business. If you're here to sow discord between me and Yi Qing, then save your breath.
Is there anything else? If not, goodbye."
After speaking, Bai Ruoruo was about to leave, seemingly not wanting to get entangled with Mandala any further. She now constantly remembered what Yi Qing had told her, and she had deeply ingrained the word trust in her heart. She couldn't make up for the mistakes she had made in the past, but in the future, she would not make such mistakes again. Mandala saw Bai Ruoruo was anxious and about to leave, so she immediately covered her mouth and chuckled softly.
"Are you sure you want to leave? Aren't you afraid Yi Qing is in danger?"
"Bai Ruoruo, you can leave, but I promise, if you leave today, you won't know about Yi Qing's danger. Even if he dies outside, you won't know. Won't you regret it?" In Mandala's view, as long as Bai Ruoruo deeply loved Yi Qing, upon hearing her words, she would absolutely not be able to leave. She would definitely stay, try every means to beg her to tell her about Yi Qing, and then cry tears of desperation.
However, in the next second, Mandala was completely stunned. Bai Ruoruo didn't even glance at her and just left directly.
She was so resolute, as if she didn't know Yi Qing at all, let alone loved him deeply. Looking at Bai Ruoruo's back, Mandala was dumbfounded. What was going on? The imagined scene of Bai Ruoruo crying bitterly didn't happen at all. She didn't even pay attention to her. And she had just spoken so resolutely, saying things like, "If you leave today, you won't know anything." This was just shooting herself in the foot.
Mandala was in a very bad mood, extremely bad. As a great beauty, who didn't give her some face on a normal day? When had she ever suffered such injustice? Today, she had truly fallen.
To put it bluntly, Mandala also wanted to just walk away, but she didn't dare. This seemed like an order given by Blue Abyss, but in reality, it was Gu Xian's intention if she messed it up. Just thinking about Gu Xian's displeasure made her feel it would be more enjoyable to just die directly.
Gritting her teeth, Mandala stood up directly and chased after Bai Ruoruo.
Embarrassment was fine, it was better than losing her life or living a life worse than death. "Bai Ruoruo, I mentioned Yi Qing's situation, and I even made it very clear that Yi Qing is in great danger. Why aren't you worried at all?" Bai Ruoruo saw Mandala chasing after her, frowned slightly, and said, "Why are you following me again?" "I said I'm not interested, don't follow me anymore, or I'll call the police." Mandala was so angry her mouth almost twisted. She never expected it to be this difficult. But she still wouldn't give up. "Bai Ruoruo, I have no ill intentions. I just want to tell you about Yi Qing's situation.
And, to be honest, I also want to ask you if you want to become stronger, not to be a burden or a hindrance to Yi Qing, but to be able to help him instead?"
This sentence seemed to pierce Bai Ruoruo's heart, making her footsteps pause for a moment. However, in the next second, Bai Ruoruo continued to walk away, ignoring Mandala.
Mandala was truly going crazy, but this task had to be completed.
Taking a deep breath, Mandala walked in front of Bai Ruoruo and said in a deep voice, "Stop, listen to me honestly until I finish speaking, otherwise, I'll kill you." As she spoke, Mandala revealed a fierce expression.
Bai Ruoruo looked at Mandala, frowned, and said, "Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? If you want to use me to harm Yi Qing, I advise you not to even think about it." Mandala looked at Bai Ruoruo and said in a deep voice, "There's one thing I want to know most right now, and that is, why aren't you anxious at all when you hear about Yi Qing's situation? Don't you love him?" Bai Ruoruo looked at Mandala and had nothing to hide, so she directly said, "Since you know so much about our affairs, you should know that I have taken matters into my own hands more than once, making Yi Qing unhappy, and even not trusting Yi Qing. You know the result. Now, I have unconditional trust in Yi Qing at the very least. As long as nothing happens to me, it won't affect Yi Qing. I can't help Yi Qing with anything else,
but I can avoid causing him trouble. You, as soon as you came, directly talked about my relationship with Yi Qing. It's clear you have no good intentions. Why should I believe you? Now, I believe Yi Qing can solve all problems at the very least. Even if I can't help him with anything, I shouldn't cause him trouble anymore. That's my thought. So, if you want to use me, you're thinking too much. Of course, you can also capture me to threaten Yi Qing, but I guarantee that all you'll get in the end is a corpse.
Anything else? If not, I'm going home.
She really did correct her mistakes.
Bairuoro's performance left Mandala speechless.
Sighing softly, Mandala directly took out a tablet computer, then handed it to Bairuoro, saying, "If you want to know what Yi Qing has experienced during this time, then take a look.
This shouldn't make you feel awkward."
Bairuoro wanted to refuse, but in the end, she still took the tablet computer. The computer displayed scenes of Yi Qing's previous battles in East Continent and Southwest.
Mandala said softly, "The battle in East Continent made Yi Qing famous for the first time, but the price he paid was the death of his brother, Xian. This almost broke him, I think, although he didn't say it. You should know about this situation.
In the Battle of Southwest, Yi Qing alone killed 2 dragon-ranking powerful experts and 5 tiger-ranking powerful experts, becoming famous throughout the world. But do you know who he offended?
Do you know who wants to kill him, and what kind of situation he is currently facing?
Then I will tell you these things, tell you what Yi Qing's true situation is."
Chapter 526 Love, how great is it?
The rain grew heavier. Bairuoro sat alone under the bus stop sign, her expression alternating between sadness and pain. Mandala had explained to her what a tiger-ranking expert was and what a dragon-ranking expert was. It sounded incredible to Bairuoro, but she knew it was all true. Mandala also told Bairuoro everything about the existence of the Dragon Kingdom's 9 Kings Council, what kind of existence the 9 kings were, and how terrifying the overseas Ku family was.
Yi Qing had completely offended Old Qin and the Ku family to the point of no return. Neither Old Qin nor the Ku family would let Yi Qing go. It was an irreconcilable hatred. Moreover, both Old Qin and the Ku family would invite many friends to assassinate Yi Qing. As long as Yi Qing could die, they would spare no expense. This was the situation Yi Qing was about to face. Although Yi Qing seemed powerful, the battle in Southwest had already shown that Yi Qing could at most deal with 2 dragon-ranking experts, and that was already his utmost effort. If there was one more, Yi Qing's chances of survival would be slim. In this encirclement, there would be at least 3 dragon-ranking experts, and possibly even 4 or 5. Under such circumstances, Yi Qing was almost certainly doomed. Mandala did not lie. Bairuoro could discern that, and she knew that Yi Qing was truly in danger. Mandala specifically came to find her and tell her these things. If she said there was no conspiracy, Bairuoro wouldn't believe it. However, Mandala did say there was a conspiracy, but that it was for later. Now, they only asked Bairuoro one question: did she want to help Yi Qing? Did she want to save Yi Qing? After saying that, Mandala gave Bairuoro a business card and then left. Looking at the business card in her hand, the image of Yi Qing fighting in a bloodbath, covered in scars, still flickered in her mind. Recalling how Yi Qing looked when he came to Jiangqing to see her this time, it was clear that his injuries had not recovered, and his face was extremely pale. "Yi Qing, this time, I will save you. No matter what the cost, I will save you." Bairuoro gritted her teeth and finally made a decision. Taking out her phone, she dialed Mandala's number. Bairuoro gritted her teeth and said, "Mandala, if I listen to you, can you really save Yi Qing?" "It's not easy to update. Remember to share 101 Kenshukam." Mandala's voice came out indifferently. "It's not us who save, but you who save. However, you need to think clearly to become strong, especially to become strong in a short period. The pain you will experience will be more tragic than hell, to put it unpleasantly. Skinning and bone extraction, and dismemberment, cannot even compare to this pain. Are you sure? Once you are sure, you cannot go back." Bairuoro did not hesitate. She gritted her teeth and said, "As long as I can become stronger, as long as I can help Yi Qing at a critical moment, I will pay any price without regret." "Mandala, I'll go with you." Mandala's voice even carried a hint of a sigh. "Alright, I'll give you 2 hours to say goodbye to your family. After 2 hours, I will drive to pick you up." Bairuoro, remember, once you make a choice, there is no room for regret. So, these 2 hours are also your last time to consider. After speaking, Mandala directly hung up the phone. At this moment, Bai Ruoro's eyes were exceptionally firm. Yi Qing, as long as I can help you and save you, even if it costs my life, I will not hesitate. After saying this to herself, Bai Ruoro walked directly towards her home in the rain, her steps incredibly firm. And at this moment, in a car not far from Bai Ruoro, Mandala looked at Bai Ruoro's back and sighed softly, you can indeed help him, but you are also a lure. Most importantly, I didn't lie to you, the pain of the process is unimaginable. Yi Qing, how can you be so worthy as to have such a woman, who loves you so deeply? Can love really make people give up everything? As Mandala spoke, she fell into a daze. She was incredibly enchanting. Men and women alike had always been mere playthings in her hands. What love was, she had long forgotten completely. But seeing Bai Ruoro, she suddenly found that she seemed to envy her greatly. It was just a pity that perhaps she herself had long lost the ability to love. And at this moment, at the Qin family main camp, Yi Qing had no idea what price Bai Ruoro would pay for him. At this moment, everyone at the Qin family main camp had already dispersed. Only Yi Qing sat quietly on a chair, looking at the blood on the ground, his eyes sometimes confused, sometimes pained, and sometimes frenzied. Red and green colors constantly flashed in his eyes, and this phenomenon became more and more frequent, seemingly indicating that Yi Qing was losing control of his temperament. Pujuan and Red Eyes stood not far away. They also knew that Yi Qing was not quite right, but they couldn't help much. Red Eyes, what exactly happened to Mr. Yi? This is a bit off compared to how he was in Southwest. Red Eyes shook his head when he heard this and said, I don't know what's wrong either, but if it's just a bit heavy killing intent, it's fine. I'm just afraid it's more serious than we imagine. Is it possible that Mr. Yi's psychological pressure is a bit too heavy? After all, in such a short time, all sorts of things have come knocking, and various enemies have followed one after another, and in the foreseeable future, there are the encirclement and killing by Old Qin and the Ku family, the opposition from the Nine Kings Council, and so on. For anyone, the psychological pressure would probably not be small, right? What Red Eyes said was not without reason. Pujuan could only sigh upon hearing this. At Yi Qing's age, even though Yi Qing was already very powerful, there were too many things and too many enemies. These were things many people would never experience in their entire lives. We need to find a way to let Mr. Yi relax. He can't keep a nerve constantly tense. Perhaps this will improve things a bit. Hearing this, Red Eyes nodded and said, I know, but I don't know how to say it. How about we let Mr. Yi stay here for a few days? The matters here are almost dealt with. It can more or less let Mr. Yi relax a bit. As for any other matters, we'll handle them ourselves. Pujuan nodded, agreeing with Red Eyes' suggestion. And at this moment, Yi Qing seemed to have come back to his senses. What are you two talking about over there? Red Eyes and Pujuan heard this and quickly stepped forward, looking at Yi Qing and saying, Mr. Yi, with this matter concluded, we were thinking, should we host a banquet for the big figures of the Southeast 5 provinces underground world at noon? No matter what, you have already become the Southeast King, effectively taking over the Southeast 5 provinces underground world. Your authority has been established, so next, we should be a bit more gentle. What do you think? Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this and said, you can handle these matters. I won't go to lunch. I'm a bit tired and want to rest. And, you don't need to look for me in the evening either. If I want to go out, I'll just wander around by myself. Hearing Yi Qing say this, Red Eyes immediately became anxious. However, before Red Eyes could speak, Pujuan directly said, okay, Mr. Yi, the living arrangements have been made. Of course, if you want to stay in this Qin family main camp, that's also possible. I'll immediately arrange for everyone to evacuate. After all, in the territory of Qin City, the Qin family's residence is the largest and best, and the scenery is also considered the most beautiful. Chapter 527. Relax yourself. Qin City, that's right, this city is called Qin City. However, in reality, this city was not originally called by this name, but for the past 10 years or so, everyone has referred to it as such, and Qin City has become the city's name. Qin is the Qin of Qin family. It is enough to show what kind of existence the Qin family is. Yi Qing looked at Red Eyes and directly shook his head, saying, after taking the Southeast King's position, do I have to take his residence too? Forget it, I don't want to do such a thing, and I won't be staying here for many days, so I'll just find a place to stay casually. Upon hearing this, Red Eyes immediately glanced at Pujuan. After all, Pujuan was in charge of all the housing arrangements. Pajun immediately bowed and cupped his fists, saying, "That's good too, Mr. Yi. There's a resort hotel in the city center that has already been arranged. You can check in any time." Yi Ching nodded, then looked at the bloodstains on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "When you hold the banquet at noon, remember to call Mr. Qin as well. This man is quite a character, heh." After speaking, Yi Ching directly got into the car and left. Pei Jun and Red Eyes also followed Yi Ching to the resort hotel. The best independent villa in the resort hotel was reserved exclusively for Yi Ching. After Yi Ching returned to his room, he did nothing, not even eating lunch, and just lay down on the bed to rest. That feeling of exhaustion, as if he needed a deep sleep to alleviate it, was something Yi Ching hadn't felt for a long time, especially after cultivating the Azure Emperor longevity art. Yi Ching's physical condition was as good as it could possibly be. The word fatigue seemed to have long disappeared. But in the past few days, he didn't know if his body or spirit was overdrawn. He just felt very tired, and today, after sleeping from morning until 6 or 7 in the evening, after the sunset, Yi Ching slowly woke up. At this moment, Red Eyes and Pajun were already waiting in the villa's living room. Seeing Yi Ching get up, Red Eyes and Pajun quickly stood up and reported on the situation of the noon banquet. It could only be said that it went very smoothly. It couldn't have been anything but smooth. Yi Ching had already gone on a killing spree in the Qin family main camp at this time. Who wouldn't know Yi Ching's temper? Unless they wanted to die, no one would cause trouble at this time, even if Yi Ching wasn't there. Who among Pajun and Red Eyes was an easy target? Mr. Yi, for a short period, nothing will happen in the Southeast 5 provinces underground world. Other matters, no matter what they are, should not occur recently, so you can actually rest well for a few days. You see, you didn't eat breakfast or lunch. I have already arranged for the kitchen to prepare dinner for you. Would you like the restaurant to send the food over now? Yi Ching stretched, feeling quite refreshed from his good sleep, which also improved his mood considerably. Looking at Pajun and Red Eyes, Yi Ching shook his head and said, "There's no need to send the food over, but I am indeed a bit hungry. How about this? I'll go out for a walk and try some of their street food or local specialties." Upon hearing this, Red Eyes immediately smiled and said, "Then, Mr. Yi, I'll accompany you." Yi Ching heard this and shook his head, saying, "No need, I can go by myself. I want to walk alone. You all have been working hard during this time, following me from East Continent to Southwest, and then having to deal with matters of the underground world just as you said. For the next few days, you should also rest well." Just as Red Eyes was about to say something, Pajun directly pulled Red Eyes, signaling him not to speak. Then Pajun smiled and cupped his fists, saying, "Alright, if Mr. Yi wants to go for a walk, then go for a walk. If anything happens, you can just call us." Yi Ching nodded, then left alone. After Yi Ching left, Red Eyes looked at Pajun and said with some dissatisfaction, "Pajun, why did you pull me? I said I wanted to go for a walk with Mr. Yi." Pajun looked at Red Eyes and said in a deep voice, "Didn't you see that Mr. Yi wanted to walk alone? What's the deal with you constantly following him? Alright, Red Eyes, eat this meal yourself after you finish. If you want to wait for Mr. Yi, then wait. If you don't want to, then rest. In short, don't disturb Mr. Yi. I told you before, Mr. Yi's condition isn't quite right. Let him relax on his own." Upon hearing this, Red Eyes said nothing more. And at this moment, the weather in Qin City was still pleasant. It was late, the moon had already risen, and a gentle breeze made one feel refreshed. Yi Ching had no particular destination. He just walked alone along the river, observing the various men and women, imagining their lives, and feeling a sense of ease he had never experienced before. However, after walking for a short while, Yi Ching began to feel a bit hungry. Fortunately, the street vendor economy here in Qin City was quite developed. Not far from Yi Ching was a street full of various street stalls. Smelling the various barbecues and local specialties, Yi Ching found a random spot and sat down. "Boss, 2 bottles of beer, 10 skewers of lamb, 10 skewers of tendons, and 2 kidneys. Oh, and extra chile, the extra spicy kind." The street stalls were full of life, with all sorts of people sitting in different places, calling out to friends, clinking glasses, and chatting lively. Although Yi Ching was alone, his heart was at peace at this moment. Eating barbecue, drinking beer, and watching these lively scenes, Yi Ching gradually felt much calmer without realizing it. These people are all ordinary people, each with different lives, different difficulties, but also different joys. This is life. And at this moment, Yi Qing didn't know that in an RV not far away, Ruan Hongxiu and Bai Xiao were looking at him through the car window. Master, this Yi Qing hasn't appeared all day, and now that he's out, he's just eating street food here? How boring someone of his status and position, what can he not eat? Why is he eating this? Bai Xiao was a beauty, an exquisite beauty, and the type who lived a refined life therefore, for Bai Xiao, she would never eat street food. Ruan Hongxiu looked at Bai Xiao and chuckled, this is more like a person, a real person, isn't it? Compared to the Yi Qing who went on a killing spree in the Qin family, don't you think the current Yi Qing is more lovable? Since Ruan Hongxiu and Bai Xiao had seen Yi Qing's initially pathetic state in the Qin family, they naturally also saw his final crazed, murderous appearance. It must be said that Yi Qing's methods of offending people were superb. On one hand, he became a mortal enemy with old Qin and the Ku family, and on the other hand, he directly offended the Mu family and Sea King all over, as if he was afraid of not having enough enemies. Bai Xiao felt a little scalp tingling, thinking that this matter was unsolvable. Lovable? Master, I actually think this Yi Qing is a bit heartless. Does he really think he is Tai Woody? At a time like this, he can still eat? It's simply absurd. And just then, Ruan Hongxiu had already risen slightly and said with a smile, alright, stop complaining if you're hungry, go eat something yourself, I'm going to see Yi Qing. Chapter 528, Won't you buy me a drink? After Ruan Hongxiu finished speaking, she was about to get out of the car and go directly to find Yi Qing. At this moment, Bai Xiao's eyes darted around, and she pulled Ruan Hongxiu's hand, saying in a sweet, cooing voice, Master, why don't you let me go have some fun too? It'll be a good opportunity to test whether this Yi Qing is a good person or not. After speaking, Bai Xiao deliberately showed off her figure, and it had to be said that her sexy one-piece dress truly accentuated her curves. Coupled with her beautiful face, her return rate, meaning how many people turned to look at her, was 100%. Ruan Hongxiu looked at Bai Xiao and chuckled, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't play with fire. I've already looked into Yi Qing. It's true that he pities and cherishes women, but if he becomes ruthless, he's capable of destroying beautiful things. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao immediately looked unconvinced. Master, then let me go and try. If he's the kind of person who gets lustful at the sight of beauty and wants to pounce on any pretty woman he sees, then I don't think you need to have much contact with him. As your maidservant, this kind of thing should be done by me. And he let me go. Seeing Bai Xiao's high spirits, Ruan Hongxiu didn't bother to say anything more. She simply sat back in her seat and said indifferently, alright, if you want to go, then go, but don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful not to burn yourself. When Bai Xiao saw that Ruan Hongxiu had agreed to her request, she no longer cared about anything else and immediately laughed happily. Don't worry, master, I'm very good at dealing with men. Just you wait and see. After speaking, Bai Xiao twisted her graceful figure, got out of the car, and walked towards Yi Qing's direction at the street stall. Sitting in the car, Ruan Hongxiu looked at Bai Xiao's back, a playful expression on her lips. Bai Xiao was indeed a captivating beauty. Few men wouldn't be moved, especially by someone who offered herself up like this. Ruan Hongxiu had some guesses about how Yi Qing would choose, but everything ultimately depended on the outcome. After all, what if her guess was wrong? It had to be said that Bai Xiao's appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone at the street stall. All the men and women focused their gaze on Bai Xiao, and among these gazes, many were unfriendly. There was nothing to be done about it. Bai Xiao's face would attract attention wherever she went, and her attire was incredibly alluring. Clearly out of place at a street stall, it was hard not to notice her. Soon, the street stall was filled with the sounds of many women yelling at their men. Bai Xiao acted as if she hadn't seen anything and walked directly to Yi Qing's table, then unceremoniously sat down. Do you mind if I share a table with you? At this moment, Bai Xiao's actions caused Yi Qing to also be stared at by so many people. Everyone wondered how Yi Qing could be so fortunate as to know such a beautiful woman. As for the idea that they didn't know each other at all and were simply sharing a table, that was even harder to comprehend, leading to the conclusion that Yi Qing was simply too lucky. However, Yi Qing remained indifferent to this kind of luck. Looking at Bai Xiao, Yi Qing calmly looked up, then pointed to an empty table nearby and said, "There's an empty table." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao was somewhat displeased, feeling that Yi Qing was truly insensitive. She was a great beauty, actively offering to share a table. Any other person would have been eager. Yi Qing's indifferent attitude, however,
only strengthened by Xiao's desire to win. I know there's an empty table, but as I walked over, the gazes of these men were truly frightening from beginning to end. You were the only one who looked at me once and then didn't look again, so I think you're a good person, and sitting with you gives me a sense of security. You wouldn't refuse a beautiful woman's request, would you? As she spoke, Bai Xiao looked at Yi Qing and blinked her big eyes, radiating enough charm to light up the entire street stall. Yi Qing casually shrugged his shoulders, looked at Bai Xiao, and said, "All right, suit yourself then." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao saw Yi Qing agree and immediately showed a triumphant expression. Then, looking at the barbecue in Yi Qing's hand, she frowned slightly and said, "Is it good?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "It's quite good. Haven't you had it before?" "Then what are you doing at a street stall?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao smiled and said, "It's precisely because I haven't had it that I find it interesting. I just had a whim and specifically came to a street stall to try the taste." "What's that you have? Can I try some?" Looking at the last skewer of kidney on the plate, Yi Qing looked at Bai Xiao playfully and chuckled, "How about you try something else? You won't be used to this." It would have been better if Yi Qing hadn't said that. Now that he did, even if Bai Xiao didn't want to eat it, she had to. Why wouldn't I be used to it? Don't underestimate me too much. I can eat anything. After speaking, Bai Xiao directly picked up the last skewer of kidney on the plate and put it into her mouth. But in the next second, Bai Xiao frowned. She really didn't like this taste. "What is this? Why is it so gamey? And it's both fishy and gamey, not tasty at all." Yi Qing had no intention of deceiving Bai Xiao. He smiled and explained what the kidney was, which immediately made Bai Xiao's face turn pale and feel a wave of nausea. "How can you eat something like this? It's disgusting." Yi Qing shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you want to eat something, order it yourself also. If you have something to say to me, just say it directly." Bai Xiao was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then poured herself a glass of beer and laughed. "What do you mean? What do you have to say to me? You talk as if you're some big shot. I just saw that you were honest, so I came to share a table with you. I already said that, didn't I?" Yi Qing saw that Bai Xiao still wasn't telling the truth and didn't press her. He continued to eat his barbecue and drink his beer, seemingly having no intention of continuing the conversation with Bai Xiao. It had to be said that Yi Qing's behavior gave Bai Xiao a strong sense of frustration. She had already been so proactive. If Yi Qing were a normal man, he should at least be attentive, if not outright fawning, and say a few more words. What was going on with him completely ignoring her presence? This made Bai Xiao very angry. Then, Bai Xiao's eyes darted around, looking at a table not far away. At that table sat 6 or 7 young men with bare torsos, tattooed with dragons and tigers, looking quite intimidating. And those young men at that table had already been looking at Bai Xiao. When they saw Bai Xiao look back at them, and even give a flirtatious wink, they immediately became excited. Several young men instantly walked towards Bai Xiao and Yi Qing's spot. "Miss, what's the point of sitting here? Come over to our table, we'll buy you a drink." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao saw that these people had indeed taken the bait, and immediately regained her cold expression, shaking her head. "My friend and I are having a good time drinking here, so we won't go with you." After speaking, Bai Xiao looked at Yi Qing and smiled. "You agree, right?" Yi Qing sighed boredly, glanced at Bai Xiao, then looked at the several bare-chested young men. Then, without saying a word, he continued to drink the beer in his glass, seemingly not wanting to get involved in the matter. The young men saw that Yi Qing didn't speak and thought he was scared. They immediately burst into laughter. "Miss, your friend seems very cowardly. How can someone like him protect you? Why don't you come with us? The few of us can protect you very well, ha." And upon hearing this, Bai Xiao laughed and said, "Is that so? But my friend is very powerful. He can knock all of you flying with one punch. I wouldn't dare to go. What if he cripples or disables you? Wouldn't I be harming you then?" This was truly looking for trouble when there was nothing to do. Yi Qing sighed, put down his glass, shook his head, and said, "What a boring plot." Then, Yi Qing slowly stood up and picked up a beer bottle. "It's truly boring." Chapter 529, A Bloody Plot. Yi Qing getting up and directly picking up the beer bottle made Bai Xiao excited. Though she couldn't hook up with Yi Qing, it was still good if he could help her solve some trouble. At least it wasn't completely ineffective. When the 6 or 7 young men saw this,
they all looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy, pointing at Yi Qing and angrily saying, "Kid, what do you want to do? Put the bottle down. Do you know who we are, daring to lay a hand on us? Kid, are you looking for death? Do you believe I'll beat you to death?" Yi Qing glanced at the 6 or 7 people, then at the bottle in his hand, and calmly said, "Oh, you've misunderstood. I have no intention of fighting. I just think it's too noisy, so I'm changing seats. You guys carry on." After speaking, Yi Qing really did turn around, taking the beer bottle, and sat down at an adjacent table. This scene, not only did it stun Bai Xiao, but the 6 or 7 young men were also dumbfounded. This was a bit too cowardly, wasn't it? Immediately, the 6 or 7 young men burst into boisterous laughter. Then, without even bothering to invite Bai Xiao to sit at their table, they directly sat down at Yi Qing's table. "Boss, move our food to this table, and bring 2 more cases of beer." A young man who was clearly the leader, with a head of green hair, looked at Bai Xiao and smiled, "Beauty, it's better not to bother with friends like that, otherwise, if something really happens, he'll run faster than anyone else, leaving you alone to suffer. You wouldn't even have time to cry. At least we helped you see this person's true colors. How about it? You should at least have a drink with us to thank us, right?" The others laughed heartily upon hearing Green Hair's words. "That's right, Beauty, your friend is not much of a man, leaving you alone here to face several men. He's too soft. Come, let's be friends." Listening to your accent, Beauty, it seems you're not from Qin City. Are you here to play? It's alright, if you know us, we'll cover you when you play in Qin City in the future, guaranteeing your safety and peace of mind. Come, drink. Bai Xiao watched Yi Qing sitting alone nearby, showing no intention of acknowledging her. Moreover, people were calling him a coward, and he didn't even show a hint of anger. If that wasn't cowardice, what was? However, these people didn't know, but Bai Xiao was very clear. Would Yi Qing be afraid of these young men? That would truly be absurd. This clearly meant he didn't want to bother with her. Annoying, simply too annoying. For Bai Xiao, she now felt like she had become a laughingstock, and one created by Yi Qing. Yi Qing probably looked down on her immensely at this moment, laughing at her behind her back. At this moment, Bai Xiao even wanted to look in a mirror to see if she hadn't put on makeup or dressed up today, or if she was exceptionally ugly today. Otherwise, how could it have no effect at all? But this, it was impossible. Angry, very angry, so angry she wanted to scratch Yi Qing's face. Fuming, Bai Xiao poured herself a glass of beer and chugged it down. Drink! You guys wanted to drink with me, right? Come on, then drink! Despite her anger, Bai Xiao possessed a unique charm, which utterly captivated these men. Green Hair, the leader, laughed even louder, directly picking up a bottle and saying, "Beauty, drinking from a cup isn't enough. If you want more, just chug it straight from the bottle. Watch me spin one for you." Then, Green Hair shook the beer bottle and indeed drank directly from it. 1 bottle of beer, in just a few seconds, went into Green Hair's stomach, without even a burp. Beauty, how about it? Am I impressive enough? However, such a small trick might fool teenage girls, but for Bai Xiao, let alone Green Hair drinking 1 bottle of beer, even if he drank a barrel, she wouldn't find it impressive at all. Seeing Bai Xiao still looking downcast and unhappy, Green Hair said with a pained expression, "Beauty, don't be angry. So what if you lost a cowardly friend? You've gained us as friends. Compared to us, that cowardly friend is better off gone. Of course, if you're really unhappy, then we'll help you vent your anger. Tell us, do you want this person's arm or a leg? In short, as long as you, Beauty, say it and can smile, I'll do it for you." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao glanced at Green Hair, sneered, and said nothing. But this attitude made Green Hair and his group unbearable. What? Was she looking down on them? Why did these people hang out? Wasn't it for prestige and face? Looking down on them? That was intolerable. Beauty, are you looking down on us, thinking we can't do it? Green Hair smiled, shaking the bottle in his hand, and said, "Yes, we do look like small-time thugs today, and perhaps a bit scrawny, but if you underestimate us because of that, then you've truly misjudged us. My name is Green Hair, and in this Qin City Riverside area, I'm quite well known, to put it bluntly. I even cover 2 bars. Do you understand what that means? If you don't understand, then I'll make you understand." After speaking, Green Hair looked at the boss and directly shouted, "You son of a bitch, come here." The street vendor boss was an honest and simple middle-aged man. Hearing Green Hair's impolite address, he dared not say much, quickly walked over with a fawning smile. "Brother Green Hair, you called me? What do you need? What dishes do you want? Just tell me." Green Hair looked at the boss triumphantly, pointing at himself, and said, "Tell this beauty what my status is in this area, whether I'm capable or not." The boss immediately said, "Brother Green Hair, you're too humble in this area. Who doesn't know your great name? You dominate this entire street of stalls." After speaking, the boss looked at Bai Xiao and smiled, "This beauty. Don't underestimate Brother Green Hair. Brother Green Hair is very formidable. If you have anything, just ask him, and he'll definitely take care of it for you." Bai Xiao looked at the boss's fawning expression and chuckled, "You're so afraid of him? It seems he hasn't done any less of these illegal things in the past, right? And he hasn't eaten any less free meals, has he? Surely, he doesn't even collect protection fees from you, does he?" Upon hearing this, the boss immediately showed an awkward expression, waving his hands repeatedly, saying, "Miss, you've misunderstood. Brother Green Hair hasn't collected any protection fees from us, and free meals are even less likely. We willingly treat Brother Green Hair and his brothers. This is our way of showing respect to Brother Green Hair." What he said seemed fine, but anyone could tell that the boss was unwilling. If they were really rich, would they be setting up street stalls? They earned their money through hard work. Even if Green Hair and his group came once every 3 days, with 6 or 7 people, drinking and eating meat, one meal would cost at least several hundred yuan over a month. That's a considerable amount. It would be strange if the boss was willing. But, they couldn't afford to offend him. Doing business, small-scale business, was like this. When they encountered a local bully like Green Hair, they could only accept their bad luck. However, Bai Xiao looked at the boss and smiled, "Boss, don't be afraid, just tell the truth. Who knows, maybe someone will help you deal with this harmful Green Hair today." Chapter 530. Aren't you afraid of death? The way that was said, if someone said it wasn't looking for trouble, they'd have to be believed. And Green Hair, who harms people, could easily be dealt with directly. If that was a good thing to say, then there's nothing good to say at all. The boss wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, "Beauty, you're joking." As for Green Hair, he looked at Bai Xiao, frowned, and said, "Beauty, jokes should be kept in moderation, otherwise, I'll get angry. If I get angry, then, Beauty, don't blame me for not giving you face. Do you understand?" Bai Xiao heard this, looked at Green Hair, and chuckled, "Oh? Is that so? Brother Green Hair is so powerful. If he doesn't give me face, wouldn't that be very scary? But why am I not afraid at all?" After speaking, Bai Xiao looked at Yi Qing and smiled, "Brother, did you hear that? This Green Hair is trying to scare me. You can't just ignore it." Yi Qing pretended not to hear, still drinking and eating skewers, as if these matters had nothing to do with him. Green Hair saw Bai Xiao acting coquettishly towards Yi Qing and immediately sneered, "Beauty, I just said that finding this coward is pointless. With a wimp like him, not only is it impossible for him to stand up for you, but he'll hide far away. Believe it or not, if I directly slap him, he wouldn't even dare to fart." Bai Xiao heard this, blinked her eyes, looked at Green Hair, and said, "Is that so? Brother Green Hair is so amazing. However, Brother Green Hair, I advise you not to. This friend of mine looks harmless, but in reality, he's very formidable and ruthless, killing without batting an eye. You should just give up while he's in a good mood and hasn't bothered you. You should honestly go back to your table and drink. Save yourself the trouble of him getting drunk later, getting in a bad mood, and then beating you to death. Then I would truly feel a bit guilty. What is the most feared thing when you're out in the world? That would naturally be losing face, especially losing face in front of a beautiful woman." Now, the beauty kept saying how powerful Yi Qing was, belittling Green Hair and his group. If they could endure this, then Green Hair and his group wouldn't be small-time thugs. If Yi Qing was truly the kind of person whose death couldn't be seen, they would probably have to treat him carefully. But on the contrary, Yi Qing seemed to have acted like a coward from the beginning, coupled with his strong foreign accent. How could this make Green Hair afraid? Green Hair looked at Bai Xiao, a disdainful expression on his face, and said, "I say, Beauty, if you said this friend of yours had a bit of money and a bit of a temper, I would tolerate it, but you're boasting a bit too much. What do you mean, killing without batting an eye? What do you mean, beating us to death? Who do you think he is? Someone from the Qin family? Absolutely preposterous. Believe it or not, I'll make this kid come over now and kneel to pour me drinks. Bai Xiao looked at the boasting green hair, showed a very innocent look, and directly shook her head, saying, I don't believe it. Although he's not from the Qin family, he's much more powerful than anyone from the Qin family. Forget about making him kneel to pour you drinks. If you could kneel to pour him drinks, that would be enough for you to boast for a year. What is called praise to kill? Bai Xiao was doing exactly that kind of praise to kill now. However, what she said was not an exaggeration, but the truth. The Qin family is indeed very powerful as the family of the Southeast King. The entire underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces is managed by the Qin family. How could they not be powerful? They control the power of life and death over countless people who make a living in the underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces. But even such a powerful Qin family, today, wasn't it almost ruined by Yi Qing? The current Southeast King is Yi Qing, not Old Qin. Therefore, saying that Yi Qing is more powerful than the Qin family is indeed not wrong at all. However, for people like Green Hair, they had never even heard of such a thing, and not having heard of it precisely indicated one thing: their status was too low, so much so that even such a big event happened, they didn't receive any news. However, even though he hadn't received news and had no status, Green Hair, at this moment, hearing Bai Xiao dare to say that Yi Qing was more powerful than someone from the Qin family, knew this was a huge disaster. Green Hair looked at Bai Xiao, a hint of coldness on his face, and said, Beauty, you're an outsider. I won't say much to you. It's understandable that you don't know the gravity of the situation, but I advise you to be careful with your words, otherwise, great disaster will befall you. That guy must have also boasted about those words just now, right? Fine, truly fine. After saying this, Green Hair directly slapped the table and stood up, then pointed at Yi Qing and said coldly, Kid, get over here. Yi Qing was eating barbecue and drinking, having no intention of dealing with these troublesome matters, but they wouldn't let him go. However, Yi Qing did not look at Green Hair, but instead looked at Bai Xiao, and spoke indifferently, Is this fun? Knowing who I am, and still playing such tricks on me, aren't you afraid of dying? Looking at Yi Qing's indifferent eyes, Bai Xiao, at this moment, truly wanted to say that she wasn't afraid. However, thinking of the scene she had witnessed where Yi Qing was slaughtering everyone, Bai Xiao involuntarily shrank her head, and at this moment, she was even a little afraid to meet Yi Qing's gaze. When Yi Qing goes crazy, he truly doesn't care about anything and dares to kill anyone. Bai Xiao is naturally Ruan Hongqiu's confidant. Normally, everyone would show her respect. However, is Yi Qing someone who gives people face? If he truly cared about giving face, he wouldn't have killed Qin Wushuang, he wouldn't have killed young Master Ku, he wouldn't have killed young Master Mu, and he certainly wouldn't have directly put the Sea King's envoy in such an awkward position. When Yi Qing goes crazy, he simply doesn't care who you are, he kills if he says he will. Bai Xiao shrank her head, feeling a bit regretful. When Green Hair saw this scene, he thought Yi Qing was bullying the beauty, and coupled with Yi Qing ignoring him, Green Hair immediately felt displeased and wanted to save face in front of the beauty. Kid, you're really arrogant. Didn't you hear me talking to you? Trying to scare beauties here, what do you think you are? Get over here, or else, I'll beat you to death today. This time, Yi Qing finally turned around and stopped enduring. Looking at Green Hair and the others, Yi Qing simply said one sentence indifferently. The few of you, kneel here, and call your people behind you over. All of you kneel here, and I will spare your lives. These words made Green Hair and the others' hair stand on end. They had seen many arrogant people, but they had never seen anyone as arrogant as Yi Qing. Making all of them kneel here, and then, at the drop of a hat, sparing their lives? Not only that, but he also wanted their people behind them to kneel here. It was simply arrogant to the extreme. Just as Green Hair was about to get up, Bai Xiao shrank her neck, revealing a hint of bitterness, and said to Green Hair, He's not joking. You'd best listen to him. Kneel here now, and then call your bosses behind you over. All of you kneel here, or else, you will truly die. Chapter 531. Just as a snack. Green Hair felt like he must have gone crazy today, or his ears were malfunctioning, otherwise, Bai Xiao and Yi Qing were definitely messing with them. Green Hair looked at Bai Xiao, a bit impatient. Even though she was a beauty, was she looking for death by constantly flattering him like this? Beauty, I'm giving you face, but it seems you truly don't take Green Hair seriously. This coward bullied you, and I helped you get revenge. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you keep fanning the flames. What do you mean by this? Do you really think your green hair is easy to bully?
Bai Xiao heard this, looked at Green Hair, sighed, and said, Green Hair, involving you all today is my fault, but I advise you to listen to him, otherwise, people will truly die. At this point, Bai Xiao frowned slightly and said, Of course, I'm not apologizing to you, you small-time thugs who bully the weak and fear the strong have done no shortage of bad deeds on a daily basis. I don't need to apologize to you just from the way you looked at me today. Even if I didn't provoke you, you wouldn't have let go of the opportunity to provoke me, so you brought this upon yourselves.
Was this an apology?
This was clearly not putting them in her eyes at all. Green Hair got angry, laughing in extreme rage, and pointed at Bai Xiao, saying, Good, 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 you really are treating us like monkeys. Fine, then I'll let you see what happens when you mess with us. After speaking, Green Hair pointed at Yi Qing and roared, Brothers, since he's so arrogant, go get him. Smash his mouth, drag him over here, and make him kneel before me today. I want to see who kneels to whom. As Green Hair roared, his 6 subordinates had long been itching to show off in front of the beauty. Immediately, they all charged directly at Yi Qing. Yi Qing, with an unchanged expression, drank a glass of wine, then slowly stood up. He looked at the charging thugs, his brows slightly furrowed. He shook his head gently, sighed, and said, I didn't expect to have a day where I fight thugs on the street.
However, it also reminds me that I'm still a normal person.
As he spoke, Yi Qing truly acted like a thug, directly picking up a beer bottle and smashing it on the head of the charging thug, immediately causing that person's head to bleed profusely. Then, Yi Qing grabbed another person by the collar, pulled him directly in front, and then punched him hard in the face, leaving another one with a bruised and swollen face, bleeding from his mouth and nose. With Yi Qing's strength, fighting these thugs was truly like playing. In fact, Yi Qing didn't even use much strength, fearing he might kill these people. Moreover, he didn't need any special techniques, just simple, one punch per person was enough to make all of them bend over in pain, unable to stand up. So, in just a few seconds, all 6 of Green Hair's brothers were knocked down by Yi Qing. And Green Hair was stunned at this moment. Yi Qing did look tall and handsome, but he didn't seem particularly strong. He looked more like a refined shuage. Otherwise, if Yi Qing had explosive muscles or a face that looked difficult to provoke, Green Hair would have been much more restrained.
But now, what was going on?
Green Hair watched Yi Qing walk towards him, directly pulled out a dagger from his body, pointed it at Yi Qing, and said fearfully, Don't come over. If you dare to take another step forward, I really will stab you to death. Yi Qing didn't even glance at Green Hair, directly took 2 steps forward, and then walked to his previous position, which was now Green Hair's position.
Didn't you tell me to come? Now that I'm here, what are you afraid of?
Green Hair looked at his brothers lying all over the ground, feeling like crying without tears.
He didn't want to be afraid, but could he not be afraid? You, who exactly are you? What kind of person are you? How dare you bully me like this? Do you know that my boss is Bai Huan? Do you know that behind us stands the Qin family?
Kid, I advise you to get lost right now, otherwise, you're dead.
Yi Qing sighed, shaking his head and saying, Truly, it's quite boring. However, let's just consider it a good deed.
As he spoke, Yi Qing hooked his finger and said faintly, Come here, kneel down by the side, and then call everyone you can call. Green Hair heard this, looked at Yi Qing furiously, and roared, Do you think I can't call people? Don't think I'm bluffing you, I'm calling people right now. If you've got guts, don't run. After speaking, Green Hair actually took out his phone and immediately started crying into it.
Bai Huan, help! We're being bullied.
It's over here on the street food stall street. The other party is just one person, but he's very strong, very fierce, and he even spoke disrespectfully, saying he wants you, and even the adults of the Qin family, to kneel. Yes, he's still here, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him and not let him run away. Okay, I'll wait for you. After Green Hair finished the call, his face became excited again. He looked at Yi Qing and laughed loudly, Kid, now you can't run even if you want him. My Yen Fatty's eldest brother and the others will be here soon. When they arrive, I'll see how you die on your knees. Yi Qing shook his head, somewhat bored, and directly took a step forward, grabbed Green Hair's hair, and slapped Green Hair directly across the face, immediately causing Green Hair's face to swell up. And when Green Hair instinctively raised his hand to grab the dagger and stab Yi Qing, Yi Qing flipped his hand, and the dagger directly fell into Yi Qing's hand. Then, Yi Qing was not polite, directly stabbed the dagger into Greenhair's thigh, then casually threw Greenhair and his brothers together. After doing all this, Yi Qing looked at Greenhair and the others, and said faintly, "I'll only say this one last time, everyone, all of you, kneel down properly right now if in the next second, I see any one of you who hasn't knelt down. You don't believe me? Try it." Yi Qing didn't even turn his head when he spoke, but Greenhair and the others had witnessed Yi Qing's terror at this moment. They shivered uncontrollably, and then, one by one, they didn't care about losing face anymore. They directly knelt down trembling by the side. Yi Qing then acted as if nothing had happened, sat at the table, picked up a beer bottle and glass again, and poured himself a beer. His mood didn't seem bad at all. These people seemed to have become side dishes for his drink. At this moment, Bai Xiao looked at Yi Qing, clapped her hands, and laughed. "Mr. Yi, you are indeed impressive." Yi Qing looked at Bai Xiao and said faintly, "Speak, who is the person behind you, and what do you want with me?" "Don't lie. If you lie, people will die." Chapter 532, Calling her sister isn't too much. Yi Qing seemed to be drinking leisurely, as if he was just speaking casually. However, Bai Xiao did not dare to answer casually. That phrase, "people will die," was not Yi Qing trying to scare her. If she said the wrong thing and displeased Yi Qing, whether she would die was perhaps hard to say, but she would certainly suffer. Although there were no rumors of Yi Qing being ruthless towards women yet, based on his style and methods, anyone who thought they could make Yi Qing show mercy just because they were a beauty, that could only be said to be no different from daydreaming. Bai Xiao took a deep breath. She wasn't too scared. After all, her backer was not far away. Even if Yi Qing were to make a move on her, as long as she could hold out for a few minutes, Wan Hongxiu would arrive. "Mr. Yi, why do you insist on thinking we have some ulterior motive towards you? Can't it just be a chance encounter? Besides, you're so handsome and powerful, wanting to get to know you doesn't seem abnormal, does it? It's not easy to update. Remember to share 101 Kenshukum," Bai Xiao said with a smile. Yi Qing nodded and said, "It's not abnormal, but are you here to get to know me? My mood is pretty good today, so I haven't bothered with you too much, but if you think you can always make me not bother with you, then you might as well try. Again, don't blame me for not warning you, people will die." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao looked at Yi Qing, pouted, and unhappily said, "How boring, not fun at all. I even thought you were handsome and kept speaking up for you." As she spoke, Bai Xiao pointed to a stunning person walking over, snorted, and said, "There, my master is here." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing looked at the stunning person. Who else could it be but Wan Hongxiu? However, Yi Qing and Wan Hongxiu didn't know each other yet, nor did he know that this was one of the famous 9 kings, Queen Hongxiu. But just by her aura, it was clear she was absolutely not simple, and as a powerful, not simple, individual, Yi Qing could easily sense that Wan Hongxiu's aura was very strong. Even though Wan Hongxiu didn't show anything, that feeling couldn't be faked. This person was very strong, extremely strong. One could say she was the strongest person Yi Qing had seen recently. Seeing Wan Hongxiu walk up to them, Bai Xiao quickly stood up and respectfully said, "Master." Wan Hongxiu glanced indifferently at Bai Xiao, then casually sat on a chair, picked up a glass, poured herself a beer, and smiled. "Mr. Yi, do you mind if I join you for a drink?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "If you don't mind, then please, feel free." Wan Hongxiu looked at the surroundings and said with some emotion, "This really is a long-lost feeling. Presumably, it's the same for Mr. Yi, too. After all, Mr. Yi is now the famous Southeast King. Such small stalls, and even such small troubles, shouldn't appear in your world." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing shrugged and said, "It's alright, I'm not unaccustomed to it." "May I ask your name, and what brings you to me?" Wan Hongxiu chuckled upon hearing this, then looked at Bai Xiao and said, "Bai Xiao, when you came to find Mr. Yi just now, you didn't say you were going to tease him. This is your fault. Is Mr. Yi someone you can tease? Apologize to Mr. Yi at once." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao pouted, looked at Yi Qing, and said, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. With your magnanimity, you surely won't bother with a humble girl like me, right?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qing pointed to the beer bottle on the table and softly said, "Not bothering is naturally fine, but you also need to show your sincerity. Didn't you want to drink? Then drink this whole bottle directly." Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Bai Xiao immediately became somewhat displeased. After all, she was a beauty. Yi Qing's meaning was clearly to make her chug the entire bottle. But seeing Ruan Hongxiu's silent demeanor, Bai Xiao didn't dare to say anything more. She directly picked up the bottle and chugged it down in one go. Only then did Yi Qing nod, look at Ruan Hongxiu, and say, "The misunderstanding has been cleared. You can tell me what you came to find me for, right?" Ruan Hongxiu looked at Yi Qing and smiled. "My name is Ruan Hongxiu. Although age is a taboo for women, I don't mind telling you that I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Hongxiu. I think I'm worthy of being called Jia, and you, my younger brother, won't lose out." It was a joke. Ruan Hongxiu, one of the 9 kings, how many people wished to establish a connection with her but couldn't? Let alone calling her Jia. If she asked people to call her ancestor grandma, the queue would probably stretch from the desert to the sea. At this, Yi Qing was truly a bit surprised. No matter how ignorant he was, he had still heard of the name Queen Ruan Hongxiu. After all, he was the newly appointed Southeast King, about to be reviewed by the 9 Kings Council. How could he not have some understanding of the 9 kings? And among them, the person he cared about most, Ruan Hongxiu, was definitely one of them. There was no helping it. In her 30s, with a peerless face, one of the 9 kings, and also third on the dragon ranking, none of these identities were simple, let alone combined. It was simply an unsolvable existence. However, there were many rumors about Ruan Hongxiu, but not that many people had actually met her or interacted with her. Yi Qing hadn't expected Ruan Hongxiu to come to him personally, sitting with him by a street stall, drinking beer. If this scene got out, it would definitely be news. "I didn't expect Queen Ruan Hongxiu to come to me personally. That truly is my honor. However, may I ask, Queen Hongxiu, what matter brings you all the way here to find me, Yi Qing?" "Please speak directly. My temperament, Yi Qing, prefers straightforwardness, and I'm too lazy to bother guessing, to save trouble." Ruan Hongxiu looked at Yi Qing and chuckled, "You truly are a straightforward person, much better than those others. At least, I like you. But, younger brother Yi Qing, are you truly not going to call me Sister Hongxiu? Am I not worthy, perhaps?" Ruan Hongxiu made no extra movements, and her expression didn't even change much, yet she somehow gave off an extremely alluring feeling. Bai Xiao was already captivating enough, a true enchantress, but compared to Ruan Hongxiu, she was truly insignificant. Ruan Hongxiu was the type who could subtly draw people in without leaving a trace. Yi Qing smiled slightly, looked at Ruan Hongxiu, and said, "Calling you Jia is naturally no problem. After all, having Queen Hongxiu as an older sister is a blessing many people desperately seek. However, I, Yi Qing, am timid and even more afraid of unprovoked schemes falling upon me, so I'm still a bit hesitant to believe in such a windfall. Why don't you, Queen Hongxiu, just get straight to the point? As for Jia or not Jia, let's talk about it later, alright?" As he spoke, Yi Qing poured a drink for Ruan Hongxiu, yet he truly indirectly refused to call Ruan Hongxiu Jia. Chapter 533, Rejected. At this moment, Ruan Hongxiu hadn't gotten angry yet, but Bai Xiao was already furious. Looking at Yi Qing, Bai Xiao huffily said, "Yi Qing, why are you so ungrateful? My master never gives anyone a good look on normal days, let alone actively lets people call her older sister. She's looking highly upon you, don't be so insensible." Upon hearing this, Ruan Hongxiu glanced at Bai Xiao and said indifferently, "Bai Xiao, have I been too good to you all? Since when is it your turn to interrupt? Apologize to Mr. Yi at once." Although Bai Xiao was displeased, she absolutely dared not disobey Ruan Hongxiu's order. She could only apologize to Yi Qing with a sullen face. Ruan Hongxiu wasn't angry. Looking at Yi Qing, she smiled and said, "Since younger brother Yi Qing is so cautious, I won't force you. However, it's right for you to be wary of me, but I don't have any ill intentions towards you. If I had to say there were any, it would be that from the moment I knew your name and saw you for the first time, I felt an inexplicable fondness for you. That also includes your way of doing things. I actually feel quite pained for you." "That's right," Ruan Hongxiu said, pained, not admired or anything else. Clearly, in these past few incidents, Yi Qing was the one who won, and Yi Qing was the one who went on a killing spree to anyone. Those who should feel pain should be Yi Qing's enemies. But Ruan Hongxiu, on the contrary, said that she felt pained for Yi Qing. This made Yi Qing suddenly feel speechless, as if he had been seen through. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qing looked at Ruan Hongxiu and said, then I thank Queen Hongxiu. It is my honor, Yi Qing, to gain your appreciation.
Hearing this, Yuan Hongxiu smiled and said, "Younger brother Yi Qing, you are not one to fawn over people, be it old Qin, the Ku family, or even the Mu family and the Sea King. You didn't give them any face, did you? Many people thought that this time, you would compromise. After all, old Qin is still alive, and your enemies are uniting, preparing to surround and kill you, and you, the Southeast King, are truly just a pseudo-king. At such a time, you should be kind to others, or at least, you should absolutely not offend more people. This is what many people think. In fact, you should be like this. But I don't think so. That's why I came here early, and you, as expected, did not disappoint me. Younger brother Yi Qing, you did very well. At least, I am very satisfied." Seeing Yi Qing about to speak, Yuan Hongxiu smiled, drank a glass of beer, and said, "No need to say anything more. You know I have no need to lie to you. I came today just to meet you and say a few words to you. To express my appreciation for you, and to let you know that I pose no danger to you. At least, for now, we are not enemies. And then, there's nothing else. My other purpose for coming this time is to attend a class reunion. Younger brother Yi Qing, please accompany me then. To express my gratitude, I can tell you a piece of news for free. At the same time, I will also cast a yes vote for you at the Nine Kings Council. It's a good deal, isn't it?" Yi Qing hadn't even agreed yet, and Yuan Hongxiu had already stated her gratitude. It must be said, this request was truly not excessive at all. The news in Yuan Hongxiu's hand, since she dared to tell Yi Qing, was definitely related to Yi Qing and something Yi Qing wanted to know. Not to mention, casting a yes vote at the Nine Kings Council, that in itself was an attitude. It seemed like only one more vote from Yuan Hongxiu, but in reality, it would sway some people's thoughts. Yuan Hongxiu was helping Yi Qing. By all accounts, Yi Qing shouldn't have said anything and should have readily agreed, which would have been best. However, Yi Qing looked at Yuan Hongxiu and gently shook his head, saying, "If I could receive Queen Hongxiu's yes vote, I would certainly be very grateful. Including some news, I know it must be what I need. But, I'm sorry, I don't want to make a deal. To be honest, Queen Hongxiu, it's that I don't trust you, or rather, I still stand by what I said. Things like pies falling from the sky, let's just forget about them." These words truly surprised Yuan Hongxiu. Yuan Hongxiu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yi Qing and chuckled softly. "Yi Qing, your current behavior is very inconsistent with your usual behavior. Aren't you supposed to be fearless? Even if I really have some conspiracy, or if I want something from you, the benefits are real. Shouldn't you take them first? Why do I always feel like you're resisting me? Or rather, what you're resisting isn't me, but all women." Yuan Hongxiu looked at Yi Qing thoughtfully, then shook her head, sighed, and said, Yuan Hongxiu, have never been like this before. Today Yi Qing, you're making me very sad, but it's okay, you'll understand later." Yi Qing nodded, looked at Yuan Hongxiu, and smiled. "Although I don't know why Queen Hongxiu is so interested in me, I still thank you. As for your class reunion, I won't go. I'm sure a dignified Queen Hongxiu will naturally not lack companions. What's more, Queen Hongxiu herself, no matter where she goes, is the center of attention. Why would she need others to accompany her?" These words were indeed true, not flattery. Yuan Hongxiu looked at Yi Qing and chuckled. "At the high school reunion, they don't know who I am, but they used to mock me a lot. I don't plan to overpower them with force. After all, there's still a bond of friendship. It seems this time, I can only let them mock me." Speaking of this, Yuan Hongxiu sighed and said, "For so many years, I've never agreed to a class reunion. This is the first time, and it's because it's in Qin City that I came. It seems I thought too much. But, let's not talk about these, they're minor matters. Then let me see the might of Southeast King Yi Qing." As she spoke, several small cars and 3 or 4 vans had already stopped by the roadside. A group of fierce-looking people got out of the cars and headed straight for Yi Qing's side. The leader was wearing a floral shirt and had a nose ring. No need to ask, this was definitely Green Hair's older brother, Bai Huan. Seeing that Bai Huan and his people had finally arrived, Green Hair, who had been kneeling by the side, could no longer hold back and tears almost streamed down his face. "Bai Huan, save me. It's him, this scoundrel is the one who beat us up like this." As Green Hair spoke, he stood up, with the dagger still stuck in his thigh, but even so, he didn't want to continue kneeling on the ground in such humiliation. And Bai Huan and his group immediately surrounded Yi Qing's table. There were more than 30 people in total, looking fierce, scaring the ordinary people on the street quite badly. However, not many people actually left, as they wanted to watch the commotion.
Bai Huan and his group originally wanted to lose their temper immediately, but when they saw Ruan Hongxiu and Bai Xiao, their expressions instantly changed, and their eyes lit up. There was nothing they could do. It wasn't that they were uncultured, it was simply that these two beauties were too attractive.
Kid, were you the one who beat up my subordinates? And also spoke disrespectfully to us?
At this moment, Yi Qing didn't look at Bai Huan, but at Green Hair, who had already stood up, and frowned slightly, saying, "Did I tell you to stand up?
Get back on your knees." Chapter 534 The beginning of the Great Rectification.
Yi Qing was indeed terrifying. Green Hair had already witnessed it. The seemingly harmless Yi Qing was actually a powerful and ruthless individual. But now, Green Hair's eldest brother had arrived. If he were still to be scared into kneeling by a single sentence from Yi Qing, then Green Hair would truly have no future.
Go to hell, you dog. My eldest brother and the others are here. You're the one who should be kneeling and begging for mercy now. How dare you threaten me? Do you really think we're afraid of you? Let me tell you, if you don't want to die, hurry up and kneel, beg for mercy, and call me Grandpa. Green Hair endured the pain and continued to provoke Yi Qing. His arrogant demeanor was much more intense than before. Yi Qing glanced at Green Hair, said nothing, and stood up directly. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, he walked straight to Green Hair, grabbed Green Hair's hair, and viciously delivered a knee strike to Green Hair's face. The next second, Green Hair couldn't even let out a scream. His teeth shattered all over the ground, and his face was covered in blood. And that was not all. Yi Qing's expression was indifferent as he kicked Green Hair's knee with full force. In an instant, the sound of bones shattering sent shivers down everyone's spines. Subsequently, everyone saw that one of Green Hair's legs was twisted backward, with bone even exposed. However, Yi Qing showed no intention of stopping and kicked Green Hair's other leg with equal force. The next second, Green Hair's screams were deafening, and then he collapsed limply, unconscious. Such pain made one's teeth chatter just by watching, let alone Green Hair, who was directly experiencing it. Just when everyone thought Yi Qing would stop, Yi Qing frowned and heavily stomped on the face of the already unconscious Green Hair lying on the ground, literally kicking Green Hair awake from his unconsciousness. After seeing Green Hair awaken, Yi Qing pointed to the spot where Green Hair had just knelt and said indifferently, "If you can't kneel, then lie there for me. Don't fall unconscious, don't cry, and don't make a single sound, otherwise, I will kill you." If Green Hair and the others hadn't taken Yi Qing's previous threats too seriously, then at this moment, Yi Qing was a demon in their eyes, a man-eating demon. They dared not disobey, not for their lives. Have you ever seen such a person? He wouldn't even allow crying. Remember the fastest novel website on the entire network, Kankancom.
Green Hair lay sprawled on the ground, covering his blood-soaked mouth, pitifully not daring to make a sound, utterly miserable. Green Hair's other brothers, who had also just stood up, were now trembling violently, each terrified that if they knelt a moment too late, they would suffer the same fate as Green Hair. Only then did Yi Qing nod in satisfaction, return to his seat, and drink a glass of beer. As for Bai Huan and the others who had rushed to avenge Green Hair, they were all stunned by the scene they had just witnessed. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, Bai Huan and the others no longer cared whether Ruan Hongxiu and Bai Xiao were beautiful, their eyes were completely fixed on Yi Qing. Yi Qing was ruthless, his actions were simply insane. However, this was their territory. If they didn't deal with Yi Qing, then they would truly have no future.
Kid, who exactly are you?
Bai Huan gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Qing, asking the question he most wanted to ask at that moment.
That's right, who was Yi Qing?
This was clearly a fierce dragon crossing the river.
Yi Qing looked at Bai Huan and the others and said indifferently, "Yi Qing, have you heard of him?"
Bai Huan and the others were stunned for a moment, then shook their heads directly. They had indeed never heard of him, let alone Qin City, even including the surrounding areas. They had never heard of a person named Yi Qing. It was impossible for them not to know such a ruthless person if he operated in this area.
Never heard of him, kid. You seem pretty ruthless, but you've messed with the wrong people. Do you know where this is? Do you know who we are?
Now, kneel and apologize immediately, and perhaps you can still live. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't leave Qin City. Yi Qing sighed, having little interest in such boring tricks. Looking at Ruan Hongxiu, Yi Qing chuckled, Queen Hongxiu, I apologize for making you laugh. I was also bored and actually came here to play with them. However, I can't entirely blame myself. After all, your subordinate also contributed. Bai Xiao said nothing upon hearing this. After all, no matter what, Green Hair and the others came looking for trouble, and it was indeed her who provoked them. Ruan Hongxiu looked at Yi Qing and chuckled, it's quite entertaining. However, they should all be your subordinates, right, Mr. Yi? Are you planning to start reorganizing the entire Southeast Underground world from the bottom up? Yi Qing thought for a moment, poured a glass of wine, and said, I hadn't thought about it before, but after understanding what just happened, I still feel it's necessary. I also come from an ordinary background, and I truly detest such malicious bad elements. Although I don't know how far I can go, if I can make ordinary people, like street vendors or ordinary citizens, suffer less bullying from these bad elements, then it can be considered my good intention. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Bai Huan and said indifferently, I don't care who you are, or who is behind you. Notify him now if he's not qualified. Keep notifying upwards until you reach Qin family leader, then have Qin family leader bring them, and all the Qin family bigwigs present today, to get over here. Then, Yi Qing checked the time and said coldly, 20 minutes is enough. Tell them I only give them 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, anyone who arrives late will kneel on the ground for an entire night and, at the same time, break one of their arms. That's it. Go make the call and notify them. Yi Qing's words left Bai Huan and the others completely bewildered. These words were too grand, truly terrifyingly grand. Everyone knew that Qin City was a place where the Qin family had the final say, and the Qin family not only had the final say in Qin City but also in the entire Southeast Underground world. That was the king. But how astonishing Yi Qing's conversation with Ruan Hongxiu just now was, let alone. Now, he was telling Bai Huan to notify his boss, and then have the boss notify his boss, until Qin family leader was notified. What kind of concept was this? This meant that Yi Qing was not unaware of the Qin family's existence. He knew, yet he dared to act like this. He didn't look like a madman, which could only mean one thing, Yi Qing was far more terrifying than they imagined. Sir, may I ask who you are? Bai Huan no longer dared to speak loudly, asking cautiously. Yi Qing didn't even glance at Bai Huan, merely stating indifferently, they only have 20 minutes. If you're not afraid of them arriving late, having to kneel here, and breaking an arm, and then being held accountable, then by all means, waste time. Chapter 535 Things Worth Doing. After Mr. Yi finished speaking, he directly poured a glass of wine for Ruan Hongxiu, then started chatting to himself, completely disregarding Bai Huan's feelings. At this moment, Bai Huan really wanted to slap Mr. Yi's face, to see what kind of person this overly pretentious individual was. However, he didn't dare, he truly didn't dare. At this moment, Bai Huan felt cold sweat breaking out all over his body. Mr. Yi's ruthlessness when beating Green Hair, his current calm demeanor, and his indifference when mentioning the Qin family leader and many other big shots, these scenes made Bai Huan somewhat collapse. What he wanted most to beat up now wasn't Mr. Yi, but Green Hair. What kind of person did this damn guy provoke? It left Bai Huan in an awkward position, unable to advance or retreat. If he didn't make this call, what if it was true? Then, if all these big shot magnates couldn't have a good life, could Bai Huan? But if he did make the call, and it all turned out to be false, with no one paying attention to Mr. Yi, then Bai Huan wouldn't have a good life either. It was a dilemma, an unprecedented dilemma, and one where a single wrong step could lead to a tragic outcome. Taking a deep breath, Bai Huan looked at Mr. Yi, carefully put on a fawning smile, and said, then, could you tell me your name? After all, if I don't even know your name, even if I make the call, no one will believe me. Sir, I'll believe you. Can I call you sir? Tell me your name, and I'll make the call right away. Bai Huan had thrown caution to the wind at a time like this. What was face? First, save his own life. Sometimes, it's better to believe than to disbelieve, especially since Mr. Yi didn't look like a lunatic, so he naturally wasn't seeking death. If he wasn't seeking death, then he wouldn't say such things for no reason. Especially since Bai Huan wasn't stupid. The events that had unfolded in the underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces in the past few days could be described as continuous, and to put it bluntly, they were earth-shattering. His boss, Brother Xiaozhang, and others behind him had long warned Bai Huan and his subordinates to be more restrained. restrained recently and to absolutely avoid causing any trouble as storm was brewing. One careless mistake, and it wouldn't be just one or two people who would sink and die. Therefore, this was also one of the reasons why Bai Huan was now uneasy and indecisive. Mr. Yi looked at Bai Huan and calmly said, "I won't make it difficult for you, just say, Yi Qing wants to see them." Yi Qing, Bai Huan wanted to smash his own head, but he still hadn't heard this name. But now, whether he had heard it or not no longer mattered. What mattered was that he now had a name, and he knew what to say next. Immediately, after giving Mr. Yi a fawning smile, Bai Huan quickly walked to the side, picked up the phone, and was about to dial. At this moment, one of Bai Huan's brothers looked at Bai Huan and said with some concern, "Big brother, do we really have to call? And call exactly as he said? What if, in the end, it turns out he was just talking nonsense? You'll be in big trouble then." Bai Huan's mood at this moment was indescribable. The difficult decision he had just made was disturbed by his subordinate, and he immediately hesitated again. However, looking at Mr. Yi's calm demeanor, and Greenhair's miserable state, Bai Huan gritted his teeth and said, "Call, what if it's true? Look at his calm demeanor and his ruthless take action. He's at least a powerful newcomer. In short, just call." After speaking, Bai Huan didn't care about anything else and directly called his boss, Brother Xiao Zhang. If Greenhair was nothing, then Bai Huan himself wasn't a big shot in Qin City either. He was just a fringe figure in the underground world. But in the eyes of many ordinary people, he was already an impressive big shot. And Brother Xiao Zhang, who was behind him, was a truly well-known figure. Of course, Brother Xiao Zhang also had a bigger boss behind him, which was still different. At least, Brother Xiao Zhang could follow the big boss and occasionally meet members of the Qin family. Just based on this, his status was obvious. When Brother Xiao Zhang received Bai Huan's call, he was initially dismissive, thinking it was someone drunk and acting out. However, when he heard Mr. Yi's name, Brother Xiao Zhang felt a sense of familiarity. Then, when he heard that Mr. Yi wanted the Qin family leader to come and see him, and to bring all the big shots who were in the Qin family main camp that day, Brother Xiao Zhang's cold sweat immediately started flowing. "Bai Huan, you didn't provoke this Mr. Yi, did you? Tell me, you didn't provoke him. Tell me immediately." Bai Huan was stunned for a moment, not expecting Brother Xiao Zhang to be so anxious. This immediately made Bai Huan realize the seriousness of the situation. Bai Huan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thought carefully. It seemed that, apart from being a bit arrogant when he arrived, he really hadn't offended Mr. Yi. After all, before he even had a chance, Mr. Yi had already beaten Greenhair half to death. At that sight, Bai Huan was completely intimidated and couldn't be arrogant even if he wanted to. No, Brother Xiao Zhang, I just arrived here and saw him beat one of my subordinates half to death, so I was a little careful." Hearing Bai Huan say this, Brother Xiao Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Good, remember, absolutely do not offend this person. If this person is truly the one I suspect, then something big has happened." Bai Huan heard this and cautiously asked, "Brother Xiao Zhang, who exactly is he? How does he sound even more powerful than the Qin family?" Brother Xiao Zhang's voice clearly carried a hint of trembling. "Don't ask too many questions, perhaps you'll know soon." After speaking, Brother Xiao Zhang directly hung up the phone. At this point, whether it was true or false, Bai Huan and his group all became obedient. They stood there one by one, not daring to move or sit, just like Mr. Yi and Ruan Hongxiu's bodyguards. Ruan Hongxiu looked at Mr. Yi and smiled. "Do you know that what you're doing might offend many people? Especially now, you've just replaced the Qin family in taking over the entire underground world of the southeast 5 provinces. Although you fought your way up with your own strength, is it good to offend so many people all at once? After all, old Qin is not dead yet, and your situation, to be honest, is very critical. Many people are still observing, and morale is unstable." What Ruan Hongxiu said was all true, and Mr. Yi was also very clear about this fact. However, for Mr. Yi, some things could be left undone, but some things had to be done. For example, what he encountered today, he could have ignored it, because in reality, even if he tried to manage it, he might not be able to. The world is so big, there will always be people at the bottom struggling to make a living, and there will always be people who bully the weak and fear the strong. But Mr. Yi still acted. Since he encountered it and wanted to manage it, then he would. He would manage as much as he could, and do as much as he could.
As long as it could make the common people suffer a little less bullying, even if it was just a little less, and their lives were a little better, in Mr. Ye's view, it was worth it. Chapter 536 No Regrets. Yi Qing looked at Ruan Hongxiu and said softly, if people's hearts are unstable, then we just need to find a way to stabilize them. Besides, whether they're stable or not, I don't really care much. According to my previous thoughts, I actually didn't want to be this Southeast king, but since I am, I'll do it to the point where I at least have no regrets. I'm not afraid of them rebelling, nor am I afraid of them causing trouble as long as I'm here. They must obey my orders, that's enough. Speaking of this, Yi Qing pointed to those people working hard to earn money, sighed, and said, it's not easy for people to live in this world. I, Yi Qing, am not a good person. My hands are stained with blood, and perhaps even the blood of many innocent people. But I still hope this world can be a little better, even just a little bit. Yi Qing looked up at the sky at this moment. He felt a little emotional, even a little inexplicably sad. Although no one ever held an umbrella for me when I was caught in the rain, I still fantasized about how happy I would be if such a thing really happened. I can't hold an umbrella for everyone, so I'll do my best to ensure they get caught in less rain when they shouldn't be. Remember our 101 Kenshokum. After saying these words, Yi Qing fell silent. And Ruan Hongxiu was also silent. It sounded like he was saying something completely unrelated, but in reality, what Yi Qing said at that moment was his true inner thought, representing the genuine softness deep within him at this moment, and even all along. Ruan Hongxiu looked at Yi Qing, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes, quickly concealed however. The increasing closeness in her gaze towards Yi Qing was undeniable. Yi Qing, you are better than I imagined. You are very good, truly, very good. I hope you can keep living and keep winning. If people with ability and responsibility in this world all thought like you, then this world would be much, much better. Speaking of this, Ruan Hongxiu poured a glass of wine and chuckled, although you haven't called me sister and haven't agreed to accompany me to this class reunion that I dislike and which would even make me very uncomfortable, I still admire you very much. What I just said about giving you information for free is still valid. When she reached this point, Yi Qing was about to speak, but Ruan Hongxiu stopped him. You don't need to say anything. I have no demands on you, nor do I need your thanks. Just consider it my way of expressing myself for your way of thinking. After all, there are many things you can do that are very difficult for me to do. The information I want to tell you is about Ke family head and old Qin's impending encirclement and assassination attempt on you. Actually, even if I didn't say anything, you could guess it. Many people could guess it, couldn't they? But I know a little more than you all. For example, I can confirm right now that at least 4 dragon-ranking powerhouses are preparing to make a move. Old Qin, Ke family head, Japanese sword Saint Kimura, and 1 overseas powerhouse Yi Qing. Do you have confidence? This is a life and death situation. Moreover, for dragon-ranking powerhouses are just the ones I can confirm. There's still some time before they encircle and kill you. During this time, who knows if more powerhouses will join in. So, are you ready? Ruan Hongxiu's words were not alarmist. As the information queen, she naturally had her own channels for information. And the accuracy was extremely high. Therefore, if she said that at least 4 dragon-ranking powerhouses were going to encircle and kill Yi Qing, then there would definitely be at least 4 people. Yi Qing looked at Ruan Hongxiu, nodded, and said, ready. Not really. After all, my strength is not Tai Woody. In the Southwest battle before, I actually gave my all. At that time, I was simultaneously dealing with 2 dragon-ranking powerhouses and 5 tiger-ranking powerhouses, and I myself was severely injured. So, to put it bluntly, if there really are 4 dragon-ranking powerhouses encircling and killing me, I might really be in grave danger. There was no need to act tough at this moment. The enemies would not let Yi Qing go because of his softening or surrender. And Yi Qing wouldn't insist he could win when he clearly couldn't. However, not being able to win didn't mean he wouldn't fight. That was impossible. Ruan Hongxiu looked at Yi Qing, nodded, and said, many people have analyzed your strength in the Southwest battle, and the conclusion is that if you don't have any other trump cards in a short time, dealing with 3 dragon-ranking powerhouses is your limit. And that's still in a situation of near certain death. Of course, if they were newly entered dragon ranking, it might be a bit easier, but what we can all think of, old Qin and Ke family head, they couldn't possibly not think of. So, the result is obvious. Either they don't make a move, or if they do, it will definitely be a fatal blow. So, I want to ask you now, do you have a trump card?
Yi Qing looked at Ruan Hongxiu, who was trying to probe for information, and neither said yes nor no. He wasn't familiar with Ruan Hongxiu. In fact, today was their first meeting, and they had never interacted before. He didn't know why Ruan Hongxiu was so interested in him. She specifically came to see him, showed goodwill, asked him to call her sister, and even leaked intelligence. This seemed very unreasonable, but to put it bluntly, at the level of Ruan Hongxiu and Yi Qing, whether it was reasonable or not no longer mattered. Especially Ruan Hongxiu, as a woman, reaching this point at such a young age and being so powerful, this in itself was unreasonable. Whether I have a trump card or not, they won't let me go. I can only say that I am not afraid of a fight. The winner takes all. From the moment I killed Qin Wushuang and the Ku family young master in the southwest, I had already anticipated this day. But there are things to do and things not to do. If they deserve to die, they must die. Even if it happened again, I would not regret my choice and would still do the same thing. Ruan Hongxiu looked at Yi Qing, smiled lightly, and nodded. Then, I wish you all the best. If there's anything you need my help with, just ask. Of course, we also have our own rules and bottom lines, so if you directly invite me to help you fight, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Ruan Hongxiu said this, but Yi Qing wouldn't even dare to think that way. He certainly knew that Ruan Hongxiu was very strong, even stronger than him. Now if Ruan Hongxiu really helped, many problems could be solved. It was just unrealistic. You've already helped me so much, I don't know how to thank you enough. For now, I can only toast you with this beer. As he spoke, Yi Qing raised his glass. The two of them tacitly stopped discussing these matters. However, they didn't deliberately avoid Bai Huan and the others when they were talking, so at this moment, Bai Huan and the others were all sweating profusely, their bodies trembling violently, and their legs were all going soft. They didn't know anything else, but who Qin Wushuang was, how could they not know? Chapter 537. What on earth is he going to do? In the southeast, especially in Qin City, the Qin family main camp, who could not know the Qin family? There were indeed many people in the Qin family, and it was not a big deal if one couldn't recognize them. However, there were always some people in the Qin family that everyone knew and whose names echoed like thunder. Among them, Qin Wushuang, the Qin family's universally acknowledged heir, was one such person. Qin Wushuang's status and position in the Qin family, and even in the entire southeast, were truly unmatched, just like his name. For Bai Huan and others, such an existence was simply a godlike big shot. Normally, let alone interacting with him, even seeing him from afar a few times would be enough to brag about. But what did they hear now? Yi Qing killed Qin Wushuang? What kind of dream talk was this? That was Qin Wushuang, the Qin Wushuang who was rumored to be able to fight 100 people without even breathing hard, terrifyingly strong, and with the entire Qin family as his backing, who would dare to kill him. Let alone killing him, even cursing Qin Wushuang would probably result in being thrown into the river to feed the fish the next day. That was the reality. However, whether it was Bai Huan or the others, looking at Yi Qing and Ruan Hongxiu calmly discussing this matter, their instincts told them that these two were not joking. Big brother, I didn't mishear, did I? They said, Qin Wushuang was killed by him? Bai Huan cautiously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glared fiercely at his subordinate, and said through gritted teeth, shut up. Do I need you to remind me? There's about 10 minutes left, everything will be revealed soon. I'm telling you, at this time, absolutely do not cause trouble, or we'll all die together. At this moment, those big shots and magnates who had originally obeyed the Qin family had already received the news and were rushing here. If they had dared to be negligent before, now, even with 3 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. The blood from the Qin family main camp during the day hadn't even dried yet. No one wanted to be the next person to be purged by Yi Qing. However, they also didn't know what exactly had happened. Hadn't he already established his authority? Wasn't the blood spilled during the day enough? Everyone thought that Yi Qing had already done all this, and the next step would be a period of calm. At the very least, there wouldn't be any more trouble today, right? But as a result, as soon as night fell, Yi Qing summoned all of them to the street. He even said that those who arrived within 20 minutes were fine, but those who exceeded the time limit would directly kneel by the roadside.
Was that even human talk? That's how one treats slaves, right? But they were all famous big shots with status in their respective territories. However, they could only complain about these words in private. In front of Yi Qing, they wouldn't dare even if it meant death. And at this moment, Qin family leader had already gotten into his car. Accompanying Qin family leader was Duan Ji, the controller of the Qin city underground world. Duan Ji was covered in cold sweat at this moment, looking at Mr. Qin and complaining incessantly. Master, what do you make of this? Haven't Yi Qing's actions today been excessive enough? It's late at night, not even a full day has passed, and he's causing trouble again. Is he only satisfied when he has tormented everyone to death? Duan Ji was in his 30s, and to reach his current position, besides the Qin family's trust, it was due to his personal ability. To put it bluntly, Duan Ji had come through life and death, climbing up little by little, so he carried a heavy aura of ruthlessness. However, he dared not show any dissatisfaction towards the Qin family, and now, he only dared to complain about Yi Qing in front of Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin's expression was indifferent as he looked at Duan Ji and said coldly, "Is complaining to me useful? If you really had the ability, why didn't you cause trouble with Qin Lao San and the others today? If you had caused trouble, wouldn't everything have ended?" Duan Ji shrank his neck. He had to admit, if he had indeed caused trouble with Qin Lao San, things would have truly ended, because, well, he wouldn't have a life anymore. To be frank, Duan Ji had this idea today, but he couldn't do it because, strictly speaking, he was Qin family leader's man. So, since Qin family leader didn't act that way, how could he mess around with Qin Lao San? Mr. Qin looked at Duan Ji aside, and said, "You all know very well that now is the time for Yi Qing to establish his authority and find fault, so at this time, it's best for each of you to be clear-headed. Don't say what shouldn't be said, don't do what shouldn't be done, and also, say less of these private complaints and grumbles. Are you sure Yi Qing won't know? If he knows, do you think he'll let you go?" Hearing this, Duan Ji opened his mouth, sighed, and said nothing. And Mr. Qin looked at Duan Ji and said in a deep voice, "Find out what exactly happened. Why did Yi Qing summon all of us at this time? And why was it your subordinate who notified us? Ask clearly, ask in detail, ask now." After saying this, Mr. Qin looked at the driver and said coldly, "Drive faster. If the time is up and I haven't arrived, and Yi Qing makes me kneel, then you won't live either." Everyone knew how ruthless Yi Qing was now. He was capable of anything. If he said he'd make you kneel if you were a minute late, then you would truly kneel. Qin family leader certainly had no face left now, but if he could avoid kneeling on the street and embarrassing himself, who wouldn't want to avoid it? Did they really think Qin family leader had no shame, no temper? The driver, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, sped all the way. He didn't want to die. Just as Qin family leader and the others believed Yi Qing was ruthless and capable of anything, for this driver, wasn't Qin family leader the same? Submitting to Yi Qing was unavoidable, but that didn't mean he could also submit to his subordinates. And at this moment, it wasn't just Qin family leader and others who were anxious. The entire Qin city was almost in chaos. Large numbers of vehicles were constantly speeding and heading towards Yi Qing's location. In the entire Qin city underground world, anyone who could be named and had some standing began to arrive. And Bai Huan's phone was already about to explode. Those big shots whom he usually couldn't even contact, whose names he had only heard of, kept asking about the situation, making Bai Huan's scalp tingle, and he could barely stand. Especially when he saw several legendary big shots standing respectfully in front of Yi Qing, greeting him, not even daring to sit, only standing. Bai Huan felt dizzy. Bai Huan's big brother, Brother Arrogant, had also arrived, but compared to these big shots, Brother Arrogant really couldn't be arrogant anymore. He was utterly timid. More and more people were arriving. Their status and positions were also getting higher and higher. Bai Huan's subordinates had already retreated to a distance. Everyone stood cautiously, watching Yi Qing and Wan Hongxiu sitting there drinking and chatting as if nothing was wrong. Until Yi Qing looked at the time and said faintly, 10 seconds left. "You, come here." Yi Qing pointed at Bai Huan, signaling him to come over. And at this moment, Bai Huan could barely stand. For the first time ever, he was noticed by so many big shots and magnates, but he felt no joy at all, only wanting to cry, or even to die. Chapter 538. This is not fair. Under the watchful eyes of all the big shots, Bai Huan cautiously walked up to Mr. Yi, forcing a smile that was uglier than a cry. His back was bent so low, it was as if he was about to prostrate himself on the ground. But at this moment, no one dared to mock Bai Huan. "Mr. Yi, what can I do for you? Please instruct." Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi said indifferently, "There are 10 seconds left. Anyone who arrives after 10 seconds, have them kneel directly next to Green Hair and the others. I'm leaving this matter to you." At this moment, Bai Huan truly wished he could die. Was this a good thing? It sounded like a direct order from Mr. Yi, giving him enough prestige, and at least he was doing something for Mr. Yi. With so many big shots and magnates present, Mr. Yi chose him over everyone else in the past. Bai Huan would have been overjoyed, as this would be bragging rights and bring many future benefits. But now, it wasn't good. This was not a good assignment. Making those who were late after 10 seconds all kneel next to Green Hair? Bai Huan would rather kneel himself. What kind of huge joke was this? The people arriving now were all important figures rarely seen in everyday life. Any one of them could easily crush him with a single finger if he dared to make them do such a humiliating thing. It would be strange if he wasn't retaliated against later. "Mr. Yi, do you really want them all to kneel? Couldn't we give them a little more time? After all, Jin City isn't small, and some people might be late or get stuck in traffic." Bai Huan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke cautiously. Mr. Yi looked at Bai Huan, saying nothing, just staring intently. In less than 2 seconds, all of Bai Huan's cold sweat had poured out, soaking his entire body. He immediately said, "Mr. Yi, please rest assured, I know what to do." Without daring to say another word, Bai Huan immediately got up and began to resolutely carry out Mr. Yi's orders. However, his violently trembling body at this moment proved how terrified he had been just now. Time passed, second by second. For Bai Huan, every second felt like a year. Every second, Bai Huan felt as if he was in agony. Especially since he heard that the Qin family leader had not yet arrived. This big shot hadn't arrived, and there were only a few seconds left. Was he going to make the Qin family leader kneel too? He now only hoped that the Qin family leader would arrive quickly, without wasting any time, otherwise, that joke would truly be enormous. Fortunately, heaven seemed to have heard Bai Huan's prayer. In the last second, the Qin family leader and Duan Ji finally arrived. Bai Huan also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Qin family leader's status was simply too different. And when Duan Ji, seeing his big shot, cautiously followed beside the Qin family leader and honestly stood next to Mr. Yi. Bai Huan knew that today, things had escalated. Compared to others who dared not say anything extra after seeing Mr. Yi, the Qin family leader still spoke cautiously. "Mr. Yi, has something happened? If there's anything you need me to do, just say the word." It was still the same respect and obedience as during the day, as if the Qin family leader could execute all of Mr. Yi's commands without hesitation. It was nothing like facing a son's murderer, who might even become a father's murderer in the future. Mr. Yi looked at the Qin family leader and said indifferently, "It's nothing major, it's just that I encountered a small matter when I came out today, and it has already been resolved, but I think it's necessary to call everyone over and tell them my thoughts. After all, from today onwards, I am the Southeast King. The underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces is mine, Mr. Yes, to command, so I think I have the right to decide some things, don't I?" The Qin family leader nodded heavily upon hearing this, saying, "Naturally, Mr. Yi, you have the right to make any decision. We will all obey unconditionally." Mr. Yi nodded, looked at the Qin family leader, and smiled. "Then let's wait a bit, there should still be people who haven't arrived." As he spoke, a big shot came running over. Many people present recognized him. This person was also a big shot in the West Province underground world, and he was ruthless, not even giving much face to the Qin family on normal days. Chai Lang was his name in the underground world. And this person was indeed as fierce as a jackal. Bai Huan didn't know Chai Lang, but he knew how miserable his fate would be if he didn't carry out Mr. Yi's orders. So, upon seeing Chai Lang approach, he immediately stepped forward and said with a wry smile, "This big shot, please kneel over there." Chai Lang's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. He looked at the big shots and magnates standing around, pointed to his nose, and said, "I'm going to kneel over there?" What kind of joke is this? Why aren't they kneeling, but only me? Bai Huan actually didn't want him to kneel, but he had to have the right to not make him. This is Mr. Ye's order. He only gave 20 minutes. Anyone who didn't arrive within that time has to kneel there, so, you'd better kneel. Chai Lang's face instantly became ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, I rushed here as soon as I received the order. The journey was long, and there was a lot of traffic. These are all things I can't control. Why, just because I was a few seconds late, do I have to kneel? This isn't fair. As Chai Lang spoke, 2 more big shots arrived. After understanding the situation, they also started saying things like it wasn't fair. In short, it all meant one thing: they were unwilling to kneel on the ground while other big shots stood. This was too humiliating. If everyone knelt together, they could still understand, and no one would mock anyone, but now, they were being made to kneel while others stood, which was a huge loss of face. They couldn't afford to lose this face. And Bai Huan, at this moment, was truly on the verge of tears. He had truly experienced what it meant to have the glory of being one person below, 10,000 people above. Unfortunately, he was only the one executing the orders, not the one issuing them. Therefore, these big shots arguing with him was completely useless. I'm sorry, big shots, this is Mr. Ye's order. I am only responsible for relaying it. Chai Lang took a deep breath upon hearing this, then gritted his teeth and said, even Mr. Yi has to be reasonable. You're just responsible for relaying it, so get out of my way, you dog. I'll go speak with Mr. Yi myself. With that, Chai Lang directly pushed Bai Huan aside and then walked towards Mr. Yi. The other few late big shots hesitated for a moment and then followed along. Mr. Yi had already heard the commotion, but he said nothing. It wasn't until Chai Lang walked up to Mr. Yi, putting away his previous arrogance, but still somewhat displeased. Mr. Yi, we didn't intentionally arrive late. We were delayed because of the long distance and traffic making us kneel. For this isn't fair. Mr. Yi slowly raised his head, glanced at Chai Lang, and said indifferently, not fair? Yes, it's not fair. What about it? I gave the order, so you're defying it, are you? Chapter 539, kill them all and everything will be alright. No one expected Mr. Yi to be so direct. It's unfair, but this is my command. Fair or unfair, do you obey or not? Mr. Ye's meaning, upon careful thought, clearly showed he didn't put these people in his eyes. It seemed like he was talking to Chai Lang, but in reality, he was stating his attitude. Chai Lang was very displeased. After all, he was a well-known big shot in Southeast, and he had once commanded the winds and clouds. Now, bowing to Mr. Yi was already unwilling. Mr. Yi, no matter what, should have shown some respect for the wise and condescended to the humble. Otherwise, if things really escalated, would the underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces be so easy to settle? As it turned out, Mr. Yi didn't bother with that at all. Calling so many people over late at night and only giving them 20 minutes, if this wasn't a show of force, then what was? Chai Lang took a deep breath, wanting to get angry, but he didn't have the courage. After all, what Mr. Yi did at the Qin family during the day was still vivid in his mind. However, if he didn't get angry, this feeling was stifling, especially now, with so many people watching him. One wrong move, and he would become a laughingstock. Mr. Yi, I dare not defy your orders. Mr. Yi waved his hand impatiently and said, since you don't dare, then just kneel. Why so much nonsense? These words directly choked Chai Lang half to death. At least, he should have been allowed to finish his sentence. Mr. Yi, I can kneel, but I still want to express my opinion. What you are doing is unfair and inappropriate. We big shots are all people of standing, and each of us controls considerable power. Although you are in charge of this Southeast region now, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to treat us like this? Aren't you afraid of chilling everyone's hearts? Chai Lang's words were clearly a threat. If everyone's hearts were chilled, then no one would listen to Mr. Yi's commands. Chai Lang dared not oppose Mr. Yi alone, but he was pulling all the big shots of the underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces onto the same boat. And precisely at this moment, these big shots all lowered their heads, not speaking, neither admitting nor denying, seemingly acquiescing to Chai Lang's words. It also seemed as if they were all waiting to see what Mr. Yi would do. Did he really dare to chill the hearts of so many big shots in the entire Southeast underground world? If it were anyone else, including the Qin family members, at this moment, they would probably have to carefully consider what to do. However, Mr. Yi never needed to consider so much. The reason he reached this point was not by overthinking, but by genuine strength. Among these big shots in the underground world of the Southeast 5 provinces, were there any who voluntarily pledged allegiance? Were there any with whom he had a good relationship? Were there any whose character even Mr. Yi admired? Perhaps, but at least the person in front of him was definitely not. Trying to force him to compromise in this way, and at the same time, inciting others to stand with him, this idea itself was wrong. If Mr. Yi could be overthrown by threats, then he wouldn't be Mr. Yi. Ruan Hongxiu glanced at Chai Lang, shook her head gently, sighed, and said nothing. There was no need to say anything after just a brief interaction. Ruan Hongxiu already understood what kind of person Mr. Yi was and what he would do, yet these people involved, these people who were miles behind Mr. Yi, did not understand. Mr. Yi glanced at Chai Lang, chuckled, and said, "Chilled hearts? Whose hearts are chilled? I, Mr. Yi, have reached this position today, and it seems I didn't get here by relying on you, so, do I need to curry favor with you?" Upon hearing these words, everyone present shivered. And as he finished speaking, Mr. Yi slowly stood up, looked at Chai Lang, and calmly said, "Since I wasn't raised up by you, do I need to be afraid of chilling your hearts?" I also considered whether I should appease people's hearts since I just took over the East Province underground world. Likewise, some people advised me to do so. After all, I am already the Southeast King in a sense, we are all considered our own people. But do you know how I responded? I just said one sentence: why should I appease people's hearts? Afraid you'll cause trouble? Afraid you'll make a mess? Afraid you won't give me face and make my position as Southeast King unstable? At this point, Mr. Yi burst into laughter. Perhaps you also think this way, feeling that with so many people combined, I should at least give you an explanation. If what happened at the Qin family during the day was to establish authority, then authority has already been established. Next, it's time to give you a sweet treat, right? But, I'm sorry. I have no sweet treats, but I do have a stick. I won't appease hearts those who dare to cause trouble, dare to make a fuss, dare to defy me and cause problems. One word: kill. The word kill was spoken decisively, full of murderous intent, and it seemed to lower the temperature of the scene by more than 10 degrees, making everyone shiver. If killing one doesn't deter them and they still cause trouble, then kill 10. If killing 10 still leaves some defiant people who insist on opposing me, then kill 100. Kill until heads roll and blood flows like a river. Kill until you are all afraid, submit, and dare not cause trouble anymore. Then, there won't be so much trouble, right? Perhaps only those who have experienced it truly know how heavy Mr. Yi's killing intent is. Since Mr. Yi officially emerged, he has only truly appeared in public 3 times. Once, in East Continent, where blood flowed like a river. Once, in Southwest, where he earned a fearless reputation, killing only the strong. And another time, here in Qin City, at the Qin family's stronghold, where heads also rolled. Mr. Yi, along this path, seems to have been accompanied by slaughter and death. Therefore, his reputation is actually very bad. However, Mr. Yi doesn't care. If anyone were to take this murderous rhetoric as Mr. Yi trying to scare them, then they would be greatly mistaken. Mr. Yi looked at the sweating Chai Lang, then swept his gaze over the crowd, and calmly said, "Some people call me a demon, some call me a ghost, and it seems some even call me a butcher. I don't mind, as long as you're happy, anything goes. But don't make me unhappy, because if I become unhappy, people will truly die. Remember, it is you who need to please me and consider my feelings, not I, Mr. Yi, who adapts to you. Have you all understood?" The next second, everyone immediately replied. Understood. Mr. Yi nodded and calmly said, "It's alright, we still have time, but please adapt to me as quickly as possible, otherwise, I'm afraid you will be executed by me before you adapt." At this point, Mr. Yi pointed to the riverside and calmly said, "Didn't you insist on pulling them onto the same boat? Didn't you say it was unfair? Alright, I'll give you this face. I will make them speak well of you." After speaking, Mr. Yi looked at those who arrived late and calmly said, "Earlier, I said those who were late would be punished by kneeling and severing an arm. Now, for the sake of Chai Lang, I will give you face, you only need to kneel, and your arms don't need to be severed. Remember to thank him. Provided he can survive." When they heard the previous words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief,
but when the next sentence came out, everyone looked at Mr. Yi, and Chai Lang's face turned incredibly pale.
What did he mean, provided he can survive? What did Mr. Yi want to do? Chapter 540 I Want Southeast, a brand new look.
Before Chai Lang could speak, Yi Qing stepped forward, grabbed Chai Lang's arm, and with two crack sounds, directly twisted Chai Lang's arm clean off. Neither of his two arms escaped.
Chai Lang immediately let out a blood-curdling scream.
Yi Qing looked at Chai Lang indifferently and said in a deep voice, "What are you screaming for?
Some underground world big shot? You can't even stand this much pain? Aren't you ashamed?"
Hearing Mr. Yi's words, Chai Lang didn't dare to retort a single word. He quickly endured the pain and shut his mouth. Only then did Yi Qing nod, pointing to the bridge, and said calmly, "Without arms, jump down from here. If you can still come back alive, then it means your life is not meant to end, and I won't hold what you did to me today against you.
If you die, then, so be it."
Then, Yi Qing waved his hand and said calmly, "Go." These words truly caught everyone off guard. Yi Qing actually wanted Chai Lang to jump into the river directly, and before jumping, he even specifically twisted Chai Lang's arms. To put it bluntly, let alone twisted arms, even without twisted arms, jumping from such a high place and being directly knocked out by the river water, or breaking bones, was not impossible. Not to mention, Chai Lang no longer had arms to use now. But at this moment, no one pleaded for Chai Lang, and even Chai Lang himself looked at Yi Qing in a daze, wanting to say something, but in the end, he closed his mouth and didn't say a word. Now, they all understood Yi Qing's temper. Do what he tells you to do. Yi Qing would not retract his orders.
Rebuke? Reason? Disobey? That would be easier than just smashing your head against something and dying.
Chai Lang took a deep breath at this moment, appearing more submissive than ever before. "Mr. Yi, since it is your command, I, Chai Lang, have no complaints, only obedience. I hope I can return alive to listen to your teachings.
I'm going."
After speaking, Chai Lang endured the pain in his arms and slowly walked to the edge of the bridge. Looking at the high bridge deck and the dark water, he instinctively felt a sense of fear. However, jumping down might offer a chance of survival, but not jumping meant certain death. Chai Lang gritted his teeth, unable to use his hands. He simply plunged headfirst. Soon, everyone heard the sound of Chai Lang hitting the water. As for whether Chai Lang was directly knocked out or something, no one looked, and no one dared to move. And those big shots who arrived late with Chai Lang, at this moment, not one of them dared to utter a single word of nonsense. They all knelt down obediently beside Green Hair and the others. Yi Qing didn't immediately say anything about what was going on. Instead, he continued to drink beer and eat barbecue at the street stall, as if these big shot magnates didn't exist at all. But the problem was, they not only existed, but they were standing right there, alive and well, and not only that, some were even kneeling. Many people saw the situation here, and the crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, but they were blocked by those on the periphery. Plus, with this kind of display, few people dared to step forward, so, for a time, those ordinary onlookers couldn't see clearly. But even if they couldn't see clearly, they still knew that something big had happened after all. There were too many important figures here today, and someone was bound to recognize them. And the most terrified was undoubtedly the owner of this street stall. This owner had never seen such a scene normally. Just a green hair could make him too scared to resist, let alone now. But he wanted to leave, yet he couldn't. After all, they were all standing at his street stall. Yi Qing looked at the owner as if nothing was wrong and said with a smile, "Boss, the barbecue is good. Get some more lamb skewers, and a few more bottles of beer." After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Ruan Hongxiu and said with a smile, "What do you want to eat?"
"Order whatever you like, it's on me."
Ruan Hongxiu heard this and said with a light laugh, "You're the dignified Southeast King, and you're treating me at a street stall? That's a bit too cheap, I think. No need for a treat, just think more about what I said when you have a chance." Yi Qing smiled and said nothing. And by the time a glass of wine was finished, 10 minutes had passed. More than a dozen big shots were already kneeling beside Green Hair, perhaps all aware of Chai Lang's situation, so not one person dared to show dissatisfaction. Yi Qing sat on the chair, looked at everyone, and said calmly, "I called you here for one thing. Actually, it's not a big deal, and many of you might not take it seriously. However, in my opinion, although this matter isn't big,
it is absolutely not small. Each of you is a big shot. Normally, you wouldn't deliberately pay attention to these small matters, but today, after I've spoken, take it back and treat it as the most important task. I will inspect and conduct unannounced visits from time to time, and I will also send people to check the results of your rectification. If anyone dares to perfunctorily deal with me, the consequences, I don't need to tell you. Consider them yourselves. Qin family leader looked at Yi Qing and said in a deep voice, Mr. Yi, whatever orders you have, just give them. We guarantee that we will do our utmost to complete all the tasks you assign. This attitude was very good. Although he knew the Qin family leader might have other ideas in his heart, Yi Qing didn't care. Yi Qing pointed at Green Hair and the others and said calmly, Today, I took a break, thinking of coming out at night to relax, and I walked here. Then I wanted to drink some beer and eat some barbecue. Haha, I also come from an ordinary background, so you don't need to find it strange. But it just so happened that I ran into small figures from the bottom like Green Hair. Well, in the underground world, they are considered bottom tier. In front of you big shots, they are also small figures. But, in front of this street stall owner, this Green Hair is indeed a big shot that cannot be provoked. Yi Qing slowly stood up, pointed at the street stall owner, and said in a deep voice, I just want to ask you, is it appropriate for them to work so hard, set up stalls to earn money, support their families, and run small businesses, while still being exploited by people like Green Hair? When I say street stall owner, I don't just mean street stall owners. I also refer to many ordinary people. Those who work hard to make a living. Aren't those people working hard? Forget it, no matter how much I say, you probably won't understand. You'll also think I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, just full of hot air. And I am indeed full of hot air. Do I need to explain so many things to you? I just need to give orders, and you just need to execute them. As he spoke, Yi Qing himself began to frown, feeling annoyed. He suddenly realized that no matter how much he explained or how clearly he spoke, it wouldn't matter to these big shots, nor would it evoke empathy. They only feared him. So, they just needed to accept his commands. Yi Qing looked at the many big shots and said coldly, Now, I announce the order. Remember, it is a mandatory order. I want all cities in the entire southeast to be completely transformed according to my command. Whoever dares to be perfunctory and does not execute the order properly, will die. You know my temper. I mean what I say. Whoever dares to feign compliance while acting in opposition, from the smallest to the highest, will all be killed. If you don't believe me, then use your own heads and try it out. Chapter 541. Be nicer to ordinary people, be even nicer. Just as Yi Qing thought, when he spoke about ordinary people like the street vendor, these big shots, while showing no change in expression, were mostly surprised and puzzled, and even had a hint of reluctance in their hearts. They felt that Yi Qing was truly making a mountain out of a molehill, and had too much time on his hands. If you're idle, why bother with the affairs of ordinary people? There are so many ordinary people, can you manage them all? Yi Qing had anticipated their thoughts, which was why he didn't bother to explain further. They had become accustomed to being high and mighty, only enjoying their own wealth and luxury, so why would they care about the lives of others? But today, Yi Qing was going to make them care, make them manage. From now on, command all your subordinates, if you find anyone bullying ordinary people or ordinary merchants for no reason, for the first offense, cut off a hand as a warning. For the second offense, kill them directly. I don't care about protection fees, bullying, or anything like that. Your people, your territory, you deal with it yourselves. Once I find out, you know the consequences. Did you all understand? All the big shots present bowed and accepted the order. At this moment, they absolutely dared not go against Yi Qing. Even though they had countless things they wanted to say in their hearts, they didn't have the courage to say anything at this moment. Just then, Chai Lang, completely soaked, walked over cautiously, utterly exhausted, his arm crippled, having been thrown from the bridge. He should have been dead without a doubt, but Chai Lang was still alive, showing how strong his physical quality and will to survive were. Yi Qing glanced at Chai Lang and said indifferently, Since you survived, it means heaven doesn't want you to die from now on. Be a good person as for my orders, others will tell you. After speaking, Yi Qing waved his hand and said faintly, You may all leave, don't disturb me here. At Yi Qing's command, these big shots dared not delay for a second and quickly left, including Green Hair and his group, who had also been taken away. This area returned to tranquility.
But no one dared to disturb Yi Qing here. Ruan Hongxiu looked at Yi Qing, clapped her hands lightly, and said, Yi Qing, what you said and what you did surprised me, but it also touched me a little. You're right, many people climb up from the bottom, but once they reach a high position and gain benefits, they don't acknowledge their past and don't care about the lives of ordinary people. For these people, their enjoyment is the most important thing. Even distinguishing themselves from ordinary people, and bullying ordinary people, can give them a sense of satisfaction. Those who have been rained on, not only do not hold an umbrella for others when it rains, but instead, they become even worse, which is indeed hateful. But, Yi Qing, this is not about one person or a group of people, nor is it about one city or even one place. You can speak up for them today and change things in the southeast, but what about other places? You can't change it, and you might even be secretly accused of seeking fame and being impractical. Your reputation and actions might make many people dislike you. Haven't you considered that? Is it really worth it? Ruan Hongxiu's question was not without reason. In anyone's eyes, what Yi Qing was doing was purely a joke, a thankless task, and for the sake of some ordinary people, he was forcing the big shots under him, which was not worth it at all. Most importantly, Yi Qing wouldn't receive any thanks. Those ordinary people who benefited would only think that those small hooligans suddenly had a change of heart who would thank Yi Qing. But, if Yi Qing thought it was worth it, that was enough. Looking at Ruan Hongxiu, Yi Qing chuckled, whether it's worth it depends on personal feeling. At least I think it's worth it, and that's enough. Of course, as you said, the area I can manage is only so big. I can't manage the whole world, nor do I intend to manage the whole world, but, within my capabilities, I will do as much as I can. At least, a clear conscience is enough. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Ruan Hongxiu raised her wineglass and chuckled, good, just for that one phrase, a clear conscience. Yi Qing, you are indeed different from others. I didn't come here for nothing today. Although you don't call me sister and don't help me attend the class reunion, I don't blame you, and I understand you. It's my honor to know you. The Nine Kings Council, and the underground world, need fresh blood for change. Yi Qing, I look forward to you officially joining the Nine Kings Council and changing the entire underground world of Dragon Country. After speaking, Ruan Hongxiu drank it all, then stood up, looked at Yi Qing, and smiled. Today, I won't bother you anymore. I'll be staying in Qin City for a few more days. If you need my help with anything, just ask. Just for your unwavering initial intention to do something for ordinary people, I will definitely help you if I can. After speaking, Ruan Hongxiu left directly with Bai Xiao. Yi Qing, looking at Ruan Hongxiu's back, chuckled lightly, and said nothing. It wasn't that Yi Qing didn't trust people, it was just that he didn't know Ruan Hongxiu, and Ruan Hongxiu seemed to pose no threat to him, even being very kind to him, which made Yi Qing a bit unaccustomed. In this underground world, one could no longer judge a person by feeling as before. That would lead to great losses. And it would be fine if Yi Qing suffered a loss alone, but now, he was not just one person, behind him stood many, many people. When only Yi Qing was left at the street stall, Yi Qing paid the bill and left with him there. The boss didn't even dare to do business. Moreover, he didn't want to be watched like a monkey. At this moment, Red Eyes and Pajun had already received the news and were waiting in a car by the roadside. There was no way around it. Yi Qing had created such a huge commotion that it was hard for them not to hear about it. However, since Yi Qing hadn't called them, they didn't dare to come over easily and disrupt Yi Qing's plan. After Yi Qing got into the commercial vehicle, Red Eyes looked at Yi Qing and asked, Mr. Yi, do you need us to do anything else? Yi Qing shook his head and said, no need to do anything next, we'll see what they do. At this point, Yi Qing looked at Pajun and asked, Pajun, do you know Queen Hongxiu? He didn't ask Red Eyes because he knew it would be useless. Red Eyes couldn't possibly know Queen Hongxiu, but Pajun was different. He had always been in Dragon Country, so he might have some understanding. Pajun was stunned and looked at Yi Qing, saying, Mr. Yi, why would you suddenly bring up Queen Hongxiu? Is she an enemy? Yi Qing shook his head and chuckled. Enemy is not the right word, it's just that she is also in Qin City right now, and just now, we were both drinking at a roadside stall. She approached me herself. She doesn't seem to have any ill intentions, but the thoughts of these important figures are not so easy to guess. It's always good to understand more. Upon hearing that Ruan Hongxiu was in Qin City and had already met Yi Qing, Pajun and Red Eyes immediately became nervous. It was no joke, they had to be nervous. That was Ruan Hongxiu, the only woman among the 9 kings. Similarly, she was also the only woman among the dragon ranking experts. Who would dare to underestimate such a person?
That would be asking for trouble. Chapter 542 You look like her brother. Pajun looked at Mr. Yi and said in a deep voice, Mr. Yi, could you elaborate on what happened between you and Ruan Hongxiu? This is very important, because this woman is not just extraordinary, but extremely extraordinary. In her early 30s, she rose step by step to the third position on the dragon ranking by her own ability, and at the same time, she was able to establish Hongxiu Pavilion, becoming the information queen in a short period of time, and firmly securing her position among the 9 kings. Every single one of these points proves that Ruan Hongxiu is not simple. She is extremely not simple. Even what she says and what she does, I believe, are all purposeful. Someone like her would not come to Qin City without reason, let alone to find you. Pei-jun's solemn expression was understandable. To become the third on the dragon ranking, one of the 9 kings, and a young and beautiful woman at that, this in itself was already a miracle. However, only those who truly understood Ruan Hongxiu would know that the miracle she created far surpassed what was rumored. In fact, to put it bluntly, the stir Yi Qing is causing now is not as big as the stir Ruan Hongxiu caused back then. Yi Qing did not hide anything. He immediately told Pajun everything about his conversation with Ruan Hongxiu and his own thoughts. He also needed others to help him analyze what Ruan Hongxiu's true purpose was. Meanwhile, Red Eyes became somewhat excited, looking at Mr. Yi and saying, Mr. Yi, you said Ruan Hongxiu wants to acknowledge you as her younger brother? You didn't agree? That's a bit of a pity. After all, she's so beautiful, so powerful, and controls a strong intelligence network. At a time like this, if Ruan Hongxiu were by your side helping you, your future dangers would be greatly reduced. It wasn't that Red Eyes was weak or wanted to live off a woman, but in his opinion, even if Ruan Hongxiu truly had some ulterior motive for Mr. Yi, that would be a matter for later. At the very least, if she wanted Mr. Yi to do something for her, she would first need to ensure Mr. Yi was alive, and also ensure Mr. Yi secured his position among the 9 kings. That means Ruan Hongxiu would not stand by and watch Mr. Yi get into trouble. Old Qin and the Ku family joining forces, with at least 4 strong individuals from the dragon ranking about to encircle and kill Mr. Yi. This was the most critical matter at hand. However, with Ruan Hongxiu's intervention, this danger would be greatly reduced. No matter how he looked at it, Red Eyes felt that Mr. Yi should agree. Mr. Yi looked at Red Eyes, but did not speak. Instead, he looked at Pajun and said, What are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Pajun softly said, Mr. Yi, I don't know if Ruan Hongxiu has any other intentions towards you, but I did hear something, a very secret matter, which I stumbled upon by chance. Perhaps it might be helpful to you. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi gestured for Pajun to speak. Pajun thought for a moment and said, Ruan Hongxiu came from a humble background. Legend has it that her parents died early, and she lived with her younger brother, dependent on each other, and her younger brother's name was Ruan Cheng. Ruan Cheng? Yi Qing? Both have the character Qing in their names. It's impossible that she developed a good impression of Mr. Yi just because of that. That would be too illogical to say. However, Mr. Yi said nothing, and continued to listen to Pajun. Ruan Cheng was a few years younger than Ruan Hongxiu. It is said that he was intelligent, ambitious, and extremely kind. Unfortunately, he eventually died. There are various rumors about how he died, but whether they are credible, I don't know. However, after Ruan Qing died, Ruan Hongxiu seemed to become a different person. A girl who was originally very ordinary suddenly worked hard, and she seized every opportunity she encountered, step by step, which led to today's Queen Hongxiu. However, legend says that she misses this younger brother day and night, and her feelings have never changed. Mr. Yi, your name and Ruan Qing's name both have the character Qing, and your ages are similar plus some reasons we don't know. I think that although Ruan Hongxiu hasn't taken you for Ruan Qing, she has been influenced by these factors to some extent. At the very least, I think she genuinely wants you to call her older sister. It truly was intricate and bizarre, making it hard to believe. However, sometimes, the truth is very complex, but other times, the truth is often very simple, so simple that it's hard to believe. Yi Qing carefully recalled Ruan Hongxiu's gaze at him at that time. Now, hearing Pajun say this, he finally understood. Pajun, what you said makes sense. Before, I didn't know this situation, so I felt something was off, but now that I think about it, Ruan Hongxiu probably truly has a feeling of looking at a younger brother towards me. Of course, to say she has no other motives at all, I wouldn't believe that either. Alright, no matter what, at least for now, even if she's not a friend, at least she's not an enemy.
Let's not talk about this anymore, she's a pitiful person after all. Indeed, thinking about it carefully, Ruan Hongxiu was indeed a pitiful person even though she was now high above, becoming one of the 9 kings and the third on the god ranking. The path she walked, how much difficulty and pain it contained, was not something outsiders could know. But, it certainly wasn't easy. Mr. Yi, actually, if you're not busy recently and have time, accompanying her to a class reunion isn't a bad thing after all. If she's not an enemy and could become a friend, even just getting to know her better or helping with a small favor is acceptable. Especially, according to her statement, this class reunion is probably somewhat hurtful to her. She has never participated before, but this time she actively came to Qin City to attend this class reunion. Mr. Yi, she came for you. After Pajun finished speaking, Mr. Yi fell into silence. Meanwhile, Red Eye slightly frowned and said, Ruan Hongxiu is already revered as Queen Hongxiu. To put it bluntly, there are few people in the underground world of Dragon Country, or even the entire Dragon Country, whose status can compare to hers. Why would such an existence be afraid to attend some class reunion? Those classmates should all be scrambling to curry favor with her even if they don't know Ruan Hongxiu's identity and want to bully her. As long as Ruan Hongxiu is willing, killing them all would be an easy matter. I can't understand what she's struggling with. What Red Eyes couldn't understand, many people couldn't understand. However, everyone has their own privacy. Your inability to understand doesn't mean it's impossible. Pajun looked at Red Eyes and shook his head, saying, we don't know Ruan Hongxiu's thoughts, but since she is like this, she must have her reasons. At this point, Pajun looked at Mr. Yi and said, Mr. Yi, perhaps you really should give it serious consideration. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi nodded and said, she is indeed good to me, at least it seems that way for now. Perhaps she truly saw Ruan Qing's shadow in me, but no matter what, I must appreciate this kindness. The encirclement and killing of me by 4 strong individuals from the dragon ranking, at least for now, it can be confirmed that there are 4 people who will encircle and kill me. Perhaps, even more, who knows? When Mr. Yi mentioned this matter, his eyes showed no fear, and of course, no excitement either. After all, it concerned life and death, and Mr. Yi could not treat it as a trivial matter with indifference. And while Mr. Yi's expression was calm, Pejun and Red Eyes could not remain calm. Those were, after all, for strong individuals from the dragon ranking, not just any ago so many strong individuals encircling and killing Mr. Yi. To put it bluntly, if he had no trump cards or no one to help him, Mr. Yi's situation would not be 1 in 10 chance of survival, but rather, certain death. Chapter 543 A Party I Don't Want to Attend. Yi Qing's convoy quickly returned to the resort hotel. From beginning to end, Yi Qing showed no sign of displeasure, even though he already knew he was in danger, that many powerful individuals wanted to kill him, and that he even felt there was no solution. This still did not affect Yi Qing's current composure. Upon arriving at his villa, Yi Qing had Pajun and Red Eyes leave, and he himself intended to rest. In the past few days, Yi Qing had no intention of dealing with anyone else or continuing to establish his authority, he just wanted to quietly rest for a few days. At this time, Ruan Hongxiu had also arrived at the hotel where she was staying in Qin City. In the hotel room, Ruan Hongxiu wore a pure white bathrobe, half reclining on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine, looking very languid, but within this languor, there was a fatal beauty. Bai Xiao sat beside Ruan Hongxiu, looking at Ruan Hongxiu, and said with some dissatisfaction, Master, isn't this Yi Qing a bit too unappreciative? You have already shown such initiative to befriend him. If it were anyone else, they would be practically kneeling on the ground kowtowing to you, but he, on the other hand, not only doesn't appreciate it but even dares to refuse you. Calling you older sister, that's something countless people dream of. This Yi Qing must be crazy, crazy. Bai Xiao did not have any ill will towards Yi Qing, even though her identity was ultimately seen through by Yi Qing. In reality, Yi Qing did not do anything to her, not even saying a few harsh words. Moreover, the things Yi Qing did and the orders he issued in the end, although many people would find them inexplicable and unreasonable, Bai Xiao felt that Yi Qing was very responsible, and it was good, very good. Good. Therefore, her good impression of Yi Qing increased, at least, in Bai Xiao's opinion. If there were a few more such magnates, then the underground world of Dragon Country would truly change its atmosphere. Unfortunately, there was only Yi Qing, such a person.
Ruan Hongxiu looked at Bai Xiao, whose mouth was pouting in anger, and chuckled, shaking her head. Yi Qing is not unappreciative, he is just not familiar with me and fears that I might have a conspiracy against him. After all, everyone knows his current situation is very bad, and he knows it himself, so being a little cautious is no problem. Not blindly accepting things that fall from the sky is actually a good thing, that way, many troubles can be avoided. Furthermore, Bai Xiao, he is the dignified Southeast King, someone who can directly kill 2 dragon-ranking strong individuals by himself. Do you think he needs to curry favor with me? That's what she said, and that's the logic, but Bai Xiao still felt annoyed for Ruan Hongxiu. At least, others didn't know, but Bai Xiao did. Ruan Hongxiu had no intention of harming Yi Qing at all, yet Yi Qing judged a gentleman by his own mean standards, which was simply infuriating. But master, what he did, not to mention whether it wasted your painstaking efforts, just his attitude towards you, I can't stand it anyway, he doesn't know what's good for him. Speaking of this, Bai Xiao looked at Ruan Hongxiu with some concern and said, other things aside, what's wrong with accompanying you to a class reunion? It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh, everyone knows there won't be any danger, why is Yi Qing so unappreciative? The main thing is, now that he has refused this matter, what will you do? Can you decline and not go? A class reunion, all former ordinary classmates, even after so many years, they have all become successful, wealthy, and powerful, but no matter how rich or powerful, could they possibly have a higher status than Ruan Hongxiu? Obviously, it was impossible. Because in the entire dragon country, as long as Ruan Hongxiu wished, there were genuinely few people who dared to disrespect her. However, Bai Xiao did not say these words but frowned and asked if she could not go. Clearly, she knew some of the situation, at least, she was somewhat aware of Ruan Hongxiu's thoughts regarding this class reunion. Ruan Hongxiu sighed and shook her head. It's also my fault for being too confident at the time, truly thinking Yi Qing would agree to me, so I didn't think much and agreed right away after all. It's been so many years, they've been inviting me, and it's not appropriate for me to keep refusing. As a result, I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Forget it. Let's not talk about it, there are still a few days left. At worst, I'll just go to this class reunion. It's nothing more than watching them show off and question and mock me, thinking about it carefully, after all these years, I've long been accustomed to being high above, experiencing being bullied might not necessarily be a bad thing. It sounded good, but who wants to be bullied? Bai Xiao gritted her teeth and said, Master, what right do your classmates have to mock you? If you wanted to, you could deal with all of them in minutes, you are just too kind-hearted. Ruan Hongxiu heard this, shook her head slightly, and said, let's not talk about it, these few days are a rare time for me to relax, I've been too busy all this time, it's hard to find some free time, so let's not think too much. Alright, I'm tired and need to rest, you go back too. Bai Xiao nodded when she heard this, said nothing more, and was about to leave. As Bai Xiao was about to exit, Ruan Hongxiu thought for a moment and said, oh, right, from now on, Hongxiu Pavilion's resources will be heavily tilted, especially concerning Yi Qing, and those who want to deal with Yi Qing I want to know every single detail. When Bai Xiao heard this, she still felt a bit indignant, thinking that Ruan Hongxiu was too good to Yi Qing, but she still accepted the order and left. And Ruan Hongxiu, looking at the neon lights outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window, sighed softly, it's been so many years, perhaps it really is time to see my old classmates. The night passed without incident. The events in Qin City quickly spread throughout the southeast, and even the entire underground world of Dragon Country. In particular, Yi Qing's display of power at the Qin family main camp, and his subsequent announcement of an order targeting ordinary people that evening, caused a huge uproar. How the Southeast 5 provinces underground world reacted was one thing, but on the surface, people scoffed, thinking Yi Qing was simply joking, and full of hot air. However, no one said anything, that was all. Everyone was waiting to see how long Yi Qing could live, and how many days he could remain in the position of Southeast King. Old Qin and Ke family head had already met at this point in time. Next, it would be about calling friends and solving Yi Qing. As soon as Yi Qing died, then the Southeast would still be the Southeast, the Qin family's Southeast. The things Yi Qing had stirred up would naturally just be a joke. It was not surprising that no one was optimistic about Yi Qing. After all, the situation Yi Qing was currently facing was one of certain death. And Yi Qing himself knew this. However, this did not affect Yi Qing's relaxation in Qin City these past few days. But, there was one other person who knew this, and that was Bairuorowal. At this moment, Bairuorowal had already been taken to the border by Mandala, and had been thoroughly informed about Yi Qing and his current predicament. Chapter 544, Eating Bugs is Nothing. In a primeval forest somewhere on the border. Mandala held a few insects in her hand and handed them to Bairuorowal without changing her expression. The grotesque-looking insects almost made Bairuorowal vomit. Her entire body broke out in goosebumps, and she turned pale with fright. No matter what, Bairuorowal was a girl, and most girls would turn pale with fright even if they encountered a cockroach or a mouse, let alone an insect that looked 10 times more disgusting and terrifying than a cockroach. "You, what are you doing?" Bairuorowal trembled violently, even her voice quivered. Just one look sent cold sweat running down her entire body. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Mandala's mouth, and then, right in front of Bairuorowal, she directly ate the insects in her hand raw. "It will take at least 3 more days to get out of this primeval forest, and you haven't eaten anything for a day. If you want to leave alive, you must first maintain your physical strength and replenish your nutrition. If you don't eat these, what do you want to eat? Bairuorowal, don't forget, from the moment you decided to leave with me, you were no longer the pampered young lady you once were. I told you that." At this moment, Bairuorowal was about to go crazy. Sometimes, there are things one would rather die than try. For example, the insects Mandala just ate. If Bairuorowal had to eat them, she would rather die, feeling that death might even be easier. And this was definitely the thought most people would have. That innate fear would overcome everything. Bairuorowal looked at Mandala and shouted, somewhat collapsing, "But you only said it would be hard, tiring, and very uncomfortable. You never said anything about eating insects. And, they're such disgusting insects. Mandala, are you doing this on purpose? Don't tell me there's nothing else to eat besides insects, and no other way to go besides this primeval forest. Mandala, you're deliberately messing with me, you must be." Mandala looked at Bairuorowal and showed a slight smile. The once stunning and gentle Bairuorowal was now disheveled, her hair messy, her clothes dirty, and her eyes, besides madness, held only despair and collapse. Anyone who saw Bairuorowal would probably not dare to believe it. Mandala felt a great sense of accomplishment in tormenting such a gentle beauty until she was almost insane. However, she dared not, and would not, truly let Bairuorowal die. A dead Bairuorowal, while still having some value, obviously did not meet the expectations of those above her. Mandala did not want to be buried with Bairuorowal. "That's right, I am deliberately messing with you." Mandala leaned leisurely against a large tree and sat down, looking at Bairuorowal with a sneer. "I have plenty of comfortable ways to take you away, but I chose this most arduous path. And, from the moment we entered the primeval forest, I didn't bring any water or food. You say I'm messing with you, and you're not wrong. But I want to ask you, Bairuorowal, am I, Mandala, not suffering with you? Did I not eat the insects? Or did I not drink the dirty water? Everything I asked you to do, I did myself. Have I done anything wrong to you? On the contrary, are you still a bit unclear about the situation? Have you forgotten why you came with me? Yi Qing, you don't want to save him anymore? According to my information, in at most a month, or even less than a month, Yi Qing will face a desperate situation, and he will surely die. Do you want to save him? Of course, if you want to collect his corpse then, that's fine too. It's none of my business anyway. Mandala's words left Bairuorowal with nowhere to vent her anger. She agreed to Mandala's terms and left with her because Mandala said she had a way to make her not a burden, and even help Yi Qing. At least, in this desperate situation, as long as Bairuorowal listened to Mandala in everything, there was a high probability that she could help Yi Qing, at least giving him more chances to survive. In such a desperate situation where death was almost certain, even a sliver of hope was extremely precious, and Bairuorowal could not give up. Bairuorowal looked at Mandala, her face extremely pale. But what does this have to do with eating insects? Mandala, can eating insects make me stronger? Eating insects, drinking dirty water, and even more disgusting things, besides being disgusting, what else are they good for? Mandala sighed, slowly stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, looked at Bairuorowal, and sighed, saying, "They're useless. They won't make you stronger, they'll just disgust you." These words made Bairuorowal's face turn ashen, and she felt even more that Mandala was deliberately bullying her.
However, Mandala's next sentence left Ruoro with no anger to vent. But, if eating insects, or drinking dirty water, or even other more disgusting, harder to accept, and more painful things, can allow you to live well in the days to come, do you think becoming strong is really that simple? If you can't even do such a small thing, how can you be sure you can become strong? If you can't endure this, what else can you endure in the future? Of course, if there were enough time, then it wouldn't be impossible for you to slowly become strong, but are you sure you still have time? Ruoro, I won't waste words with you, I'll just tell you a fact: if you eat these insects, you'll increase your chances of becoming stronger, and Yi Qing will also increase his chances of surviving. But if you don't eat them, if you can't even do this, then don't talk about love or anything, you should leave early and wait to collect Yi Qing's corpse. Just as she spoke, a beast's roar reached Mandala and Ruoro's ears. Then, a huge black bear emerged from the side, its hungry eyes extremely chilling. Ruoro's face instantly changed drastically. This was a huge black bear, one paw could directly swat her to death. But at this moment, the black bear appeared right behind Mandala, and Mandala seemed not to have noticed it. Mandala, be careful, run, run. There's a bear, a black bear. Mandala looked at Ruoro with an indifferent expression, then slowly turned around, looked at the black bear roaring at her, and then extended her soft, boneless palm, striking the black bear heavily with a single blow. Then, an incredible scene unfolded. That seemingly soft palm actually sent the black bear tumbling to the ground, breathing more out than in. It had, in fact, killed the black bear with a single slap. This scene made Ruoro cover her mouth, unable to believe it. Although she had always heard Mandala talk about the strongest world, seeing it with her own eyes was another matter entirely. Such a large black bear just died like that? And Mandala didn't even frown. What kind of power was hidden within that slender body? Ruoro found it somewhat unbelievable. Most importantly, according to Mandala, the people who were going to kill Yi Qing were even stronger than Mandala. Mandala herself would certainly die in such a situation. In that case, Ruoro now had some understanding of the dangers Yi Qing would have to face. Seeing Ruoro's stunned expression, Mandala spoke indifferently, if you don't want to eat insects, then don't we a bear paw to eat instead. However, at this moment, Ruoro seemed to have made a certain decision. She walked up to Mandala and gritted her teeth, is it true that if I don't eat these insects, I won't be able to save Yi Qing, I won't be able to become stronger? Mandala looked at Ruoro and said indifferently, in a sense, yes. Chapter 545. She will be completely changed. If you don't eat bugs, you can't become stronger. This was a theory that simply didn't hold water, yet at this moment, Ruoro had no choice. Whether Mandala was deliberately tormenting her, or if there truly was such a possibility, Ruoro had to obey Mandala's command, no matter how unwilling she was, no matter how afraid she was, so afraid that she would rather die. She had no choice. As long as there was even a sliver of a chance for Yi Qing to survive, she wanted to fight for it. Ruoro said no more. After seeing Mandala's strength, she understood that unless this was power gained over a long period of time, otherwise, to achieve it quickly in a short time, it would probably really require unimaginable effort and pain. Walking in front of Mandala, Ruoro's body trembled violently, but she still suppressed her nausea and the urge to turn and run from the ground. She tremblingly picked up a few still wriggling, black bugs that almost made her despair. Ruoro didn't know how she picked up these bugs at this moment. All the hairs on her body stood on end. She even felt that even if she immediately threw these bugs away, she would want to cut off this hand, this arm. But she couldn't. Mandala fell silent, saying nothing, just quietly watching Ruoro. She had thought that Ruoro might be able to do this, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. In Mandala's mind, it would take 3 days for Ruoro to understand everything. Perhaps it was for survival, or perhaps for something else. In short, Ruoro might eat these bugs, but most likely, she still wouldn't. This was something she had investigated. She was also a woman, and she understood women best. But at this moment, she was still surprised. From the moment Ruoro picked up the bugs, Ruoro's determination was already firmer than she had imagined. Ruoro looked at Mandala, saying nothing, nor needing to say anything, and was about to put the bugs into her mouth. Those lively, jumping bugs, those terrifyingly grotesque, disgusting, and horrifying bugs, had already made Bai Ruoro almost faint. The fact that she could remain conscious was due to her strong willpower and determination. Just as Bai Ruoro was about to put the bugs into her mouth, Mandala finally sighed softly and spoke. Actually, you don't have to eat them after all. Yi Qing is almost certainly going to die. Why bother? I admit, I intended to deliberately torment you, and I also wanted to use this method to see if you would give up, but I didn't lie to you. Eating the bugs, overcoming your own heart, and giving up everything is indeed useful, but there's really no need for it. Bai Ruoro's body stiffened upon hearing this, but then she showed a bitter smile, looked at Mandala, and whispered, "It doesn't matter anymore. I just have one question for you. After eating this bug, can I truly gain stronger power and help Yi Qing more? Can I give Yi Qing a greater chance of survival?" Mandala was silent for a moment, then nodded lightly and said, "You can. However, if you truly choose this path, eating the bugs is just the first step. Your future will lose so much. Even your voice, your appearance, your skin, everything about you, might become unrecognizable. You might turn into another person, or even a monster. Bai Ruoro, can you accept this? Bai Ruoro will completely disappear. Even if Yi Qing sees you, he won't recognize you. Even if he recognizes you, he will feel disgusted and want to vomit, and he will never be with you again. Do you truly wish to see this outcome? You can choose not to eat this bug. You can gain power. You can increase Yi Qing's chances of survival. Perhaps he will still die, but you will have done your best to help him. That is the best choice. So, I advise you to think it through. Is it truly worth it? Losing everything, even being unrecognized when you meet, being disliked, being disgusted? Is it truly worth it? At this moment, Bai Ruoro revealed a brilliant smile, as if she had already decided everything and accepted everything. Mandala, I just have one question for you. Is it true that as long as I eat this bug, I can do my utmost to save Yi Qing, and it will give Yi Qing much more vitality than not eating it? You just need to tell me yes or no. Mandala nodded, just as she was about to say something. Bai Ruoro directly swallowed the lively, jumping bug in one gulp. Her already pale face was now not just pale, but also covered in sweat. Her hands were clutched to her abdomen, enduring intense pain. But Bai Ruoro was smiling. So, I can save him, can't I? So, as you said, if I eat this bug and choose this path, it will greatly increase his vitality, but at the same time, I will be disfigured, perhaps even incredibly ugly, making me unrecognizable, right? Alright, I understand. Mandala, please wait for me a moment. My stomach hurts now, just let me adapt for a bit, then we can go. After saying that, Bai Ruoro said no more. Instead, she lay directly on the ground, clutching her stomach, rolling in pain. Yet she didn't say a word, didn't utter a sound. It seemed she wanted to prove in this way that she could do it. For Yi Qing, nothing was impossible. As long as Yi Qing could survive. What did it matter if he didn't recognize her? Let him be disgusted, let him not recognize her, as long as he could live, that was enough. Mandala stood still, watching Bai Ruoro stubbornly rolling on the ground, and sighed softly. Is love truly that great? Can't love be given up at any time? Even if it's heartbreaking during a breakup, time will erase everything. You can always find someone else to heal the wounds, and you won't die just because someone leaves. Bai Ruoro, why do you bother? Why do you suffer so much? However, at this moment, Bai Ruoro could no longer answer Mandala's questions, because she had already fainted from the pain. Mandala shook her head, directly picked up Bai Ruoro, and without saying anything, walked step by step into the depths of the primeval forest. And at this moment, she knew better than anyone that with every step she took, Bai Ruoro moved further and further away from her former life. Until the moment she left the primeval forest, Bai Ruoro would undergo even more brutal torment. From that point on, perhaps there would no longer be a Bai Ruoro in this world. She really wanted to know, would Bai Ruoro regret it? However, at this moment, she knew nothing. Meanwhile, on an island thousands of miles away, Guxian and Bai Wu, seeing this scene on the monitor, both fell silent. Chapter 546. I'm waiting for you. Bai Ruoro's choice was something neither Bai Wu nor Guxian had expected. In their opinion, perhaps some women could overcome this mental hurdle, but Bai Ruoro shouldn't, especially when she clearly hadn't reached a point of despair. She definitely shouldn't have. Yet, she did exactly that, and it was merely to give Yi Qing a bit more chance at survival, which completely surprised them.
Bai Wu looked at Gu Xian, sighed, and said, "Is this fun? Is this the outcome you wanted to see? Tell me, is it meaningful to play with a girl like this?" Gu Xian shook his head slightly upon hearing this, and said in a deep voice, "I didn't play with her, everything Mandala said was true.
Before I found Bai Ruoro, she already had 3 paths. The first path, if she didn't follow Mandala, she would be used as a sacrifice. I wouldn't care about her life or death, I would just need her to lure Yi Qing into a trap, and that would be enough. The second path, she follows Mandala, but she can choose an easier path. She would get some power as she wished, which could indeed help Yi Qing, but its effect might not be significant. Yi Qing would still be in a situation of certain death. The last path is now, she will lose everything, her voice, her appearance, her figure, her skin, absolutely everything. She will become hideous, almost like a living demon, never seeing the light of day again, only able to walk in darkness, but she will gain even greater power strong enough to turn Yi Qing's certain death into a 1 in 10 chance of survival. So, I didn't play with her, nor did I deceive her. I just didn't expect her to actually choose this."
After Gu Xian finished speaking, he fell silent.
It seemed that Bai Ruoro's choice itself was somewhat unexpected to him. Or perhaps, Bai Ruoro's choice was within his expectations, but when he saw this choice, he still felt a certain melancholy that others didn't know about. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Bai Wu became enraged.
Gu Xian was too ruthless.
If using Bai Ruoro to plot against Yi Qing could still be excused, then what about turning the beautiful Bai Ruoro into an ugly, unpresentable state? Manipulating people's hearts shouldn't be like this. However, looking at Gu Xian's somewhat melancholic expression at that moment, Bai Wu seemed to realize something, and he actually calmed his rage, instead letting out a long sigh.
"Gu Xian, there is still true affection in this world, at least. Bai Ruoro isn't she?
Although I don't know what method you will use, I hope you consider carefully. Do you really want such a woman to never see the light of day again from now on? If Bai Ruoro truly became the way Gu Xian described, then what difference would there be between Bai Ruoro and never seeing the light of day? The relationship between Bai Ruoro and Yi Qing would also become impossible to speak of from then on.
Aren't you going to use Bai Ruoro to test Yi Qing's feelings, or even make other plans?
So I still want to advise you, think twice. Otherwise, you might feel relieved now, but ultimately, you will regret it."
Hearing Bai Wu say this, Gu Xian chuckled lightly and said, "Master, you're overthinking. Isn't this actually the best way to test feelings?"
Whether he recognizes her or not, every moment in the future is full of anticipation. What's more, I'm doing this for Yi Qing's good, and also for Bai Ruoro's good. Yi Qing has gained a chance to survive, changing from a certain death situation to having a way out, and Bai Ruoro has also realized her wish. Isn't that good? As for the side effects like Bai Ruoro's ugliness, those are their problems, not mine.
Master, there's no need to bring this up again. You can't influence anything anymore, just watch. Aren't you looking forward to it?
At this point, Gu Xian burst into laughter, seemingly extremely excited about the future meeting between Bai Ruoro and Yi Qing. Bai Wu looked at Gu Xian, and after a moment of silence, said, "Gu Xian, no matter the outcome, it will be fine."
"I don't know anything, and I can't predict anything, but I know one thing, you will be disappointed."
Gu Xian heard this, sighed softly, and chuckled, "Is that so? I also hope I'll be disappointed. Well, let's see if I will be disappointed after all."
"Oh, right, Master, you also saw that Yi Qing is very naive to issue that order in the southeast, and even at this point, still caring about ordinary people instead of his own power and status, willing to offend many powerful figures to do thankless tasks. Shouldn't you be more worried about him?"
Of course, it doesn't matter anyway, does it? Ruan Hongxiu told Yi Qing that at least 4 dragon-ranking powerhouses were confirmed to ambush him, but I can tell you now that there will actually be 6 dragon-ranking powerhouses taking action, and more than 20 tiger-ranking powerhouses will also strike. What you should be more concerned about now is whether Yi Qing can even survive. At these words, Bai Wu's expression completely changed.
Ruan Hongxiu and Yi Qing's conversation could be hidden from others, but not from Gu Xian. Gu Xian's power was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. A person who could possess the Dharma idol and even claim to be the only true God-possessed power that ordinary people simply couldn't imagine.
Gu Xian reaching this point was by no means arrogance, but rather, it was due to his strength. Ruan Hongxiu said at least 4, and Gu Xian said it was already confirmed to be 6 dragon-ranking powerhouses, so the final number of dragon-ranking powerhouses ambushing Yi Qing would definitely be 6, no more, no less.
Because Gu Xian wouldn't allow it.
Bai Wu immediately stood up upon hearing this, looked at Gu Xian, and said, he will survive.
Because if he doesn't survive, then both his drama with Bai Ruoruo and your subsequent plans will fall through. Gu Xian, I can't influence your choices, but I believe Yi Qing will definitely survive.
Don't ask me to watch such things with you again in the future, you are very lonely. But you clearly don't have to be lonely.
Do what you must, it's still not too late. This is the last time I, as your master, will advise you with a master's thoughts. Don't continue to be so deluded.
With that, Bai Wu left. Since inviting Bai Wu to the island, Gu Xian had never restricted Bai Wu's movements after all. No matter where Bai Wu went on this small island, Gu Xian would know. Gu Xian had also never made things difficult for Bai Wu, except for whenever he found something interesting and asked Bai Wu to watch things about Yi Qing with him. Other than that, he was almost completely free.
Gu Xian looked at Bai Wu's retreating figure, chuckled lightly, and said, is it still not too late? Even if it's not too late, it's meaningless. Lonely? He, master, isn't loneliness good?
A god, the only god, a lofty deity looking down on the world, should inherently be lonely. At this point, Gu Xian's face suddenly turned pale, and then he coughed violently a few times. Immediately, Gu Xian took out a handkerchief, and blood actually flowed onto the handkerchief. But the next second, Gu Xian looked at the blood, his expression changed, and his eyes became sinister. A blood-red flame burned fiercely, and the white, blood-stained handkerchief turned to ashes in the flames, as if nothing had existed.
And Gu Xian closed his eyes, lay back in his chair, and whispered, I'm running out of time, so, Yi Qing, don't disappoint me. I'm waiting for you. Chapter 547 Mysterious Man. East Province, Jiang City. Bai Weiwei hadn't slept well for a day and a night. Ruoruo had left, and it was the kind of departure that seemed normal but was actually completely abnormal. It was false to say she wasn't worried. And at this moment, sitting next to Ruoruo were none other than Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji. Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji had been reporting to Ruoruo every day since making their decision, so they also understood the situation and were now completely bewildered. Ruoruo left? Then what about them? Weiwei, what exactly happened? What was the situation like then? Why did Ruoruo leave? And she said she would be gone for a long time. How long is this long time exactly? Lin Ji, she couldn't help but ask. Bai Weiwei glared at Lin Ji and said, ask, you've asked many times already. How should I know? When my sister left, she just told me she was leaving temporarily and not to worry, she would be back after a while, but she wouldn't say where she was going or what she was doing. It's driving me crazy. Updates are not easy, remember to share 101 Kenshukum. Gao Qingyue looked at Bai Weiwei, frowned slightly, and said, Weiwei, think carefully, are you sure Ruoruo wasn't forced to leave? Then, is it possible she went to look for Yi Qing? After all, to say she was threatened and taken away is a bit unbelievable. The old her might have been, but the current her clearly knows Yi Qing can help her solve all her troubles. Since she had the chance to say goodbye to you alone, she had the chance to voice her difficulties, but she didn't, so it's impossible that she's in danger. Let's not worry for now. Indeed, Ruoruo now trusted Yi Qing 100%. She dared not repeat past mistakes. Moreover, if she needed help, Ruoruo had plenty of opportunities, but she didn't. She just told them not to worry, which clearly meant she left willingly. It was just baffling why she left. Bai Weiwei thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, my sister couldn't have gone to look for Yi Qing. Yi Qing's home is in Jiang City. If she really missed Yi Qing, waiting here would be the simplest method. There's no need to leave. And she definitely didn't encounter any danger. When she left, she also said not to tell Yi Qing, not to worry if Yi Qing came back and asked. She even told me to tell Yi Qing that my sister was temporarily traveling or something, in short, to keep it from Yi Qing so he wouldn't worry. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore since my sister did this and there's no danger. I won't overthink it. She'll come back when she's done. After speaking, Bai Weiwei looked at Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji with some displeasure and said, "You've been here for 2 days. I've already told you my sister isn't here. Now you believe me, right? Alright, go. My sister isn't here, and there's no one for you to put on an act for. Don't come again, you're annoying to look at." Bai Weiwei now had no good feelings for Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji and began to get up and drive them away. When Lin Ji wanted to say something, Gao Qingyue shook her head, then got up, looked at Lin Ji, and smiled. "Alright, since Ruorua isn't in danger, we won't worry about anything. Okay, then for this period, we won't bother you. However, if Ruorua comes back, please let us know." After speaking, Gao Qingyue pulled Lin Ji and left the Bai family home. After they left, Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue and frowned. "Qingyue, you can tell Bai Weiwei wasn't telling the truth. At least, she's hiding something from us." Gao Qingyue nodded and said, "Yes, I can tell, but so what? Bai Weiwei clearly won't tell us the truth, so if we keep asking, the result will be the same. Therefore, there's no need to waste time. As for Ruorua, we don't need to bother looking for her. We are just ordinary people now, even less than ordinary people. We won't find her." Lin Ji nodded upon hearing this, but hesitated to speak. "Whether Ruorua disappears or not, I don't really care. It would be best if she disappeared forever. But, Qingyue, aren't we still supposed to be using Ruorua right now? If she suddenly disappears like this, won't we lose the opportunity to interact with Yi Qing?" At this point, Gao Qingyue also sighed. She was still hoping to perform well in front of Ruorua so that Yi Qing would notice. Although she had been seen once before, it wasn't enough, far from enough. It's not necessarily that there's no chance at all. Everything has pros and cons. If we use it well, it might just be an opportunity. Yi Qing has already seen our changes. What we need to do now is to continue this change until Yi Qing can fully see and believe it. Yi Qing hasn't returned yet, so for now, let's not talk about anything else. Once Yi Qing returns, we can use Ruorua's departure as an opportunity to interact with Yi Qing. If we're lucky, this might even be an opportunity to have more contact with Yi Qing. Gao Qingyue was now risking everything to change her fate. Her mind was constantly working, never stopping. She wanted to restore her former glory, and Yi Qing was an insurmountable obstacle. She had to win over Yi Qing. Only by winning over Yi Qing could she gain everything. Just as Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji were whispering, applause rang out. Then, a young man in his 20s, looking somewhat sinister, walked up to Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji. Moreover, this young man was eating a lollipop, looking like he didn't care about anything. "Excellent, excellent. To change your fate, you've really gone all out, resorting to every possible means. But are you sure this will really work? Will Yi Qing change his mind and accept you again? Gao Qingyue, are you sure you won't be disappointed, and even end up annoying Yi Qing, leading to a worse outcome?" At this point, the young man bowed slightly, smiling very gentlemanly. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself to the two beautiful ladies. My name is Hongchen." Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji were startled. Although they were whispering by the roadside, just now, there was clearly no one here. And it was even less possible for anyone to overhear them. But how did Hongchen suddenly appear? They hadn't seen Hongchen's figure at all, yet he just appeared out of nowhere, and he had heard what they said, and even directly called out Gao Qingyue and Yi Qing's names. This was clearly intentional targeting. Gao Qingyue immediately became nervous. She now had a natural sensitivity to such people. "Who are you? Did Yi Qing send you?" "Don't misunderstand, we didn't intend to scheme against Yi Qing. We were just casually whispering. It's not serious." Chapter 548 The Mysterious Red Dust. Hearing Gao Qingyue's nervous words, Red Eyes took a bite of his lollipop and laughed. "Beauty, you're overthinking it. I'm not Yi Qing's man. As for whether you're plotting against Yi Qing, it actually has nothing to do with me. As for why I've come to see you, it's not for anything bad." At this point, Red Eyes stared at Gao Qingyue with his deep eyes and softly said, "Gao Qingyue, your wish is to stand high, enjoy the admiring gazes of the world, and possess endless wealth and power, isn't that right? Tell me, do you want these things?" It must be said that at this moment, Red Eyes was like a devil enticing people to fall, tempting their hearts. His gaze was so sincere that it made one feel reluctant to lie. But Gao Qingyue still immediately shook her head and firmly said, "No, I've already experienced all of that. Now I just want a simple life. I want to be a good person. I just want to gain the forgiveness of Bai Ruoro and Yi Qing, and that's all."
Her words were so righteous and awe-inspiring that anyone who didn't know Gao Qingyue might actually be deceived by her. But Red Eyes wouldn't be. Looking at Gao Qingyue, Red Eyes laughed and said, "It seems you don't trust me, but that's understandable. If you trusted me completely and told me everything the moment we met, then it would be boring. However, I'm not your enemy. If anything, Yi Qing and I might be enemies, so the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? We can be considered friends. Come on, let's shake hands. Let me reintroduce myself. Red Eyes, you can just call me Red Eyes." As he spoke, Red Eyes put the lollipop in his mouth, then extended his right hand, expressing his goodwill. However, both Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji looked at Red Eyes with full vigilance, and it was even more impossible for them to extend their hands. Red Eyes shrugged, withdrew his hand, and chuckled, "Not going to be friends? That's fine too anyway, as long as our ultimate goal can be achieved, that's all that matters. It's okay, Gao Qingyue, I'm just bored, so I decided to show up and meet you. I have no other intentions or plans, so you don't need to worry about anything. Alright, since you're unwilling to tell the truth, then so be it, let's talk another day." With that, Red Eyes waved his hand and was about to turn and leave. However, just as Red Eyes turned, Gao Qingyue, for some reason, suddenly frowned and called out to him. "Red Eyes, you're called Red Eyes, right? I want to ask you, if I were willing to tell the truth, what would happen? You keep saying you're Yi Qing's enemy, and you should know a bit about Yi Qing, but if you know anything about Yi Qing, you should know how unwise it is to be his enemy. That's a death wish." Hearing Gao Qingyue's words, Red Eyes smiled, turned back, looked at Gao Qingyue, and said, "Still unwilling, aren't you? But what I say now is meaningless, isn't it? Just do what you want according to your own ideas. When you truly despair, I will appear." "Oh, if you still have any value then, hee hee." At this point, Red Eyes turned back, walked in front of Gao Qingyue, and chuckled, "How do you know I'm seeking death? Yi Qing might indeed be very powerful, but who told you that I'm very weak? What's more, I have people behind me, ha ha ha. Gao Qingyue, I don't mind telling you a fact. Yi Qing is currently facing a life and death predicament. You'd better pray that he can survive, otherwise, how will you carry out your plan?" "Alright, I won't say more. I just had a whim to meet you. Other than that, there's nothing else." With that, Red Eyes turned around directly this time, not saying another word, and left immediately. Watching Red Eyes' back, Gao Qingyue's brows furrowed even tighter. Lin Ji couldn't hold back and directly said, "Qingyue, who is that person? His words are incoherent, and he seems a bit crazy." "Crazy? That's really not necessarily true." Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "Lin Ji, whether we speak or act from now on, we must be even more careful." At this point, Gao Qingyue glanced around, clearly a place where there was no one, but at this moment, Gao Qingyue felt as if countless eyes were staring at her, making her feel utterly insecure. "Although I don't know what their purpose is, whether they are Yi Qing's people testing us, or Yi Qing's enemies, we can't contend with them. Damn it, we're too weak, really too weak. This feeling is too unbearable." It was indeed unbearable. It was a feeling of not having control over one's own destiny, with everything held tightly in someone else's hands. This feeling was extremely unbearable. Lin Ji nodded heavily and suddenly said, "Qingyue, if he really is Yi Qing's enemy and said you have value, then what if you had told the truth just now? Would we have really missed a huge opportunity?" Gao Qingyue heard this, shook her head, and didn't feel much disappointment. Perhaps, but what if it wasn't an opportunity to soar, but an opportunity to die instead? "Lin Ji, don't think so much. Let's continue doing things our way at this time. We can't make even one wrong move, one wrong step, and we'll truly fall into an abyss. Moreover, compared to now, I'm more curious about what he meant by Yi Qing's death trap." Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth, a flash of anger in her eyes, and said, "Yi Qing cannot die. He absolutely cannot die. If he dies, we'll never be able to turn our lives around." Lin Ji heard this, nodded heavily, and said, "Don't worry, Qingyue, how could Yi Qing die? He's been through so much, and every time he's turned danger into safety, ultimately surprising everyone. This time will be no exception. But for now, it's not about Yi Qing's problem. Let's go back and discuss what to do next. Just as you said, Bairuora's disappearance might become a breakthrough for us to get closer to Yi Qing. It might even turn a bad thing into a good thing." Gao Qingyue heard this and immediately left quickly with Lin Ji. On this street, Gao Qingyue truly felt no sense of security at all now. At this time, Yi Qing did not know that Bai Ruoro and Gao Qingyue were both being targeted, and that they would both be used against him. At this time, Yi Qing was truly resting in Qin City. He had been too tired recently, so he wanted to relax properly. And the many people watching him, seeing that Yi Qing had indeed ignored everything for the past few days, as if he was truly just sightseeing and relaxing, still dared not let their guard down. After all, Yi Qing now gave them the feeling of being erratic and having a strange personality. 1 second he could be smiling and talking to you, and the next, he might just cut you down with a knife. He was terrifying. 5 days passed. In these 5 days, Yi Qing rested very comfortably. No one disturbed him, and there were no other worries. It wasn't that Yi Qing didn't know about the impending danger, it was just that, for now, knowing wouldn't help, so he might as well rest well. Just like before a major exam, one always needs to calm down and recuperate to perform better. And at this time, except for Red Eyes who remained by Yi Qing's side, everyone else had already left. Chapter 549. Help the Queen. Dusk was falling. Yi Qing sat quietly on a chair on the resort hotel's lawn, watching the sunset, silently lost in thought. Red Eyes, at this moment, sat beside Yi Qing, hesitant to speak, as if wanting to say something but not daring to. Finally, Yi Qing spoke with a sigh. Red Eyes, aren't you feeling awkward like this? If you have something to say, just say it. I've seen you holding it in for days, you must be about to burst. Upon hearing this, Red Eyes immediately forced a bitter smile and said, Mr. Yi, I've really been holding it in for days. Boss Pujuan said you're very tired and need a good rest. I, too, agree with that, so I didn't want to bother you with any worries. However, I can't not say it. The situation is urgent. Just tell me one thing, facing the impending ambush, do you really have confidence? Yi Qing could act as if nothing was wrong about the imminent deadly trap, but Red Eyes could not. It was no joke. Wan Hongxiu herself confirmed that at least 4 dragon ranking experts would make a move. This was a deadly trap. It would be strange if Red Eyes wasn't anxious. Seeing Red Eyes' anxious look, Yi Qing smiled. Everyone thought he was in a desperate situation, with almost no way to recover. Even if he had a trump card, could he really deal with 4 dragon ranking experts? That seemed a bit like a fool's dream. Sure enough, even his closest subordinate was getting anxious. I'm not confident after all. Those are 4 dragon ranking experts. They're not pushovers. Any other person probably wouldn't dare to claim certain victory, and neither can I. Upon hearing Yi Qing's reply, even though Red Eyes had expected it, he still felt it shouldn't be this way. Red Eyes looked at Yi Qing and said in a deep voice, then why did you send Boss Pujuan away? Now, among your subordinates, Boss Pujuan is the strongest. His strength as a half-step dragon ranking expert has almost fully entered the dragon ranking. He can be considered a dragon ranking expert. With him and me by your side, I wouldn't dare say we could turn the tide of battle for you, but at least we could help you tie down 1 dragon ranking expert. Of course, Nangongyu doesn't count. Letting her leave is the best thing. That little girl has a rebellious streak. She looks obedient now, but if she gets a chance, I'm afraid she'll stab you in the back and take your life instead. When Nangongyu was mentioned, Red Eyes didn't show any hatred, but letting Nangongyu stay by Yi Qing's side at such a critical moment, not only did Red Eyes find it inappropriate, but no one would find it appropriate. That deep hatred was no joke. But Pujuan was different. Yi Qing looked at Red Eyes and chuckled. If you can think of it, won't others think of it? So, whether it's Pujuan or Nangongyu, or even you, even if you all stay by my side to face the enemy with me, in the end, I will still be the one fighting. Red Eyes, don't forget, if they can dispatch 4 dragon ranking experts, then the number of tiger ranking experts will probably not be less than 10. Yi Qing's words stunned Red Eyes. He had only thought of dragon ranking experts, but he had forgotten that if others could find 4 dragon ranking experts, then there would likely be even more tiger ranking experts. At this, Red Eyes' face grew even more unsightly. It was better not to talk about it. The more they talked, the more critical the situation seemed, extremely critical. Mr. Yi, is there no other way? Can't you just avoid their trap? It's not easy for them to gather so many people to ambush you, and it's impossible for them to have time at any moment. So, if you can miss the timing, the danger might decrease. Yi Qing looked at Red Eyes and chuckled. What you said isn't without reason, but it's treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Moreover, you might be underestimating them too much. Since they've decided to ambush me, they will definitely make thorough preparations. So, by then, it won't be a matter of whether I want to go or not, but rather, I will have no choice but to go. What's more, don't forget, I, the Southeast King, am still a pseudo-king as long as old Qin doesn't die, or doesn't personally admit defeat and relinquish the title of Southeast King. The Nine Kings Council won't discuss my matter, so, for emotional, logical, public, and private reasons, I have no choice but to go. Red Eyes could not refute Yi Qing's words, because they were all facts. After a moment of silence, Red Eyes' eyes lit up and he said, "There's also Wind Dragon is also a dragon ranking expert who can help you if he were here. Your pressure would be greatly reduced." Mr. Yi, have you contacted Wind Dragon? In this situation, they can't just stand by, can they? After all, when you made your move back then, they are somewhat responsible. Wind Dragon's strength was beyond doubt. Although he was poisoned, his strength would quickly recover after detoxification and recuperation, and with Wind Dragon's help, things would be much better. Yi Qing patted Red Eyes' shoulder and chuckled, "Alright, you don't need to worry about these things. We will have a time to talk with Wind Dragon, but for now, let him rest and recover from his injuries. Moreover, while I'm not confident I can win, I also didn't say I would definitely die. Red Eyes, I'm not being arrogant, but the fact is, if they want to kill me, they must be prepared to pay a heavy price." At this point, Yi Qing sighed and said, "Alright, just let me relax for a few days. Perhaps my easy days are numbered. Don't overthink it, and don't bother me with such matters. Let's go, accompany me for a stroll. The night scenery of Qin City is quite good." Seeing Yi Qing like this, Red Eyes had no choice but to obey and prepare to leave with Yi Qing. However, at this moment, someone came to report that a woman, who introduced herself as Bai Xiao, wished to see Yi Qing. Yi Qing frowned slightly upon hearing this and said, "Bai Xiao, isn't that Queen Ruan Hongxiu's personal maid? Instead of staying with Ruan Hongxiu, she's come all the way here to see me. Alright, let her in." Soon, Bai Xiao arrived before Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at Bai Xiao and smiled, "Miss Bai Xiao, we meet again." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao bowed slightly to Yi Qing and said, "I apologize for my offense last time, Southeast King, please forgive me." Yi Qing smiled, shook his head, and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine, I'm not that narrow-minded, but I wonder, Miss Bai Xiao, why have you come to see me today? Or is Queen Ruan Hongxiu in need of my help?" Hearing this, Bai Xiao took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Yi Qing. "Southeast King, please, help the Queen. Bai Xiao implores you here." Chapter 550. I'll go accompany her. Help the Queen? Help Ruan Hongxiu? This truly made Yi Qing feel bewildered. In the current dragon country, Ruan Hongxiu's status was beyond imagination, and her strength was even more formidable. For such an existence, not provoking others was already a blessing for them. Would anyone dare to provoke Ruan Hongxiu? And it seemed Ruan Hongxiu could even suffer a significant loss? Who could that person be? Bai Xiao's expression didn't seem fake, so it must be true. Bai Xiao, make it clear, what do you mean by help your mistress? Ruan Hongxiu is of such high status and strength, don't think I don't know. Could someone actually provoke her? If so, how significant must that person be? But I don't remember her having such an enemy. Yi Qing's words were reasonable, anyone would think the same. However, the problem lay here. The person who could make Ruan Hongxiu unhappy was not some incredibly important figure. In fact, to people like Yi Qing and Ruan Hongxiu, they were like ants. Yet, precisely such people could sometimes cause harm. Looking at Yi Qing, Bai Xiao sighed and said, "Southeast King, you don't know it's not some important figure causing trouble for my mistress. In fact, they are just ordinary people. Even if they have achieved success, to you and my mistress, they are just ordinary people, not worth mentioning. But the key is that those people are my mistress's classmates, and among them, there is one who was the only person my mistress ever loved, and also the only person who ever hurt her. It's not easy to update, remember to share 101 Kenshukum." At this point, Bai Xiao seemed to hesitate, as if it involved a secret Ruan Hongxiu didn't want to talk about. And Yi Qing, in fact, already understood when he heard this much. Indeed, if it involved old friends and old lovers, then it really was somewhat unclear and hard to explain. At this moment, Red Eyes frowned and said, "Bai Xiao, Ruan Hongxiu is not someone who is soft-hearted. Even if they are former classmates and friends who don't know her identity, if they dare to provoke her, would she spare them?"
Not to mention, there's even the man who hurt her. Shouldn't she severely deal with them to vent her anger? Anyone might think this way. This is also human nature. However, everyone's thoughts are different, and their pasts are also different, so things are hard to say. Yi Qing looked at Red Eyes, shook his head, and signaled Red Eyes to stop talking. Bai Xiao, perhaps your mistress has her own unspeakable difficulties, but this kind of thing is very private, and what can I do to help her? She can't bring herself to do it, so I'll step in and kill all these people? Hearing Yi Qing say this, Bai Xiao quickly shook her head and said, No, Southeast King, I don't mean that, nor do I dare to have such a thought. I mean, my mistress hasn't attended a gathering or met these old friends for a very long time, but this time, she came to Qin City for you and agreed to this matter. To be honest, if it weren't for you, my mistress wouldn't have come. Actually, when I first found out, I was very happy, because this is also a knot in my mistress's heart. If it can be resolved, that would be for the best. Her inviting you certainly has her reasons. Perhaps the reason is very simple, she just wants you to accompany her, to let those people know that she is doing well, or perhaps something else. But no matter what, my mistress had no intention of harming you, yet you refused her. At this point, even though Bai Xiao was there to ask Yi Qing for help, her attitude was somewhat displeased, and she felt Ruan Hongxiu was being undervalued. Southeast King, you can actually feel my mistress's goodwill towards you, can't you? She wants to help you, and she has always been helping you. She has no ill intentions towards you. She truly sees you as her younger brother and can't help but want to be a little better to you. And I can understand your guardedness, but please, don't misunderstand my mistress. She truly has no ill intentions towards you whatsoever. If you think my mistress has been decent to you, then for this small favor, it's just a gathering among ordinary people. If possible, you should still go and help my mistress. Looking at Bai Xiao, Yi Qing sighed. Just as Bai Xiao said, Ruan Hongxiu had no intention of harming him, and she was helping him, at least for now. Even if they weren't friends, when such a situation arose and she asked for help, it was just accompanying her to a class reunion. What was there to not go for? Tell me the address, I'll get ready and head over. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao's face immediately lit up with joy. Looking at Yi Qing, she said, Southeast King, you agreed? Yi Qing smiled and said, I happen to be free anyway, and it's time for dinner. Where you eat doesn't matter, does it? Besides, I actually have some things I want to talk about with Ruan Hongxiu, so I'll go see Ruan Hongxiu then. I also want to see who exactly could hurt Ruan Hongxiu's heart. Indeed, the fact that Ruan Hongxiu could still remember this matter after so many years, and even with her current status, didn't want to tell those people, clearly showed that she was still deeply troubled by the past and had been severely hurt in this situation. Yi Qing wasn't particularly curious, but if he could help Ruan Hongxiu resolve this knot in her heart, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Soon, Yi Qing walked out of the hotel. However, Bai Xiao was still stunned, because Yi Qing, in front of her, was wearing ordinary black casual clothes and didn't look very formal. Southeast King, aren't you going to change your clothes? These clothes are too casual. Won't they be unfitting for your status? Yi Qing heard this, looked at the clothes he was wearing, smiled, and said, My clothes should be fine, although they're not as formal as suits. They're not embarrassing. Moreover, do you really think that Ruan Hongxiu and I are the kind of people who need to rely on clothes to save face? I'll just wear these, no need to change. Bai Xiao, don't worry, I'll act according to the situation. If something truly happens that makes your mistress unhappy, I will intervene. After all, I have no reason to indulge them. Of course, I won't make your mistress feel awkward either. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Bai Xiao nodded and said no more. Anyway, as long as Yi Qing was willing to go, that was already very good. Meanwhile, at Qin City Hotel. In a large private room, 20 to 30 people were already seated. These were the old classmates Ruan Hongxiu was going to meet this time. Chapter 551 Class Reunion. After more than 10 years apart, it was already quite difficult to gather 20 or 30 high school classmates for a reunion. After all, everyone was scattered across the country, busy with their own lives. However, for Ruan Hongxiu's high school class reunions, very few people were ever absent. Even if they were far away or genuinely busy, they would try their best to attend. The reason was simple. Among these classmates, there was a very wealthy and prestigious entrepreneur who, in his early 30s, already had a net worth of over 100 million yuan. He organized every class reunion and paid for everything, even arranging tickets and accommodation for his classmates. Unless someone truly couldn't make it, others would give him face. Gradually, more people arrived. By 7 in the evening, there were already over 30 people in the room. This was also roughly the full attendance for this class reunion. A bald man stood by the table, looking at his laughing classmates, and chuckled, everyone, I apologize, but our old class monitor, my boss, Lin Xiaosong, has an important client to entertain, so he will be a little late, please don't mind him. The bald man was clearly a prominent figure. At the very least, he was Lin Xiaosong's trusted confidant and considered a semi-host, so almost everyone showed him respect. Mr. Lin is a busy man, it's already very kind of him to remember to invite us to the reunion every year, how could we mind? That's right, Mr. Lin's busyness is understandable, we also wish we could be as busy as him, but unfortunately, we don't have that fortune. By the way, Baldy, Mr. Lin will be late, but what about Mrs. Lin? What about Xiao Ting? Will she also be late? The bald man smiled and nodded, saying, that's right, Mrs. Lin also went with Mr. Lin to entertain an important client this time, they'll come together later, but they've already arranged for us to start the banquet as soon as everyone arrives, without waiting for them. At this point, the bald man looked at his watch and chuckled, it's almost time, we just need to wait a little longer. At this moment, the others looked at the bald man with confusion and asked, is there anyone else not here yet? In previous years, wasn't it always just us? That's right, Baldy, is there anyone else who hasn't arrived? The bald man had anticipated these expressions, so he immediately smiled and said, I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but now, I won't hide it from you anymore this time, an old classmate of ours will also be attending this reunion, ha! To be honest, let alone you, even I almost forgot about this old classmate's existence after all, it's been so many years, and she has never appeared before, but this time, she's coming. These words made everyone else frown, thinking hard, but they couldn't recall who it was. Until someone suddenly realized, looked at the bald man, and said, you're not talking about Ruan Hongxiu, are you? Upon hearing someone mention Ruan Hongxiu, the others gradually remembered. Ruan Hongxiu? No way, she's coming? She has never attended our class reunions, and I've never heard of her contacting anyone privately either. It's been so many years since I last saw Ruan Hongxiu, I wonder if she's still that country bumpkin who dressed so unfashionably. Hearing someone say this, the others also started laughing. In their impression, Ruan Hongxiu was just a terribly unfashionable country bumpkin. She came from a poor family, dressed simply, even wearing patched clothes, and always had 2 braids, looking as rustic as could be. When she was in high school, Ruan Hongxiu was also very introverted and had almost no friends, so everyone's impression of Ruan Hongxiu was not very deep. However, there was one thing that made it impossible for them to forget Ruan Hongxiu, as it was a topic of conversation. That was, Ruan Hongxiu had been with Lin Xiaosong in high school, perhaps not in the true sense of being together, but they were definitely 2 people who had a mutual liking for each other. Especially Ruan Hongxiu, her affection for Lin Xiaosong was almost unconcealed. Because of this, she offended too many people who liked Lin Xiaosong in high school. Everyone thought Ruan Hongxiu was the toad, and Lin Xiaosong was the swan. Ruan Hongxiu couldn't possibly reach yet. Lin Xiaosong, for some unknown reason, took great care of Ruan Hongxiu. Because of this, many people didn't hesitate to target Ruan Hongxiu. However, for some unknown reason, the 2 eventually went their separate ways. Ruan Hongxiu even left school without taking the college entrance examination. Many things were left unresolved. And Lin Xiaosong eventually got together with Jiang Xiaoting. This was what these classmates knew. You're saying, Ruan Hongxiu suddenly appeared, is something wrong? Does she need help? Otherwise, after not seeing or contacting anyone for years, suddenly coming to a class reunion, that's a bit illogical. Someone heard this, nodded, and then chuckled, maybe she still has feelings for the class monitor. It's just a pity that Ruan Hongxiu might have had some competitiveness back then, but now, how can she compare to Xiao Ting? Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Jiang Xiaoting was not just beautiful, although she had never worked and was not employed at Lin Xiaosong's company, she was a prominent figure in Qin City's socialite circle. Her family background was by no means weak, to put it bluntly. Jiang Xiaoting's family had contributed to Lin Xiaosong's current achievements. Without the help of Jiang Xiaoting's family, Lin Xiaosong might have still succeeded, but he definitely wouldn't have achieved so much at this age. Moreover, it was rumored that Jiang Xiaoting's family also had connections with big figures in the underground world. In such circumstances, Lin Xiaosong dared not mess around. Baldy, who invited Ruan Hongxiu? It wasn't Mr. Lin, was it? At this moment, the others also looked at the bald man. The bald man showed a bitter smile and said, "Speaking of which, I have to take the blame for this. Because the person who invited Ruan Hongxiu was none other than me." At this time, the bald man's bitter smile was truly very bitter. Indeed, so much time had passed, and many things should have faded from memory, but in fact, once brought up, they all came rushing back. Especially, Lin Xiaozong seemed to have truly never forgotten Ruan Hongxiu. Others might not know this, but the bald man was well aware. "Baldy, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid Xiao Ting will get angry?" "That's right, Baldy, you're not joking, are you? You invited her? It wasn't Mr. Lin who invited her, and you're just taking the blame, are you?" No one believed the bald man had such courage. If he was truly loyal to Lin Xiaozong and wanted him to meet his old flame, it should have been done secretly, not so openly. Chapter 552. Long time no see. "Baldy, your courage has grown so much that I almost don't recognize you. Baldy, I admire you, it's not easy to still be alive." Baldy looked at everyone and said helplessly, "Then tell me, can you blame me? Although Lin Xiaozong has organized and paid for all these years' class reunions, I've been the one to invite everyone every time, you know that. This year, just like previous years, I posted a message in the group and double-checked with those who couldn't make it, including Ruan Hongxiu. We only chat once a year, and in previous years, she would always refuse. I was just going through the motions. But who would have thought that this year, she actually agreed?" As he spoke, Baldy's face grew more and more helpless and bitter. It was just a normal operation, but the result was something unexpected. She agreed. What do you expect me to do? Tell her not to come? At this point, the others also looked at Baldy with sympathy. It's true, Baldy didn't do anything wrong. Everything was the same as in previous years. Who knew Ruan Hongxiu would suddenly say she'd come? Alright, there's no point in talking about this now, but Baldy, where's Lin Xiaozong? Does he know about this? And Xiao Ting, you couldn't possibly hide it from them, could you? The main thing is their attitude. If they don't care, then it doesn't matter. Everyone looked at Baldy, waiting for his answer. Baldy nodded and said, "The moment I learned Ruan Hongxiu was coming to the reunion, I told Lin Xiaozong." He was silent for a long time but still nodded and didn't say anything. As for Xiao Ting, it was even less possible to hide it from her. I told her about it right away. She seemed indifferent, thought it was fine, and even a little excited. The others nodded when they heard this. That's probably how they would react, but I always feel that today's reunion will likely be more exciting than in previous years. Alright, everyone stop talking. In short, no matter what happens, let's just watch. If there really are some conflicts, everyone knows whose side to stand on, right? The way he said it made it sound as if he was already certain that today's class reunion would not end peacefully. The others nodded one by one, immediately speaking up to express their stance. Of course, we'll stand with Xiao Ting. What is Ruan Hongxiu? Let alone not seeing her for over 10 years, even before, how many people were close to her? Exactly. Regardless of who is right or wrong in this matter, just considering our relationships, we'll definitely stand with Xiao Ting. Although what happened between Ruan Hongxiu and Lin Xiaozong happened many years ago, Xiao Ting must still resent it. Let's see how things go. If necessary, we'll help Xiao Ting deal with Ruan Hongxiu to let her know what she is. Okay, let's do that. Then let's see everyone's performance later. Baldy watched this group of men and women chattering and deciding to help Jiang Xiaoting vent her anger and deal with Ruan Hongxiu. He sighed and didn't say much. Was it really about personal relationships? Nonsense, every single one of them had something to gain. Even if they couldn't gain anything immediately, they all knew that Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Xiaoting were doing well now. What if they needed their help someday? Praising the high and trampling the low, it was just human instinct. Baldy himself was like this, so he couldn't say much. Alright, everyone stop arguing. The main person hasn't even said anything yet, so stop discussing it here. Also, since Ruan Hongxiu is attending the reunion for the first time in so many years, we still need to show her some respect. Don't bully her as soon as she arrives and scare her away. I won't take responsibility for that. As he spoke, Baldy checked the time and said, Ruan Hongxiu should be arriving soon. Everyone, pay attention. And at this moment, Ruan Hongxiu had indeed arrived. She was downstairs at Chin City Hotel. Ruan Hongxiu's attire at this moment was not stunning, in fact, it should be described as very plain. She was dressed much like an ordinary housewife, with her hair in a braid, and even wearing black glasses. However, despite this, if one looked closely, they could still see Ruan Hongxiu's astonishingly beautiful face, but compared to before, it was far, far more ordinary. This might not have been deliberate uglification, but it was definitely a conscious ceiling of her attractiveness. Standing downstairs, looking at the third-floor window of the hotel, Ruan Hongxiu knew that many former classmates were waiting for her there. But it might not be with good intentions. Taking a deep breath, the Red Sleeve Queen, one of the 9 kings of the underground world of Dragon Country, was actually trying to steal herself. Come on, Ruan Hongxiu, it's good to have a resolution after today. If others saw Ruan Hongxiu in this appearance, in this posture, they would probably all drop their jaws. Could this be the Red Sleeve Queen? No one would dare to believe it. Yet, this was precisely the formidable Red Sleeve Queen, Ruan Hongxiu. Entering the hotel, Ruan Hongxiu quickly arrived at the door of the private room. After taking a deep breath, Ruan Hongxiu pushed open the door, and then, the originally noisy room instantly fell silent. Ruan Hongxiu looked at everyone, bowed slightly, and smiled, "Long time no see, I am Ruan Hongxiu." The others all looked at Ruan Hongxiu. They had been wondering what Ruan Hongxiu would be like after all these years, what achievements she would have, whether she was doing well or not. But no matter what, it was impossible that she was still that country bumpkin with old-fashioned clothes from back then, right? However, to their surprise, she was indeed countrified. Although her appearance had changed somewhat, seeming very beautiful, she was too countrified, truly too countrified. Those who were originally hesitant about whether to join in bullying or teasing Ruan Hongxiu, seeing her like this, knew immediately that she must be an ordinary person, and moreover, an ordinary person with no real capabilities. Bullying such a person meant no worries about retaliation, and there would be no reason to ask her for help, so their hearts relaxed. "Ha, Ruan Hongxiu, it really is you. We haven't seen each other in so many years, and you've become more and more beautiful. I'm Baldy. We've been chatting online, and I invited you. Do you remember me?" Ruan Hongxiu nodded gently and said, "I remember you in high school. Your hair was very short, and you liked to be bald. You even actually shaved your head once because of it, which really angered the teacher." Baldy laughed heartily and nodded, "Right? You really do remember. Alright, now that you're here, we're pretty much all here, so we can start. Come, Hongxiu, sit here. You haven't contacted us in over 10 years this time. You're truly a rare guest, and we must take good care of you." Hearing Baldy say this, Ruan Hongxiu smiled and shook her head, saying, "I'm truly sorry for not contacting my classmates for so many years. It was my fault, and I hope everyone isn't angry." And, just after Ruan Hongxiu finished speaking, a woman with curly hair, adorned in gold and silver, walked directly to Ruan Hongxiu's side, looked at her, and said with a lingering tone, "So you know it's your fault. Ruan Hongxiu, do you really look down on us old classmates that much?" Chapter 553, Stranger. After not seeing each other for many years. From the moment Ruan Hongxiu decided to come, she knew this gathering wouldn't be easy to attend. Her classmates, who weren't particularly close friends, probably wouldn't treat her well. Sure enough, she had barely arrived and hadn't even sat down yet when someone pointed a finger at her and launched an attack. Ruan Hongxiu looked at the woman in front of her, adorned with gold and silver, dressed like a noblewoman, and chuckled, "It's you. In long time no see, you're getting more and more beautiful." The woman called Yuan frowned slightly upon hearing this and said, "Ruan Hongxiu, you're much more articulate now than before, unlike how you used to be, silent and withdrawn, as if everyone owed you a few hundred yuan. However, no matter how articulate you are now, it's useless. It's been over 10 years since graduation, and you haven't contacted anyone, nor attended a single class reunion. What? Do you think we old classmates are an embarrassment to you? Then why are you here today? Since you haven't come for so many years, why now? It couldn't be that you're having trouble making ends meet and want to come ask old classmates for help, could it?" As Yuan spoke, she looked at Ruan Hongxiu with disdain, that look of contempt, that genuine disgust from the bottom of her heart. It couldn't be faked. If Ruan Hongxiu had been dressed a bit better, a little less unfashionably, than today, whether it was Yuan or anyone else, they might not have been so aggressive after all. So many years had passed, who could say that Ruan Hongxiu had no abilities at all? They wouldn't go too far with things they didn't understand, but Ruan Hongxiu's attire made it clear to them that she wasn't doing well, so there was no need to be polite. After Yuan finished speaking, she didn't wait for Ruan Hongxiu to offer any defense. Several other women who were close to Yuan also stepped forward, one by one, and started speaking in a sarcastic tone. Yes, Ruan Hongxiu, you suddenly show up now. Don't tell us you just missed us and came to gather us so. That's too fake. Maybe it's not us she's thinking of, but someone else, ha ha ha. Thinking won't help, those who don't understand the situation will suffer. Ruan Hongxiu, are you out of money? Or out of a job? Looking at your attire, life must be tough. Are you here to borrow money? Don't worry, we're all old classmates, we won't be polite, but I didn't bring much money in my bag, just a few hundred yuan, take it, don't despise it. I also have a few hundred yuan in my bag, for old time's sake, I'll give it all to you. It's unclear who started it, but then, these women, one by one, began rummaging through their bags, and indeed, handed a few hundred yuan to Ruan Hongxiu. If this wasn't humiliation, then what was humiliation? Giving a few hundred yuan to a beggar on the street is generosity, but if it's charity given to an old classmate, that's a slap in the face, that's humiliation. Ruan Hongxiu watched this group of people imitating each other, actually starting to take out a few hundred yuan to hand to her, but she didn't get angry, instead, she smiled. It seems you are all very rich, a few hundred yuan is nothing to you, you are all living very well. Ruan Hongxiu looked at the money, didn't take it, and didn't get angry, just smiled and spoke. Meanwhile, Baldy saw that the situation was a bit off and immediately said, Ruan Hongxiu, don't be angry, they're just joking with you. After speaking, Baldy looked at these people and frowned. You should have a limit to your jokes. Ruan Hongxiu hasn't seen us in many years and doesn't know how you've changed. This will make her unhappy. The others, seeing Baldy speak up to protect Ruan Hongxiu, immediately started to laugh, one by one. Baldy, I used to hear people say you had a crush on Ruan Hongxiu, it's not true, is it, huh? Yes, Baldy, you're so protective of women, a hero saving a beauty, but who knows if she has you in her heart. Hearing these people talk more and more absurdly, Baldy's face also darkened. Alright, that's enough, go sit down. President Lin and Xiao Ting will be here soon. Do you want them to see a joke? Upon hearing President Lin's name, these people finally showed some restraint. But one by one, their gazes towards Ruan Hongxiu were still somewhat unfriendly. And within that unfriendliness, there was even a hint of watching a show. If President Lin came alone, then Ruan Hongxiu could still be protected by him and not be bullied. But Xiao Ting also came along, would President Lin still dare to protect her? At that time, it would be good enough if he didn't actively seek trouble to show his loyalty. Ruan Hongxiu, you sit down too. Let's start the banquet. President Lin and the others will arrive soon, and then we'll be pretty much all here. At this point, Baldy whispered, if you really need help with anything, just tell me quietly later if I can help you. I'll do my best. If you need President Lin's help, then don't say anything for now, otherwise, it will be difficult to explain to Xiao Ting. Was Baldy a good person? Not really, after all, he was also considered President Lin's henchman. Without flattery, he wouldn't have reached his current position, but, at least at this moment, he felt some pity for Ruan Hongxiu. Perhaps, what these women just said was true, that Baldy once had a crush on Ruan Hongxiu. Ruan Hongxiu looked at Baldy, nodded gently, and said, then thank you, but aren't you afraid of others being unhappy if you help me like this? And Xiao Ting, I know she married Lin Xiaozong. You work for Lin Xiaozong. If the boss's wife is unhappy, you probably won't have a good life either. These words truly struck a chord with Baldy. Baldy was also helpless. Logically, he shouldn't help Ruan Hongxiu at all, but for some reason, after seeing Ruan Hongxiu, he had a feeling that he wanted to help her. Shaking his head gently, Baldy sighed and said, Ruan Hongxiu, let's not talk about these things. In short, since you're here today, just try to endure as much as you can. It's not like 15 years ago anymore. Everyone has changed. Especially in terms of status and position, the difference is already vast. I think, after so many years, you should also understand that this world is not one where everyone is equal. Ruan Hongxiu nodded and said nothing more, directly sitting down in the chair. At this moment, Lin Xiaozong and Zhang Xiaoting were on their way to the hotel. The two of them sat in the commercial car, dressed dazzlingly.
Lin Xiaozong wore a black suit, with gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, looking handsome and charming as for Jiang Xiaoting. Her figure and appearance could only be described as average. Even with the embellishment of luxurious clothes, she still only looked average, not particularly beautiful, but standing beside Lin Xiaozong, she seemed somewhat mismatched. However, the arrogance in Jiang Xiaoting's eyes made it seem as if she were the most beautiful woman in the world.
Husband, what are you thinking about? You're not thinking about Ruan Hongxiu, are you? Chapter 554, The Illusion of a Loving Couple.
Lin Xiaozong sighed helplessly upon hearing this, then turned to Jiang Xiaoting and said, Xiaoting, why would you think that?
After so many years, you and I are the loving couple. Ruan Hongxiu is already a person of the past, not to mention we haven't seen each other in over 10 years. Does the relationship between us two still need me to explain anything? Lin Xiaozong's words weren't really to declare his loyalty to Jiang Xiaoting. In fact, he truly acted that way.
For over 10 years, he had been exceptionally loving and caring towards Jiang Xiaoting, truly a model husband. Anyone who knew Lin Xiaozong couldn't find a single flaw in this regard. In contrast, Jiang Xiaoting was somewhat headstrong, a bit willful, and even a little arrogant and conceited, often disrespecting Lin Xiaozong and saying things that made people laugh. Yet, because of Jiang Xiaoting's family background, Lin Xiaozong could only tolerate her, whether out of love or fear. And their biggest conflict wasn't due to anything else, but because of a child. That's right, after more than 10 years, they still didn't have a child, which, for any couple, was an insurmountable chasm. Jiang Xiaoting looked at Lin Xiaozong, snorted coldly, and said, "Humph, I knew you wouldn't admit it. But it doesn't matter if you don't admit it later, I'll see if you still dare to show tenderness in front of me. I'm telling you, I don't plan to let Ruan Hongxiu off the hook this time. At the very least, I'll humiliate her thoroughly and let her know what she amounts to.
And you, if you want to prove your feelings for me, you'd better know what to do."
At this moment, Jiang Xiaoting's expression was somewhat distorted, looking fierce and menacing. Lin Xiaozong sighed, looked at Jiang Xiaoting, and said, "We haven't seen Ruan Hongxiu in over 10 years. This is just a normal class reunion. You really don't need to deliberately target her. However, do whatever you want, as long as you're happy. Don't worry, I won't speak up for her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoting raised an eyebrow and glared at Lin Xiaozong, saying, "It's not just about not speaking up for her. I want you to humiliate her.
Ruan Hongxiu hasn't appeared for so many years, and now she suddenly shows up. Is there something I don't know?
But there must be a reason for her to look for you, Lin Xiaozong. If you want to prove you love me, make her completely give up. Do you understand?" Seeing Lin Xiaozong's reluctance,
Jiang Xiaoting sneered, "Don't tell me this and that I only care about your performance, Lin Xiaozong. Don't forget, your company is in trouble right now, and only my father can help you. But if you make me unhappy, my father won't be happy. When your company gets into trouble, don't say I didn't warn you." At this point, Jiang Xiaoting tugged at Lin Xiaozong's splendid clothes and sneered, "Everyone calls you General Manager Lin, giving you plenty of face, especially in front of these old classmates. You're high and mighty, envied by others, but you know what you really are. If you provoke me, I'll directly knock you back to your original form. Do you understand?"
These words were very harsh.
Everyone said they were a loving and enviable couple, but were these the words a loving couple should say? It sounded more like words spoken by enemies.
If Lin Xiaozong had any temper, at this moment, even if he didn't scold Jiang Xiaoting, he should at least express his dissatisfaction. However, Lin Xiaozong only sighed, forced a smile onto his face, and began to coax Jiang Xiaoting. "Xiaoting, I am very clear about how my current glory came to be. Rest assured, I will never forget the great kindness you and your family have shown me. My heart for you, Lin Xiaozong, is witnessed by heaven and earth, and I only love you. Rest assured, Lin Xiaozong will absolutely not betray you, nor will I make you unhappy for some irrelevant woman. I admit that I once had a relationship with Ruan Hongxiu, but that was more than 10 years ago, and I broke up with her for your sake. Back then you should believe me." Jiang Xiaoting looked at Lin Xiaozong's fawning smile, then snorted coldly and said, "The past is the past, and now is now. Who knows if you're getting some crooked ideas now that you're rich?
Anyway, I don't care. I'm just watching your performance today. I want you to thoroughly humiliate Ruan Hongxiu in front of everyone, otherwise, I won't forgive you, Lin Xiaozong. Don't think I'm just scaring you. If you don't believe me, just try it."
As she spoke, the car had already arrived at the entrance of Qin City Hotel.
And Jiang Xiaoting sneered, Lin Xiaozong, you decide what to do. Lin Xiaozong chuckled upon hearing this, got out of the car, and then, holding Jiang Xiaoting's hand below the car, looked incredibly intimate. Xiaoting, don't worry, I won't disappoint you, but you should also put on a better face, don't let people see that you're unhappy. Jiang Xiaoting subtly pinched Lin Xiaozong, but a smile appeared on her face, and she leaned against Lin Xiaozong, presenting a picture of a loving couple. Soon, the two arrived at the private room door. After tidying their clothes and putting on smiles, the two then opened the door and entered the room. Everyone, I'm so sorry, truly sorry I was delayed by some matters and arrived late. I'll definitely penalize myself with a drink later. Lin Xiaozong burst into laughter as soon as he entered, appearing very familiar with everyone present. And after they entered, everyone stood up, each smiling as they looked at Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Xiaoting, showing not the slightest hint of displeasure. Jiang Xiaoting leaned against Lin Xiaozong, looked at the crowd, and chuckled, everyone, many of you haven't been seen in a year, we must have a good couple of drinks later. As they spoke, the two didn't even need to walk to the main seats before they were surrounded by their classmates, who showered them with compliments. It wasn't until a moment later that the pleasantries concluded. At this point, Jiang Xiaoting seemed to finally notice Ruan Hongxiu standing alone nearby, not having joined the crowd. Oh, who is this? Ruan Hongxiu? It's really been a long time, hasn't it been over 10 years? I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime, but I didn't expect, Ruan Hongxiu, you've given us a surprise. To actually appear at our class reunion is truly a surprise, a surprise. As soon as Jiang Xiaoting spoke, everyone else fell silent. Everyone knew that Jiang Xiaoting wouldn't truly say nothing upon seeing Ruan Hongxiu now. They were watching to see Jiang Xiaoting's true attitude towards Ruan Hongxiu, so they could then make appropriate adjustments to cater to Jiang Xiaoting. Ruan Hongxiu, hearing Jiang Xiaoting mention her name, stepped forward and said with a smile, yes, it's been over 10 years this time, it was a sudden whim, I wanted to see my old classmates. I hope I'm not disturbing you all. Jiang Xiaoting laughed heartily upon hearing this, saying, how could you be disturbing us? I'm overjoyed that you could come. I think my husband will be even happier. After speaking, Jiang Xiaoting looked at Lin Xiaozong and said, Xiaozong, Hongxiu is here, why are you standing there stunned? Say hello. Chapter 555, Shameless. Only then did Lin Xiaozong seem to notice Ruan Hongxiu, nodding lightly and saying, long time no see, Ruan Hongxiu, since you're here this time, have a few more drinks and chat well with your classmates. His tone was indifferent, his gaze was indifferent, not too unfamiliar, and without any surprise, as if he had truly just seen an old classmate. However, the more he acted this way, the more it indicated that Lin Xiaozong was hiding, was feigning. It was just that no one else spoke up. And Ruan Hongxiu, looking at Lin Xiaozong, nodded and said, okay, I will. She was equally indifferent, both of them kept it brief. But this was not what Jiang Xiaoting wanted. Jiang Xiaoting looked at Ruan Hongxiu and chuckled, looking at how unfamiliar you two are, after not seeing each other for over 10 years, I thought you'd both be very happy. As it turns out, you're far too calm. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore, please take your seats first. Ruan Hongxiu, you can sit next to me, and we two can chat more. It seemed genuinely intimate, like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, becoming affectionate the moment they met. However, a careful look at Jiang Xiaoting's expression would reveal that Jiang Xiaoting looked down on Ruan Hongxiu from the bottom of her heart. Originally, Jiang Xiaoting had thought Ruan Hongxiu might pose a slight threat to her, but now, dressed like a country bumpkin and looking very poor, did such a person deserve to be her opponent? Perhaps she wouldn't even need to act, she just needed to make Ruan Hongxiu understand that the world now was not the same as their school days over 10 years ago. Those with money and power were the bosses. Everything else was fake. Soon, everyone was seated. Ruan Hongxiu couldn't refuse and sat next to Jiang Xiaoting. Then, the waiters began serving wine and dishes. The table was laden with delicious food. It had to be said that the cost of this table of dishes alone was not cheap. All kinds of fresh seafood were available, dazzling to the eye. The baijiu and red wine they drank were also very expensive. It was no exaggeration to say that a table of dishes could be worth an ordinary person's annual salary. Xiaoting, today's food and drinks are truly abundant. My husband's 3 months of salary wouldn't be enough to afford this table of food and drinks.
Yuan, who had previously been at odds with Ruan Hongxiu, immediately started flattering Jiang Xiaoting.
And at this moment, everyone else also spoke up.
Alright, Yuan, stop showing off. It's already amazing if your husband's 3 months of salary can afford this meal. This table of food and drinks today must be at least 80 to 90,000 yuan, right?
My annual salary might not even be enough. Yes, it's too extravagant, truly too extravagant. Xiaoting, although the preparations were generous in previous years, this year is even better than before. You and President Lin must have made a fortune again, right?
Listening to everyone's flattery, Jiang Xiaoting smiled and said, it's not about making a fortune, but a person's life, after all, should always get better and better. We've been old classmates for so many years, and we only gather once a year. Since you're here, we naturally have to offer the best to entertain you. At this point, Jiang Xiaoting looked at Ruan Hongxiu next to her and quietly said, what's more, this year we have Ruan Hongxiu, an old classmate who hasn't been seen in many years and hasn't contacted us for over 10 years, showing up. How can I not fulfill my duty as a host?
Ruan Hongxiu, what do you think of these dishes? Are you satisfied?
Although they weren't prepared solely for you, you are part of the reason. Ruan Hongxiu heard this, smiled, nodded, and said, Jiang Xiaoting, thank you very much. You've gone to a lot of trouble. She said she had gone to a lot of trouble, but there was no hint of overflowing gratitude, just a calm demeanor, as if it were only natural. Moreover, all these people were very happy to see the table full of food and drinks. Ruan Hongxiu, this country bumpkin, should have been even more excited, but instead, she was the calmest person in the room, which made many people unhappy.
Ruan Hongxiu, is just a thank you enough?
And your thank you is too indifferent, there's no sincerity at all. Yes, Ruan Hongxiu, Xiaoting spent so much money for you and prepared such a lavish spread. Shouldn't you stand up and properly thank Xiaoting? Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoting chuckled and shook her head. Alright, don't make it difficult for Ruan Hongxiu. We're all old classmates, it's only right for me to do these things. Come, Ruan Hongxiu, eat this lobster. It was specially airlifted here. It's not easy to find on ordinary days. Jiang Xiaoting's performance was flawless. Anyone who saw it would think she was very kind to Ruan Hongxiu, and that she truly valued their friendship as classmates. Ruan Hongxiu looked at Jiang Xiaoting, smiled faintly, and thanked her, saying nothing more. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoting raised her glass, looked at Ruan Hongxiu, and said, Hongxiu, old classmates haven't seen each other for so many years. Let's have some drinks. Baijiu is too strong. I think we should drink some red wine. However, at this moment, Ruan Hongxiu chuckled and shook her head. I'm sorry, I don't drink.
You all drink.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present turned their gaze towards Ruan Hongxiu. And Jiang Xiaoting, seemingly not angry, chuckled and said, Hongxiu, our class reunion has a rule, whether you can drink or not, as long as you come, you must drink. Of course, the type of alcohol doesn't matter. If you don't drink white, there's red. If red doesn't work, there are foreign spirits. If that still doesn't work, beer counts. It's impossible not to drink at all. It's fine if you don't drink red wine, Hongxiu, but you can drink something else. You can't possibly not give us old classmates, this much face. Ruan Hongxiu heard this, looked at Jiang Xiaoting, and calmly said, it's not that I can't drink, but today, I don't want to drink. I'm just here to see you old classmates. If I drink too much, I'm afraid of saying the wrong thing or doing the wrong thing, so I'd rather not drink. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Xiaoting's expression immediately became a little unpleasant. Ruan Hongxiu, what you said, I don't understand. What do you mean by saying the wrong thing or doing the wrong thing? What wrong thing could you say? What wrong thing could you do? Or are you saying that the wine I, Jiang Xiaoting, ask you to drink, you can't drink, but if it's someone else's, you can? After speaking, Jiang Xiaoting looked directly at Lin Xiaocong and said, Husband, it seems only you can handle this. Lin Xiaocong heard this, nodded, looked at Ruan Hongxiu, and said indifferently, Ruan Hongxiu, if Xiaoting asks you to drink, then drink. If I remember correctly, your alcohol tolerance isn't bad, so don't make excuses here and make people unhappy. Ruan Hongxiu looked at Lin Xiaocong, the man she had once deeply loved in her memories, and also the man who had hurt her deeply. The Lin Xiaocong in front of her was very unfamiliar. Ruan Hongxiu didn't know how she felt at the moment, but today, this class reunion, although she had mentally prepared herself, still left her somewhat disappointed. I'm
Sorry, I said I don't drink.
Lin Xiaozong, my alcohol tolerance is still good now, but that doesn't mean I have to drink here. Today, I came to see you all, and that's it. I've seen everyone, it's been over 10 years, and I'm very happy to see you all. I won't disturb you any longer, I'll be leaving now. After speaking, Ruan Hongxiu stood up, intending to leave. At this moment, someone finally couldn't hold back and slammed their hand on the table, standing up.
Ruan Hongxiu, are you taking our kindness for granted? Chapter 556, Parting on Bad Terms.
It was Yuan who spoke, the one who had always been at odds with Ruan Hongxiu. This Yuan was Jiang Xiaoting's lackey, and to curry favor with Jiang Xiaoting, she completely disregarded the feelings of others. At this moment, Yuan walked up to Ruan Hongxiu, pointed at Ruan Hongxiu's nose, and cursed, Ruan Hongxiu, if you weren't going to come, then don't. You haven't shown up for over 10 years, and now that you're here, you're leaving without even taking a bite of food. Who are you looking down on? Xiaoting said that because you came today, she specially prepared such a lavish table of delicious dishes. She wants you to have a drink, but you're making excuses, acting ungrateful, and still want to leave? What do you think this place is?
Do you think you can just leave whenever you want?
Believe it or not, without Xiaoting even needing to lift a finger, I'll make sure you can't leave Qin City. Yuan at this moment had the face of a shrew, her threats against Ruan Hongxiu spilling out effortlessly, showing that she was not someone to be trifled with on a regular basis. At this point, the bald man quickly smiled and interjected, Alright, we're all friends and classmates, why say such harsh things? I believe there must be a misunderstanding here. Ruan Hongxiu would never intentionally disrespect anyone. After speaking, the bald man looked at Ruan Hongxiu, gave her a wink, and said, Ruan Hongxiu, you agree, right? But if you can't drink, there's no need to force yourself. No one is pressuring you. Come, go back and sit down. It's rare for us to gather like this. We can't just part on bad terms. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoting's lips curled into a cold sneer, and she said, Bald man, since when did your relationship with Ruan Hongxiu become so good? Haha, I was wondering why Ruan Hongxiu was so bold, so it turns out you're backing her up.
What? Do you see that even though Ruan Hongxiu is a bit rustic now, she still has some charm, and you're feeling a bit itchy inside? Or are you saying that you think Ruan Hongxiu is currently in need of care and help, and you see an opportunity, so you're showing pity and want to win the beauty over? Jiang Xiaoting's words were utterly unpleasant.
Upon hearing these words, the bald man's face turned ashen. However, he couldn't afford to offend Jiang Xiaoting, she was his boss. Oh, Xiaoting, you've misunderstood, you've really misunderstood me. How could I dare to have such thoughts? I just feel that it's not easy for Ruan Hongxiu to attend a class reunion, and it's not easy for everyone to gather together to part on bad terms over such a small matter. No one will be happy. At this moment, Lin Xiaozong frowned slightly, sighed, and said, Alright, stop arguing, look at what a mess this class reunion has become. Ruan Hongxiu, go back and sit down, you're being very impolite. Lin Xiaozong didn't criticize anyone else, he directly challenged Ruan Hongxiu, and with a single phrase, very impolite, he laid everything bare. At this moment, Yuan's lips curled into a cold sneer, and she said, It's more than just impolite, she has absolutely no upbringing. No wonder Ruan Hongxiu is doing so poorly now. She has no common sense, only cares about herself, and doesn't consider other people's feelings. It would be strange if she didn't offend people to death. And at this moment, Jiang Xiaoting suddenly laughed, looking at everyone and saying with a smile, What you're saying isn't right. Perhaps Ruan Hongxiu is high and mighty and never needs to care about anyone else's feelings? Maybe, she's been used to living a life where others cater to her for so many years that she's forgotten she still needs to consider others. These words were clearly teasing, and everyone else also started to laugh.
Ruan Hongxiu high and mighty? Others living their lives catering to her?
If they hadn't seen Ruan Hongxiu before, perhaps there might have been such a possibility, but having seen Ruan Hongxiu, with that outfit, let alone being high and mighty, it seemed even securing basic sustenance would be difficult. However, no one expected that Ruan Hongxiu, at this moment, would look at Jiang Xiaoting and calmly say, You know me? Then, Ruan Hongxiu shook her head and said, You don't know me. If you knew me, you wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. I won't eat this meal out of consideration for the friendship we once shared as classmates. I won't dwell on anything that happened here today, but from now on, there will be no after. After speaking, Ruan Hongxiu was about to leave.
However, before leaving, Wan Hongxiu looked back at Lin Xiaozong and calmly said, "Lin Xiaozong, this time, my main purpose was indeed to see you. I've seen you, and I can only say, I'm very disappointed. You all, take care of yourselves." These words made Lin Xiaozong's face alternate between green and pale. From the moment he saw Wan Hongxiu, his heart had actually been trembling. However, he didn't dare to show it, fearing that Zhang Xiaoting by his side would be displeased. After all, Zhang Xiaoting was his wife, and most importantly, Zhang Xiaoting was the benefactor who brought him his current wealthy life. If he didn't have Zhang Xiaoting, Lin Xiaozong might truly end up sleeping on the streets and begging for food. He had no doubt that in Qin City, Zhang Xiaoting's family had that kind of power. Lin Xiaozong looked at Wan Hongxiu, gritted his teeth, and said, "Wan Hongxiu, what do you mean by that? I, Lin Xiaozong, disappointed you? Ha, that's truly ridiculous. What did I, Lin Xiaozong, do to you to make you so disappointed? We treated you to good food and drink, and not only do you not show respect, but you're also throwing a tantrum here. Did you come this time specifically to cause trouble for us and make everyone unhappy? Go. I think you'd better not go for now. If you can't explain yourself today, even if you leave this hotel, you won't leave Qin City." At this moment, Lin Xiaozong completely disregarded their past friendship and directly threatened Wan Hongxiu. And Zhang Xiaoting burst into laughter, standing happily beside Lin Xiaozong, looking at Wan Hongxiu with a sneer. "Wan Hongxiu, you went to great lengths to come here just to see Xiaozong. As a result, seeing how loving we are, you can't bear it, can you? Looking at your shabby appearance, perhaps you even have something to ask of us. Fine, don't say we don't remember our old classmates' friendship. You're unkind, but we can't be unjust. Come, sit at the table, have a good drink, apologize to everyone, and then tell us what exactly you want from us. If you satisfy us, helping you isn't out of the question. After all, when all is said and done, you're most likely just here to borrow money, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, the others also started to laugh, all believing that Wan Hongxiu had come this time with something to ask for. Of course, it was more likely that she still harbored feelings and had simply come to see Lin Xiaozong. As a result, seeing how loving and happy they were, she felt distressed and thus wanted to leave. This, in their eyes, was the truth. And Wan Hongxiu looked at everyone indifferently, sighed, and shook her head, saying, "Forget it, as classmates, I don't want to argue with you all." Still the same words, "You all, take care of yourselves." After speaking, Wan Hongxiu looked at Lin Xiaozong, and only indifference remained in her eyes. "You're going to make sure I can't leave Qin City, are you? I don't want to bring up the past anymore. Well, let me see how you'll make sure I can't leave Qin City." Then, Wan Hongxiu turned and was about to leave, disregarding any attempts to stop her. And Yuwen and the others, seeing this, immediately rushed forward, intending to grab Wan Hongxiu and prevent her from leaving. They wouldn't tolerate Wan Hongxiu. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaoting's happiness was paramount. However, before they could even touch Wan Hongxiu, the door to the private room had already opened. Yi Cheng appeared before everyone, his face calm. The moment he saw Wan Hongxiu, Yi Cheng revealed a gentle smile. "Sister Hongxiu, I apologize, I'm late." Chapter 557. Sister Hongxiu. Yi Cheng had been there for a few minutes and had heard quite a bit about what was happening in the room. He was also very emotional, thinking that the dignified information queen, Sister Hongxiu, actually had this side to her. No one who saw Wan Hongxiu now would ever mistake her for the high and mighty information queen. The high and mighty Wan Hongxiu was so glorious, so decisive in her actions, and she was also the third strongest on the dragon ranking. To put it bluntly, a single word from her could decide the life and death of countless people. For countless people, meeting Wan Hongxiu was harder than ascending to heaven, let alone daring to anger Wan Hongxiu after meeting her, that would truly be seeking death. In the past few days, Yi Cheng had learned a lot about Wan Hongxiu, and the more he learned, the more he realized how incredibly talented, brilliant, and legendary Wan Hongxiu was to have reached where she was today. He also knew that Wan Hongxiu's temper was not as tolerant and calm as he had initially perceived. In fact, Wan Hongxiu had a very fiery temper. If she didn't want to show face, she wouldn't show face to anyone among the 9 Kings Council. How many people dared to directly point at another king's nose and curse them? But Wan Hongxiu dared to do exactly that, and if others hadn't stopped her, she probably would have dared to draw her sword and attack people on the spot.
Yet, this information queen, whose status was terrifyingly high, whose strength was terrifyingly strong, and whose temper was also terrifyingly explosive, had suffered a belly full of grievances at this class reunion today, yet she had shown no intention of acting until now. Yi Qing felt a pang of heartache just watching her. As for calling her Jia, older sister, knowing Ruan Hongxiu's situation, and knowing that Ruan Hongxiu regarded him as her younger brother and had helped him, a simple Jia was not unwarranted for Yi Qing at this moment. He called it out willingly. At this moment, Ruan Hongxiu also hadn't expected Yi Qing to arrive, and to call out sister Hongxiu so gently. She didn't know why, but the incredibly strong Ruan Hongxiu, perhaps truly feeling wronged in seeing herself as an ordinary person here again, or perhaps thinking of her deceased younger brother, actually had tears welling up in her eyes. You, why are you here? As Ruan Hongxiu said this, she quickly lifted her head, reining in the tears that hadn't yet fallen. She still maintained her pride. Yi Qing looked at Ruan Hongxiu, sighed, and said, knowing that Jia is here, how could I not come? After all, in Qin City, I'm considered the host. I hope my presence here won't disturb you all, as long as Jia isn't unhappy. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at everyone and chuckled, everyone, my presence here won't disturb you, will it? Of course, if you feel it's inconvenient or inappropriate, then I can leave with Sister Hongxiu. Yi Qing's appearance was an unexpected event, but for those present, it was a pleasant surprise, neither too big nor too small. Especially for Jiang Xiaoting, who didn't know Ruan Hongxiu's background, the sudden arrival of someone calling Ruan Hongxiu Jia was just perfect. No disturbance, of course not. Are you Ruan Hongxiu's younger brother? It's good that you came, just in time. Come, let's have a drink together. I just don't know if you're Ruan Hongxiu's biological brother or adopted brother. Don't mind me, but according to what we know, Ruan Hongxiu doesn't seem to have any younger brothers. When Ruan Hongxiu was about to speak, Yi Qing glanced at her, then smiled at everyone and said, I am Sister Hongxiu's adopted brother, but rest assured, there's no difference between us and biological siblings. Today, Sister Hongxiu actually told me early on that she was coming, but I refused to accompany her after all. This is your old classmates' reunion, what would I be doing there? But, after all was said and done, I was still a bit worried, so I came over. I didn't disturb you, did I? As soon as everyone heard this, their eyes immediately lit up, as if they had heard something that interested them, as if they had caught sight of an unspeakable secret between Ruan Hongxiu and Yi Qing. They were all extremely curious. No disturbance, we were just about to drink, and your arrival is perfect. Please, take a seat quickly. The bald man, acting as a peacemaker at this moment, looked at Yi Qing and smiled, sit, we were just waiting for you. All this is a gathering of our own people, the more the merrier. After speaking, the bald man looked at Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Xiaoting and smiled, Hongxiu's younger brother is here, we should give him some face, don't you agree? Lin Xiaozong nodded and said indifferently, alright, no problem. Jiang Xiaoting, on the other hand, smiled and nodded, I thought it was a bit strange for Ruan Hongxiu to come to Qin City alone, so she has an adopted brother. Good, then let's all sit together. It's a good opportunity to have a good chat. After speaking, everyone present returned to their seats. However, everyone's gaze, by coincidence, turned towards Yi Qing and Ruan Hongxiu, and the meaning in their eyes made it difficult not to overthink. It was just that no one dared to say anything for now. After all, they had also noticed that from the moment Yi Qing appeared and called Ruan Hongxiu Jia, Lin Xiaozong's expression seemed a bit off. At this moment, Yi Qing looked at Ruan Hongxiu and chuckled, Sister Hongxiu, then let's not disappoint everyone's good intentions and take our seats. Others didn't know who Yi Qing was and thought he looked easy to bully because of his smile, but Ruan Hongxiu wouldn't think that way. She was the information queen, she probably knew more about Yi Qing's intelligence than Yi Qing himself. In such a smiling demeanor, how many people had Yi Qing killed? Others didn't know, but how could Ruan Hongxiu not know? Yi Qing, these are all my old classmates, don't do anything excessive. Ruan Hongxiu hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly to Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at Ruan Hongxiu and chuckled, are you sure they still count as your old classmates? Of course, I can give you face, and I can save their face out of respect for you, but that doesn't mean they can humiliate me. So, my dear sister Hongxiu, some things that are in the past are in the past. People may seem like the same people, but in reality, they are vastly different. Then, allow me to let nature take its course. Of course, don't worry, I will definitely give you face. As he spoke, Yi Qing had already arrived at the seat and directly sat next to Ruan Hongxiu. As for the original person, he had been squeezed to stand behind. Yi Qing picked up the full wine glass in front of Ruan Hongxiu's seat and chuckled, the wine has already been poured. Then, I will use this glass of wine to welcome everyone to Qin City. To my Yi Qing's territory, I, on behalf of my Jia, toast you all. Chapter 558 Give you a Vice President. A single sentence, welcome to my Yi Qing's territory, immediately stunned everyone present. This statement, if Yi Qing was a Qin City native welcoming guests from afar, could be understood in this manner, though it still sounded a bit arrogant. However, for Yi Qing, what he said was the truth. This place was his territory, the entire southeast 5 provinces were now considered his territory. It was just that sometimes, the truth was not necessarily believed. Yuan looked at Yi Qing and smiled, saying, this Shuage, you really have a big mouth from what you're saying, Qin City is your territory? I don't think Lin Xiaocong and Xiaoting dared to say such a thing. Ruan Hongxiu, your Yan fatty has such a big mouth, aren't you going to rein him in? Ruan Hongxiu chuckled upon hearing this, saying, what my Yan fatty said is the truth, why should I rein him in? This place is his territory. Since Yi Qing arrived, Ruan Hongxiu's entire mental state had changed significantly from before. If Ruan Hongxiu had been quiet, even introverted, in this setting and in front of these people before, then after Yi Qing arrived, Ruan Hongxiu seemed to truly let go of some burdens, and her entire being began to radiate vitality. This was a visible change. And once Ruan Hongxiu's change appeared, even if she was still dressed like a country bumpkin, her entire demeanor seemed to have begun to change. Jiang Xiaoting chuckled at this scene, saying, Yuan, what Yi Qing brother said isn't wrong if he's a Qin City native, it's fine for him to say it's his territory when entertaining guests from out of town. Alright, no need to dwell on these things young people, it's understandable to be a bit arrogant, especially such a handsome Shuage. Yi Qing had always been handsome, tall and good-looking, and his current demeanor was even more charming. Not to mention Jiang Xiaoting, since Yi Qing entered the room, almost every woman present had not taken their eyes off Yi Qing, and some bolder ones were even eager to make a move. And Jiang Xiaoting, seemingly accustomed to being bold, at this moment stared intently at Yi Qing, as if she wanted to devour him. She completely disregarded the fact that Lin Xiaocong was sitting right beside her, as if her husband was just a decoration. The handsome Shuage has spoken. Come, classmates, let's all stand up and raise our glasses together. With Jiang Xiaoting's words, everyone stood up and raised their glasses. Ruan Hongxiu, at this moment, no longer said anything about not drinking, poured herself a glass of wine, and drank it. Lin Xiaocong was extremely annoyed by this scene. Since Yi Qing appeared, Ruan Hongxiu, who didn't drink, was drinking, his wife Jiang Xiaoting's eyes were fixed on Yi Qing, and everyone else was the same, as if Yi Qing was the protagonist here, and he was just a joke. This made Lin Xiaocong very unhappy. Especially Ruan Hongxiu and Jiang Xiaoting's performance, which filled him with hostility towards Yi Qing at this moment. After a glass of wine, everyone sat down, and Lin Xiaocong finally couldn't hold back. Little brother, your name is Yi Qing, right? Are you from Qin City? Your accent doesn't sound like it. Are you making a living in Qin City? I wonder, where are you highly employed? Listening to your tone just now, I'm afraid you're not some unknown nobody, right? Why don't you tell us, let us see, maybe in the future, we'll need your help. Yi Qing looked at Lin Xiaocong and said indifferently, to be honest, I don't have any specific company position or anything, but I can manage a lot of things, and there are many people I can manage. Do you need my help with anything? Considering you and my sister Hongxiu are classmates, if I can give you a hand, I'll consider it. These words almost made Lin Xiaocong die of anger. No specific company position, yet he could manage everything. Why didn't he just say he was unemployed? Lin Xiaocong looked at Yi Qing and sneered, I thought you had some extraordinary background, speaking so arrogantly from the start. Turns out, you're unemployed. Little brother, I'm telling you, it's fine for young people to be arrogant, but they also need to know their limits and distinguish the occasion. Today, you want to show off in front of Ruan Hongxiu and so many women, no problem, but if you're not careful, you'll become a joke, understand? Seeing Lin Xiaocong being so impolite to Yi Qing,
Ruan Hongxiu hadn't even spoken yet, but Jiang Xiaoting was already somewhat displeased. Lin Xiaozong, why are you saying all this? Yi Qing brother is still young, he'll get better with more experience. What's there to fear about not having a job? As long as Yi Qing brother has the ability, will he be afraid of losing his job? I see your company is just missing a vice president, why don't you let Yi Qing brother do it? After speaking, Jiang Xiaoting didn't even look at Lin Xiaozong, directly looking at Yi Qing and smiling. Yi Qing, go work at Lin Xiaozong's company, how about it? I'll give you a vice president position, with an annual salary of 300,000 of course, if it's not enough, and you satisfy me, I can add more, is that okay? As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoting's body leaned closer to Yi Qing, and her desire to devour Yi Qing was obvious to everyone. Yi Qing frowned slightly, but before he could speak, Lin Xiaozong couldn't hold back and directly flared up. Jiang Xiaoting, my company doesn't lack a vice president, and besides, even if it did, not just anyone can do it. What virtue and ability does Yi Qing have to come to my company and directly become a vice president? No, I don't agree to this. When Jiang Xiaoting heard this, her face immediately turned cold. Looking at Lin Xiaozong, she said coldly, Lin Xiaozong, are you taking advantage of me? You say you don't agree, and you don't agree? Do you really think you call the shots in this company? I'm telling you, here, I call the shots. Understand? At this moment, others saw Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Xiaoting arguing over Yi Qing and began to try and mediate. And Ruan Hongxiu looked at Yi Qing, chuckling, Yi Qing brother, being handsome really has its advantages. See, it's already made a couple argue over you. I think, even if you don't do the Southeast King thing, as long as you want to, you can still live a good life. Facing Ruan Hongxiu's teasing, Yi Qing wasn't angry and said with a smile, Sister Hongxiu, I'm doing this for you. Look, how beautiful you are when you smile. Why be so gloomy? Nothing here is worth making you unhappy. You are the high and mighty Queen Hongxiu. Ruan Hongxiu nodded gently upon hearing Yi Qing say this, saying, Thank you, I've let go. Don't worry, I know what to do today. It's best if we can part ways amicably. If not, it doesn't matter, but I won't tolerate anything anymore. Just then, a classmate from out of town looked at Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Xiaoting and said, You two hosts shouldn't argue. I just happen to have a question for you. Did something big happen in Qin City? How come I heard that something incredible happened, and many people even died, but no one seems to know about it? Chapter 559 The Legend of the Nine Kings. When someone proactively asked what happened in Qin City, others immediately chimed in. Yes, has something big happened in Qin City? I've heard a lot, but I don't know what exactly happened. Exactly, the rumors are getting more and more bizarre. Some even say many people died, and perhaps, even members of the Qin family. That's impossible, right? Indeed, though I'm not from Qin City, I've heard of the Qin family's reputation. Not to mention Qin City, even in the entire southeast 5 provinces, the Qin family is a prominent existence. Someone could kill them? That's truly a joke. There were many rumors, and many of them were not consistent with the facts, but there was always some truth and some falsehood. Yi Qing caused such a huge stir in Qin City, killing so many people from the Qin family, and then issuing such a command in the underground world of Qin City. To think of hiding it from others would be a dream. Although a few days had passed, the rumors grew, and more people discussed it. However, most did not know the specific situation. Those who did know seemed to be tight-lipped, not daring to say more. It was as if there was some taboo, and speaking of it might lead to death. Although it wasn't that exaggerated, it was enough to show the apprehension in many people's hearts. Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Xiaoting also stopped arguing at this moment. They were very interested in this discussion, but compared to others, they indeed knew more. Jiang Xiaoting smiled and said, You've really asked the right person about this matter. Others might not be clear, but I know a bit. People from the Qin family did die, and it was a bloodbath. Many people died. When mentioning this, a hint of apprehension flashed in Xiaoting's eyes, as if just mentioning it made her feel fear. At this, the others spoke up one after another. Xiaoting, is it true? The rumors were actually correct. The Qin family really had people die? No way, this is Qin City, and that's the Qin family. Killing people from the Qin family in Qin City, and to the extent of a bloodbath, this is simply unbelievable. Who is it? How could they have such courage? I can't even imagine it. Could it be that Qin City has changed? Or is the perception of the Qin family actually wrong, and they are not as powerful as imagined? Xiaoting, you're well informed in Qin City, please enlighten us. Yes, Xiaoting, please tell us, and how do you know all this? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaoting, waiting for her to give them an answer. Zhang Xiaoting slowly took a sip of water, looked at everyone, and smiled. I know this because my father told me. Don't forget, my father also has some reputation in the underground world of Qin City. Although my father was not at the Qin family when the incident happened and didn't see it with his own eyes, his superiors informed him about it afterward. Moreover, you only know one part, not the whole story. In the evening, my father even personally saw the great figure who caused the bloodbath at the Qin family. When she said this, Zhang Xiaoting became a little proud, as if her father could be connected to that great figure. However, this was indeed enough for her to brag about. Others only heard rumors about these matters, let alone knowing the facts or seeing the real person. Her father being able to see him clearly meant he was indeed not an ordinary person. Zhang Xiaoting looked at everyone and said arrogantly, my father personally told me that almost 1/3 of the Qin family members died. Just imagine how many heads rolled. Saying it was a bloodbath is not an exaggeration, is it? As for you saying that the Qin family is merely famous in name and not truly powerful, that's false. Who in the entire Qin City, or even the entire southeast, doesn't know the Qin family's status? To put it bluntly, the Qin family is like heaven in the southeast. This is the truth. It's just that this heaven has now been overturned. Someone has replaced the Qin family and become the new generation's heaven. Upon hearing this, the others looked at Zhang Xiaoting and said, Xiaoting, who is this person? To be able to overturn the Qin family, it's simply unimaginable. Yes, Xiaoting, do you know who this person is? Everyone was curious about this great figure. Zhang Xiaoting listened, thought carefully, and said, I think I heard my father mention this person's name. To put it bluntly, my father's expression was one of fear when he mentioned this person, which shows how terrifying this person is. But what was this person's name? It seems to be surnamed Yi, but why can't I remember the full name? He's called Mr. Yi, but I really can't remember the specific name. Zhang Xiaoting then looked at Lin Xiaozong, frowning. Lin Xiaozong, you were there when father spoke, do you still remember this person's name? Lin Xiaozong was stunned for a moment, then thought about it and said, I don't remember either. Could it be that father didn't mention the name at all, only said he was Mr. Yi, and that he was very young, under 30? Under 30? A young man? This statement once again caused an uproar among those present. You two aren't joking, are you? A young man under 30 years old, able to overturn the Qin family? Is this possible? Yes, this sounds a bit like a heavenly book. Are there really so many awesome figures in this world? It's unlikely, right? Zhang Xiaoting, being someone who cared so much about her reputation, hated it most when others didn't believe or contradicted her. She immediately sneered. What do you know? Am I going to lie to you? This Mr. Yi is indeed under 30, very legendary, very formidable. The Qin family being overthrown is a fact. Do I need to lie to you about anything else? To put it bluntly, you still don't understand well. I don't mind giving you some knowledge. Do you know what old Qin, who once dominated the southeast 5 provinces and commanded obedience from everyone, was called? What was he called? This really stumped those present. How could they know? Zhang Xiaoting sneered, Southeast King. This is old Qin's true title in the underground world all these years, and in fact, it is publicly acknowledged in the underground world of the southeast 5 provinces. Old Qin is the Southeast King, the king who controls everything in the southeast underground world. And in the entire underground world of Dragon Country, there are a total of 9 kings like him, collectively known as the 9 kings. The Southeast King is one of the 9 kings. But now, old Qin's position as the Southeast King has been taken by this Mr. Yi. So, now this Mr. Yi is the new king who dominates the underground world of the southeast 5 provinces, the Southeast King, one of the 9 kings. 9 kings? Southeast King? Zhang Xiaoting's old classmates felt like they were listening to a heavenly book. Did such existences really exist in this world? Lin Xiaozong then quietly said,
Xiaoting is not lying to you. There are indeed 9 kings in the underground world of Dragon Country, and this current Mr. Yi is the new Southeast King, one of the 9 kings who is under 30 years old. He is indeed a legend. At this, Jiang Xiaoting also nodded and said, he is indeed a legend, otherwise how could he replace old Qin? However, it is said that among the 9 kings, there is also a queen who is only a few years older than the Southeast King, and she is even more of a legend, and when this queen was crowned, she seemed to be even younger than this Mr. Yi. Chapter 560. Do you think you are the king of Southeast? No matter how hard Jiang Xiaoting and the others racked their brains, they couldn't have imagined that the legendary figure they were talking about was sitting right beside them. Neither Yi Qing nor Wan Hongxiu spoke a word at this moment. It wasn't good to interrupt people's enjoyment of conversation, or to disrupt so many people who wanted to hear a story. Jiang Xiaoting nodded heavily and said, yes, this queen is also a legend, even more legendary than Mr. Yi. It's said that this only queen among the 9 kings was only in her 20s when she was crowned, and even now, she's only in her early 30s, about the same age as us. But she is already one of the high and mighty 9 kings. This is simply unbelievable. The others also looked envious at this time. Are you kidding? The 9 kings. According to Jiang Xiaoting, the 9 kings are the 9 rulers of the entire underground world of Dragon Country. Each of them possesses unimaginable power, absolute power over life and death, and are absolutely not to be provoked. Forget about the 9 kings, just look at Jiang Xiaoting's father now. He's just a chief in the Qin City underground world, not small but not big either. But what kind of life does Jiang Xiaoting live now? They all have to curry favor with Xiaoting. If any of them were related to a 9 king, how mighty would that be? Just thinking about it felt like a dream. Xiaoting, Lin Xiaozong, do you know what this queen's name is or what she looks like? Jiang Xiaoting's Lin Xiaozong heard this and immediately shook his head with a smile, saying, are you kidding? What kind of existence are the 9 kings? How could we have ever seen them, let alone know their names? Even old Qin before, we only knew his appearance and name because he often appeared in public, but if he hadn't said he was the Southeast King of the underground world, would you have guessed it? The others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Yuan smiled and said, the 9 kings are too far away from us, they are an unattainable existence, we should just enjoy our drinks. Speaking of which, Yuan looked at Wan Hongxiu and chuckled, from the moment we started discussing the 9 kings, you've had a calm expression. What? Do you think we're telling stories? Or do you think you're even more impressive than a 9 king? Yuan was now making all sorts of difficulties for Wan Hongxiu. And Lin Xiaozong also looked at Yi Qing at this time, frowning. Yuan's words reminded me, Yi Qing, what was your expression just now? When we mentioned Mr. Yi, your face was also calm, as if you were disdainful. What? Do you dare to look down on Mr. Yi? Or do you think that just because you share the surname Yi, you're impressive? Yi Qing was truly speechless. Where did he get any disdainful expression? These people were clearly talking about himself and Wan Hongxiu. Who would he show disdain to? That disdain would just be him looking down on himself. This Lin Xiaozong really went to great lengths just to cause trouble. He was clearly looking for a fight. However, Wan Hongxiu indulged Lin Xiaozong and the others, but Yi Qing certainly didn't. Looking at Lin Xiaozong's aggressive demeanor, Yi Qing sneered, Mr. Lin, is that right? Since I, Yi Qing, arrived here, I don't seem to have offended you, and we've never even met before, have we? But you keep targeting me, Yi Qing, with every word. I'd like to ask, what exactly do you mean? Speaking of which, Yi Qing showed a look of sudden realization, looking at Lin Xiaozong, and said, could it be that my relationship with Sister Hongxiu has made you jealous? It's just, Mr. Lin, you are truly deluding yourself. Do you deserve my Sister Hongxiu? It's simply ridiculous. When Lin Xiaozong heard Yi Qing mention Wan Hongxiu at this moment, and even say in front of everyone that he was deluding himself about Wan Hongxiu, he immediately became furious. This was just rubbing salt in his wound. Lin Xiaozong immediately slapped the table and stood up, pointing at Yi Qing and roaring, Yi Qing, you scoundrel! How dare you act wildly in front of me? You're practically courting death. Do you really think that just because you know Wan Hongxiu, I'll be polite to you? Today, if you don't give me an explanation, I'm telling you, you won't leave this hotel.
After saying this, Lin Xiaozong looked at Jiang Xiaoting and said in a deep voice, Xiaoting, this bastard said such words to humiliate me. You know my heart better than anyone, don't you? Jiang Xiaoting heard this, looked at Lin Xiaozong, and said lightly, is that so? I do want to know, but you also have to show me since arriving here. I've been waiting to see your performance, but now, I'm indeed very disappointed. You like Ruan Hongxiu, right? Fine, if you want to relive old dreams, I can fulfill it for you. We can just divorce. I won't be the one to hinder your happiness. While talking about divorce, Jiang Xiaoting was actually pressuring Lin Xiaozong to prove himself with action. And the best way to prove himself was to humiliate Ruan Hongxiu, completely cut ties with her, and make Jiang Xiaoting happy. However, before Lin Xiaozong could speak, Yi Qing looked at Lin Xiaozong with a chuckle and said, Lin Xiaozong, if you really have feelings for my sister Hongxiu, then be bold once and show me. My sister Hongxiu naturally doesn't think highly of you, and you don't deserve my sister Hongxiu, but if I can see you turn against these people for my sister Hongxiu, then I would indeed look at you in a new light. Lin Xiaozong heard this and became even more annoyed. He pointed at Yi Qing and angrily said, you bastard, you're truly a scoundrel. At a time like this, you still dare to sow discord between us? You deserve to die. And I don't deserve Ruan Hongxiu? Are you blind, you dog? You should open your eyes and see who really doesn't deserve whom. Speaking of which, Lin Xiaozong looked at Ruan Hongxiu and sneered, a country bumpkin who's been a country bumpkin since childhood. She probably came here today to ask me for something or. She doesn't deserve me. She should hurry up and look in a mirror. Ruan Hongxiu, I'm telling you clearly today, you will never deserve me in this life, you country bumpkin, you ugly monster. Do you know that to this day, I feel humiliated that we ever had a past together. I, Lin Xiaozong, how could I have been so blind in the past to have been with you? It's simply disgraceful and humiliating. These words were spoken very loudly, and everyone present listened in silence. It was very humiliating. It was humiliating Ruan Hongxiu, yet it was a gesture of goodwill to Jiang Xiaoting. Just by looking at Jiang Xiaoting's smiling expression, one could tell that she was very satisfied right now. And Ruan Hongxiu, at this moment, had a somber expression, seemingly showing no emotion, but everyone could imagine that Ruan Hongxiu must have been feeling terrible inside. Anyone who heard such things, such words, would not feel good inside. Yi Qing actually wanted to hear Lin Xiaozong say this, because in this way, it might not be a bad thing for Ruan Hongxiu. However, when he heard someone humiliate Ruan Hongxiu like that, he was still very angry. Especially, who was Ruan Hongxiu? Yet for this class reunion, she sacrificed so much, which showed how much she valued these people. But these people were all hurting her. How sad she must be. Yi Qing could feel it. Lin Xiaozong, well said, set it to your heart's content, you're done, right? Now, kneel on the ground and kowtow to my sister Hongxiu to apologize. I can spare your life, otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Yi Qing's words made Lin Xiaozong burst into laughter. As if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Yi Qing, you're truly insane. What do you think you are, to make me die? Just you? Who do you think you are? Just because your surname is Yi, you're Mr. Yi, you're the Southeast King? Ha 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 ha, how ridiculous. Chapter 561 I am the King of Southeast. As Lin Xiaozong burst into laughter, the other people present also began to laugh. Most of those present had only just heard the title of 9 kings, but they already knew what kind of existence the 9 kings were. Yi Qing, Southeast King? That was truly the biggest joke in the world. How could the dignified Southeast King sit at the same table with them, eating and drinking together? Mr. Lin is right, if this Yi Qing is the Southeast King, then that truly is a huge joke. Yi Qing is just an ignorant and arrogant fellow, an unemployed loafer, merely wanting to show off his courage in front of a woman. He is truly ignorant and foolish. He hasn't suffered a loss yet, otherwise he wouldn't do such a thing. Mr. Lin, I think you should teach this Yi Qing a lesson today. That way, it can prevent Yi Qing from suffering a big loss and even losing his life in the future. Lin Xiaozong sneered, and just as he was about to speak, Jiang Xiaoting slowly rose, looked at everyone, and said indifferently, all right, everyone, stop talking. It's understandable for young people to be a bit arrogant. However, Yi Qing, you too, for the sake of Ruan Hongxiu, insist on putting yourself in danger. Why bother? Look, now you've fallen to this point, has Ruan Hongxiu said a single word for you? This sister Hongxiu of yours doesn't think for you at all. I think you should realize it now and turn against Ruan Hongxiu. Don't worry, I, your older sister, won't treat you unfairly. Yi Qing looked at everyone, sighed softly, looked at Ruan Hongxiu, and said, Sister Hongxiu, I really can't hold back anymore, please don't blame me. Ruan Hongxiu sighed at this moment and said, You shouldn't have endured such humiliation in the first place. Why did you get involved? Forget it, my connection with them has already ended a long time ago. For so many years, I was the one who overthought things. Today, I shouldn't have come at all. Yi Qing, spare their lives. As for the rest, you can deal with them as you please. Speaking these words meant that Ruan Hongxiu had completely overcome the hurdle in her heart. Yi Qing looked at Ruan Hongxiu, smiled slightly, and said, It's best if Sister Hongxiu can understand. Don't worry, I will spare their lives, but they will have to pay a price for it. After speaking, Yi Qing slowly stood up, looked at Lin Xiaocong and Jiang Xiaoting, and said indifferently, You people are truly blessed but don't know it. Each and every one of you is utterly foolish. Jiang Xiaoting, Lin Xiaocong, I thought you two were so affectionate, but it turns out you're just putting on a show. It's truly boring. And you, Jiang Xiaoting, do you even deserve to criticize me? You can't even compare to a single strand of Sister Hongxiu's hair. No wonder you're so anxious and indecisive. As for Lin Xiaocong, he's even more of a pathetic worm. I'm too lazy to even talk about him. Am I arrogant? My surname is Yi, so I can't be Mr. Yi? Can't I be the Southeast King? What if I tell you that I, Yi Qing, am the Southeast King? Now, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, kneel before Sister Hongxiu, and you can still be forgiven. Come on, kneel down. At this moment, the entire room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Yi Qing, who had risen, listening to his presumptuous words. Southeast King, Yi Qing? What a joke. Jiang Xiaoting had originally wanted to get angry, but at this moment, she burst into loud laughter. And then, everyone started laughing hysterically, as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. Jiang Xiaoting was laughing so hard she was out of breath, pointing at Yi Qing and laughing. Yi Qing, oh Yi Qing, I really admire you more and more, but I also dislike you more and more. It's understandable to want to stand out and show off in front of a woman, but your joke is too funny. You're the Southeast King? Just you? Ha ha ha, why don't you say that Ruan Hongxiu is that legendary queen, ha ha ha. At this moment, even those who weren't usually laughing, hearing these words, bent over in laughter. If Yi Qing was the Southeast King, there might be a 1 in 10 million chance, but if Ruan Hongxiu was the only queen among the 9 kings, that would truly be a pipe dream, something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Ye Wen's mouth was twisted from laughing at this moment, and she pointed at Ruan Hongxiu, saying, with her pathetic appearance, if she were the queen, I would immediately kneel and apologize to her, and I'd even dig out my eyes for her, because these eyes would be useless anyway, wouldn't they? The others also chimed in at this moment. That's right, if Ruan Hongxiu is the queen, then we might as well gouge out our eyes too. Yi Qing looked at their mocking expressions and was not angry. He just nodded lightly and said, since that's the case, then gouge out your eyeballs. Just then, Lin Xiaocong seemed to get angry. He pointed at Yi Qing and said furiously, enough, Yi Qing, there's a limit to joking. Have you all had enough fun? Also, don't say you can't be the Southeast King. Even if you were, I, Lin Xiaocong, wouldn't be afraid of you. Do you know why? Yi Qing looked at Lin Xiaocong indifferently and did not speak. The others also looked at Lin Xiaocong at this moment. After all, they had just made Yi Qing out to be so arrogant, so why would they not be afraid of the Southeast King at this moment? Lin Xiaocong said in a deep voice, do you know what other title the Southeast King has? Pseudo King. The specific reasons are very complex, so I won't go into detail with you. The Southeast King is indeed formidable. If he weren't, he wouldn't have been able to replace the Qin family. But no matter how formidable he is, he needs to be able to secure his position first. But the fact is, this Mr. Yi, the Southeast King, is currently in great danger, because old Qin is still alive, and because he seems to have offended many powerful figures. Those people all want to kill him. So, before old Qin dies, and before he can survive, before he gets the recognition of the 9 Kings Council, he is nothing more than a pseudo-king. Yi Qing, if you are the Southeast King, then why aren't you waiting to die? What are you doing here? Ha 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 ha. The others hadn't expected such a turn of events, and they immediately burst into laughter as well.
At this moment, Jiang Shaoting suddenly stood up, looking at her phone, and said, "Alright, whether he's a pseudo-king or not, he's not someone we can provoke. But now, I have something to tell you. A good friend of my father's is holding his company's gathering in the hotel's small banquet hall right now. It's said that many important figures are there, and there are many fun games and prizes. He knows I'm having a class reunion here and is coming to find me soon. All of you, stop making a fuss." Jiang Shaoting's father was a very important figure to those present at this moment. The fact that Jiang Shaoting's father was coming to see them immediately made them nervous. And at this moment, Lin Xiaozong looked at Yi Qing and said indifferently, Didn't you say you were the Southeast King? My father-in-law, that old man, has met the Southeast King. So, Yi Qing, do you know that feeling of powerlessness and mortifying shame when such a lie is exposed? In a moment, I'll let you experience it. When he said this, Lin Xiaozong's expression turned grim. The Southeast King has killed countless people. He is cruel and ruthless. You dare to impersonate him? You are doomed. Chapter 562, Is Cuckolding Addictive? Others might not have felt it deeply enough, and even Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Shaoting had only heard about it. However, while other things were unknown, the Qin family's river of blood was real. One could only imagine how brutal someone who dared to kill even Qin family members must be. Such an existence, high and mighty, ruthless and cruel. If anyone dared to impersonate him, they would be seeking death. Even if the Southeast King himself didn't know, others would, and they wouldn't spare Yi Qing. Therefore, Yi Qing was doomed. At least, in the eyes of Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Shaoting, Yi Qing had virtually no chance of survival. At this moment, Jiang Shaoting waved her hand, signaling Lin Xiaozong to stop talking. Jiang Shaoting looked at Yi Qing and said coldly, I did see that you had some looks, so I wanted to be good to you, but I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative. Yi Qing, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Once my father arrives, it will be too late even if you beg me. So, now, kneel before me, apologize to me, and then slap Ruan Hongxiu twice, and I promise no one will say another word about what happened here today. Then, no one will know about your impersonation of the Southeast King. I guarantee your safety, and at the same time, what I said before still counts. The vice president position is still reserved for you. As long as you make me happy, you will live much better than you do now. Hearing this, Lin Xiaozong looked at Jiang Shaoting, feeling as though a big, green hat was being placed on his head in front of everyone. That sense of humiliation made Lin Xiaozong feel utterly mortified and furious. Jiang Shaoting, in front of so many classmates, where are you putting my face? Let him be vice president? Let him go? Impossible. However, this impossible seemed to enrage Jiang Shaoting, or perhaps Jiang Shaoting wanted to prove how formidable she was. So, Jiang Shaoting looked at Lin Xiaozong and slapped him heavily across the face. Lin Xiaozong, I can give you face, but if you can't tell who's in charge, then you're just being ungrateful. Do I, Jiang Shaoting, need you to manage what I do or say? Are you worthy? Obey me honestly, and you'll still be President Lin. Otherwise, if you want to save face in front of your old flame, I'll make you beg for food on the streets, understand? Lin Xiaozong's face turned green then pale at that moment, his eyes almost spitting fire. The other classmates present also didn't expect to witness this scene. They naturally saw that Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Shaoting's statuses were unequal. In fact, they had long heard and knew that Lin Xiaozong always listened to Jiang Shaoting. Jiang Shaoting was the one who called the shots. But this kind of public slapping, they had truly never seen before. Among them, there were naturally some who gloated. After all, Lin Xiaozong usually acted high and mighty in front of them and lived the best, but now, his face was completely lost. Just then, a middle-aged man, accompanied by a waiter, entered the large private room. Upon seeing Jiang Shaoting, the man immediately burst into laughter. Shaoting, your father said you were having a party here, so I came to see you. Am I interrupting? Jiang Shaoting smiled quickly when she saw the middle-aged man and said, No interruption, how could you be interrupting? Uncle Han, my father just said he's also here, and your company is having a party here too, right? The middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Han, smiled and nodded, That's right, come on, you don't have to eat here, or you can come back later. Come play at my company's party. There's a lottery later, with all sorts of new phones, computers, tablets, and a lot of cash prizes. It's also a benefit from me to your friends, come along. Hearing President Han's words,
the classmates present at this moment no longer cared about the conflict between Jiang Xiaoting, Lin Xiaozong, Yi Cheng, and Ruan Hongxiu, who wouldn't want to get benefits, especially when they were free. Jiang Xiaoting looked at President Han and smiled. President Han, won't it affect you all? President Han shook his head and said, no effect, not at all, don't worry, there are so many prizes in today's lottery I can't say everyone will get one, but at least half of the people won't leave empty-handed. Xiaoting, a big shot is coming later, so your father went to greet him and won't come to pick you up, just follow me directly. After speaking and exchanging a few more pleasantries, President Han left. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoting looked at everyone with great pride and smiled. He's an old friend of my father's, and President Han is also a famous entrepreneur in Qin City, with company assets over $1 billion today. He said the lottery wouldn't leave you empty-handed, so it definitely won't. Everyone, let's go play with me and also get to see the big shots of Qin City. The others heard this and smiled at Jiang Xiaoting, saying, Xiaoting, we're really benefiting from you. Let's go, I was just thinking of getting a new phone, maybe I can win the latest model. That's right, I also wanted to buy a new computer this time, it's really thanks to you. Jiang Xiaoting listened to everyone's compliments and said with a chuckle, alright, then let's go now. After speaking, Jiang Xiaoting looked at Lin Xiaozong and said faintly, still dare to cause trouble? If you dare to cause trouble again, you can just leave first. Lin Xiaozong took a deep breath, forced a smile, looked at Jiang Xiaoting, and said, Xiaoting, I was wrong. How can others affect the feelings between us as husband and wife? Don't worry, I know what to do. Jiang Xiaoting nodded with satisfaction and said, that's good. Then, Jiang Xiaoting looked at Yi Qing and smiled, little brother Yi Qing, come, let's play together. If you see anything you like later, just tell your sister. Don't worry, your sister guarantees to make you happy. Yi Qing looked at Jiang Xiaoting but didn't speak. Instead, he looked at Ruan Hongxiu. Sister Hongxiu, still want to play? Ruan Hongxiu shook her head and said, it's not very interesting. If you want to go, I'll go with you. If you don't, then forget it. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at everyone, then he sighed softly and said, how about we just forget it? Lest I lose my temper later. Right now, I can still control it. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Xiaoting and the others and said, I'm sorry, my sister Hongxiu doesn't want to mess around with you all here anymore, and I don't want to bother with you either. You all play your own games, take care of yourselves. After saying that, Yi Qing was about to leave with Ruan Hongxiu. However, neither Jiang Xiaoting nor Lin Xiaozong could possibly let them just leave like that. Lin Xiaozong looked at Yi Qing with a cold expression and said, what? Scared? Knowing that my father-in-law and other big shots are here, so you're afraid they'll expose you? Afraid they'll find out you impersonated the Southeast King? Heh, it's good that you're scared. Then apologize. Kneel and kowtow, apologize, then slap Ruan Hongxiu twice, and listen to my wife obediently. Then, this matter will be over. Lin Xiaozong thought he had Yi Qing under his thumb, that Yi Qing was scared. But he didn't know that his actions, in Yi Qing's eyes, were simply ridiculous and pathetic. Looking at Lin Xiaozong, Yi Qing sighed and said, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Is wearing a cuckold's hat glorious? If you did it secretly, fine, everyone would have an unspoken understanding, and no one would mock you, but you insist on picking up the green hat and putting it on your own head in front of so many people. Are you sick? Or do you have an addiction? Chapter 563. Someone who knows the Southeast King has arrived. Mr. Yi really didn't lie. The matter between Jiang Xiaoting and Lin Xiaozong was already an open secret. Jiang Xiaoting kept flirting with Mr. Yi right in front of Lin Xiaozong, even humiliating Lin Xiaozong to the extreme, but Lin Xiaozong endured it all for his own wealth and glory. Now he even took the initiative to tell Mr. Yi to listen to his wife Jiang Xiaoting. If this wasn't picking up a hat and putting it on his own head, then what was? Mr. Yi saying that to him was a mild reaction, but what Mr. Yi was actually worried about now was Ruan Hongxiu's mood. Ruan Hongxiu had come for Lin Xiaozong, at least, that was a large part of the reason. As a result, Lin Xiaozong had turned into this ghastly state, and Ruan Hongxiu probably felt as if she had swallowed a fly. However, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Just as Lin Xiaozong was about to get angry, Jiang Xiaoting smiled and said, alright, stop talking, everything else is easy to discuss, let's go to the party first. After speaking, Jiang Shaoting walked over to Mr. Ye's side and said with a chuckle, "Little brother Yi Qing, it's still the same thing. It's not worth it for this country bumpkin Ruan Hongxiu. What she can give you, I can give you even more. But, it's true, everything is just talk, so you can slowly see for yourself. But today, you still shouldn't leave. Come with us to Mr. Han's company party." At this point, Jiang Shaoting looked at Ruan Hongxiu and smiled. "Ruan Hongxiu, do you dare to go? If you don't go and insist on leaving, then you will harm both yourself and your little brother Yi Qing. You must think carefully." At this moment, Ruan Hongxiu seemed to have truly lost her last shred of patience. She looked at Jiang Shaoting with extreme indifference and said, "Alright, then I'll go with you. I also want to see what makes you so arrogant." After speaking, Ruan Hongxiu looked at Mr. Yi and said, "Since they want to play, let's play just as you said. What's past is past, and it should have been forgotten long ago today. Let's thoroughly show them who I am. It's quite good." If Ruan Hongxiu had thought it through, then everything was naturally for the best. Mr. Yi smiled and nodded. "Then, Sister Hongxiu, let's go have some fun." After speaking, Mr. Yi looked at Jiang Shaoting and Lin Xiaosong and said softly, "Sometimes, if you bring trouble upon yourself, you cannot escape it. I've given you many chances, but you insist on seeking death, so be it. Let's go, let my sister Hongxiu and I see clearly what confidence you have and how amazing you are to be so arrogant and domineering." Jiang Shaoting sneered when she heard this. "Alright, it seems you are truly stubborn. Fine, then let me show you who we are and who you are." After speaking, Jiang Shaoting and Lin Xiaosong led everyone out of the private room and directly to a luxuriously decorated small banquet hall. The small banquet hall was a buffet style, capable of accommodating 200 to 300 people for dining and meetings simultaneously. By the time Jiang Shaoting and her group arrived, there were already over 100 people there. Jiang Shaoting looked at the crowd and said blandly, "You all can play and eat as you please. Feel free to participate in the lucky draw later. As for me, I'll go say hello to my father first." At this point, Jiang Shaoting looked at Mr. Yi and said indifferently, "Yi Qing, I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to follow me? If you do, then slap this country bumpkin Ruan Hongxiu. If not, then don't blame me." When Mr. Yi heard this, he looked at Jiang Shaoting as if she were an idiot. "You're sick too, you and Lin Xiaosong, both of you are sick. If you're sick, go get treated quickly. Really, how boring." Hearing Mr. Yi say that about herself, Jiang Shaoting snorted coldly and left directly with Lin Xiaosong. At this moment, the bald man who had previously helped Ruan Hongxiu sighed and walked up to Mr. Yi and Ruan Hongxiu, whispering, "Why couldn't you just endure it? Now that it's come to this, even if I wanted to help you, I can't. Hurry up and leave. I'll try to handle things here later. You too, hurry. The farther you go, the better. Once you're out of Qin City, presumably, the problem won't be big." After speaking, the bald man looked at Ruan Hongxiu and said, "Ruan Hongxiu, you must have needed help coming here. This time my ability is limited. I can't help much. You should leave first if you're short on money. I'll try to figure something out for you later. I don't have much, but I can scrape together 100 or 200,000 for you. In short, you two must leave quickly, otherwise, it will be too late." Among these classmates today, if Ruan Hongxiu still had one thing she wasn't disappointed about, it was meeting the bald man. Although he was Lin Xiaosong's lackey, he truly didn't follow others in humiliating and bullying her. Moreover, he helped her everywhere. Just for that, it was rare and valuable. Ruan Hongxiu looked at the bald man and chuckled, "Bald man, I never noticed before, but you are actually a good person. Don't worry, good people will be rewarded." The bald man shook his head directly upon hearing this. "Ruan Hongxiu, I don't want to be a good person, and no one considers me a good person. Everyone says I'm Lin Xiaosong's lackey, but I have no choice. I have elders above and children below. I have to make a living, don't I? So, I'm used to whatever people say about me. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. You two should leave quickly. I don't need your repayment, as long as you can escape this calamity." Mr. Yi patted the bald man's shoulder and chuckled, "Bald man, to be able to comfort my sister in this situation, your contribution is great. So, if Sister Hongxiu says you'll be rewarded for being a good person, then you definitely will be. Don't worry." Seeing Mr. Yi still so carefree at this time, as if he feared nothing, the bald man was speechless. If it weren't for the close relationship between Ruan Hongxiu and Mr. Yi, he really wouldn't bother with Mr. Yi. "Alright, my Mr. Yi, do you really think you are the Southeast King? Listen to me and quickly take your sister Hongxiu and leave, otherwise, you really won't be able to leave later." At this point, the bald man looked around and said cautiously, "You are just ordinary people, so you don't understand the situation of the underground world at all. I can only tell you, they really dare to kill people. Especially you, Yi Qing. If Ruan Hongxiu can still survive and escape this calamity, then you have provoked Zhang Xiaoting so much and impersonated the Southeast King just for that, you are dead. Hurry up and escape." After speaking, the bald man was about to push Mr. Yi out of the banquet hall. However, at this moment, the door of the small banquet hall opened, and a group of well-dressed, seemingly formidable people walked in. At this time, Zhang Xiaoting and Lin Xiaozong went up to greet a middle-aged man walking beside them that was Zhang Xiaoting's father, also known as Zhang Leopard in the Qin City underground world. He couldn't be called a big boss or a magnate, but he was still a person of influence, and most importantly, his backing was rumored to be very strong, with a deep network of connections. The bald man trembled all over when he saw this scene. "It's over, you can't leave, they've already arrived." And, looking at Zhang Xiaoting, she's currently complaining. "Yi Qing, you're finished, you're completely finished. Kneel down, quickly kneel down and admit your mistake," begged Zhang Xiaoting. "This is your only chance." Chapter 564. Zhang Baozi. "Kneel? Kneel," he said, over and over. How many times had Mr. Yi heard that word today? However, he couldn't blame the bald man. He wasn't trying to humiliate Mr. Yi and Ruan Hongxiu, he genuinely wanted to save them. Mr. Yi patted the bald man's shoulder and said lightly, "Don't worry, they will kneel." Hearing this, the bald man finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Mr. Yi was still sensible and afraid of death. However, he didn't know that when Mr. Yi said kneel, he wasn't referring to himself kneeling, but rather, others kneeling before him. Just based on Zhang Xiaoting and Lin Xiaozong's behavior today, this Zhang Leopard wasn't a good person either. How could a father who raised such a daughter be any good? Mr. Yi looked at Ruan Hongxiu and said calmly, "Sister Hongxiu, if you have no objections, I'll handle this myself in a bit." Ruan Hongxiu nodded and looked at Mr. Yi, saying, "This is your territory, you can make the decisions, I have nothing more to say." Mr. Yi nodded and said in a deep voice, "On my territory, to make my sister Hongxiu so unhappy, if I don't teach them a lesson, I won't be able to get over it." Ruan Hongxiu smiled upon hearing this and shook her head, saying, "I'm not unhappy at all today, I'm very happy. Other things are no longer important, but your calling me Jia is enough just for that one word, Jia, and for your protection just now, Mr. Yi, my trip to Qin City was not in vain." These were Ruan Hongxiu's true feelings. She knew very well that Mr. Yi was not her brother and they had no relation whatsoever. However, ever since she learned Mr. Yi's name, age, and personality, she had a feeling of meeting him too late. This feeling didn't involve any love. If there had to be something, perhaps it was seeing the shadow of her deceased brother, Ruan Qing, in Mr. Yi. It was a very subtle feeling, yet it truly existed. Especially at the moment Mr. Yi called her Jia, Ruan Hongxiu's heart, which hadn't trembled in years, pounded violently at that instant. At that time, she had a feeling of wanting to embrace Mr. Yi and cry her heart out. She also wanted to ask him how he had been doing all these years. But she didn't do it. Because what was fake would always be fake, it could only comfort her, and nothing more. At this moment, Lin Xiaozong and Zhang Xiaoting stood beside Zhang Leopard, their faces full of smiles and pride. "Father, you said before that you've met the Southeast King, right? What kind of person is the Southeast King? What do you think would happen if someone dared to impersonate him? Would it make him angry?" Zhang Leopard frowned upon hearing this and said in a deep voice, "Are you kidding? How ferocious is the Southeast King? Who would dare to impersonate him? Isn't that seeking death? What? Someone impersonating the Southeast King?" Lin Xiaozong was about to speak when Zhang Xiaoting quickly shook her head and said, "No, it's nothing, just curious." Zhang Leopard nodded and said, "It's better to discuss the Southeast King less. In short, this person is not to be trifled with. Although he's only been in Qin City for a few days, how many people has he killed? And the people he's killed and the things he's done are far more than what you've seen. He's not someone we can afford to provoke." In the eyes of Lin Xiaozong and Zhang Xiaoting, Zhang Leopard was already a towering figure, fearless and respected by everyone, but now, Zhang Leopard was so scared to mention the Southeast King that he wanted to keep quiet, which showed how truly ruthless this person was.
Jiang Shaoting looked at Jiang Leopard and whispered, "Dad, I understand why you're at Uncle Han's banquet this time, but why do I see several important figures here?"
The one standing in the middle seems to be from the Qin family, right? Didn't they say that the Southeast King, Mr. Yi, is now in control of everything? Is it really okay for you to be involved with the Qin family at this time?
Hearing Jiang Shaoting say this, Jiang Leopard whispered, "It's not about what I want or don't want, it's what my boss, Nine Fingers, wants. What can I do? Besides, don't forget, we've always been old-timers who followed the Qin family for so many years. This Mr. Yi won't trust us. Most importantly, old Qin is still alive. Calling him a pseudo-king is no joke. Now almost everyone knows that this Mr. Yi is about to face a certain death, so it's still uncertain whether he can hold on to the position of Southeast King. At this time, if we directly side with him, putting aside that there's no benefit, even if there were, we wouldn't dare to do it. What if old Qin comes back? Then we wouldn't be able to explain ourselves, we'd just be waiting for death." Jiang Shaoting heard this and showed a look of sudden realization, saying, "Dad, I understand you're doing the right thing. I knew the Qin family couldn't just lose like that, so the Qin family can still win." Jiang Leopard nodded and looked at Jiang Shaoting, saying, "That's right, that's how it is. We think the same way. But we don't dare to do anything overtly, so now Nine Fingers and I are using this gathering at Han's company to connect with the Qin family, which also helps to cover our tracks. Alright, you two go have fun. Your presence is another cover for us. It's quite good. Go have fun and head back early when you're done." Jiang Shaoting nodded and looked at Jiang Leopard, pouting, "Dad, you haven't seen my classmates in a long time, have you? Later, when you have time, come and see us. We have a surprise for you." At this point, Jiang Shaoting snorted coldly at Lin Xiaozong and said, "Especially one or two of them. Lin Xiaozong would be very happy to see them. You, aren't you going to come and see?" How could he not understand his own daughter? Jiang Leopard heard this, glanced at Lin Xiaozong, and said coldly, "Lin Xiaozong, have you made Shaoting unhappy again?" Lin Xiaozong immediately broke out in a cold sweat and quickly shook his head, saying, "Dad, you've misunderstood. How could I make Shaoting unhappy? This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Jiang Leopard nodded and said, "If it's a misunderstanding, that's for the best. I only have one daughter. Lin Xiaozong, don't disappoint me, otherwise, you know the consequences." After speaking, Jiang Leopard patted Jiang Shaoting's shoulder and smiled, "Alright, you two go have fun. I still need to talk with Nine Fingers and the Qin family. I'll come find you after I'm done." Hearing Jiang Leopard say this, Jiang Shaoting and Lin Xiaozong finally left. Jiang Shaoting looked at Lin Xiaozong and said coldly, "You heard what my dad said. I don't need to tell you what to do, do I?" Lin Xiaozong nodded heavily, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, "Shaoting, my heart for you has never changed. Don't worry, I will absolutely not betray you. As for you, as long as you're happy, you can do anything." Jiang Shaoting looked at Lin Xiaozong's spineless appearance and sneered, "Mr. You really hit the nail on the head. You're really addicted to wearing a cuckold. Useless thing, come with me." With that, Jiang Shaoting walked towards her classmates' gathering point in her high heels. A trace of anger flashed in Lin Xiaozong's eyes, but in the end, he didn't dare to show it at all, accompanying Jiang Shaoting with a fawning smile. However, when he looked at Mr. Yi, a hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Xiaozong's eyes. Even if he wore a cuckold, Mr. Yi had to be alive for it to matter. Daring to impersonate the Southeast King, he would make Mr. Yi die. Chapter 565 Yi Qing takes action. After seeing Jiang Shaoting return, Yuan and the others quickly went up to greet her. Jiang Shaoting looked at everyone and chuckled, "My father and the others have important matters to discuss, and people from the Qin family are also present, so it's not convenient for him to come over and say hello right now, but don't worry, he'll come to see you all once he's finished." Upon hearing this, these people immediately looked happy, but when they heard that people from the Qin family were also there, they all looked puzzled. Hadn't they just said that the Qin family had lost power? Why were they now treating the Qin family as honored guests? Shaoting, isn't the Qin family already finished? Moreover, they're at odds with the new Southeast King, practically enemies. Why would your father dare to associate with the Qin family at a time like this? Isn't he afraid the Southeast King will find out? Jiang Shaoting heard this and shook her head, smiling, "This is something you don't know. The Southeast King is indeed formidable, but don't forget, he is still a pseudo-king right now, and whether he can even survive in the future is a question."
At a time like this, if my father doesn't side with the Qin family, should he side with the Southeast King, that person named Yi? To put it bluntly, even if the person named Yi wanted to subdue my father wouldn't be willing after all. No one wants to follow someone whose future is uncertain, right? What she said truly made sense. Yi Qing stood nearby, chuckling softly, saying nothing. But his silence didn't mean no one would bother him. Lin Xiaozong looked at Yi Qing's smile, pointed directly at Yi Qing, and said coldly, Yi Qing, what's with that smile? Mockery? Who are you mocking? Do you really think just because your surname is Yi, you're the Southeast King? Wasn't the lesson you just received not enough? You still haven't reined it in. I'm telling you, you'll be dead soon. After speaking, Lin Xiaozong looked at Jiang Xiaoting and said, Xiaoting, you saw it, this person actually mocked our father. He's practically asking for death. Jiang Xiaoting frowned tightly, looked at Yi Qing, and said in a deep voice, Yi Qing, you've disrespected me repeatedly today, and I've tolerated it all because of your good looks, but if you continue to be so stubborn, I'm telling you, today, no one can save you. At this point, Jiang Xiaoting pointed at Ruan Hongxiu and said coldly, you, and Ruan Hongxiu, don't even think about leaving Qin City's territory today. See if I'm true to my word. Yi Qing didn't look at Lin Xiaozong or Jiang Xiaoting, but instead looked at Ruan Hongxiu and smiled, Sister Hongxiu, it's not fun anymore, let's stop playing. At this moment, Ruan Hongxiu seemed to have already recovered her cool demeanor. Although she was still dressed in that rustic style, her entire aura had changed. Looking at Yi Qing, Ruan Hongxiu gently took off her large black-framed glasses from her nose, and spoke calmly, Yi Qing, do what you want to do. It is indeed quite boring, and I'm a bit tired too. At this very moment, Ruan Hongxiu, with her glasses removed, almost stunned everyone present. Although she was still dressed the same, those glasses were like a seal, keeping the originally high and mighty Ruan Hongxiu contained. The moment the glasses were removed, Ruan Hongxiu's beauty immediately increased many times over, and her entire temperament underwent an earth-shattering change. Especially her eyes, in every glance and smile, carried an aura of majesty. An unapproachable, unpredictable, heavenly majesty. At this moment, Lin Xiaozong once again looked at Ruan Hongxiu, his eyes practically glued to her. However, Ruan Hongxiu didn't even glance at him. And Jiang Xiaoting and the others also looked at Ruan Hongxiu, as if they had seen a stranger. However, before they could say anything more, Yi Qing spoke. Jiang Xiaoting, you said I wouldn't be able to leave Qin City's territory? You people are quite something, aren't you? Arrogant and overbearing, it's sickening. I truly dislike you all. Now, as you said before, kneel down and repent, and I will spare your lives. After speaking, Yi Qing pointed to his feet and said calmly, right now. Kneel. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoting looked at Yi Qing as if he were a madman. Make her kneel? And in front of so many people? He was absolutely insane. Yi Qing, are you crazy? Make me kneel? Are you even worthy? I really gave you too much face, didn't I? If I don't teach you a lesson, what do you think you are? Believe it or not, I'll have my father's subordinates come over and break your legs right now. Yi Qing heard this, nodded, and then, without another word, stepped forward and slapped Jiang Xiaoting hard across the face. With this one slap, Yi Qing didn't even use much force, yet it still left half of Jiang Xiaoting's face crimson, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. More importantly, this was in broad daylight. This crisp slap was far more humiliating than painful. Jiang Xiaoting covered her face, looking at Yi Qing in disbelief. Then, she completely lost control, her demeanor as a shrew fully exposed. You dare hit me? You actually dare hit me, Yi Qing? You're dead. I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. She said this, but Jiang Xiaoting didn't dare to make a move against Yi Qing. Instead, she looked at Lin Xiaozong and the others. Lin Xiaozong, you useless trash. Your wife was slapped in the face, what are you standing there for? Kill him. Kill him. And all of you, you keep calling yourselves old classmates, are you all dead now? Get over here. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. As Jiang Xiaoting's words fell, Lin Xiaozong was the first to lose control, charging directly towards Yi Qing. However, for a person like him, even if he were 100 times stronger,
as long as Yi Qing didn't want him to, he would never be able to touch Yi Qing. Yi Qing directly reached out, pressed down on Lin Xiaocong's head as he charged forward, and then kicked him heavily in the knee. The sound of bones breaking and Lin Xiaocong's screams immediately scared the originally eager to move people, making their faces turn pale. Yi Qing then delivered a heavy palm strike, directly sending Lin Xiaocong sprawling on the ground, unable to move. Then, Yi Qing placed one foot directly on Lin Xiaocong's face, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth.
"I've tolerated you for too long, you dog."
At this moment, Yi Qing, like Ruan Hongxiu, also seemed to have transformed into a different person, making people tremble with fear just by looking at him, as if he had become a peerless fierce beast, ready to devour lives at any moment. Jiang Xiaoting's classmates, looking at Lin Xiaocong, who was pinned under Yi Qing's foot and constantly making whimpering sounds, wanted to go help, but they didn't dare. And Jiang Xiaoting, seeing Yi Qing look at her, trembled all over, then pointed at Yi Qing and shouted, "Yi Qing, you wait. You're finished. You're dead. My dad is right here. I'm going to have him come and deal with you right now. If you have the guts, don't run." Yi Qing stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Jiang Xiaoting, and said calmly, "Don't worry, I absolutely won't run. Have your dad and the people he brought with him all roll over here. I want to see how they're going to deal with me." Seeing Yi Qing still daring to boast, even daring to insult her father, Jiang Xiaoting roared, "Good, you wait. Don't you dare run." With that, Jiang Xiaoting directly ran towards a lounge next to the small banquet hall. She had clearly seen her father, John Leopard, and Nine Fingers, among others, enter that lounge. Chapter 566 Baldhead's Thanks. What was happening here had already caught the attention of everyone in the small banquet hall. This also included the dozens of subordinates brought by Jiang Leopard and Nine Fingers, but they were all standing by the lounge and hadn't noticed the situation here, so they only knew someone was fighting and causing trouble, but didn't know that Jiang Leopard's daughter was being bullied. When Jiang Xiaoting ran over with a bloodied face, these people were momentarily stunned. "Jiang Xiaoting, what happened to your face?" Jiang Xiaoting looked at these people and immediately burst into tears, as if she had suffered a great grievance. What else could it be? "I was bullied. Hurry and open the door, I'm going to tell my dad and let him get justice for me." These subordinates didn't dare to say much. Although the big bosses in the room were resting, Jiang Xiaoting was Jiang Leopard's biological daughter. After all, they couldn't just ignore her after she was beaten. So, they directly let Jiang Xiaoting in. After seeing Jiang Xiaoting enter, these subordinates looked at each other and all started to laugh. "Alright, it seems we won't be idle later, but that's good. These past few days have been stifling, so it's not bad to find some fun." And, although Jiang Xiaoting is a bit arrogant and overbearing, she is still Brother Baozi's daughter. To be bullied like this, especially when we are all here, is a slap in our face. Later, we'll vent properly and also release the pent-up anger from these past few days. These people spoke one after another, and some had even started to stretch their bodies, but without exception, all of their eyes were fiercely directed towards the left corner of the small banquet hall, which was where Yi Qing and his group were located. At this moment, Ruan Hongxiu's classmate, Baldy, not only had sweat on his forehead, but his entire bald head was covered in sweat. Baldy looked at Yi Qing, his expression full of dissatisfaction and helplessness. "I just told you to run, and if you didn't run, fine, but how could you deliberately provoke them at this time, and even resort to violence? It's over now, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. You are outsiders, you don't know how powerful Jiang Xiaoting's father is, not to mention, it seems a lot of people have come today." As Baldy spoke, he paced back and forth, seemingly anxious to the extreme, wanting to think of a solution, but truly unable to come up with any better ideas. "Run, hurry and run while they haven't arrived yet. If you can escape, try every means to escape. If you can't, then, you can only leave it to fate." At this point, Baldy seemed to think of something. He directly told Ruan Hongxiu and Yi Qing in a dress, gritting his teeth and saying, "Go here, this resort hotel is not too far from here, it's a 10-minute taxi ride. As long as you can escape here, perhaps there's still hope." Hearing the address and resort hotel Baldy gave, both Yi Qing and Ruan Hongxiu's expressions became playful. Because this was no mysterious place, this was where Yi Qing resided in Qin City. The entire resort hotel was now completely booked. Besides the service staff, There were no outsiders living there. One could even say that it had become a forbidden area in Qin City. Without an invitation, no one could approach, let alone cause trouble. Seeing Yi Qing and Ruan Hongxiu's expressions, Baldy thought they had misunderstood something and quickly said, "Don't hesitate, listen to me. This is an address I heard from Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Xiaoting. They said that the Southeast King, who defeated the Qin family, is here. No one in Qin City, from top to bottom, dares to cause trouble here, so, if you can run over there, even if you just stand at the entrance, it should greatly increase your safety." And just then, Yuan and the others finally couldn't listen anymore and pointed at Baldy, scolding him angrily. "Baldy, we said you were suspicious before, you dog. You really are a traitor. You clearly follow Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Xiaoting, but now you're going to great lengths to help their enemies. Do you want to die?" The others also started to scold Baldy at this time. Although Lin Xiaozong was currently under Yi Qing's feet and Jiang Xiaoting had been slapped by Yi Qing, they would not believe that Yi Qing had won. Hadn't they seen those fierce-looking big men? It was likely that in less than a minute, these people would come with John Leopard to deal with Yi Qing. At this moment, they knew how to choose. Baldy looked at Yuan and the others, gritting his teeth, and said, "Enough, you people, stop gossiping here. We've all been old classmates for many years, why must it come to this? What did Ruan Hongxiu do wrong from beginning to end? She hasn't seen you all for over 10 years, what grudges could there be? She came all this way, why do you have to trouble her? And Yi Qing, what did he do wrong? Why target him? In your eyes, I, Baldy, am indeed just a lackey, not a good person, but I have long been fed up with these people and things. This time, I'm going all out. Even if Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Xiaoting beat me to death, I will do something with a conscience. Just consider it, I'm drunk, I've been holding it in for too long, and now, I don't want to hold it in anymore." The phrase, "don't want to hold it in anymore," seemed to explain Baldy's years of endurance and helplessness. At this moment, these so-called old classmates no longer had any intention of continuing to argue with Baldy, because they had already seen that the door to the lounge had opened. John Leopard indeed had an angry expression, and even carried a baseball bat directly in his hand, walking furiously towards them. Yuan and the others looked at Baldy and the others with schadenfreude. Baldy, on the other hand, had a ashen face, looking at Yi Qing and Ruan Hongxiu, and said in despair, "It's over, it's too late. Yi Qing, Ruan Hongxiu, later, try every means to beg for mercy no matter what, ensure you survive first." At this point, Baldy gritted his teeth, looked at Ruan Hongxiu, and said, "Actually, I've liked you for a very, very long time. Perhaps you don't remember, but I always remember that you once helped me when everyone bullied me, and trusted me when everyone slandered me and didn't trust me. Ruan Hongxiu, perhaps none of you know, but back then, I almost jumped off the rooftop. It was you who saved my life. It's just a pity that I didn't live the life I wanted, disappointing everyone. This time, I will go all out to protect you. Consider it me repaying you for saving my life." After speaking, Baldy gritted his teeth and walked directly towards John Leopard. He didn't dare to confront John Leopard, but to protect Ruan Hongxiu, he would spare no effort. Thump! Baldy walked to the middle of the road and knelt heavily in front of John Leopard and Jiang Xiaoting. "Xiaoting, Uncle Baozi, I beg you, give me, Baldy, some face, and let Ruan Hongxiu and Yi Qing go. I beg you." Ruan Hongxiu looked at this scene, and her indifferent expression finally showed a hint of emotion. She didn't know that she was so important in Baldy's heart, and that he would even sacrifice his dignity, future, and even his life for her. Yi Qing stood beside Ruan Hongxiu and whispered, "Sister Hongxiu, perhaps this trip was truly worthwhile for you. At least, you learned about Baldy, someone who has always been grateful to you, and is even willing to die for you." A faint smile appeared on Ruan Hongxiu's face. However, in the next second, her eyes flashed with towering rage. And this was the first time Yi Qing had seen Ruan Hongxiu's expression, wanting to kill. It was as if raging flames were burning the entire sky red. And at this moment, Yi Qing looked back and saw John Leopard swinging the baseball bat, directly smashing it heavily onto Baldy's head, causing Baldy to bleed profusely and fall directly to the ground. Chapter 567 King and King. Baldy was just an ordinary person. This heavy blow to the head would at the very least severely injure Baldy. It wasn't impossible for it to even kill him. This was the root of Ruan Hongxiu's fury. After a reunion separated by over a decade, she had finally mustered the courage to attend, only to find that, apart from Baldy, there wasn't a single person who showed her kindness.
Perhaps there were some.
But they weren't willing to offend Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Xiaoting for her sake. Ruan Hongxiu could understand them. After all, to these people, she was just an insignificant nobody, merely a stranger they hadn't contacted in over 10 years. It wasn't worth offending Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Xiaoting for her. But Baldy was different, especially his last words, that resolute figure blocking the way for her. All of it proved his genuine gratitude towards Ruan Hongxiu. In fact, no one knew better than him what he would face, yet he still went without hesitation, asking for no reward. Under this contrast, even the iron-hearted, high-and-mighty Ruan Hongxiu was moved at this moment. And the more she was moved, the angrier she became. Especially when Jiang Leopard brutally struck Baldy with a club, knocking him unconscious into a pool of blood, and then even spat on his face. Ruan Hongxiu's rage was already burning fiercely, uncontrollable.
And just then, the woman Yawen was smiling gleefully. "Bah, you dead bald head, you deserved this fate long ago." Following Lin Xiaozong and Jiang Xiaoting around like a dog, enjoying all the good things, and then betraying them. If you don't die, who will? However, it's good that someone like you is dead. If you don't die, how will others rise up? Some others also spoke, gloating, but a portion of them frowned slightly, finding it too cruel. After all, he was still an old classmate, unlike Ruan Hongxiu, who was just a stranger they hadn't seen in over a decade. And Baldy, at least, was the kind of person who always hosted them and was very kind to them. "Yawen, say less. Baldy is already miserable enough." "Yes, Yawen, stop talking. He's still our old classmate." 101 Red Books 101 Cancom Full Text Uncorrected Site. When Yawen saw someone speaking up for Baldy, she was about to retort when she saw Ruan Hongxiu, her face grim, walking towards her. At this moment, Ruan Hongxiu's eyes were filled with intense killing intent, and at this moment, Ruan Hongxiu no longer gave off an impression of weakness or being easily bullied. Instead, she was radiating murderous aura, someone not to be provoked. Yawen instinctively trembled, looking at Ruan Hongxiu and saying, What do you want to do? Xiaoting and the others are already here. Do you want to die?"
Ruan Hongxiu stepped forward, directly grabbed Yawen's hair, then raised her hand and began slapping Yawen repeatedly, left and right. In just a few seconds, Yawen's face was swollen like a pig's head. Moreover, all her teeth were shattered. And this was not the end. Ruan Hongxiu looked at Yi Qing and said coldly, "Today, everyone here, I will handle them."
"Southeast King, do you have any objections?"
She didn't call Yi Qing little brother, nor did she have her previous gentleness. It was as if, at this moment, she was truly the high and mighty queen, Ruan Hongxiu. She directly asked if the Southeast King agreed. This meant that at this moment, she was communicating and discussing with the Southeast King. Yi Qing is one of the 9 kings, Queen Hongxiu. She even put forward her own opinions and decisions. The answer she wanted was the Southeast King's answer. Just based on this, Yi Qing knew that Ruan Hongxiu was enraged. Yi Qing straightened his body, slowly nodded, and said in a deep voice, "Everything is at your discretion." Ruan Hongxiu nodded indifferently, then dragged Yawen by her hair, like a dead dog, towards where Baldy lay on the ground. No matter how Yawen struggled, she couldn't break free from Ruan Hongxiu's grip. But walking like this would surely lead to a confrontation with Jiang Xiaoting and the others. Yawen weakly looked at the furious Jiang Xiaoting, her face covered in blood and tears.
"Save me, Xiaoting, save me."
Jiang Xiaoting and Jiang Leopard's group, having finished with Baldy, were now walking towards them. Seeing Ruan Hongxiu so fierce, Jiang Xiaoting hadn't expected it at this moment, but it didn't lessen her anger.
"Ruan Hongxiu, are you looking for death? Let Yawen go, let her go immediately."
After saying that, Jiang Xiaoting looked at Jiang Leopard and began to complain. "Dad, this vicious woman is also one of the people who bullied me. Don't let her off." However, at this moment, Jiang Leopard looked into Ruan Hongxiu's eyes, and his legs unconsciously began to feel weak. He didn't know Ruan Hongxiu, he hadn't even heard of her, let alone met her.
He only knew that she must be his daughter's classmate. And Jiang Leopard knew perfectly well that there couldn't be any important figures among his daughter's classmates. However, Ruan Hongxiu's gaze, that murderous aura, couldn't be faked.
That kind of murderous aura was something he